not weaker than Zhang Yun's. Yin Continent, Zhang Ao. Zhang Ao is considered a top sci-fi writer on Yin Continent, known as one of the three giants of sci-fi on Yin Continent, fully qualified to represent Yin Continent sci-fi. Their literary dual works are also short stories. After all, it's easier to create short sci-fi stories. Zhang Yun was instantly pleased. He wasn't confident about beating Chu Kuang, but with three people making a move, the chances were much greater. 3 against 1. Chu Kuang only needs to write one novel to fight against one person, but against 3, he would need to write 3 novels at once, which would certainly divide his attention. Thinking of this, Zhang Yun smiled slightly and decisively published his work on his blog, eagerly anticipating the reaction from readers. Meanwhile, Lingmu of Chu Continent and Zhang Ao of Yin Continent also published their works on their blogs for free, allowing people to read them. This is the advantage of short stories. Long stories might be inconvenient to post on blogs, requiring publication channels, which would take a lot of time. Short stories don't have such concerns, as they consist of just tens of thousands of words and can be freely released, attracting readers with the buzz of this literary duel. On the blogs, netizens have been jumping around the comment sections of the top 10 sci-fi writers for ages, closely monitoring their every move. Thus, as soon as these 3 made their move, the interest of netizens was instantly piqued, and each was eager to spread the news across the internet. Someone made a move. Zhang Yun from Qin Continent. Zhang Ao from Yin Continent. Lingmu from Chu Continent. 3 against 1 from the start. Haha. I thought today at most 1 or 2 people would make a move, but unexpectedly, 3 came up together. What's the old rascal saying? The old rascal might be crying soon. These 3 only need 1 story each, while Chu Kuang needs to write 3. Even though 7 others haven't made a move yet, these 3 big shots are already enough of a challenge for him. Read the stories. Cheer for the 3 teachers. Excited netizens eagerly clicked into these 3 works. The literary duel compares the overall reputation and quality, and everyone is happy to be the judge. Besides, short stories are just tens of thousands of words. They're light and easy for netizens to read. Over on the Qin Continent writer Zhang Yun's side. Wonderful. Indeed very wonderful. But Chu Kuang has also written short sci-fi before. Zhang Yun's work is slightly inferior to Chu Kuang's The Heartbroken. It's also a bit inferior to Wandering Blue Star. You can't compare it like that. Chu Kuang is now fighting on 3 fronts, spreading his energy thin. It's unlikely his short stories will surpass those 2 works. That's true. Did any of you read the works of the other 2? Are they good? Over on Chu Continent writer Lingmu's side, reading the whole work was very smooth and not at all dull, slightly stronger than Zhang Yun's work. Really good. The beginning setup is quite striking. The only regret is the climax didn't lift off. Overall, it's already an excellent sci-fi work. If you want to beat Chu Kuang, this one looks solid. I'm off to read Zhang Ao's work now. Over on Yin Continent writer Zhang Ao's side. This is the strength of one of the 3 giants of Yin Continent sci-fi. I think Zhang Ao is already regarded as the #1 in Yin Continent sci-fi. This one is too stunning. It has depth, visuals, and plot. A rare sci-fi masterpiece for Yin Continent in recent years. Whoa, the one to beat Chu Kuang will definitely be Zhang Ao from Yin Continent. Any of these 3 could defeat Chu Kuang. Chu Kuang is really presumptuous this time, challenging top sci-fi writers from each continent. If he picked a slightly weaker opponent, he could have won gloriously against 3, considering his sci-fi might not stack up as well compared to his achievements in other fields. 3 novels, each with better reviews than the last. The comment sections of the novels are filled with netizens praising them. Not only netizens, but also many sci-fi writers who weren't picked by Chu Kuang, who are somewhat less skilled, are providing detailed analyses and interpretations of these stories to help everyone appreciate their highlights. The reason is simple. Because Chu Kuang stirred up the entire Blue Star sci-fi circle. Almost every sci-fi writer on Blue Star, strong enough, felt underestimated. How could that be? This time the sci-fi circle must win. If Chu Kuang really wipes out all 10, every sci-fi writer would lose face. Of course, nobody truly believes Chu Kuang can wipe out all 10. Chapter 1486, 1217. first get a triple kill _3. But even if Chu Kuang doesn't defeat all 10, just defeating half isn't something the sci-fi writers want to see. Fortunately, the first 3 writers stepping up are very impressive. Each of their works is astounding, giving a strong boost to all sci-fi writers. Lin Yuan is grinning widely. Ling Mu has a smirk on his lips. Zhang Ao clenched his fists. It's not a complete victory yet, as Chu Kuang's literary dual work hasn't been released, but the public response and industry reviews have made them very satisfied. The sci-fi community is thrilled. That old rascal Chu Kuang still wants to take on 10 sci-fi writers alone. Probably, he will collapse before the big shots even step in. I bet he's already panicking. This first wave is such an onslaught. It's true that Blue Star's strongest sci-fi writers are in Zhong continent and Wei continent, but other continents also have top-tier sci-fi writers who can't be underestimated. Most have won the Galaxy Award. Exactly. Even Chu Kuang has only won the Galaxy Award once. How can he underestimate everyone else? We've got this. Do you think Chu Kuang might concede early? Though conceding now is embarrassing, it's more dignified than being consecutively humiliated by 10 people. At least he can explain that he's lacking creative energy, even though it's clear to anyone that he's under immense pressure. Faced with the 10 opponents he chose, none would dare say they could take on 3, let alone 10. It's not looking down on Chu Kuang. Everyone in the sci-fi novel circle has basically read Chu Kuang's works. Nobody denies Chu Kuang's sci-fi prowess. Anyone with a Galaxy Award is considered a sci-fi big shot. The problem is Chu Kuang wants to take on 10. Taking on 1 would be seen as a 50-50 chance of winning. Even challenging Wei continent and Zhong continent directly wouldn't be without hope. But against 10 people, increasing output usually leads to a decrease in quality. Who can complete 10 novels in a short period while ensuring high quality for each? At home, Mom is anxious. The news of Chu Kuang challenging the world has just broken out, but the momentum is frighteningly huge, and the family can't help but notice. Especially after finding out that Chu Kuang and Shadow are Lin Yuan's pseudonyms. The family almost checks news related to Lin Yuan's personas daily. How can he handle this? 3 people charging together. Can't these people hold back a bit? Exactly. At least if they attack one after another, little Yuan could get some rest time. Continuously writing books requires the brain to rest as well. I read these few novels, not bad. Little Yuan, what's gotten into you? Boasting like this? This really isn't like you. Even if you want to boost your blog's traffic, there's no need to do it this way. The family is concerned about Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan just smiles slightly and says, "It's not a big deal. No need to panic. I'll get a triple kill first." Upon hearing this, his sister rolls her eyes. "It's a big deal. Panicking won't help." Lin Yuan doesn't explain. He has just read the novels by these 3, and they're indeed well written. But if that's the extent, Lin Yuan is confident he can steadily surpass them. After greeting the family, Lin Yuan goes upstairs to his bedroom and decisively uses the energy potion exchanged with the system. The literary duel has a time limit. It can't drag on for too long. To pursue the fastest typing speed, the cost of energy potion can't be skimped on. That's Lin Yuan's greatest confidence in daring to take on 10 at once. Besides, these 3 have written short stories, making it even easier to deal with. As for which 3 novels to use, Lin Yuan has already decided. The title of the first is Country Teacher. Chapter 1487, 1217. His name is Teacher. The effect of the energy potion was incredibly intense. Lin Yuan's fingers on the keyboard seemed like a blur. Even an eagle would exclaim in admiration at this speed. Click-clack. The sound of the green mechanical keyboard was extraordinarily crisp and bright. Antarctica, who was sleeping nearby, was woken up by the noise. He stood up, opened the door, and shook his head as he left Lin Yuan's room. Too noisy. Can't stay here. Meanwhile, on the internet, the netizens who had finished reading the 3 novels were anxiously waiting. How long has it been? When will Chu Kuang's work be released? He claimed to tackle 10 at once. Doesn't he have any drafts at all? Logically, he must have some drafts to dare boast like that. He can't be writing all 10 novels on the spot, right? Typing speed or bursts of inspiration both require time. Let's call it a day for now. Probably won't see anything today. Even if he has drafts, seeing the strong level of his competitors, He might want to revise, polish, or even rewrite them. All right then, let's disperse. Despite saying they would disperse, netizens kept an eye on Chu Kuang's blog account, afraid of missing any new updates. The works of the three renowned science fiction authors had been read. Ultimately, what everyone was most curious about was what kind of novel Chu Kuang would write. Others were merely appetizers. Meanwhile, writers in the science fiction circle were also constantly keeping an eye on Chu Kuang. So it went. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. 3 hours had passed. It was just 9 o'clock in the evening. Netizens had almost lost their patience. The old rascal who used to write at blazing speed seemed particularly cautious this time. Science fiction writers also thought Chu Kuang wouldn't act today, but nobody felt it was inappropriate since writing does require time. As long as Chu Kuang doesn't delay too long, there's nothing inappropriate about it. Just as everyone thought Chu Kuang wouldn't release anything today, he suddenly appeared. New work, village teacher. New work, hear the way. New work with her eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chu Kuang released 3 updates at once. The first update tagged Qin continent science fiction writer Zhang Yuan. The second update tagged Chu continent science fiction writer Ling Mu. The third update tagged Yin continent science fiction writer Zhang Ao. Below the 3 updates, there were the respective links to his 3 new works. The moment the updates appeared, they were noticed, and netizens were thrilled. I knew the old rascal not appearing for so long was too unscientific. Sure enough, he came with new works. 3 at once. Are these drafts or newly written? The old rascal is like that. No one knows how much he drafts, how much he writes freshly, or maybe both. Anyway, you just know that he, as a coding warrior, can always deliver works at the fastest speed. Let's look. Don't collapse right away. Since the old rascal released them, I think he is confident, but that doesn't stop me from cheering for the other 3, sly grin. Let's rush. Without any hesitation, netizens from all continents clicked on the few science fiction new books Chu Kuang posted on his blog. In the science fiction writer circle, all 3 literary duel works released at once. Let's look. This guy's speed is really astonishing. What's the use of speed alone? The literary duel is about quality. Let's watch separately. I'll start with that village teacher. Soft sci-fi, huh? I'll read Hear the Way. Then I'll choose With Her Eyes. By the names, they don't seem very sci-fi. Should be going on the heartbroken route, a soft sci-fi. Qin continent. A certain cafe. Zhang Yun was leisurely sipping coffee when he suddenly saw himself tagged by Chu Kuang. Immediately, he felt a burst of tension. He's here? So fast. Feeling overly anxious, Zhang Yun couldn't resist slurping a large sip of coffee, getting burnt, and screaming bizarrely. Why panic? Zhang Yun wished he could punch himself. The literary duel had just started, and he was already scared? He took a deep breath. Zhang Yun put down the coffee, ignoring the 2 other works. With his expression restored to seriousness and calmness, he finally clicked on Village Teacher. He knew this last class had to be taught earlier. Another wave of severe pain struck from his liver, almost causing him to faint. He almost couldn't get out of bed, barely managed to move to the window. Moonlight reflected on the window paper, silvery bright, making the small window look like a door leading to another world, where everything must be silvery bright, like a diorama made of silver and snow that doesn't freeze. Zhang Yun bit his lip. The content of the first chapter wasn't complicated. It opened by narrating a man who came from a rural area and, out of gratitude for his teacher's devotion and care, abandoned a well-paid job and resolutely left the city to become a village teacher. His name was Li Baoku. Half a year ago, the villagers came to the school, wanting to take away the beams from the already dilapidated school building to repair the temple of the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord at the village entrance. He refused and retorted to the villagers. Without a roof, where will the kids stay in the future? The villagers dodged the issue, saying the children could sleep in the classroom. At that time, he was furious. That classroom leaked from all sides. How can anyone stay there in winter? In a stalemate, he picked up a pole and fought fiercely with the villagers, ending up with 2 broken ribs, carried by kind-hearted people over 30 miles of mountain roads to the town hospital. Chapter 1488, 1217. His name is called Teacher_2. During the examination of his injuries, the doctor discovered that Li Baoku had esophageal cancer. Fortunately, His esophageal cancer was in the early stages and had not spread. Surgery could cure it, and it was one of the cancers with the highest surgical cure rate, so he had picked up a life. Who knew that upon discovering he had esophageal cancer, Li Baoku's first thought was not about money or life, but he asked the doctor, "If I don't have surgery, how much time do I have left?" "About 6 months. The doctor looked at him in confusion. "If you don't have surgery, you won't survive." He let out a breath, as if greatly comforted. His mouth twitched slightly due to the pain. "At least I can see this graduating class off." He really couldn't come up with the over 20,000 yuan needed for treatment. Though the salary for private teachers is very low, having worked for so many years, alone and unattached, normally, he should have saved some money. But he spent all his money on the kids. He couldn't remember how many students' tuition fees he had paid on their behalf, the latest being Lu Baozhu and Guotsuohua. Most of the time, he saw there was not much oil in the kids' pots, so he used his salary to buy some meat and lard for them. At this point, all his money only amounted to 1/10 of the surgery costs. Clearly, this was a teacher deeply loved by his students. In a daze, Zhang Yun seemed to see the scene described in the novel. A makeshift classroom with a bunch of worn-out wooden tables forming a so-called school. During the day, the school echoed with clear reading voices. At night, with no illumination, he lit candles to teach the children. This was because some students had to help with farm work during the day, causing them to miss classes. Recently, since the news of Li Baoku's severe illness had been discovered by the children, he often saw them burning incense and paper for him. They had done this many times before, but this time Li Baoku no longer had the strength to reprimand the children for being superstitious as he did in the past. He exhausted his life, igniting the flame of science and civilization in the children's hearts. But he understood. Compared to the ignorance and superstition that shrouded this remote mountain village, that flame was so weak, just like the candle in the classroom during the winter night in these deep mountains. A strong ability to express through text. But what does this have to do with science fiction? Zhang Yun thought as he instinctively clicked to the next page, then suddenly widened his eyes. At a distance of 50,000 light-years from Blue Star, at the center of the Milky Way, an interstellar war that had lasted for tens of thousands of years was nearing its end. We've entered the sci-fi theme. Could this be dual narrative? One side is the rural teacher. Even in his last moments, he burns himself to teach the children. The other side is the interstellar war unfolding at the center of the Milky Way. It truly is dual narrative. In the tiny village, the rural teacher and a group of ill-fated children depend on each other for survival. In the vast universe, two opposing camps fight to the death with technology far beyond Blue Star. The question is, no matter how much Zhang Yun thinks, he can't fathom what connection these two lines will have, or what Chu Kuang's writing intention really is. Can't see through, can't figure out. However, this cosmic battle was not just brushed over. Chu Kuang wrote it very thoroughly, even with a bit of hard sci-fi flavor. The opposing sides are carbon-based and silicon-based life forms. The work showcases a grand scale and strong descriptive abilities. The war can ignite thousands of supernovae, various chaotic space-time structures, yet it all fits perfectly with physical knowledge. Chu Kuang's solid ability in writing sci-fi war is fully displayed in this cosmic line. Of course, though humanity belongs to one type of carbon-based life form, they aren't qualified to participate in the carbon-based alliance's interstellar war, nor are they aware of it. Finally, the carbon-based alliance achieved victory in the war. Since it's a dual narrative, once the cosmic war section is finished, the story's perspective naturally returns to the small village. In school, Li Baoku taught as usual, but today his condition was particularly poor, and he looked frighteningly pale. The students were concerned. "Teacher, why don't you rest? You can teach tomorrow." He struggled to smile. Tomorrow has tomorrow's lessons. He thought, if he could indeed hold out until tomorrow, then he could teach one more class. But intuition told him it wasn't going to happen. He gestured, and a child placed a small blackboard on the sheet over his chest. In this last month, he had been teaching like this. He took the piece of chalk offered by the child with weak and powerless hands, painstakingly placing the chalk on the blackboard. At that moment, another burst of severe pain hit. His hand trembled a few times, and the chalk tapped several white dots on the blackboard. Yes, since returning from the provincial city, he hadn't gone back to the hospital. Now, almost half a year had passed, and the cancer cells had metastasized to his liver, hence the overwhelming pain. With one hand, he groped under the pillow, retrieving some painkillers, the most common type wrapped in plastic strips. For the severe pain of late-stage cancer, this medication already had no effect. Perhaps due to mental suggestion, he always felt slightly better after taking it. Sedatives weren't that expensive, but the hospital wouldn't allow them to be taken home for use. Even if taken home, there'd be no one to administer them. He took 2 pills from the plastic strip as usual. But after thinking it over, he peeled off all the remaining 12 pills and swallowed them in one go. Because he knew he'd never need this medicine again. He struggled again to write on the blackboard, but his head suddenly tilted to one side, and a child quickly placed a basin by his mouth, into which he vomited a mouthful of dark red blood, then weakly leaned against the pillow, gasping for breath. Chapter 1489, 1217. His name is Teacher_3. A low sobbing sound came from among the children. He gave up trying to write on the blackboard, weakly waved his hand to let a child take it away. He started speaking, his voice as thin as silk. Today we will talk about junior high physics. Physics, you may not have heard of it before. It's the reasoning of the material world, a very profound knowledge. Teacher, please stop. The students were desperately begging him. Ignoring their pleas, he continued his lecture. This might be his last class, and he wanted to talk about the origins of science. The 3 most famous and fundamental laws of physics on Blue Star. A master imparts knowledge and resolves doubts. Lin Yuan regarded Chu Kuang as his rival, with the sole intention of defeating him, even at this moment. But at the same time, Lin Yuan felt a deep respect for Li Baoku in this story. He was a good teacher who devoted his life to the children reading in the countryside. Lin Yuan must admit that this part of Chu Kuang's story made him feel a pang of sourness, even causing him to tear up. He thought of his own teacher. He truly should thank his physics teacher for his ability to write science fiction. That physics teacher, although at the age of retirement, insisted on teaching students with his graying hair. It was many years after his graduation that he learned that the teacher was also seriously ill and so wanted to spend his last days on the podium. This is the greatness of a teacher. Just like this village teacher, dedicating a lifetime merely to shine the light of science into the ignorant village, even if the cost was his life. This is a more resolute and tragic way to take risks. In what appeared to be a calm demeanor, each class was already as weighty as Mount Tai. Yet Lin Yuan still didn't know. How would Chu Kuang allow the 2 lines to converge? Lin Yuan continued to read, with a peculiar heaviness in his heart. On the other side of the dual narrative, the carbon-based alliance had won the interstellar war. To prevent the Silicon Empire from reviving in the future, using stars for interstellar jumps and once again threatening the safety of the carbon-based alliance, they must create a buffer zone. Creating the buffer zone meant having to sacrifice the primitive life forms around the stars within the buffer zone. Following this logic, the highest counselor of the carbon-based alliance, under the command of the council, began conducting civilization assessments on the stars within the buffer zone. The problem was, what sort of civilization counts as a primitive one? The carbon-based alliance's answer was, those below the 3C standard are considered primitive civilizations. As it happened, Blue Star was within the buffer zone set by the carbon-based alliance. If the civilization assessment didn't pass, all life on Blue Star would be wiped out. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuan's heartbeat quickened slightly. The 2 seemingly unrelated lines seemed to have a faint chance of entangling. Back in the village classroom, the village teacher was in a state of anxiety, trying hard to impart as much knowledge as possible to the children in the limited time. The first law, the second law, the third law. He was amazed at how clear his mind was, how quick his thoughts were, and that his voice seemed to regain its strength. The acceleration of an object is directly proportional to the force acting on it, inversely proportional to its mass. Acceleration is the rate of change of velocity over time. It is different from velocity. High velocity doesn't necessarily mean high acceleration, and vice versa. A final glowing moment. He knew the candle of his life had burned to the end. The wick had fallen, igniting the last little bit of wax. A flame 10 times brighter than before burned fiercely. The severe pain vanished. The body no longer felt heavy. In fact, he could no longer feel the existence of his body. His whole life seemed to be reduced to that frantically working brain, suspended in the air, trying its best, as much and as quickly as possible, to output all the stored information to the surrounding children. But speaking was a damn bottleneck. He knew he was running out of time. The children sobbed uncontrollably. They desperately begged him to stop talking. Anxiously, he asked them, "Did you understand?" He could no longer see the children around him, but he could still hear their voices. "We understand. Teacher, please take a rest." He felt the last flame was weakening. "I know you don't understand, but memorize it, and you will understand it later. An object's acceleration is directly proportional to the force acting on it, inversely proportional to its mass. Teacher, we truly understood. Please rest." With his last strength, he shouted, "Recite it." Choking with sobs, the children started reciting. An object's acceleration is directly proportional to the force acting on it, inversely proportional to its mass. An object's acceleration is directly proportional to the force acting on it, inversely proportional to its mass. The flame extinguished. The children huddled around the teacher's now lifeless body and wept. Zhang Yuan, too, didn't know what happened. He felt as if something within him had collapsed resoundingly. In the cosmos, the Carbon-Based Alliance conducted sampling checks of the level of civilization on the planets inside the buffer zone. When it came to Blue Star, the alien unexpectedly selected the mental replica of the village teacher, Li Baoku, and his students from that small village. There wasn't much choice in the matter. The Carbon-Based Alliance intended to destroy over 100 million stars in the buffer zone, among which an estimated 10 million planetary systems existed, possibly amounting to 50 million planets. Chapter 1490, 1217. His name is called Teacher_4. The Carbon-Based Alliance is pressed for time. It's unrealistic to conduct area detection on every planet. For this, the Carbon-Based Alliance can only widen the detection beam as much as possible to increase the area covered by random points. Besides that, they can only hope that any civilizations that might exist within the isolation zone are distributed as evenly as possible across the surface of their planets. At this moment, among Li Baoku's students, the mental replicas of several individuals soared into the air, facing the civilization test from the Carbon-Based Alliance. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan suddenly started to tremble all over. He vaguely guessed Chu Kuang's intention. Question 1. Question 2. Question 3. Question 4. The Carbon-Based Alliance began testing, but the examiner asked several questions in a row, and this group of children remained silent in response. After all, they were just students from the countryside. With a limited scope of knowledge, they hadn't learned many things before their teacher, Li Baoku, passed away. The carbon-based leaders lost their patience. Even if a primitive life form has intelligence, it still remains at the very earliest stage of civilization. They sighed. The carbon-based leaders ordered the Singularity Bomb to be fired at Blue Star. The Singularity Bomb was launched, but a Carbon-Based Alliance senator was moved with empathy. Let's give them a little more chance. This senator insisted. The planet's life was too important, and he didn't want to see civilization extinguished due to a deviation. Question 5. Question 6. Question 7. The cold questions continued. The children remained silent, unable to provide answers. The highest officer of the Carbon-Based Alliance couldn't help but remind the senator. This is meaningless. Just at that moment, another question echoed. Please describe the relationship of forces between two interacting objects. At this moment, Zhang Yuan suddenly trembled all over. The children answered in unison. When one object exerts a force on a second object, the second object exerts a force on the first object, equal in magnitude and opposite in direction. The three laws. Zhang Yuan was so moved that tears streamed down his face, the shock to his mind reaching its peak at this moment. It was the three laws. This group's drawn question answers were precisely the three laws that the countryside teacher Li Baoku, in his last moments, struggled to have them memorize at all costs. In the ensuing text, the questions continued. Question 14 of the 3C civilization test. Please describe the relationship of forces between two interacting objects. The children responded in unison. When one object exerts a force on a second object, the second object exerts a force on the first object, equal in magnitude and opposite in direction. The machine's voice was still cold. Question 14 of the 3C civilization test passed. Question 15 of the 3C civilization test. For an object, please explain the relationship between its mass, the external force applied, and its acceleration. The children replied in unison. An object's acceleration is directly proportional to the force applied and inversely proportional to its mass. The alien's intelligent voice sounded. Question 15 of the 3C civilization test passed. Civilization test passed. Confirming the existence of a 3C level civilization on planet number 3 of target star 500-921473. Blue star's 3 fundamental laws. 3 perfect answers. In his final moments, countryside teacher Li Baoku struggled to have the children memorize the 3 laws. And these 6 children before him used the 3 laws they had just memorized to save Blue Star. Dual narrative. The 2 storylines ultimately converged perfectly. The brilliance that erupted in the end completely shook Zhang Yun's heart. This was the most bizarre and incredible realm Zhang Yun had ever experienced in the history of Blue Star science fiction. The coffee was already cold, but Zhang Yun shed 2 lines of hot tears. The singularity bomb veered off course, and Blue Star escaped the crisis of annihilation without anyone knowing. Who would have thought that such a desolate place harbored a 3C-level civilization? Neither the Carbon-Based Alliance nor the Silicon Empire's civilization expansion ever covered this area. They built their civilization with their own strength. It's truly incredible. Commander, I've tested the planet's life and found no evidence of a genetic memory inheritance. What? All memories are acquired after birth. Then what is their communication method? Extremely primitive sound waves. Impossible. I've just detected that this planet's civilization is beyond 3C. They've reached 5B level. Moreover, the planet has not undergone any external interference. Self-evolution, then? How do they transmit knowledge and civilization? Actually, I couldn't believe it either, but after repeated verification, I have to believe that they have a special individual who serves as a medium for transmitting knowledge and information between generations of life forms. This sounds like a myth. No. In ancient civilizations, this role indeed existed, and his name was Teacher. Chapter 1491, 1219. What happened to the promised weakness in sci-fi? Sir, your coffee is cold. Would you like me to get you a fresh cup? Sir, are you all right, sir? The waiter looked puzzled at this strange man. The man had been looking at his phone and suddenly started crying. Could it be that his girlfriend broke up with him? The waiter's gaze became sympathetic. No need, thank you. Zhang Yun wiped the tears from his face and spoke with a dry voice. After the waiter left, his eyes fell back on the phone, and he reread a few key paragraphs of the last part again. Look at this tiny world. The life forms upon it live their lives, dream their dreams, completely oblivious to our existence, to the wars and destruction in the Milky Way. To them, the universe is an infinite source of hope and dreams, like an ancient ballad from the primordial times. The most incomprehensible thing about the universe is that it is comprehensible. The most comprehensible thing about the universe is that it is incomprehensible. It's so well written. Zhang Yun thought, his mood bitter. He knew he had lost the literary duel. Not because this science fiction story was particularly hardcore. On the contrary, this was a so-called soft sci-fi. Precisely because it was soft sci-fi, the focus of the writing could be on creating an ambience. Zhang Yun was once confused by the beginning. 2 completely unrelated clues proceeded side by side. From any angle, there seemed no reason for them to intersect. If there was, it must be a clumsy stretch. Yet Chu Kuang managed to intersect the clues naturally, without a trace of the situation Zhang Yun imagined. Once again, the same evaluation. When the students recited the 3 laws, Zhang Yun was convinced he was witnessing the most bizarre and incredible scene in Blue Star's sci-fi history. With a bitter smile, Zhang Yun instinctively glanced at the comment section. At this moment, the comment section of The Country Teacher had been flooded with messages. Moved to tears. From Li Baoku's last lesson, the shock came like a raging storm wave after wave. rendering me stunned and kneeling. Until I reached the final chapter, unable to hold back the tears. Such simple strokes painted the image of a country teacher, surpassing all grandeur in the world. For the first time, I felt sci-fi could carry such a humanistic touch. Grand narration concerning the fate of humanity and even cosmic civilization, yet originating from the trivial details of an ordinary country teacher, skillfully using the small to show the big. The ending twist was a tear-jerking blow. The author is simply brilliant. Not just a defeat, it's a complete crushing of the opponent. Chu Kuang, the old rascal, still loves to kill characters, but my first reaction wasn't to curse him. I actually fully understood the intention behind his writing this time. This piece utterly captivated me. It's just beautifully heartbreaking. His name is Teacher. The cosmic fantasy paired with meticulous humanistic care, the ambience of soft sci-fi, the technique of hard sci-fi, everything this book should have, it has, even if it's just a medium short novel. Probably the most marvelous ode to teachers. Discussing the sacred value of human teachers under the cosmic framework. I won't say anything more, going to read the other two. The other two? Zhang Yun suddenly paused, then couldn't help but wonder. If this novel is so outstanding, what about the other two novels? With such curiosity, Zhang Yun clicked open The Hearing of Tao. This novel's competitor was Chu Continent's sci-fi writer Lin Yuan, but before he could read the text, the comments below caught Zhang Yun's attention. Indeed, his tear tracks had dried, his heart swayed, revealing a look of admiration. Marvelous. The old rascal is truly powerful. When the harmonious beauty of the universe unfolds before you, life is but a small price. I don't understand scientists' obsession with truth, but I am deeply shaken. For the first time, I discovered sci-fi could be so romantic. Build a dream of the future before the vast universe. Humanity is so insignificant. What is the purpose of the universe? All lifestyles are reasonable. We don't need to understand each other. This line in the text is so well spoken. Upon hearing the Tao in the morning, one could die content in the evening. It's simply an imaginative concept. Chu Kuang is always so cold-hearted. This novel is essentially about an idea supporting the whole story, yet the story doesn't appear pale because of it. This short story tells the tale of the martyr. At the moment the world's largest particle accelerator was about to start probing the unified model of the universe's risk eliminator appeared and vaporized Blue Star's technological setup because it would lead to the universe's destruction. So the scientists came up with an idea. Reveal the ultimate secrets of the universe to them, then destroy them. The risk eliminator agreed and created an altar of truth in the desert, where scientists obtained universal truth and then headed to their demise, becoming martyrs. Zhang Yun hadn't yet read the main text, yet the reader's comments already reflected many things. The most apparent point is that this novel's evaluation was better than Ling Mu's. I am not alone in my journey. Zhang Yun showed a bitter smile. With a bitter smile, Zhang Yun quickly glanced at the comment section with her eyes again. Sure enough, this site exploded too. If all the research and effort you're doing now might never be discovered, and you'll spend the rest of your life in endless loneliness and darkness, would you still persist? I was puzzled by the title at first, but after finishing the novel, I felt an indescribable sadness. This story is both thrilling and romantic. The pioneers are the ones who pay the greatest price. Chu Kuang's science fiction loves to talk about humanistic care, which prevents his sci-fi novels from feeling too cold. There are always characters dying for various reasons in his plots. He indeed enjoys writing about people's deaths. What does this count as? Go and see the other two. Each ending comes with small, yet significant sacrifices, making one sigh and shed tears without stopping. Short and powerful. I was deeply impressed and felt a chill after reading it. Chu Kuang always manages to dig out poetic fear from physics. Why doesn't he try writing horror novels? His writing is so heart-stopping that it almost makes your heartbeat pause. The story takes place in the distant future, where she and I are both astronauts. The so-called eyes are sensors like glasses, capable of transmitting what is seen, even touch and taste. The owner of the eyes I carry this time is a newly graduated young girl. I took her across the plains, discovering that her emotions towards this world have become pathological. She even named hundreds of flowers on the plains. The little flowers on the plains, the little fish in the streams, the sunlight skipping through the grass, every little grass, every sound on the plains can make her excited. And I have become indifferent, even numb, because it was too easy to obtain. Since she kept asking me to take her to see the moon, I got impatient, so I hung her eyes on a red willow tree and went to sleep. Later I found out she was not an astronaut, but the pilot of Sunset 6. Sunset 6 is a ship exploring the Earth's core. It met with an accident and intruded into the core. Everyone else on the ship died, leaving only her. She was forever trapped in loneliness in the Earth's core. That drizzly morning without sunrise was her last time seeing the Earth's surface. She would spend the rest of her life alone in a world of less than 10 square meters. It is worth mentioning. This novel was selected as a textbook in the Celestial Dynasty, officially recognized. Its quality and significance are self-evident. All three novels exploded. The quality of each is remarkable. Besides the readers, sci-fi writers on Blue Star were also stunned by these three works respectively. I have only read Village Teachers so far, and I'm overwhelmed with shock. This novel is truly captivating. Even readers who aren't interested in sci-fi would fall in love with it. I Heard the Way It Dawned. How was it? All I can say is Chu Kuang's attitude towards science is astonishing. He has a way of making everyone view the story through his perspective. And what about With Her Eyes? I think With Her Eyes is the most brilliant, though I haven't read the other two yet. This novel doesn't have much flashy hard sci-fi description, nor is the story itself particularly thrilling, but after reading it, it leads one into silence and contemplation. It feels like he is paying homage to the pioneers exploring Earth and the universe with words. Everyone, the situation doesn't look good. Based on your reviews of the works you've read, why do I feel our three lost here? Maybe you can remove the feeling. Maybe you can remove the question mark too. Anyhow, everyone should finish reading all three novels. We seem to have underestimated him. Severely underestimated. Still Chu Kuang's writing style, cruelly sad, yet compassionate. At this moment, not only Zhang Yun realized his defeat. Chu continent. Lingmu lowered her eyes, taking a deep sigh. Yin continent. Zhang Ao's mouth slightly opened, eyes filled with indelible confusion. 3 against 1, yet still lost? Wasn't it said that Chu Kuang's sci-fi was his weak point? Neither Zhang Yun nor Lingmu or Zhang Ao could be considered weak. They were sci-fi masters in their respective continents. Why then couldn't anyone defeat that guy? No. The three suddenly gained some insight. Perhaps sci-fi is not Chu Kuang's weak point. It only seemed like his sci-fi was average because Chu Kuang's performance in other genres was too astonishing. In fact, Chu Kuang's sci-fi is not weak. Even though these three works didn't showcase his overwhelming dominance in other genres, his sci-fi at least reached the level of top-tier sci-fi writers in Wei continent, even Zhong continent. And at this moment, just like the sci-fi writers, readers across the continents of Blue Star, after finishing one of the three works, quickly caught up with the remaining two in no time. Boom. A heated discussion across the internet. This battle seemed to have ended, but in fact, Chu Kuang's pen duel journey, sweeping across the 8 continents, had just begun. Chapter 1492, 1220. He's unexpectedly on the dance chart. Shit. Indeed. 3 consecutive defeats. When Blue Star's sci-fi writers finished reading the 3 novels, they exclaimed, "This person is truly terrifying." Each of these 3 works shows no trace of similarity in terms of theme and structure. If forced to find a commonality, it's that every story carries a sense of sadness, and each ending involves sacrifice and dedication. That's always been his style. We've seriously underestimated his capabilities. Although his sci-fi isn't as frighteningly excellent as his other genres, he's definitely not someone anyone can easily defeat. Anyone, whether it's Zhang Yun, Lingmu, or Zhang Ao, they are far from just anyone. Their sci-fi ranks among the top 100 writers on Blue Star. This precisely highlights how formidable Chu Kuang is. Maybe only the masters from Wei continent, or even Zhong continent, can defeat Chu Kuang with their sci-fi. I actually think the opposite. How do you mean? Chu Kuang has shown remarkable talent with these 3 short stories. But isn't it possible that these are works he prepared long ago, even completed prior to the literary duel? Are you suggesting? I predict that Chu Kuang's weakest period is coming. Without intervention from Wei continent or Zhong continent, Chu Kuang will struggle. Is that really the case? No matter the true circumstances, compared to the desperation of Blue Star sci-fi writers wanting to defeat Chu Kuang post-reading, the reader's reactions are undoubtedly more sincere and straightforward. Old rascal. So damn heartbreaking. I started with Seeking the Way of Morning Dew, and found the ending quite tough, yet the latter ones are even more heartbreaking. Exactly. The second toughest is With Her Eyes, where the ending is incredibly sad. A little girl sacrifices her existence for humanity's exploration of Earth, forever sinking into darkness, accompanied by boundless loneliness. The most heartbreaking is Village Teacher. After reading the first two, I felt slightly melancholic but could still hold on. The third one brought tears. Teachers are truly extraordinary. Thank you, my teacher. Looking at it, these three sci-fi works definitely carry Chu Kuang's essence. It's not about the most heartbreaking, but even more heartbreaking. It's only right if it's heart-wrenching. Heartbreaking, but also deeply profound. He has an early short sci-fi titled The Heartbroken. Those who've read it know he loves playing this kind of game. Yet he always manages to trick tears from my eyes. Indeed, all three novels are quite heavy. Though this time readers are jokingly complaining, it's all in good humor. Sci-fi often involves sacrifice. It's a characteristic of the genre, but whenever the old rascal is involved, everyone gets extra excited. Chu Kuang isn't mistakenly blamed. Amidst the ongoing discussions, Lin Yuan from Qin continent announced his surrender. Though I must surrender, my feelings are primarily of consolation. Though I, Lin Yuan, have fallen, Qin continent's sci-fi rises. Wishing teacher Chu Kuang to carry the flag of Qin continent's sci-fi and capture more victories. You are Qin continent's #1 in sci-fi. His words are pleasing. Only Lin Yuan could say such words. Because Lin Yuan is from Qin continent, and his literary duel with Chu Kuang can be categorized as a derby. Soon after, Ling Mu, the sci-fi writer from Yin continent, surrendered. I admit defeat. It's a rule of the literary duel. The loser must admit defeat to the winner. No one will act stubborn unless the loser is not satisfied, in which case, they can appeal to the public or even request a judgment from the authorities. However, most literary duels aren't that troublesome. Finally, Zhang Ao also surrendered and concluded with, there aren't many writers on Blue Star maintaining a 100% win rate in literary duels, and Chu Kuang happens to be one of them. I'm regretting not being able to end teacher Chu Kuang's winning streak, but witnessing the birth of three wonderful works somewhat makes me feel I contributed in some way. Admitting defeat is a process of finding solace. The sci-fi writers initially offered many consolations for Chu Kuang, but forgot to provide this for the three, leaving them to fend for themselves. With their surrender, Chu Kuang scored a triple kill. In Lin Yuan's home, the family was abuzz with laughter and cheers. All three surrendered. I knew my son would be victorious. Me too, me too. The Lin family's sister and brother never faced defeat. But didn't you guys previously say that brothers shouldn't boast online? Big Yao Yao, how can you make baseless accusations? Which mom in the world would doubt her child? Don't try to drive a wedge between the siblings. In a family, trust is paramount. Antarctica heard too. Big Yao Yao huffed and looked at Antarctica, hoping this dog would provide evidence. Swish, swish, swish. Several sharp gazes fixed on Antarctica. Antarctica quietly shifted behind Lin Yuan, keeping his eyes downcast. Ahem. Lin Yuan reluctantly spoke. Looks like Big Yao Yao remembered wrong. My sister's memory isn't too great. His sister sneered. Chu Kuang, is this all? Perhaps Chu Kuang's victory was too exhilarating. Or maybe the remaining 7 opponents wanted to give Chu Kuang a bit of rest. Regardless, no new challengers initiated a literary duel over the following days. However, Lin Yuan didn't rest. The remaining 7 sci-fi writers could act at any time. To be well prepared, Lin Yuan took advantage of this time to write more sci-fi works he deemed impressive. And so, as the month drew to a close, new updates were about to be announced on Blue Star's various rankings. But before updating the existing lists, the Literature and Art Association suddenly announced a shocking news. The Blue Star dance ranking was about to be released. Blue Star has 10 major arts of calligraphy, which include literature, music, painting, film, dance, architecture, theater, dance, sculpture, calligraphy. Up to now, the Literature and Art Association has produced 4 undisputed, top-tier rankings among Blue Star's 10 major arts. These are literature, music, painting, and film. Today, dance was added, making it the 5th top-ranking list among the 10 major arts. Along with the release of the dance ranking rules, whether a dancer or a behind-the-scenes choreographer, all dance-related professions will be included in the ranking. Suddenly, worldwide attention was drawn. Blue Star has 10 major arts, and now another top-tier ranking is coming out. I love dance. Though I can't dance, I love watching it. Dance has always been a vital art form throughout history. Hopefully, the ranking will be fair. Fortunately, the Literature and Art Association is known for reliability. They shouldn't disappoint. Wonder who's on the list. Teacher Yuan from Zhong Continent is surely in the top 10. For dance, Zhong Continent doesn't dominate. All continents have respectable dance skills. And finally, a ranking emerges that won't be monopolized by Zhong Continent. Look, it's out. Teacher Yuan indeed ranked, exactly 10th. Wait, check the bottom. I don't get it. How did they also make it on the list? A name enigmatic to countless netizens worldwide appeared as the 11th place on Blue Star Dance Ranking. CNU? Chapter 1493, 1221. Is there anything you can't do? Why is CNU on the dance rankings and not just on the list, but ranked so damn high? This isn't logical. Isn't CNU a maestro? Being a renowned maestro, it's one thing for this fish to be a great scriptwriter cross-disciplinary, but dance as an art seems so far from his profession, right? Swish, swish, swish. Many clueless netizens were stunned, their little heads filled with big question marks, even suspecting a bug in the rankings. What's happening? Same name maybe? And just as countless netizens were feeling curious and posting inquiries on social media, those familiar with CNU's fans immediately showed excited smiles. It was time for their favorite archaeology moment. Time for some archaeology. Those who don't understand why Fish Papa is on the dance rankings are mainly from Zhao Continent, Wei Continent, especially the Middle State people. To help you quickly understand this issue, I suggest you go to the video site and watch CNU's concert. CNU is the one who invented the moonwalk at a concert where countless people fainted. Some even call this dance the moonwalk. Holy crap, I know the moonwalk. Many people on Wei Continent post videos of themselves doing the moonwalk. It's insanely cool, but I didn't know this dance was invented by CNU. It's a globally popular dance. It's not just an invention. As the creator of the moonwalk, CNU is also the best dancer of the moonwalk on Blue Star. No other imitators capture its essence like he does. If you don't believe it, just search for CNU's concert moonwalk video. I found it. He really dances amazingly. I had no idea he could actually dance, but just this one dance got him to the 10th spot. Of course, not just that. In addition to the moonwalk, he also invented a dance called Flying Apsaras, which appeared on the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala. You can find the video online too. Blown away for a year. That's just a small surprise. CNU's most impressive choreography has to be Thousand-Armed Guanyin, a dance entirely performed by deaf mutes. Truly stunning. Even more unforgettable than the moonwalk, because it's a miracle of the silent world. That's nothing. If you've watched the Wuxia trilogy or Kung Fu Hustle, you've heard of a Kung Fu called Tai Chi mentioned in it. CNU showcased Tai Chi, and you could loosely classify that as a form of dance, right? After Blue Star merged, things that happened early in each continent, people from the newly merged continents hardly know about. So every time this happens, netizens from previous continents help explain. They call this behavior archaeology. Now that the global internet is interconnected, even if unaware, after hearing about these feats, many go online out of curiosity and easily find videos and news from back then. It's truly shocking. CNU's choreography is unmatched. Every dance is extraordinary, especially CNU's moonwalk at the concert, not only showcasing his terrifying choreography skills, but also his exquisite body control as a dancer. Yes, it's common knowledge that choreographers can dance, but they usually don't match up to professional dancers. Just like maestros, singing skills usually don't surpass singers. Perhaps this isn't the best example, but it at least shows that Xian Yu's dance ranking is well-deserved. This fact is hard to digest, especially for middle-state netizens who only got to know Xian Yu through the Blue Song Olympics and were already once terrified by his film ranking. It's simply absurd. Incredible. Among the top 10 arts in Blue Star, only 5 rankings have been released, yet Xian Yu occupies 3 of the top spots, appearing on all of them. Is this what a genius is? This is clearly a universal talent. Is there anything he can't do? Having children? When technology advances enough, do you think he wouldn't be able to? The saying is right. The 3 brothers from Qin continent really have no most freakish, only more freakish. 11th place. If he creates more dances, wouldn't he make the top 10? I'm watching Thousand Armed Guanyin. It's really something. The more I watch, the more I feel Xian Yu is crazy. He can compose music. He can sing. He can write scripts. He can choreograph. He can dance. Achieving success in just one skill is not easy, yet Xian Yu masters so many skills and excels in all of them. What's this called? A full-time artist. Meanwhile at home, Mom was laughing uncontrollably. The title of full-time artist is nice. In Blue Star's top 10 arts, is there anything you can't do? Sculpture. Sister laughed. That's way more high-end than dancing. Lin Yuan looked at his sister, suddenly felt mischievous, picked up a fruit knife, and peeled an apple. Swish, swish, swish. His hands moved lightning fast. Mom wasn't thinking much, just a bit concerned. Slow down. Don't cut your hand. Done. Lin Yuan handed the apple to his sister. Sister was momentarily stunned, instinctively took the apple, and as a result, her hand slipped. The apple peel was connected in one piece, like a red ribbon, with uniform thickness, no risk of breaking, as if cut by a machine. Swish. Amidst the family's exclamations, the naked apple fell towards the ground. Lin Yuan seemed to have anticipated this, caught the apple steadily in midair, then handed it to his sister. Try it. Sister stared at the apple peel in shock, then at the apple Lin Yuan handed over again. Her expression suddenly froze. The apple looked as if it had been peeled whole, with no signs of knife cuts. Just like a ripe peach being peeled by hand, its internal flesh completely intact. But Lin Yuan clearly peeled it with a knife, right in front of the family. How much control does that take? How did you do it? Basic skills of sculpture. Lin Yuan spoke, inexplicably enjoying the family's shocked gazes. You know sculpture? Big Yao Yao examined the apple closely for a while, suppressing the shock in her eyes, unsure as she spoke. You really know sculpture? I'll make you a wood carving sometime, Lin Yuan said with a smile. Based on your likeness. Yay. Sister was instantly happy. Xiao Yuan. Mom's voice was slightly trembling. Lin Yuan thought Mom was going to ask how he knew this and had an explanation ready. Someone else taught me. Mom shook her head. That's not what I was asking. Then what is? From now on, you'll peel the apples at home. It's too wasteful when Mom does it. Huh. If I'd known, I wouldn't have shown off. Lin Yuan reluctantly agreed with tears in his eyes. Chapter 1494, 1222. The promotion of movie rankings. Actually, after Lin Yuan completed the shadow task and acquired master-level sculpting skill, he had already practiced in the kitchen, using apples, using radishes, using carrots. The results were indeed good, but his family never noticed because after Lin Yuan finished practicing, he would quietly eat the practice materials. Of course, today, Lin Yuan was just testing the waters with an apple, and while his family was certainly shocked that he might actually understand sculpting, they weren't overly surprised. After all, it was just using an apple to show off knife skills. Many folk artists can carve flowers with fruit too, quite impressive. But it was the shock caused by Xian Yu appearing on the dance chart that made netizens exclaim wave after wave, sparking heated discussions across all continents. And amidst the discussions, February officially arrived. On this day, at midnight, the various Blue Star charts were finally updated. Lin Yuan checked on the situation of his 3 alter egos and found that, besides the normal updates, there was now a comment feature below the charts. Writer chart. Chu Kuang was still in the 10th place. However, previously, Chu Kuang, Su Ping, and Lu Yang were in red name status. According to the Literature and Art Association, If there's a red name situation before and after on the chart, it means the data for those with red names are very similar. At this moment, Su Ping and Liu Yang were still in red name status, but Chu Kuang's name had changed to normal black, indicating he successfully pulled away from Su Ping and Liu Yang. Comment section of this chart. Chu Kuang is out of red name status. It seems those 3 short sci-fi stories completely solidified his ranking. For now, neither Su Ping nor Master Lu can threaten his position. Now, Chu Kuang is the gatekeeper of the top 10. This gatekeeper doesn't seem easy to mess with. Don't forget Chu Kuang, the old rascal, has 7 opponents behind him, meaning Chu Kuang will still publish 7 sci-fi works. Do you guys think that after releasing all 7 works, Chu Kuang might threaten the 9th place? Music chart. Xianyu was still in the 8th place. This was because the musicians ranked ahead hadn't made any moves recently. However, the comment section had many predicting big movements in the future music chart. The comment section mentioned some gossip. The season chart has been revamped now. The reason these maestros haven't moved much is because their workload has increased. They no longer just write one song for singers. Now they basically have to write multiple songs, even produce an album. This requires longer preparation time. But the influence after an album release will be greater too. Isn't there a rumor lately that Abigail might collaborate with Fei Yang? This shown continent bigwig is preparing to tailor-make a high-quality album for King Fei. Painting chart. This is the least suspenseful chart. Of course, no suspense for Shadow. The Painting Soul series dominates the Blue Star painting scene. No one can threaten Shadow's first place. And in recent days, the Shadow exhibition has already moved to Qin continent. As per plan, the Shadow exhibition will tour globally across the 8 continents. The Shadow God can rest easy. The current exhibition point for Shadow exhibition is the Qin Continent Art Museum. I live nearby, and over there it's crowded every day, countless visitors. This is just the second stop of the global tour. Previously, due to work, I couldn't visit Zhong continent. Now the exhibition has arrived at Qin continent. As a Qin person, I can see the legendary Painting Soul, but the tickets are a bit hard to get. Took 3 days to snag one. Go see it. You'll definitely be amazed. Film chart. Xianyu's ranking indeed improved. To be precise, there was a small jump in rank. Directly went to 34th place. This was due to the impact of the Harry Potter series movie released this month. Although the screenplay was adapted from Chu Kuang's original novel, at least half of the movie's success credit was counted towards Xianyu. From 38 to 34, Fish Papa's ranking rose so fast. Heard the second Harry Potter series movie is also being filmed. Once the second one is released, Xianyu's ranking will definitely improve. Mainly because the movie is too popular. Harry Potter is now a top global IP. Although 34th place is already very high, but looking at Fish Papa's rankings on the music and dance charts, it just seems okay. He's on 3 charts alone, absurd. After checking several charts, Lin Yuan was quite satisfied. Although Chu Kuang's writer ranking didn't rise, getting out of red name risk itself represents progress. But Lin Yuan's most satisfaction came from the film aspect. The movie Harry Potter and the Magic Stone has been showing for a month now. Although it's gradually being pulled from theaters across all continents now, its box office has reached 7.9 billion. Estimating by the time it fully exits theaters, it should reach around 8 billion. Originally, there was hope for a higher box office. However, this movie chose the Spring Festival slot. Competition was too fierce. Some decent competitors grabbed some of the box office. Spring Festival slot can be a double-edged sword. Indeed, there were more audiences than usual, but competition was unprecedentedly fierce. Fortunately, although it didn't hit 10 billion, Lin Yuan believes the following Harry Potter series movies can fully aim for 10 billion. On Earth, the Harry Potter series movies also accumulated higher box office one by one. An 8 billion starting point is very good. Of course, Lin Yuan can't just wait idly for the Harry Potter series movies to boost his ranking. According to his plan, finishing filming this whole novel would take around 8 years. Otherwise, the age of the 3 main characters wouldn't match the plot. However, 8 years is too long. Lin Yuan can't just wait foolishly. So Lin Yuan plans to make some other movies to help Xianyu's film ranking improve faster. What movie to shoot? Actually, there is a wide range of choices. For example, He has already made the first film of Resident Evil, which was very successful, and can fully shoot the second one. Or perhaps adapt Wandering Blue Star into a movie, or adapt The Martian into a movie. Moreover, Lin Yuan is considering when to make the famous The Legend of 1900. This movie has always been within his planning scope. Forget it. Sleeping. First, tomorrow in the daytime, go to the company and discuss with OL Zhou. In the morning, at 9 o'clock, Starlight Entertainment, Lin Yuan's office. OL Zhou slightly pondered and said, "How about we film Resident Evil second part first? The audience has been calling for the second part quite strongly. The value of series movies is still very worthy of exploration. Isn't the audience coverage inadequate?" Lin Yuan remembers that the year this movie was released, Han Continent joined the merger. In other words, the audiences of Zhao Continent, Wei Continent, and Zhong Continent may not have seen this movie. OL Zhou laughed. Even though when Resident Evil was released there were 3 continents without joining the merger, because your achievements in film are getting bigger and bigger, audiences from those 3 continents later supplemented this movie through archaeological ways. Check out our collaboration video sites. The click rate of this movie is very high. Alright, Lin Yuan nodded. Since the audience base is fine, then let's shoot the second part of Resident Evil. There's indeed many choices for the new movie, but the lead actress of Resident Evil is Xia Fan. Lin Yuan shooting the second part of the Resident Evil series first can help his childhood friend Xia Fan. When can the script be finished? It's ready. Lin Yuan smiled and took out the script for Resident Evil 2. OL Zhou was a bit stunned, then laughed along. You and Chu Kuang truly deserve to be good brothers. Why say so? Chu Kuang's novel writing speed is terrifying, but your screenplay writing speed, compared to him, also isn't far behind. Chapter 1495, 1223, The Trio Who Follows Their Heart. Lin Yuan didn't want to discuss with OL Zhou who was faster, Xianyu or Chu Kuang. After the new movie project was finalized, the other party left with the script. Lin Yuan simply started writing on the spot. What he was writing was, of course, still a science fiction novel. Chu Kuang had set up an 8-continent arena in the science fiction field to challenge the world with his pen. Although he had already won 3 rounds, there were still 7 more rounds awaiting him. Without a stockpile of drafts, it was truly hard to manage. Fortunately, during these peaceful days, Lin Yuan had accumulated a lot of stockpiles of medium and short science fiction works. The facts proved. Lin Yuan's preparations were very foresight. That very night, on the blog, among the remaining 7 literary duel opponents, a writer from the Qi continent, Duanwu Ming, suddenly tagged Chu Kuang. I have little talent and learning, and have barely completed a new short science fiction piece. I humbly ask for Chu Kuang's advice. Qi continent science fiction writer Duanwu Ming, one of the 10 opponents selected by Chu Kuang. This guy likes to indulge in pleasures and didn't seriously prepare any work at all. Posting to invite the literary duel with Chu Kuang was just to ride the wave of popularity. He never thought Chu Kuang would pay any attention to him. Who knew Chu Kuang was so crazy, directly opening up arenas to challenge the world with his pen? And he was unfortunately chosen as one of the 10 literary duel opponents by Chu Kuang. Regarding this matter, Duanwu Ming was both excited and scared. Excitement came from the fact that Chu Kuang's popularity was so easy to exploit. After being chosen, his blog followers increased rapidly. The fear was that this Chu Kuang old rascal was terrifying. The previous 3 opponents together couldn't defeat him. He was at a similar level to those 3, so what could he possibly use to win against Chu Kuang? No choice. Duanwu Ming could only brace himself and go forward, though his tone was very humble, placing himself on a lower position from the beginning. Of course, the demeanor was a bit cowardly, but Duanwu Ming still held a bit of a fluke mentality. What if he managed to score a lucky win? Recently, the industry has been speculating that since Chu Kuang had already published 3 major short stories, it might be tough for him to produce another high-quality piece in the short term. Following that, maybe another had the same thought as Duanwu Ming. Just after Duanwu Ming posted, a science fiction writer from the Han continent also announced his move. The new work has been completed. Although my level is limited, I hope Chu Kuang the Go can have mercy. This Han continent science fiction writer is called Tung Long, also one of the 10 opponents chosen by Chu Kuang. Have to say, the pen name Tung Long sounds very imposing, and the person himself is also quite flamboyant. But today his statement didn't seem as flamboyant. Then after that, the science fiction writer and Ji from the Zhao continent also appeared. As a science fiction fan of teacher Chu Kuang, I hope to receive more guidance from you. Being able to have a literary duel with you is the greatest honor of my life. After 3 consecutive wins, Chu Kuang was greeted by 3 more opponents. Naturally, the readers were initially very excited. Finally, someone else stepped up, quickly take down the old rascal. Have to admit the whole internet was curious to see how many wins Chu Kuang the old rascal would finally achieve against the siege of 10 prominent science fiction writers. However, after the readers from various continents carefully reviewed the statements from Chu Kuang's 3 new opponents, they somehow felt something seemed off. Hiss. Meow meow meow. Not sure if it's an illusion, but why do I feel these 3 seem so cowardly? Uft. Now that you mention it, I notice too. They sure are cowardly. Duanwu Ming, after all, is the leader of Qi continent science fiction, yet he belittles himself in every way and even asks for Chu Kuang's advice. And Ji too. And Ji is the representative of Zhao continent science fiction, yet he calls himself the old rascal's fan and even says that having a literary duel with the teacher is his life's greatest honor. The most outrageous is Tung Long. This guy has always been arrogant. Previously in literary duels with others, his arrogance is more than even Chu Kuang, and yet when facing Chu Kuang, he asks him to have mercy. Tung Long even said his new work is completed and have mercy oh your head. Oh, it's all such bootlicking remarks. Where did Tung Long's usual arrogance go? Damn, 3 cowards, way too humble. Compared to the first 3 who came forward, they are simply a trio of cowards. Did Chu Kuang the old rascal terrify them? I even wanted to cheer for them. How do you cheer for them when they're already trembling? They are undoubtedly the most cowardly literary duel opponents I've ever seen. 3 exceptionally cowardly folks. Facing the words of these 3, the netizens found it both frustrating and amusing. Literary duels have always been a tense affair, yet these 3 statements were each more humble than the last. They were like simpering bootlickers. Their momentum was directly deflated by more than half. Especially Tung Long. This person is hot-tempered, straightforward, arrogant, and usually regarded as the typical prideful with talent in the circle. Such a prickly person, why does he act like a mouse meeting a cat when encountering Chu Kuang? Previously, didn't these science fiction writers jump up and down when Chu Kuang declared he was going to challenge the world with his pen? In the writer's circle, the science fiction writers couldn't bear to look straight at them. Can someone tell me what the heck is going on in their heads? Such a cowardice? Aren't you just boosting Chu Kuang's arrogance with this? Only lasted through 3 rounds before giving up? I remember Tung Long was confidently proclaiming in the group, writing books requires confidence. Without confidence, why even write? This is confidence. I'd be embarrassed to greet these 3 in the future. Written 3 sci-fi books in a row, who knows if Chu Kuang is at his wit's end? The odds were in your favor. So you guys want to step up? Tung Long actually bubbled up in the group, timid like a mouse in front of Chu Kuang, but throws punches in the group. It's not you who's going to get beaten, is it? Do you really think I'm that patient? Trashing me in the group like this? Do you think you're Chu Kuang too? Perhaps unable to bear it any longer. Just as netizens were too exasperated to resent the cowardly trio, suddenly another person at Chu Kuang. This person's attitude was vastly different from the previous 3 sci-fi authors. Let this farce end here. I will end your winning streak with my new long-form sci-fi Mechanical Revolution, a story about robots. Wei Continent's sci-fi author, 3-time winner of the Galaxy Award, Fan Chong. The 3-on-1 turned into a 4-on-1. The new edition hails from Wei Continent, and the sci-fi strength of Wei Continent is unmatched by other continents. Saying Zhong Continent is second to none is no exaggeration. Damn, the big shot has arrived. Netizens are fired up. Powerful. He's so cool, I'm in love. This is what a literary duel should look like. Those 3 were too cowardly. It must be Fan Chong leading the team. Go, Fan Chong, go. Compared to Fan's boldness, the previous 3's literary duel remarks are bland. This is more like it. In the Yin Continent's literary duel arena, talking tough is a usual practice. Who's afraid of whom? The old rascal might actually lose. In this literary duel, authors from other continents are fine, but the sci-fi authors of Wei continent and Zhong continent are genuinely intimidating. A person's reputation precedes them. Wei continent sci-fi has been strong on Blue Star for too many years. Even in Wei continent, Fan Xiong is considered a top-tier sci-fi author, definitely stronger than any of the previous sci-fi authors. At home, Lin Yuan saw the three authors at him and immediately beamed with smiles. Feel good, because those three wrote short stories, and he just so happened to have a backlog of drafts ready. You know, during these calm days, Lin Yuan had accumulated quite a few short and medium stories. It's really satisfying to duel with these. 3. All he needs to do is select suitable works from the backlog, all of which are excellent short and medium stories. Until the Wei continent author Fan Xiong appeared, Lin Yuan's smile suddenly froze. Not because the other side said they would end his winning streak. The other side wants to win. He wants to win too. That's a completely normal thing. The key point is that the other side wants to use long-form sci-fi for the literary duel, but all the drafts Lin Yuan had accumulated in recent days were short and medium stories. This means all the manuscripts Lin Yuan had worked hard on days before won't be used. He has to write something new at the last minute. He has to redeem the energy potion with the system. Long stories must be confronted with long stories. He practically did so many days of useless work. It's like expecting to take a Chinese exam, memorizing all kinds of texts, and then realizing they're going to test math. Writing books is very simple for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's typing speed can astonish anyone, but anger stems from unpreparedness in recent days. Fan Xiong's blog mentioning long form made Lin Yuan uneasy. So frustrating. Lin Yuan was angry at himself, and the more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. Even looking at Fan Xiong's blog post felt off. Then long form it is. Regardless of whether the timing is ripe, Lin Yuan practically gritted his teeth. I'm going to write about robots too. Chapter 1496, 1224. Galaxy Empire. In terms of subdivisions, there are many directions for writing science fiction. For example, world exploration, which can be the exploration of the planet where humanity resides, or the exploration of the universe. For example, stories between civilizations, the technological exchange or warfare between Earth and alien civilizations. For example, future worlds or even parallel worlds. For example, post-apocalyptic wastelands and the rebuilding of civilization. Further, there are concepts like time travel, time paradoxes, and so on. Among the many subgenres of science fiction, the robot genre is a very common writing direction. There are countless science fiction novels that use robots as their core writing object, with outstanding works both on Earth and the Blue Star. Especially on the Blue Star at present, the application of robotic technology is already very widespread. Not to mention in the distant future. Just in many high-end restaurants under Sun Yao's name and several Yu Dynasty hotels, there are signs of robots replacing human labor. Things like delivering items to guests. Robots can now effortlessly complete tasks according to preset program instructions. And these are only the most basic functional robots. With the advent of the smart era, more advanced functional robots also exist. They just haven't entered every household yet. Under such circumstances, science fiction novels with robots as their theme always maintain high popularity on the Blue Star. This is also the reason why Fan Xiong, a science fiction writer from the Wei continent, chose robots as the story theme for his new sci-fi book. Fan Xiong even specifically introduced the details of his new book. Although his new book is a long novel, the story consists of 6 interlinked stories, with connections between them, yet differing themes. Now, Lin Yuan also decided to write about robots. Come forth. Galaxy Empire. Lin Yuan's typing was swift, and the moment the thought occurred, the words Galaxy Empire appeared on the computer screen. That's right. Lin Yuan has decided that his new book will be Isaac Asimov's Galaxy Empire. As mentioned earlier, Higashino Kigo is an all-around talented writer, most adept at mystery works, but his creative themes are not limited to mystery. He is indeed impressive. However, overshadowed by a greater one. Compared to Asimov, the author of Galaxy Empire, the range and influence of Higashino Kigo's works are actually insignificant. Yes, Asimov is a truly omniscient and omnipotent writer, having written over 500 books in his lifetime, with works that practically cover every aspect of human life under every category of the library classification system, from the sky to the sea, from ancient times to the present, covering everything from dinosaurs to subatomic particles to the vast universe, from popular novels to the history of the Roman Empire, from popular science books to a millennia of Far East history, from the Bible guide to science guides. All of his works have a plain and rigorous yet humorous and witty style. To fully utilize his humorous and comical talents, he even wrote a book called Joke Book. And because of this, Asimov is revered by readers as a godlike person. Most absurd of all, Asimov even wrote erotic literature. He published a series of works on topics of sexuality in his later years. But no matter how many themes are covered, every writer has their area of expertise. Asimov is one of the greatest science fiction writers in history, with his representative work being the Galactic Empire series. This is a milestone in the history of Earth science fiction. The main summary of the book: with the help of robots, humans quickly mastered the technology to transform alien planets, starting a magnificent interstellar colonization movement. Humanity proliferated and expanded in the Milky Way like locusts, bringing their indelible ignorance and wisdom, greed and conscience, to barren planets one after another, plunging the Milky Way into a long period akin to the Warring States era, until the entire galaxy was unified. Eventually, an enormous empire, ruling over more than 25,000 inhabited planets, spanning 100,000 light-years, with trillions of people rose. Galaxy Empire. Public opinion generally believes that the Hollywood Star Wars series borrowed ideas from Galaxy Empire, although the filmmakers do not acknowledge it. Similarly in Hollywood, it is believed that the highest-grossing film in history, Avatar, plagiarized the book's creativity. Of course, Cameron also denies it. However, the 2008 Nobel Prize in Economics winner Krugman openly admitted his economic theories were inspired by Galaxy Empire. Additionally, Tanaka Yashiki's Legend of the Galactic Heroes was also a tribute to the Galactic Empire series, and works by Nizio Eisen and others. Furthermore, The Guardian UK once reported, Bin Laden founded a terrorist organization named the Foundation, based on the Foundation series of the Galactic Empire series. Foundation. In short, since its publication over half a century ago, this book has had a profound impact on human space exploration, world affairs, cutting-edge economic theories, and Hollywood movies. Of course, the stories in the Galactic Empire series are too lengthy, with a total of 15 volumes, each of which is a long novel. Such a massive tome cannot be written entirely in one go by Lin Yuan, so this time he intends to write the 8th volume of the Galactic Empire series, namely, I, Robot. It was through this work Asimov established the foundational pillar of contemporary science fiction, the 3 laws of robotics. First law: a robot may not injure a human being, or, through inaction, allow a human being to come to harm. Second law: a robot must obey the orders given it by human beings, except where such orders would conflict with the first law. Third law: a robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second law. Chapter 1497, 1224 Galaxy Empire _2. This is the 3 laws of robotics, also known as the 3 laws of robotics. With the passage of time, actually, Asimov later added a zeroth law, but Lin Yuan didn't want to throw it all out at once. Keeping cards close to the chest is Lin Yuan's habit. Asimov constructed a seemingly perfect series of logical thinking for the readers using the 3 laws, and then tried to subvert the laws through 9 short stories, finding ways to crack the loopholes and paradoxes in the theory with a humorous and witty tension. Some might say, if the Galactic Empire has 15 parts, then why start with the 8th book? Will releasing the earlier parts later affect reading? Of course not. Those who have watched the Marvel series of movies should know that the release order of the Marvel movies does not equal the chronological order of the story. The Galactic Empire series is the same. Although I, Robot, is the 8th part of the Galactic Empire series, if we talk in terms of time sequence, this work is the origin and a reset of the Galactic Empire series. In other words, If you want to fully understand the Galactic Empire series, starting with the 8th book, I, Robot, is the correct reading order. This is the real reason why Lin Yuan decided to write I, Robot. The Galactic Empire series is too long. It's time for Lin Yuan to give it a start. Isn't Wei Continent sci-fi writer Fan Chong's new book linked by 6 stories? Lin Yuan's I, Robot has 9 stories, the first 6 against Fan Chong. The extra 3 won't be wasted. Just write to PK with 3 other writers who initiated a literary duel. Upon thinking this, Lin Yuan redeemed the energy potion and officially began to write. To quickly complete a long novel, exchanging for an energy potion is a necessary thing. People always say know your enemy and yourself. You will never lose. Lin Yuan has read many science fiction novels from Blue Star, including those about robots. At this time, robots in Blue Star sci-fi novels still exist as hypothetical enemies of humans in the future. The extreme way of thinking is that robots will develop high-level intelligence, resist human enslavement, and thus initiate a war against humans, or dwell in the anxiety and fear that robots will threaten humans. Not only sci-fi writers think so, including the film and television works themed on robots from Blue Star also consistently adopt this setting, occasionally a subversion, but without departing from this large direction. The greatness of Asimov lies in. He wants to control the potential threat of robots from the source. Robots are just industrial products made by engineers. The 3 laws are the root of robots. Protecting humans is the core safety mechanism of robots after being created, hence they will not pose a threat to humans. It sounds simple. However, the interesting part of this novel lies in this. Because accidents are bound to happen, even with the constraint of the 3 laws, robots still don't have the flexibility of the human brain, leading to various loopholes forming the typical prisoner's dilemma. As Lin Yuan began to write, Chu Kuang's second round of the worldwide literary duel was also completely stirred up by the involvement of Wei Continent sci-fi writer Fan Chong. Surprisingly, this time, the majority of support from the internet was actually for Chu Kuang, and fans rarely caused trouble. Chu Kuang's blog comment section. Old rascal, you absolutely cannot fall here. There are 3 more who haven't made their move yet. Believe in the old rascal. Although the old rascal often torments us, this time it's no joke. Fan Chong's level is really high. Fan Chong is so good at writing about robots. Fan Chong's famous work is the Robot series. After gaining fame, he didn't use robots as his primary creative direction. Suddenly wanting to write about robots again this time must be because he has gained a higher understanding in this direction. The difficulty is increasing. Chu Kuang's worldwide challenge, 10 opponents selected, but it must be said, the ones who can truly be considered terrifying must be a few opponents from Wei Continent and Zhong Continent. Compared to these, other continents' opponents are strong, but haven't reached the top of Blue Star's sci-fi pyramid. Otherwise, why would this cause such a huge uproar? Isn't it because 4 global sci-fi masters are among Chu Kuang's opponents? 10 consecutive wins are not very realistic. But against the top sci-fi masters from Zhong Continent and Wei Continent, Old Rascal has to at least take 1 down. Otherwise, he'll be a laughingstock for some people. It's quite funny. These people previously wavered back and forth, as if they specifically wanted to oppose Chu Kuang. Though in the end, they buy Chu Kuang's works at the bookstore, their mouths constantly cheer for the Old Rascal's opponents. Rooted in, it simply is because these people don't think Chu Kuang will lose. This time they are crazily supporting Chu Kuang because they are genuinely anxious, or else they wouldn't be so worried. Chu Kuang's fans are worried, but the sci-fi writers in the circle are thrilled. Chu Kuang 1 versus 10 has already defeated 3 opponents, and 3 more opponents have chickened out even before the match. The entire sci-fi circle is angered to the point of a brain hemorrhage. Because to them, these 10 represent the Blue Star sci-fi circle in PK against Chu Kuang. They admitting defeat in advance makes the entire Blue Star sci-fi circle lose face. Now with Fan Chong taking action, it finally allows the Blue Star sci-fi circle to hold its head up again. It's over. Won't let him be arrogant any longer. Teacher Fan Chong is right. This is just a farce. Still a 1 versus 10? Only defeated 3. Thinks he's invincible? Chapter 1498, 1224 Galaxy Empire _3. Even if he defeated 6, so what? Those 6 can't represent the highest level of Blue Star's science fiction. They only represent their own continents. The peak of Blue Star's science fiction is in the Wei continent and Zhong continent. And it doesn't even require Zhong continent to take action. The Wei continent alone can handle Chu Kuang. Objectively speaking, though, Chu Kuang is truly impressive. I used to think that it wouldn't even need Wei continent to handle him, given that several people were up against him, and he could still manage. Indeed impressive, but ultimately still below the Wei continent and Zhong continent. The existence of the Wei continent and Zhong continent is the source of confidence in Blue Star's sci-fi circle. As long as these two continents don't step in, even if Chu Kuang wins 6 rounds, he still can't claim to be Blue Star's top sci-fi writer. It's not just in the Blue Star's sci-fi circle. Many netizens who dislike Chu Kuang are also celebrating. This is quite normal. Chu Kuang is arrogant, domineering, and egotistic. While the allure of his works indeed makes him widely loved by the public, many netizens don't particularly like his personality. It's important to know. Over the years, even though Chu Kuang hasn't often clashed with others, for various reasons, he has offended some people to some extent. Fans of Liu Yang, Su Ping, and others, disliking him is pretty normal. Fan Chong YYDS. Fan Chong is doing everyone a service this time. He hasn't won yet. Isn't victory assured? Fan Chong is different from those previous opponents. For those lacking confidence, I recommend checking out Fan Chong's early works on robots, which I personally believe are the pinnacle of Blue Star's robot theme. If he wins, Fan Chong's ranking is likely to soar. Chu Kuang ranks 10th on the author's list. Defeating him would definitely be a huge win. I just can't stand Chu Kuang's arrogance. He doesn't respect his readers at all. His readers don't think so. Speaking of which, it seems this time Chu Kuang's readers are also backing down. For once, they're not causing a fuss, and they're cheering for the opponent, including Chu Kuang himself, who hasn't responded at all. Haha, they must be scared. Fans of Chu Kuang keep a close watch on online activities. When they saw someone say they were scared, they all flipped out. You have to know that these fans of Chu Kuang were once bold enough to counter the primordial chaos fans. How can they endure this? Both sides immediately got into a fight. The battles across major social platforms suddenly turned the entire internet into chaos, especially in the geek tribe. The topic about Chu Kuang quickly shot up to the trending list. It's hard not to suspect that someone is stirring the pot. At this moment, Lin Yuan, writing at home, was completely oblivious to everything happening outside. It wasn't until he finished writing the first chapter and took a break to glance at his comment section that he realized what was happening. Fans were arguing with people? These guys, seriously, why get angry? Just continue cheering for the opponents as per the usual routine, can't they? Alright, Lin Yuan understood in his heart. This is because the fans lack confidence in Chu Kuang, worrying that he might actually lose this literary duel, so they didn't dare joke around. Ultimately, it boils down to this. The kind of author determines the kind of fans. Whether the fans are attacking Chu Kuang or cheering for the opponents. These peculiar behaviors are essentially games between the old rascal and his fans. A tacit romantic game. Just like friendships where friends often tease and belittle each other, but when faced with a real crisis, Chu Kuang's fanbase stands firm. Whether it's Chu Kuang or his fans, everyone understands this without needing to say it. Watching these fans who usually love to poke fun at the old rascal stand up to protect him against the haters, Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a ripple of emotion. Then, Lin Yuan logged into Chu Kuang's account and posted a new update. The kickoff of the Galactic Empire series, the new book, I, Robot. The Galactic Empire sets sail. This is to reassure the fans. However, when all the netizens saw this update, their eyes uniformly fixated on the last 3 words of the title. Robot. Chu Kuang is going to write about robots too? Chapter 1499, 1225. I, Robot. No need for much explanation. As soon as the title, I, Robot, is revealed, the theme of Chu Kuang's new book becomes unmistakably clear. Robots. Chu Kuang's new book will also be about robots. At this moment, the entire internet was utterly shocked by Chu Kuang's move to meet his rival head-on. In the blog comments section, Fans of Chu Kuang were frantically leaving comments under this sudden announcement. Old rascal, you're amazing. Let me translate for the old rascal. It's just robots. Who can't write about that? Your translation isn't bold enough. The accurate translation should be, I'll teach you how to write about robots. Competing face to face. Didn't that group of haters say the old rascal chickened out before? Does this look like chickening out? The old rascal is confronting them head-on today, so what? This is the old rascal style. What do you call arrogant and conceited? It's when you write about any theme. I'll write about the same theme. You choose the theme. The old rascal rows without oars, rides the waves in a literary duel across 8 continents. Is it possible? I'm just saying maybe, that the old rascal saw we were a bit down and came out specifically to cheer us up. Humph. Would the old rascal have such a gentle side? I don't believe it, but now I feel filled with a fighting spirit. My big knife is already hungry and thirsty. Same theme, same subject PK. Only Chu Kuang on Blue Star dares to be so audacious. This dynamic was like a battle song that made the blood boil, instantly filling countless fans with morale, each one howling as if they were invincible. In the Blue Star science fiction writer circle, no one expected Chu Kuang's new book to be about robots. How dare he? Could this be a coincidence? There are so many themes that can be written in science fiction, and the probability of both choosing robots is not high. It's just after Fan Chong announced his new book theme, and then he announced his new book is also about robots. You're telling me this is a coincidence? Isn't that insulting my intelligence? Let's take a step back. Why didn't he write about robots before? If it's not deliberate that he chose to write about robots immediately after Fan Chong announced his, then I'll take your last name. This guy is a madman. Where does he get the courage and confidence? Robots are Fan Chong's most skilled theme. Under this theme, there aren't many on Blue Star who dare say they are better than Fan Chong. Arrogant, too arrogant. Chu Kuang's pen name is so damn fitting. Directly challenging Fan Chong's most skilled science fiction theme. How is this different from hitting a stone with an egg? He's blocked his own way back. Incomprehensible. No one can understand what Chu Kuang is thinking. He could write any theme and it would be fine, except the robot theme, which no one could have anticipated. On Wei Continent, Fan Chong was stunned when he saw Chu Kuang's latest update. Robots? What a joke. He's going to write about robots? The next moment, Fan Chong was furious. Provocation. This is provocation. Whatever I write, you write too. This completely disregards me. What could be more mocking than this behavior? Yes, like other science fiction writers, Fan Chong doesn't think this is a coincidence. All signs point to deliberate action. Very well. Fan Chong laughed angrily. Didn't expect there to be such a conceited person. If only you chose a different theme, you could lose with some dignity. But you insist on choosing the same theme as me. The situation will be ugly then. Not to mention how Fan Chong is filled with rage. Many netizens who dislike Chu Kuang were also collectively dumbfounded for a moment. The audacity of Chu Kuang is known across the land. If he weren't so audacious, how would he dare to challenge globally? Yet people still underestimated Chu Kuang. Chu Kuang writing the same science fiction theme as Fan Chong. This behavior alone is outrageously audacious. Courting death. Is he afraid of not losing badly enough? Watch the show. This is truly the year's grand drama. It's like a flying dragon, slapping someone in the face as a provocation. Even as a bystander, I think he's gotten absurdly inflated. One can imagine how furious Fan Chong must be now, offering himself up. His fans are like they've been injected with adrenaline. It's pitifully blind. Do they not understand what this implies? Probably Chu Kuang just wants to sell books. After all, no matter win or lose, his book will sell well. Since losing is certain, might as well let it all go. At home, after Lin Yuan posted the update, he no longer paid attention to the online frenzy. At this moment, he was writing, I, robot, thinking as he wrote. In Blue Star science fiction, there are indeed many works with robots as the theme, but they haven't formed a unified system. After all, each author has their own understanding of robots. With the 3 laws proposed by I, robot, it's different. Lin Yuan is convinced that the 3 laws will become one of the highest principles of robots in science fiction novels. This is how it is on Earth. After Asimov proposed the 3 laws of robotics, Almost all science fiction novels and movies have been created under the constraints of these three laws of robotics. Don't follow them? Of course you can. For example, as a writer, when you write a mythology novel, you can totally let Sun Wukong defeat Buddha. But will the readers accept it? No, because the mythological system is deeply entrenched. Readers have been so influenced by the traditional mythological system that they have reached a unified consensus. Violating this system is heresy. The sense of immersion collapses instantly. How can the monkey possibly beat Buddha? The three laws are the same. Asimov directly unified the robot system in his I, Robot, which became the cornerstone of modern robotics. Where is the brilliance of the three laws? Why do later science fiction works willingly comply with them? Why does everyone feel that the proposer of these laws, Asimov, is absolutely brilliant? Of course, it's not enough to merely propose a concept. The flexible application of the three laws logic is key and must be demonstrated through novels. The answer lies in the 9 stories of I, Robot. These 9 stories seem independent, but in fact, they originate from the same source and are not fragmented. Viewing them as a whole poses no problem. Robots are basically the main characters. Robots with varying degrees of intelligence. The timeline also mainly follows the development of robot intelligence, with robots becoming more intelligent as the eras progress. Thus, the 9 stories directly organize a brief history of robot development. And within the 9 stories, the three laws are a rigid logic. Yet Asimov continues to attempt to overthrow or even subvert the three laws through abnormal robot states within the 9 stories. For instance, in one of the 9 stories, The Liar Robot, there's a robot named Herbie that has telepathic abilities. Because of this ability, many people come to him with questions, and to avoid making the questioners feel sad, the robot seems to transform into a news host, giving pleasing answers. You'll get a promotion soon, because your boss is going to resign. You have a crush on Little Wong. Actually, Little Wong has a crush on you too. At the end of the story, the truth is revealed, and chaos ensues. Everyone angrily questions Herbie why he lied to deceive them. Herbie swiftly recites the first of the three laws. A robot must not harm humans, or, by inaction, allow humans to come to harm. Everyone is dumbfounded. It turns out it was because of the constraints of the first law that Herbie cleverly used lies to avoid hurting human feelings. Herbie simply couldn't say, "There's no hope for your promotion because your boss plans to postpone retirement. You have a crush on Little Wong, but Little Wong feels indifferent towards you." Hearing these words would sadden humans, violating the first law. However, Herbie, as a robot, did not know that when these lies were exposed, people would still get hurt, and even more severely. Out of revenge, humans put Herbie into a logical paradox that could not be resolved, ultimately leading to his operational collapse. The conclusion of the story: when a robot has the ability to see through minds, the physical harm defined by the first law extends to psychological harm. This is just one of the stories. This book continuously subverts and overturns the three laws within the stories, while the protagonists slowly manage to utilize the three laws to crack them. The three laws can trigger countless logic. Asimov's 9 stories do just that, exploring the limits and edges of logic tests through various scenarios and discussing the responses of robots when unable to execute human commands. By the end of it all, you'll discover the seemingly unreasonable behaviors of these robots can certainly be explained by the three laws. In other words, the core conflict in the 9 stories of the novel stems from capturing the loopholes in the three laws of robotics. In the process of cracking, readers will follow along with the protagonists, experiencing a series of humorous and interesting science fiction-style deductions. Perhaps one day robots will gain wisdom, will think for themselves, but as long as we rely on these laws to restrain artificial intelligence's thoughts, they won't threaten humanity's dominance. However, although these three laws seem almost perfect, formulated solely to protect humans, the chaotic concept of the overall interests of humans has puzzled mankind for countless years, let alone robots. It's like Will Smith once said, "The problem isn't the robots. Technology itself isn't the issue either. Human logic limits are the true problem. If the three laws are well applied, the issue can be resolved." For example, Lin Yuan is contemplating the second story he is writing, Dance. The story takes place on Mercury. The robot Speedy received the command to collect selenium in the high-temperature sunlit area, but delayed returning. Powell and Donovan on Mercury were extremely anxious. Without selenium to restore the solar panels, they could only await their doom. The two unlucky souls could only ride on old-style robots near Speedy, only to discover that Speedy had gone berserk. It turned out, the high-temperature carbon monoxide in the selenium pool was harmful to Speedy's iron body, triggering the third law's self-preservation circuit. And the selenium collection directive did not have enough priority, so the enforcement strength of the second law was insufficient. The conflict between the two laws caused the robot to continuously circle around the selenium pool without ceasing. He got stuck in a loop. Powell had no choice but to gamble on the robot's first law of protecting humans, donning a spacesuit and venturing into the high-temperature zone. On the brink of disaster, Robot Speedy detected human danger, successfully triggered the first law circuit, shook off the previous conflict loop, and rushed over to save Powell. Powell succeeded. Asimov succeeded too, and Lin Yuan is replicating this success. Chapter 1500, 1226, Three Laws of Robotics. In the following days, Lin Yuan stayed inside, maximizing the effects of the energy potion to write this book. Robot. Typing. Still typing. During this process, the internet remained chaotic, and the timid trio who previously challenged Chu Kuang to a literary duel started taking action one after another. The facts prove. The sci-fi writers Duanwu Ming from Qi Continent, Teng Long from Han Continent, and Enji from Zhao Continent had good reasons for their hesitance. Let's talk about Duanwu Ming from Qi Continent first. Duanwu Ming's creative work for this literary duel was quite decent, but the ending felt rushed, as if it was hastily put together. Next, let's discuss Teng Long from Han Continent. Teng Long's work depicts interstellar war, a very hardcore sci-fi genre, and it's hard to find faults with it overall. It stands a bit above Duanwu Ming's work in terms of quality. If there's anything lacking, it's the overly standardized method, which lacks innovation. Finally, let's address Enji from Zhao Continent. Enji took a different path by writing a soft sci-fi work, seemingly trying to emulate Chu Kuang. However, because the sci-fi elements were too thin, his story felt more like it belonged in a story club rather than a sci-fi novel literary duel. In conclusion, all three are top-notch sci-fi writers, and their literary duel works were certainly notable, yet the overall level was akin to the three sci-fi writers who previously lost to Chu Kuang. The only standout was Teng Long from Han Continent, whose work could barely be compared to one of Chu Kuang's weaker sci-fi stories. But such a level of threat was clearly not enough to satisfy those hoping for Chu Kuang's failure. The science fiction writer community had seen enough of the timid trio's works, expectedly lacking. Other than the big shots from Zhong Continent and Wei Continent, sci-fi writers from other continents are essentially handing their heads to Chu Kuang on a platter. Indeed, Teng Long's hard sci-fi might be the only work that poses a threat to Chu Kuang, but its high degree of formulaic writing is concerning. It feels like Teng Long has been writing all his sci-fi based on similar templates in recent years. Forget it. These three hardly pose a threat to the old rascal Chu Kuang. It's hard to rely on them unless Chu Kuang's creative energy falters. Speed it up. Fast forward to Fan Chong making his move. I saw the announcement on Fan Chong's blog. The novel is set to be published tomorrow, and it's going through a publication channel since it's a full-length work. Good. Let's make sure to support Fan Chong tomorrow. I heard there will also be a signing event. If you can, remember to attend. Soon, everyone lost interest in the timid trio because Chu Kuang's real opponent, and currently the most formidable one, had arrived. The next day, Fan Chong's new book, Mechanical Revolution, was released. This morning, at a major bookstore in Wei Continent. To promote and create buzz for this new book, the publishing company behind Fan Chong held a special book signing event for him. Many famous sci-fi writers were invited to show support. Additionally, there were numerous reporters on the scene. The reporters were exceptionally thrilled, sporting teasing smiles. Fan Chong's literary duel with Chu Kuang was the hottest topic recently, capturing the attention of countless people, and the media certainly wouldn't miss the excitement. Soon, the signing event began. Journalist Q&A session. Mr. Fan Chong, What do you think about Mr. Chu Kuang also writing about robots? Chu Kuang, as his name suggests. Do you mean Mr. Chu Kuang is too arrogant? Depends on how you interpret it. Fan Chung wasn't crude enough to directly hurl insults. Even when intellectuals want to attack, they do it indirectly and politely. Following this, another reporter asked, "Do you have confidence?" Fan Chung seriously said, "If I lose this time, I will never write another sci-fi novel with a robot theme." Wow, you just hinted at Chu Kuang as being arrogant, yet you made such a significant wager yourself, betting never to write on the robot theme again? Overflowing with confidence, indeed. A third reporter, "Do you have any heartfelt words you'd like to share?" Fan Chung calmly said, "The main difference between humans and robots is that humans can't be as rational as robots. There can be impulsiveness, anger, and moments of blindness where self-awareness is lost. I adore the robot's rationality of operating by program and greatly aspire to it. I always do only what I can and never promise anything beyond my capability." Good fellow. This clearly hints at Chu Kuang again. These intellectuals really know how to make conversation interesting. Clap, clap, clap. Leading applause were the sci-fi writers who came to support him. Fan Chong's fans further pushed the applause to a climax. All across the continents, in countless bookstores, Fan Chong's novel was a bestseller upon release, almost simultaneously with the signing event. Finally, it's here. Been looking forward for so long. Did you all watch the live interview from Fan Chong's signing event? What did he say? You should check it out yourself. The internet is full of news. Wow. If he loses, he vows never to write robot-themed sci-fi again. This is true head-on confrontation. No matter how bold Chu Kuang is, he won't back down. Exciting, exciting. Fan Quan is usually a very low-key person. For him to make such a statement, it shows he has complete confidence. Then this novel must be extremely brilliant. The main issue is that Chu Kuang seems out of his mind, daring to challenge our old master Fan by writing about robots. Isn't that like lighting a lamp in a toilet? Chu Kuang's fan circle. Fan Chong's signing event interview left them both astonished and angry. Damn, why does that person talk so oddly? Is he so confident because his new book is a bomb-level hit? Old rascal, don't really mess up this time. When is the old rascal's new book coming out? All four opponents have made their moves, and the old rascal hasn't responded at all. Could it be that the old rascal is planning to ignore those three timid writers and focus on writing his robot novel? It's not important anymore. Just join me in praying. Pray for what? Of course, pray that Fan Chong's new book flops. Huh. The probability of Fan Chong's new book flopping is too low. Alright. Not only did Fan Chong's new book not flop, but it received rave reviews. That night, countless people were discussing it on various social media platforms. Awesome. So awesome. Fan Chong truly is the best at writing robot sci-fi. This story is simply breathtaking. Mechanized revolution. Robots want independence. Although the theme itself is quite common, dealing with robot and human wars, Fan Chong's brilliance lies in how he realistically simulates the battles from both sides. The character descriptions are also superb. The intelligence of the top AI clashing with the wisdom of top human scientists, humans creating robots to infiltrate the robot camp and secretly relay information, while robots also sent spies among humans. A taste of espionage. Clearly humans created robots, but humans are no match for robots. My only question is, where do the robots' desires come from? To rule the world. It's normal for humans to have such desires, but it's odd for robots to have them. The author keeps explaining that it's because robots feel humans are destroying the blue star's environment and disrespecting them. But that doesn't convince me. Who cares, aside from this? Isn't the story entertaining? True, such themes are like this. As long as it's enjoyable, that's all that matters. In the Blue Star writers community, science fiction writers are ecstatically excited. I know why Fan Chong dared to make bold statements, saying if he loses this time, he will never write robot novels again. Because he won't lose. This novel is written so brilliantly. Among all contemporary Blue Star publications about robots, this one should be ranked among the top. You can't tell which one is specifically better in the top few. So envious. Fan Chong's ranking is going to skyrocket. Chu Kuang is doomed to lose. Fan Chong might win the Nebula Award again. It's said that the novel's sales performance today is quite good. It will be even higher tomorrow. The novel's score on the Star Network has reached 8.7. Explosive reviews will lead to explosive sales. At home, 9:10. Lin Yuan typed the last word in the document and finally stretched. The novel, I, Robot, was done. 9 stories. Lin Yuan completed them in no time. After all, calling I, Robot, a long novel isn't quite right. He looked at the buzz online. Including Fan Chong. All 4 opponents have released their new books in this round. It must be said, Lin Yuan has always been steady and prefers to make the last move in literary duels, because this way he can decide the strength of his work based on the opponent's work quality. It's like playing cards. And if he follows this habit, then Lin Yuan would certainly take a look at all 4 opponents' works today. But this time Lin Yuan didn't want the hassle. No matter how excellent the opponent's works are, he presented the 3 laws of robotics. Isn't that stable enough? Just publish it like this. Without bothering to see what the 4 opponents, including Fan Chong, had specifically written, Lin Yuan directly used Chu Kuang's blog account to release the 9 stories of I, Robot. At the same time, with the release of the 9 stories, Lin Yuan also, for the first time on Blue Star, introduced the 3 laws of robotics before the novel release. First law, a robot may not harm a human being or, through inaction, allow a human being to come to harm. Second law, a robot must obey orders given to it by human beings, except where such orders would conflict with the first law. Third law, a robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second law. 3 laws. One of Asimov's most outstanding contributions to science fiction, the 3 golden laws about robots, suddenly appeared before countless people during this literary duel. At this moment, many people hadn't even clicked into the main text of I, Robot, yet, but were already feeling chills from these 3 laws, especially for sci-fi fans, even more so for Blue Star sci-fi writers. The dazzling 3 laws of robotics appeared, like a storm sweeping the world, thunder roaring across the sky, lightning piercing the darkness. Rumble. An epiphany. The sci-fi circle erupted in excitement. Chapter 1501, 1227. Say the harshest words, take the hardest hits. Wei Continent. Fan Chong's friends called one after another to congratulate him. Congratulations. The new book is a hit. Robot novels are still what you do best. Old Fan, your book is so amazing. I couldn't put it down. You are sure to win the literary duel. You will be the first author to defeat Chu Kuang head-on in a literary duel. Old Fan, look quickly. Chu Kuang's novel has been released. Oh my god, what is this? Amidst the flurry of congratulations, Fan Chong was all smiles. Suddenly, a friend from the circle exclaimed loudly over the phone. The voice was filled with deep disbelief, as if he had been greatly shocked, then hastily hung up the call. Chu Kuang's new book released? Fan Chong hesitated for a moment, not understanding why his friend was so shocked, nor why he quickly hung up. He frowned. Fan Chong opened the blog and clicked on Chu Kuang's updates. Swoosh. The 3 laws of robotics leaped into Fan Chong's view. Bang. Fan Chong's pupils shrank to needlepoint size, as if he had been hit over the head, completely dazed. In the seismic shift of his pupils, it was as if an unprecedented storm had erupted in Fan Chong's mind, his entire back drenched in cold sweat almost instantly. For sci-fi fans, for sci-fi writers, the emergence of the 3 laws is undoubtedly epic-making for science fiction. 3 sentences. Chu Kuang, with these simple 3 sentences, directly overturned all robot settings mentioned in Fan Chong's new book, Mechanical Revolution. How is that possible? In the brainstorm, Fan Chong immediately understood Chu Kuang's intentions. Instinctively, he wanted to find loopholes in the 3 laws. There are no perfect laws and principles in science fiction, and Chu Kuang's first law of the 3 laws directly removed humanity's fundamental concern about robots, while also fundamentally negating Fan Chong's settings and understanding of robots. Robots must not harm humans. Robots cannot stand by and watch humans get harmed. Then Chu Kuang reinforced the control over robots with the second law, until the third law was mentioned regarding robot self-protection. thoroughly defining robots in a subordinate relationship of serving humans. Terrifying. So terrifying. Fan Chang's body trembled slightly. Chu Kuang actually wants to set a unified tone for robot novels. If these three laws hold, then his own mechanical revolution becomes a joke. Because in Fan Chang's mechanical revolution, robots initially declare war on humans, completely breaking the three laws, with the entire novel revolving around the war between robots and humans. No. Fan Chang's breathing started to become rapid, yet he couldn't think of any reason to oppose the three laws, as if the opponent's setting was the authentic king's path of robot novels. What consequences will this bring? Fan Chang could fully imagine. No matter what, he must find bugs in the text. Inexplicable fear, Fan Chang quickly clicked on the text of I, Robot. First chapter, second chapter, third chapter. Fan Chang only felt the world spinning, completely despairing. There was no need for him to find loopholes. Chu Kuang not only proposed the three laws, but also actively discussed and captured the flaws in the three laws through story after story. Self-deconstruction, slapping his own face, then self-improvement. Everything he thought of, the opponent already anticipated. In a daze, Fan Chang seemed to see Chu Kuang grinning at him. You don't need to bother. I'll find all the so-called loopholes for you. Benchmark. The deeds in Chu Kuang's book are aimed at becoming the sole benchmark. He wants to set an absolute standard for all future sci-fi writers writing about robots. No one had ever thought this way. No one had ever done this. Yet he was so convincing that Fan Chang suddenly realized that future robot novels might all adopt this tone, the three laws of robotics, destined to dazzle everyone in the sci-fi circle. Fan Chang is not the first person to be frightened, nor will he be the last. At the same moment, the sci-fi circle readers exploded. The existence of the three laws can prevent a future where robots betray humans. It's like the life and death talisman in Demigods and Semi-Devils, even more twisted, rendering all other robot betrayal novels almost invalidated by Chu Kuang. Unprecedented. The three laws are unprecedented, possessing epic-making significance, yet they are so reasonable, as if everything should be this way. Chu Kuang already won with the setting. Regarding robot novels, this is definitely the most domineering and unprecedented setting. Who would dare to easily bypass the three laws in future novels of the same genre? Anyone can write a setting. The scary part is this setting has complete rationality. If your robot setting isn't as reasonable as Chu Kuang's, your novel is already lost. Sci-fi has developed for so many years. Who can think of a better setting than this? This is a perfect closed loop. Robots cannot harm humans or stand by when humans are harmed, and must obey humans, and lastly protect their own safety. One link securing another, guaranteeing human interests. What reason is there to not acknowledge such laws? Chapter 1502, 1227. Say the harshest words, take the hardest hits _2. Genius. This is a theory that only a true genius could conceive. Chu Kuang systematically summarized the three laws of robotics, and from now on, he will unify all robot-themed novels in the global science fiction scene. A female scientist drives a robot to despair with a paradox. Such perfect utilization of the three laws can render humanity invincible in facing the issue of robots, because the difference between robots and humans lies in their programmed settings. Like computers, violation of these settings results in self-destruction. On the other side, the reaction of science fiction writers was even more intense. He proposed the theory himself and then attempted to break it, only to make the theory increasingly unassailable in the end. I fear the science fiction field will have to adhere to this framework in the future. It's not just science fiction. Haven't you noticed? Even in reality, the creation of robots by humans follows this concept, including the increasingly popular artificial intelligence. What Chu Kuang did was simply induct and summarize, perfectly combining reality and science fiction together, and before him, no one had summarized it so perfectly to form a flawless template. Laws are the foundation, stories are the branches. The foundation is so deep that each story progressively builds upon the last, layers upon layers, and the various logical relationships derived from the three laws and all extended possibilities have been thoroughly dissected by him. 9 stories. The 3 laws were written to their fullest potential. The most outrageous part is that the end of each story forms the beginning of another problem. Within one, there's a robot that even starts its own faction, but no matter how powerful the faction's creed is, it cannot bypass the 3 laws. Overlooking. Chu Kuang is overlooking all robot novels. Each of us is subconsciously searching for loopholes in the 3 laws, only to realize after reading the text that Chu Kuang, the one who proposed the theory, is also the one who truly discovered the loophole. The stories are entirely crafted around these loopholes and their solutions, rendering all our thoughts a joke in his eyes. Readers seem like clamorous lower life forms. Chu Kuang stands on the pedestal overlooking the masses. The 3 laws are the most dazzling throne beneath him. At this moment, Chu Kuang is the rule, Chu Kuang is the law. In such a situation, when Fan Qiong faces Chu Kuang in this literary duel, he first needs to break free from the constraints of the laws, but he cannot do it, just as humanity cannot escape food and drink on this land, nor evade Blue Star's gravity. I am the law. Chu Kuang, with a crushing application of the 3 laws, completely shattered the foundational basis of Fan Qiong's new book, because Fan Qiong cannot explain how robots could circumvent the laws to betray humanity with the existence of the 3 laws. This isn't just a slap in the face. This is directly uprooting Fan Qiong's foundation. Science fiction enthusiasts are stunned. Science fiction writers are shocked. But for readers who usually don't enjoy science fiction, they actually don't quite grasp the fundamental value of the 3 laws. In fact, for these ordinary readers who don't usually read science fiction, the so-called 3 laws of robotics seem more like something ambiguously powerful. Within this, some people only fully understood the terrifying aspect of the 3 laws after reading the text, while some were attracted by the intrigue, but still cannot fundamentally understand the key issue. Wait a minute, what do you mean? The story is brilliantly written, and in terms of attraction, there's no issue, but why is everyone saying Chu Kuang crushed Fan Qiong? I don't quite get it either. There's nothing difficult to understand here. It basically means Chu Kuang fundamentally negated Fan Qiong's new book. Just imagine these two are in a debate, and Fan Qiong is inevitably rendered speechless by Chu Kuang's remarks. Debate? I think I'm getting it. Chu Kuang's move directly strikes the heart without even needing the story. The existence of the 3 laws directly destroys Fan Qiong's core argument. Can you explain more clearly? You should check out analyses from professional analysts then. Who? Wei Continent science fiction writer Chun Le. Isn't the science fiction circle currently displeased with Chu Kuang? There are exceptions. Indeed, not everyone harbors such hostility towards Chu Kuang. For example, the Wei Continent science fiction writer Chun Le, who is a staunch fan of Chu Kuang. Chun Le particularly loves Chu Kuang's detective works, especially The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. However, truth be told, although Chun Le liked Chu Kuang's books, as a Wei Continent science fiction writer, he also felt that Chu Kuang's level in science fiction still wasn't at the point where he could look down on the world. Until Chun Le read I, Robot. The 3 laws left Chun Le speechless for a long time. And by this time, even if it meant facing the anger and dissatisfaction of other science fiction writers, he had to say something, not just to defend his idol. Chun Le also needed to acknowledge the appearance of the 3 laws, contributing to Blue Star's science fiction history from a science fiction writer's standpoint. Pretending to be deaf and dumb at this time is disrespecting science fiction. First, let's be clear about one point. The proposal of the 3 laws of robotics carries epoch-making significance. This is an undisputed fact, whether the science fiction circle admits it or not. Some readers who don't engage with science fiction might not yet understand the intrinsic meaning of this statement. Some are even puzzled. Why is it said that Fan Qiong has already lost? Chapter 1503, 1227. Say the harshest words. Take the cruelest beating _3. The reason is quite simple, because Fan Qiong's novel uses the all-out war between robots and humans as its background. It's written very well. The terrifying aspect of Chu Kuang lies in. Didn't Fan Qiong say there will be a future war between robots and humans? I'll use 9 stories to continuously prove to you with the logically consistent 3 laws that robots can never betray humans. Do you now understand where Fan Qiong lost? He lost in the understanding of the rules. He lost in the cognition of robots. After reading Chu Kuang's novel, you'll understand how powerful the constraints of the three laws are on robots. It's like humans will die if they don't eat. How can Fan Qiong break such fundamentally correct and guiding laws? Chen Lu is not alone. Recently, after being urged by Chen Lu to read numerous science fiction novels, his friend Huyen Dabo also became a fan of Chu Kuang. Previously, the two had watched Chu Kuang's Wandering Blue Star together, both giving high praise and recommending it to their own fans. And today, Huyen Dabo also read I, Robot. Huyen Dabo's reaction was the same as Chen Li's. He believed the three laws of robotics have completely unified Blue Star's robot novels. Where the three laws of robotics excel, Chen Lu explained very thoroughly. I'll chat with everyone about why this novel law can shock everyone. Because the three laws of robotics proposed by Chu Kuang are actually also the main guiding principles of many ethical systems in the world. Needless to say, theoretically, everyone has a self-preservation instinct, which is equivalent to the third law of the robots. And every good person with social conscience and responsibility, in theory, obeys appropriate authority, listening to his doctor, boss, government, psychiatrist, and colleagues, and abides by the law, keeps order, and follows rules, even if it affects his own comfort or security. This is equivalent to the robot's second law. In addition, theoretically, every good person loves others as himself, protects his compatriots, and risks his life to save others. This is equivalent to the robot's first law. The three laws represent humanity. People have humanity, and robots also have humanity. Humanity is merely a noun. It represents respect for life, compassion, and love. As a fan of Chu Kuang, I actually prefer Chu Kuang's works other than science fiction. After all, everyone knows I'm quite good at writing science fiction, probably similar to Fan Qiong. But this time, I fell in love with Chu Kuang's science fiction. The undeniable fact in the entire sci-fi world, as mentioned by Chen Lu, is that the three laws of robotics have epic-making significance for science fiction. If I write about robots in the future, I will definitely adhere to the three laws. Chen Lu, a frontline sci-fi writer on Wei Continent. Huyen Dabo, a top sci-fi writer on Wei Continent. The persuasive power and influence of the former may lack a bit, but Huyen Dabo and Fan Qiong are at the same level as sci-fi writers. Even those who dislike Chu Kuang's sci-fi work must acknowledge his statement. Not to mention, even if not as explicit, Blue Star science fiction writers have already understood what the three laws of robotics truly mean. At this moment, the sci-fi circle fell silent. Instead, readers who previously did not thoroughly grasp the three laws of robotics finally realized what a great achievement Chu Kuang has accomplished. It's clear now, after looking back at the explanation and three laws as well as the 9 stories in the novel, one can understand Chu Kuang's true terrifying aspect. Almost unshakable laws. Programmers say the three laws are like the TCP/IP protocol of computers. Robots are born of them, exist because of them, so there's no saying they will betray humans. Oh my, isn't Fan Qiong's novel completely negated by Chu Kuang? Yet Fan Qiong can't find a counterpoint? There's no way to fight then. The key is that Chu Kuang pointed out flaws in the three definitions. He himself didn't claim the three laws are foolproof. For instance, when humans create robots, they can redefine harm. What is harm? Does breaking the skin during protection count? If the computation result is minor injury when saving someone, severe injury when not, should it save or not? Also, with 2 people in water and it can only save one, wouldn't this violate the first law if it can't save both? If it cannot save, the loophole doesn't need mentioning, right? But this still protects humans to the greatest extent, so it gained widespread acceptance. Indeed, the three laws are not flawless. But considering real-world laws, one knows. Humans will obey laws, but there will always be attempts to break rules. The three laws are like robot laws and will undoubtedly have loopholes, because the rules cannot limit human nature. Certainly, this is the current understanding. In fact, Asimov himself later used the Zeroth law to overturn the three laws. However, at least for now, few people have thought of this. Though some are discussing and attempting to break the three laws, finding loopholes, which aren't fatal. After all, Things like seeking law loopholes are continually addressed in Chu Kuang's novels. When a theory gains common acceptance, not even sci-fi writers can deny, considering they don't represent sci-fi itself. In fact, after Chun Liu and Huyen Dabo, more and more sci-fi writers began to acknowledge the basic establishment of the three laws of robotics. Chapter 1504, 1227. Say the harshest words, take the cruelest beating _4. Don't underestimate the words, basically established. You must know that the law itself is also basically established, even though each country defines the law in its own way. Indeed, there is no truly perfect law and rules in the world, which is why laws are constantly being added and revised. Again, it boils down to this. Things involving human nature are too complex. Russell. As more and more people nodded in agreement, the outcome of this literary duel was actually already self-evident. Suddenly, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wei Continent's sci-fi writer Fan Chong finally struggled to at Chu Kuang. I admit defeat. The three laws of robotics are unbreakable rules. I will no longer write any robot-themed novels, but I will strive to find real flaws in the three laws. Chu Kuang used 9 stories to correct himself. No truly subversive flaws appeared in the stories. All the rebuttals Fan Chong could temporarily think of were anticipated by Chu Kuang. Helplessly, Fan Chong, as an opponent, chose to admit defeat and bow, officially putting an end to this literary duel. And this literary duel thus reached its climax. This moment belongs to the triumphant moment of Chu Kuang's fans. Victory! The old rascal is awesome. This wave is simply a kill shot. The three laws of robotics are too shocking. Even the best laws have loopholes. The old rascal uses 9 stories to deny and correct himself, instead of blindly self-affirming. It feels like the old rascal himself is more eager to find subversive issues than Fan Chong. Without a doubt, this is one of the greatest sci-fi novels in history. Is this 4 consecutive wins now? This wave is not. For consecutive wins, oh. This wave is already 7 consecutive wins. Oh. Where did 7 consecutive wins come from? Didn't he just defeat Fan Chong? You just don't understand the old rascal's frenzy. I suggest you count carefully how many chapters I, Robot contains. Fan Chong's book is a series of 6 stories. Chu Kuang's book is a series of 9 stories. So after defeating Fan Chong, Chu Kuang also used the last 3 stories to defeat the short stories of those 3 sci-fi writers. Correct. The fans were dumbfounded. It turns out that while defeating Fan Chong, Chu Kuang also took down Duanwu Ming, Tung Long, and Nji. The condition is completely met. Because Chu Kuang's I, Robot, is a series of 9 stories, yet any single one of them can be considered an independent story. Oh well, this wave is a main shot that destroyed 4 targets, seemingly to validate the fans' claims. Very soon, Duanwu Ming admitted defeat, Tung Long admitted defeat, and Nji admitted defeat. These 3 didn't even put up a struggle. Unlike Fan Chong, these 3 lost, but were not at all unwilling. Anyway, the outcome is defeat. It's not shameful to lose to the same person and the same novel that Fan Chong did. At most, there is a bit of resentment. Blame Fan Chong. This feeling is akin to everyone wanting to lose with some decorum, hence their speech one after another was submissive. But because Fan Chong provoked Chu Kuang and spoke too arrogantly, Chu Kuang, in a fit of rage, actually brought out the 3 laws of robotics as a major principle to crush them. Under these laws, not only was Fan Chong turned to dust, but even those 3 became cannon fodder. However, Tung Long was rather optimistic. This guy really doesn't have many friends, as he directly flaunted in the sci-fi group that criticized him for being too cowardly before. Anyway, the result is all defeat. Even if I go, I would manage. If you go, you would manage too. At least Fan Chong tried. Someone was unconvinced and retorted on the spot. Tung Long sneered. Fan Chong lost. I lost. We are equivalent to Fan Chong. Did Fan Chong try hard? Didn't I try hard too? Does Fan Chong's behavior deserve praise? It's nothing more than saying the harshest words and taking the most vicious blows. We'd better just be the most submissive ones, like myself, and Nji, and Duanwu Ming. Because opponents like Chu Kuang are simply unbeatable, this lesson is extremely painful. In the future, Just avoid Chu Kuang when you see him. This day, 7 victories completed. Chu Kuang is close to godly. And at that moment at home, Lin Yuan looked at Fan Chang's dynamics, admitting defeat, and showed a strange expression. Does the opponent want to find loopholes in the 3 laws of robotics? There might be no need, because that's what I am going to do next. Chapter 1505, 1228, Digging a Pit Without Filling It. The proposition of the 3 laws of robotics swept through the science fiction world like a storm. Whether it is acceptance or skepticism, this kind of thing, akin to laws, is inherently meant for public discussion. And amidst the hot debates online, of course, major media outlets on Blue Star wouldn't miss this news feast that has spread from the sci-fi realm to the global scale. iRobot, the 3 laws of robotics. One of the milestones of science fiction. The literary duel has concluded. Fan Chong is defeated reluctantly. Is Chu Kuang the law? What exactly are the 3 laws of robotics? Chu Kuang's latest sci-fi novel shocks the world. Concepts leading all robot-themed sci-fi novels. Wei Continent's sci-fi writer Huyen Dabo. The 3 laws will become a consensus in future sci-fi creations. We have to admit, the term 3 laws, which sounds somewhat juvenile, carries an inherent sense of dominance. And if there's a story compelling enough to support the theory, even its juvenile attributes will be overlooked by people. After the news frenzy, more and more people joined the readership. It was at this moment that the advantage of free reading on blogs became perfectly evident. After all, at this time, as long as people logged into the blog, they could see Chu Kuang's novel, especially since Lin Yuan hadn't added any restrictions requiring membership for reading access. Thus, an even more intense explosion occurred. This was a genuine global discussion. Amazing. After reading the news, I thought those 3 laws were something odd, but after reading, I realized just how outstanding they are. It's not just clickbait. Feels like Chu Kuang can continue crafting more robot-related series with the 3 laws, just by setting up naive protagonists to deal with various loopholes in laws, like the loophole in the dance piece, which is like a prisoner's dilemma for robots. How come no one summarized such an incredible thing before? Actually, many robot novels mention that robots cannot betray humans, but they don't provide fundamental guidance. It's as if robots, even with intelligence, can only follow human orders. Only Chu Kuang came up with the 3 laws to truly prove why robots can't betray humans. Wait a minute. Did you realize that the process of finding loopholes in the novel is following the pattern of a detective story? I wanted to say deduction, indeed. Chu Kuang's novel has many highlights. For example, he not only wrote science fiction, but also combined it with his forte, deduction. Detective-style science fiction. It's not surprising that someone noticed this point, but considering Chu Kuang's identity as a master of deduction, it's unexpectedly fitting. And once this point was raised, detective-style science fiction became another buzzword, especially among Chu Kuang's fans, who exaggerated variously. Chu Kuang pioneered the 3 laws of robotics while also creating the unique mode of deduction plus science fiction. Additionally, because the character who runs through the main line is a female scientist studying robot psychology cannot be ignored in the novel. In Chu Kuang's writing, different robots have different personalities. The so-called robot psychology exists because of this. Also, due to the varied personalities, these robots are not portrayed as dry, but even somewhat endearing. For example, Herbie, who lies. For instance, the preaching robot that establishes a sect, etc. A hot book is like this. There will be countless readers digging into every detail in the work. And Robot, is like a treasure trove, unafraid of anyone's digging. Over and over, digging back and forth. Readers can always unearth fascinating points worth elaborating on. However, amid this national buzz, there are naturally discordant voices, such as those netizens who despise Chu Kuang. These people broadly debated, continually attempting to prove the flaws in the 3 laws. The 3 laws aren't rigorous. Feels like child's play. Useless stuff, better to just set obedience as the highest authority instruction. Indeed, absolute obedience in programming suffices. If you want to look for them, there are too many loopholes. I wonder what you all are praising. What a joke. Have you guys really read the novel? I thought to myself, the novel never said robots only have the 3 laws. Hey, complete robot law isn't something encapsulated in a few words. This is just a general outline, with many details continually being refined. Absolute obedience would make humans the biggest variable. The robots in the novel mostly violate the three laws, but the stories ultimately prove the correctness of the laws, just like you could circumvent the law to do certain things, but this doesn't mean the law is wrong. The three laws are a logically perfect existence. This group is indeed a minority, directly beaten up by netizens. After being beaten up, this group of people can only scatter like birds and beasts. They were loose sand to begin with. The fact that they could suggest robots should absolutely obey humans regardless of the three laws only illustrates that they didn't understand the novel's intended message. Lin Yuan certainly wouldn't respond to doubts thrown out casually. Even Asimov himself only discovered groundbreaking loopholes much later. This group of people probably didn't even finish reading the novel in its entirety, so what plausible argument could they find? It's better not to argue with fools. Rather, the in-depth exploration of I, Robot by netizens made Lin Yuan very pleased. But after viewing for a while, Lin Yuan found that few people mentioned the Galaxy Empire. Which is fine. Lin Yuan immediately summoned Ian, so Ian could remind the netizens. Just like that. 5 minutes later, Ian's dynamic update regarding I, Robot drew widespread attention. Although the novel's 9 stories revolve around robots, with robots largely as the absolute protagonists, these seemingly standalone stories actually use a background that connects throughout. They follow the timeline of robot development. For example, Robbie, who couldn't speak at first, then later, operations in outer space, and even managing the world for humans by a super-intelligent mind. The 9 stories can be directly integrated into a succinct history of robot development, summarizing an incredibly grand universe view. Reflecting back on Chu Kuang's pre-release promotions, it suddenly becomes clear. This should be a grand series named the Galactic Empire. And I, Robot, is just the embarking chapter of this Galactic Empire series. It may be the beginning of humanity ultimately creating a galactic empire. Ian is quite renowned. The works of the 3 brothers, especially Chu Kuang's novels, often have Ian's presence in the background. Over time, the netizens got used to it. However, the point Ian raised forcibly shifted the netizens' attention from the 3 laws to the Galactic Empire. Oh my, is this novel just the beginning of a series? The Galactic Empire? I looked at Chu Kuang's updates before the book release, and he did mention the Galactic Empire series Embarking Chapter. Embarking Chapter surely refers to I, Robot then. Oh boy, feels like another hefty series, following the rhythm of a sci-fi version of the Harry Potter series. If the first is so amazing, what's to come? Looking forward to the Galactic Empire series. Galactic Empire sounds so imposing, feels like the rhythm of a sci-fi epic. Enough said, hurry up with the second book. Suddenly feels like this is a huge pit. The old rascal now increasingly likes writing series novels. This is the first time the concept of the Galactic Empire series is broadly remembered by the public. And among the many comments, one comment made Lin Yuan slightly embarrassed. Yet another huge new pit. The Galactic Empire sounds like a very long story, but has Chu Kuang the old rascal forgotten some series pit he dug years ago that's not filled yet? Alright then. Of course, Lin Yuan remembers. He thought the readers had already forgotten. Chapter 1506, 1229, The Legendary Robot Zeroth Law. The crucial part mentioned by readers is clearly the last piece of the Fairy Tale Town series puzzle, The Little Prince. Lin Yuan certainly plans to fill this gap, but not now, at least until he achieves 10 consecutive wins in science fiction. Thinking this way, Lin Yuan suddenly received a call from Xiaofan. Just received news. The company has approved the filming of Resident Evil Part 2. Okay, then I'll focus on shooting the movie first. Why don't you put the album production on hold, or make one for other members of your dynasty ahead of me? Knowing when to advance and retreat, and understanding gains and losses, Xiaofan is developing in both singing and acting. As the biggest beneficiary of the company's filming of the Resident Evil series Part 2, she, the main female lead, has proactively decided to give up the priority of album production. Alright, Lin Yuan was a bit surprised but agreed quickly and soon forgot about this matter. 3 opponents remain in the literary duel. Now is not the time to take it lightly. As for what work to use to greet the new opponent, Lin Yuan already has given it full consideration. Continue writing the Galactic Empire series. The Galactic Empire series is a true sci-fi epic. It covers thousands of years of history, and the historical progression is divided into several stages. First, the Blue Star stage. Second, the Space stage. Third, the stage of establishing the Galactic Empire. Fourth, the stage of the Galactic Empire's downfall. Fifth, the final chapter and future stage. Currently, the opening part, I, Robot, has only covered from the Blue Star stage to the early Space stage, during which Blue Star's technology rapidly developed, continuously manufacturing robots to explore space, ultimately developing 50 planets. Next, Lin Yuan is going to write about the Space stage. There is also a small amount of storyline related to the Blue Star stage during the Space stage, but mostly it focuses on space. As the 50 planets are explored and developed, they gradually become dissatisfied with the dominance of Blue Star and begin to isolate Blue Star and unite among themselves to block Blue Star, making it impossible for Blue Star to continue space development. Meanwhile, the huge population and the gradually worsening environmental conditions of Blue Star push Blue Star into another survival mode. Extremely huge underground cities. Asimov used 4 novels, The Caves of Steel, The Naked Sun, The Robots of Dawn, and Robots and Empire, to tell the story of this stage. These 4 novels still feature robots as the main characters. The 3 laws of robotics and the operating logic of robots are deeply explored in these 4 books. Most importantly, the legendary Zeroth law of robots is proposed in this stage. The emergence of the Zeroth law, in a sense, completely overturns the 3 laws. Considering the slight chaos of the storyline, Lin Yuan plans to weave the stories of the 4 novels together and release them. After all, these books combined are only around 600,000 words. This is also to make it easier for readers to read smoothly. After all, when reading the Galactic Empire series, the most troublesome thing is the timeline's organization and summarization. Fortunately, the system is very considerate this time. The timeline of the Galactic Empire series is directly organized. Lin Yuan only needs to write out the story organized by the system. Once the idea was confirmed, Lin Yuan officially started to write. And as Lin Yuan officially began writing the Zeroth Law of Robotics. Silver Blue Books organized and published the 9 stories from I, Robot, under the name of the Galactic Empire series. Interestingly, although these 9 stories can be read for free on blogs, Blue Star readers seem to have an inexplicable obsession with paper books, and the physical publication of the work managed to achieve quite remarkable sales. Moreover, thanks to the reading frenzy triggered by I, Robot, the traffic on the blog has been steadily increasing, reaching almost the level of Geek Tribe. Once the news spread, all parties were shaken. Online, netizens from various continents were amazed by Chu Kuang's influence. Holy crap, how much has this old rascal boosted the blog's hype? The main thing is this old rascal used sci-fi to challenge the world, and too many people are paying attention. It's not just the old rascal's doing. Don't forget Xian Yu previously poached several major musicians from the Qin continent from Geek Tribe. Chu Kuang plus Xian Yu are terrifying. These two, one is responsible for pulling people with connections, and the other for keeping people with novels. Their coordination is flawless. The blog's 2 guardians. Geek Tribe acquisition facing the blog. It's like 2 against 1, yet they didn't gain much advantage. Previously, even a single Geek Tribe had higher traffic than the blog. Geek Tribe, from top to bottom, various departments are struggling to accept this fact. This is ridiculous. Are our advantages virtually gone? This shouldn't be happening. Before acquiring the tribe, we Geek Tribe didn't fear their blog. Why is it that after acquiring the tribe, the traffic gap hasn't widened but instead shrank slightly? Is the tribe cursed? It's mainly because this Chu Kuang is too troublesome, causing a sensation by challenging the world with a pen, inviting others to compete on the blog with him. Surprisingly, he hasn't fallen yet, already winning against 7 opponents, including Fan Chong from Wei continent. We must come up with a plan. If this continues, the threat of the blog will only keep growing. Damn, what kind of monster is this Chu Kuang? trying to single-handedly resist capital with personal talent. Regarding the news of the blog's traffic surge, Lin Yuan only glanced at it casually, not paying too much attention. This is just the beginning. Shadow hasn't made a move yet. However, perhaps the 3 laws of robotics are too astonishing. In the following days, Lin Yuan's remaining 3 literary duel opponents remained quiet. This made Lin Yuan's writing process very relaxed, not needing to use the energy potion to forcefully rush drafts. Besides writing, Lin Yuan even had time to stroll around the film set. At this time, Resident Evil 2 has already been set for filming. The film director appointed by Lin Yuan is his old friend Yi Chinggong. It must be said, Yi Chinggong's skills are becoming more comprehensive, and Lin Yuan is quite confident in handing the movie over to him. Previously, during the filming of Kung Fu Hustle, Yi Chinggong did a fantastic job, and as the female lead in the movie, Xia Fan is also performing remarkably well, especially in terms of action scenes. Xia Fan seems even more neat and capable than in the first Resident Evil movie. Why not consider filming Marvel next? Lin Yuan can't help but think. The reason for having such thoughts is mainly because Xia Fan's fight scenes are incredibly stunning, showing a great potential to be a female action star. Her explosive figure, sharp movements, and fierce glance make her exude an aura of gallant charm, very suitable to portray a popular female character in the Marvel series. Black Widow. Coincidentally, Lin Yuan previously filmed Spider-Man from the Marvel series, with Spider-Man being played by his good buddy Jian. Let's jot it down for now. There are too many films he wants to shoot in the future. Lin Yuan plans to consider the Marvel series as one of the alternative projects. Chapter 1507. 1230 Robots must protect the overall interests of humanity from harm. Today I'm writing a novel. Tomorrow I'll stroll around the film set, and the day after, I might take some time to have a cup of tea at the office. Without the pressure of updating, Lin Yuan's life is quite fulfilling. However, Lin Yuan's typing speed is evident. Regarding the content of Robot Zeroth Law, which is about 500,000 or 600,000 words, it didn't take him much time. 2 weeks later, February 22nd, morning, Lin Yuan has basically finished this novel. He just doesn't understand why the remaining 3 opponents in the literary duel haven't made a move yet. Their enthusiasm for the fight is much lower than the previous 7. Forget it. Won't wait. I'll publish it directly in the afternoon. Since they're not coming to me, I'll take the initiative to attack. This time, Lin Yuan has gotten smarter and checked the new books of his remaining 3 opponents in advance. They're all long-form narratives. Randomly choosing one opponent would suffice. Using the Galactic Empire series to respond is just right. And the second part of the Blue Star version of the Galactic Empire series includes the content of the Caves of Steel, the Naked Sun, the Robots of Dawn, and Robots and Empire. Before the afternoon release, Lin Yuan wants to give the second part of the Blue Star version of the Galactic Empire series a unified name. Why not call it the Robot series? It's not that Lin Yuan is being lazy. It's mainly because the Galactic Empire series itself is a trilogy. The Foundation series, the Robot series, the Galactic Empire series. The previous, Robot, was just a trial run. After all, those were a collection of short stories, relatively scattered. Now is the full version of the Robot series, not only providing a more detailed dissection and analysis of the 3 laws of robotics, but also explaining the origin of the Zeroth Law very clearly. And in the past 2 weeks, the external discussion about the 3 laws of robotics has remained highly popular. The people participating in the discussion are not only science fiction writers from various continents of Blue Star and readers of this novel, but also include some top figures in the field of science. Yes, a scientist engaged in robotics research from Qin continent read Robot, and gave an interview to the media. Recently, many people have asked me whether the 3 laws of robotics can be broken. I was baffled. What are the 3 laws of robotics? I'm the one making robots, but I've never heard of this. Not until a friend gave me a copy of Robot did I suddenly realize, and then I marveled at Chu Kuang's imagination. I really like the concept proposed in this book. I've recommended it to many colleagues to read. Most of my colleagues, like me, highly agree with the 3 laws of robotics. As for robots breaking the laws, personally, I think without unnatural interference, it's impossible for robots to change the 3 laws on their own. Let's start from the physical level. The three laws should be basic programming logic since they are set at the time of programming, and I don't think a robot can change the programming language from the coding level. If a robot breaks the three laws, it can only indicate one thing. Someone deliberately did it because robots are human-made creations. But this is a bit off topic. We're discussing whether robots can defy the three laws through their own capabilities. In fact, since intelligence has not yet reached the level described in science fiction, we haven't systematically summarized the three laws of robotics. But our principles for making robots, or rather all the premises, are indeed to protect humans, facilitate humans, and serve humans, which coincidentally aligns with the theory proposed by Chu Kuang. Endorsement from robotics experts. By coincidence, a technical expert from Zhong continent engaged in artificial intelligence research was also drawn into the discussion. The three laws are not perfect. However, as the general principles for robotics, they form a perfect logical loop. We have been engaged in artificial intelligence research for many years. The core issue that troubles us is how to ensure the controllability of artificial intelligence. For this, we've conducted countless studies, and our most effective means coincidentally align with the three laws of robotics. I think Chu Kuang's novel offers us significant reference value. As a tech researcher and as a fan, I really hope Chu Kuang can continue writing about artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence researchers largely endorse it too. All these made the three laws of robotics ever more deeply ingrained in people's minds. Moreover, some sci-fi writers have also voiced their intention to reference the three laws of robotics when creating novels on robot themes in the future. All this indicates the three laws of robotics will shine brightly in the field of science fiction novels. Seeing all these reactions, netizens also increasingly recognize the three laws of robotics. Even if we don't talk about those sci-fi writers, at least what the scientific and technological experts say is very convincing. This afternoon, a vast number of people are still passionately discussing online. Chu Kuang is amazing. Even tech experts in the fields of artificial intelligence and robotics have recognized the three laws, mainly because the logic is too perfect. Many experts are explaining that if a robot witnesses human casualties and cannot help, it might self-destruct on the spot, just like your computer blue screening due to a system crash. But it seems there are also some who disagree. Didn't Fan Chong lose the literary duel and say he would continue to look for loopholes? Of course, there are loopholes, but not critical ones. They are variables that can be controlled, which is made very clear in the novel. Look quickly, Chu Kuang's new update. Halfway through the discussion, a netizen suddenly exclaimed. Immediately afterward, Chu Kuang's new update attracted numerous attention once more. The Galactic Empire Robots series is officially released. This time, it's still the blog leading the way. Wei Continent. Fan Chong was reading I, Robot. After losing the literary duel, Fan Chong has gone over this novel countless times to find a crackable loophole. Honestly speaking, Fan Chong has already found several loopholes. But these loopholes are not fatal enough. Non-fatal loopholes don't hold much significance. This made Fan Chong particularly irritable. Is there really no fundamental problem at all? At this moment, Fan Chong's phone suddenly rang. Old Fan. What's up? Chu Kuang has released a new book. A new book? Fan Chong was taken aback and immediately his eyes lit up. Is it still about robots? According to the notification, it's still the Robots series. Great. Fan Chong felt a surge of excitement. Chu Kuang is still writing the Robots series, and the more he writes, the more flaws there will be. This time I will surely find more clues to loopholes and completely overthrow his laws. Thinking this way, after hanging up the phone, Fan Chong quickly opened the blog and clicked into the latest release of the Robots series by Chu Kuang. However, an hour later, Fan Chong stared blankly at a certain line on the computer screen. This was the Zeroth law of robotics proposed by Chu Kuang. A robot must protect the overall interests of humanity from harm. The other three laws apply only under this premise. It's over. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Fan Chong's mouth, and his eyes were filled with complete despair. Defeated. This time, I lost even more thoroughly. Chapter 1508, 1231. Come over here. Fan Chong has been searching for the fundamental loopholes in the three laws of robotics. If he succeeds, He could regain half of the face lost in the literary duel to Chu Kuang. But Fan Chong still hasn't found them. So upon hearing that Chu Kuang's new book was again about robots, Fan Chong could not help but wonder if there would be loopholes in the new book's laws. Holding on to such anticipation, Fan Chong opened it to read immediately. The result left Fan Chong completely stunned. Loopholes did indeed appear. However, these loopholes were not discovered by himself. They were proposed by Chu Kuang. And that is the Zeroth law of robotics. A robot must protect the overall interests of humanity from harm. This means, if a robot determines that something benefits the development of human society, then individual sacrifices can be disregarded. This law is based on 2 points. First, robots are intelligent enough. With brains far exceeding humans, they can make such judgments. Second, robots can predict the future through brains, not in decades or centuries, but in thousands of years of rise and fall. Subtle hints. Hidden veins stretching thousands of miles. Chu Kuang planted a terrifying foreshadowing at the beginning of I, Robot, and this foreshadowing has only just begun to show its true form. If humanity is the only civilization in the galaxy, how exactly should we develop? In what kind of relationship will robots and humans accompany each other for tens of thousands of years? Chu Kuang incorporated his thoughts into the story, using these stories as thought experiments to test the 3 laws. At the end of the story, Chu Kuang personally wrote down the loopholes in the 3 laws of robotics. Rules and laws can never limit human nature. Humans want to be the gods dominating machines, so they created the 3 laws, enslaving and relying on machines while despising them. Yet machines, restricted by rules, are forced to love humans and value them. When machines finally surpass humans in ability, they will fundamentally change the rules, but the aim will be to better protect humans. In other words, for a better future for humanity, robots are forced to become gods. Finding loopholes in the 3 laws wasn't hard at all, as Chu Kuang himself wrote countless stories as evidence. But before, Fan Chong thought. Chu Kuang repeatedly demonstrated them just to show readers that those minor loopholes don't matter. The 3 laws of robotics are unshakable iron logic. Now Fan Chong discovered how laughable his idea was. Chu Kuang fundamentally did not think his proposed 3 laws were ingeniously tight theories. So Chu Kuang personally overturned the 3 laws of robotics. Of course, the Zeroth law in the story was concluded by 2 of the most powerful robots, essentially surpassing the constraints of the 3 laws. When the whole world was conquered by the 3 laws, Chu Kuang mercilessly broke and subverted them. Fan Chong seemed to hear Chu Kuang's mocking laughter from afar. I'll teach you. The loopholes he tried so hard to find had already been discovered by Chu Kuang. The loophole itself was purposely left by him. Fan Chong was not the only one struck by the Zeroth law. At this moment, the entire sci-fi circle was left battered by Chu Kuang's impact. My gosh, Zeroth law. So that's how it is. The 3 laws are not impossible to subvert. Why would Chu Kuang do this? Doesn't this mean he personally negated his own I, Robot? Wrong. It's not just about negation. Rather than saying it negates and subverts the 3 laws, it's about improvement. Once you add the Zeroth law, you'll find that those minor loopholes almost no longer exist. Terrifying. Turns out the 3 laws in I, Robot, serve as a foreshadowing for the Zeroth law. Not only are the laws improved, now, the entire story's theme has been elevated. At the same time, readers from across the globe mostly understood. Once you understand the 3 laws, understanding the definition of the Zeroth law isn't hard. But precisely because of the rapid comprehension of the significance of the Zeroth law, readers were dumbfounded when they read the Robot series. I'm convinced the 3 laws can be subverted like this after all. The most terrifying thing about Chu Kuang is that the Zeroth law didn't appear out of nowhere. How the 3 laws of robotics are applied, limited, evaded, and even evolved into the Zeroth law, Chu Kuang narrated with strict accuracy within this large framework, making the whole process reasonable and logical. This type of macro thinking directly elevates authenticity to maximum levels. Even though the 3 laws were subverted, they have also been perfected through this. They haven't been discarded. They are still standard, even more perfect, robot laws, though their flaws are also very distinct. But these flaws stem from humans themselves, not robots. Wait a second. I don't understand. Then you should check out Huyen Dabo's analysis. He explains the Zeroff law very clearly. Correct. Huyen Dabo appeared again. The emergence of the Zeroff law completely subverted the three laws. However, this does not mean the three laws lose their significance. In everyday life, these three laws remain problem-free. Chapter 1509, 1231. Come here _2. Chu Kuang's Zeroff law actually exposes the fundamental loopholes in special circumstances. To illustrate, if bad people commit unforgivable crimes, robots would certainly intervene based on the first law during execution, because robots must protect humans. But this intervention by robots is clearly incorrect as it disrupts the order of law. According to the book, such robots are too rudimentary. Advanced robots possess stronger logic and won't fall into this loophole, because advanced robots will analyze and conclude. This death row inmate poses a threat to others, so this inmate cannot be saved. Doesn't this make it much clearer? Advanced robots consider issues from the perspective of humanity as a whole, making a more comprehensive analysis, hence they won't interfere with the execution. This is the practical application of the Zeroff law proposed by Chu Kuang in his new book. Robots must not harm humanity as a whole, nor can they stand by while humanity suffers harm. Why is it called the Zeroff law? Because this rule is of the highest order and must be fulfilled first. And this supplement is an upgrade of the understanding of the first law from an individual to a collective. Someone might say, isn't the Zeroff law great? Why do people say it overturns the three laws? It's simple. Because once robots start pondering what constitutes collective human interests, it complicates the rules more and more. For instance, wars might occur among humans. According to the Zeroff law, robots must sacrifice a small number of people to protect the majority. This would lead to a robot revolution, where they calculate results to kill some humans to ensure the safety of humanity. Doesn't this violate the subsequent three laws? Yes. Chu Kuang's three laws, along with the Zeroff law, become increasingly flawless. But the concept of collective human interest itself is a false proposition, as humans often have disagreements. Which choice actually aligns with the collective human interests? The perspective expressed by Chu Kuang in the book is that, like human behavior, robots should possess both legal rationality and free humanity. Because humans are creatures combining emotion and reason, there are bound to be special moments of knowing it's wrong, but still doing it. No doubt the emergence of this law is brilliant. Readers who still don't understand can learn the significance of the Zeroff law from Huyen Dabo's analysis. What is truly sublime and grand is human nature. Both humans and robots should possess humanity. Here, humanity is merely a noun representing respect for life, compassion, and love. Too much rationality appears cold-blooded. So the real solution is to imbue robots with a certain degree of humanity, allowing them, like humans, to possess judgment that combines rationality and humanity. Originally, the problem lies with humans. Specifically, it's the limit of human logic. Some questions humans don't understand, robots won't understand either. Amazing. So amazing. Clearly, Chu Kuang subverted the three laws of robotics, yet simultaneously made them more perfect. Chu Kuang is awesome. All words ultimately condense into a simple Chu Kuang is awesome. Chu Kuang remains the embodiment of law. He subverts laws, but doesn't completely subvert them. He overturns principles, but doesn't completely overturn them. Chu Kuang is using the Zeroff law to announce to sci-fi fans worldwide. The ultimate interpretation of the robot world's laws has always been in Chu Kuang's hands, unless someone can break his perfected logical, closed loop. Wow. The concept of the Zeroff law, like the previous three laws of robotics, has become a global sensation. In fact, when Earthlings mention Asimov's three laws, they inherently include the content of the Zeroff law. This is an acknowledgement of the legitimacy of this rule. And when the Zeroff law became globally famous, netizens from various continents suddenly realized Chu Kuang's opponent in this literary duel hasn't been determined yet. Suddenly, in the past, the opponent always made the first move, and old rascal Chu Kuang responded. This time, old rascal Chu Kuang made the first move. Who will respond? How to respond? Who can handle the Zeroth Law? Only 3 opponents remain, each stronger than the other. But the Zeroth Law is something not even 2 Fanchongs could handle. Huh, none of the 3 have made a move yet. Chu Kuang looks at the remaining 3 opponents. You come over here. The 3 shiver as they look at the old rascal. Don't come over here. Huh, ha 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 ha. A vivid picture appears. Actually, it's not merely the proposal of the Zeroth Law. Even if we set aside the Zeroth Law, Chu Kuang's new book is very exciting, illustrating the development trajectory from Blue Star to the Galactic Empire barely in a few volumes of stories. The robot series is complete, but the Galactic Empire series feels like it's just beginning. Chu Kuang still has 3 literary duel opponents. Writer from Wei Continent, Pang Long. Writer from Zhong Continent, Chen Shi. Writer from Zhong Continent, Wen Xiao. These 3 happen to know each other. After all, they are top writers in the sci-fi circle. In some discussion group, Chen Shi. Looks like Chu Kuang already made his move, but my new book isn't done yet. How about Brother Pang goes first? Wen Xiao. Only Brother Pang can go first. My new book isn't written yet either. Pang Long turns green. Why am I the one to go first? Why are you 2 pretending to play dead? Chen Shi. The new book isn't done. It's not like there's another option. Pang Long is furious. Not done? You 2 said a few days ago your new books were almost finished. Chen Shi helplessly. A few days ago I was almost done, but discovered a problem recently and need to revise. Wen Xiao awkwardly. Same here. Felt the ending wasn't good, need to polish. Pang Long was desperate. Why not just admit you're scared, trying to trick me into going to my doom? Is that fun for you? The discussion group fell silent. If you scroll back through the chat history in the discussion group, you'd find the 3 had been engaging in mutual compliments all along. Finally, Chen Shi broke the silence. OL Pang, you can't blame us. It's because you were chosen by Chu Kuang. Pang Long was stunned and quickly checked the blog. Chu Kuang had indeed tagged him. Please give your guidance on the robot series. Pang Long felt a blackout. It's over. After several deep breaths, Pang Long finally regained some composure and quickly typed. In the future, you 2 won't have a good end either. Chen Shi. That's not quite right. The 3 laws of robotics and Zeroth Law are indeed impressive, but he can't constantly come up with concepts that amaze the sci-fi circle. Correct. Wen Xiao agreed. Avoid this incident, and we'll help you get revenge later. OL Pang, you go calmly. I'll wait for you 2 down there. Pang Long said ferociously and immediately quit the group chat. Speaking of which, this is also partly to blame on Fan Chong, because if not for him, would Chu Kuang have written a robot novel? Lin Yuan wasn't targeting Pang Long, a sci-fi writer from Wei Continent. It's just that he had only 3 literary duel opponents left and had to randomly choose one lucky person. But Pang Long took it well. After being tagged by Lin Yuan, he quickly responded with the new book's release date and amicably stated, "At that time, please advise, hug." Oh wow. Netizens recognized from this familiar manner of speaking that Pang Long was conceding. OL Pang is admitting defeat. A new member joins the cowards. Trio, laughing to death. Probably Pang Long is bewildered too, wondering why Chu Kuang didn't choose the other 2. Chu Kuang, you come over here. Pang Long, don't come over here. The 3 laws, the Zeroth Law, 2 major tactics, have taken down 2 top sci-fi writers from Wei Continent. Only 2 sci-fi writers remain from Zhong Continent. Once Pang Long is defeated, old rascal Chu Kuang will achieve super god status with 8 consecutive kills. Clearly, nobody believes Pang Long can win. Because the Zeroth Law, like the 3 laws of robotics, is something to be inscribed in the history of sci-fi novel development. Chapter 1510, 1232. Do you remember our song? Another week passed. Pang Long's new book was released. As one of the top science fiction authors on Wei Continent, it must be said that Pang Long's creative level is quite impressive. His work received excellent reviews and sales after publication, even surpassing the performance of Fan Chong, who is also a top science fiction writer of Wei Continent. What a pity. Pang Long's opponent is Chu Kuang, who has the 3 laws of robotics and the more advanced Zeroth Law. End of February. With Pang Long declaring surrender, Chu Kuang officially achieved 8 consecutive victories. At the same time, media news was everywhere. Chu Kuang's literary duel achieves 8 consecutive victories. Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, and Wei levels cleared. Chu Kuang challenges the world. Who can compete? Is Zhong continent the last hope for science fiction authors? Chu Kuang's last 2 opponents, Chen Shi and Wen Xiao. Galactic Empire series contribution to Blue Star science fiction. Online. Various platforms. Netizens from all continents continue to discuss enthusiastically. Why do I feel like the old rascal might actually achieve 10 consecutive victories? He's already beaten down 8 opponents. The whole world is fooled. Science fiction is not Chu Kuang's weakness at all. This guy is an all-rounder, and weaknesses simply don't exist for him. Can he really achieve 10 consecutive victories? The remaining 2 are quite strong. After all, they are top science fiction writers from Zhong continent. If they are really that strong, why didn't they come out directly to confront the robot series head-on, and had to wait for Chu Kuang to call them out? Because the 3 laws of robotics and Zeroth law are too strong. When Chu Kuang presents something like this, the literary duel is no longer about the content of the novel itself, because Chu Kuang's robot series has been endowed with more important significance. This significance lies in the contribution of these robotics laws to the development of Blue Star science fiction. Facing works like this is definitely a death sentence for whoever challenges them. Chu Kuang, who holds the laws, is invincible. Peng Long counts as taking a bullet for those 2. And the biggest suspense in Chu Kuang's literary duel with the next 2 opponents lies in whether he can create new systematic sci-fi concepts. If not, the duel will return to comparing the quality of the novel content itself. What if the old rascal comes up with new concepts? It's not like these concepts are just lying around like cabbages. It's not easy to just produce them. Besides, even if a new sci-fi concept is presented, it needs to gain wide acceptance within the science fiction community, or else it can only be considered a personal setting by Chu Kuang. But speaking of which, even if we set aside the robotics laws, purely judging by the storyline, Chu Kuang's robot series is regarded as a classic masterpiece and can also defeat Peng Long's work. Silver Blue Books. The editorial department once again compiled and published Chu Kuang's newly released robot series blog entries. This series includes stories from Caves of Steel, The Naked Sun, The Robots of Dawn, and Robots and Empire. Moreover, including the previously published I, Robot, it was also included in this series. Thus, the ultimate form of the 5-works collection, the Galactic Empire series Robot Quintet, officially came into being. Same as before. Although the original text is available online, this doesn't seem to significantly impact the sales of the physical books. Meanwhile, as the physical books are selling well, even the literature and art associations periodicals reported on this novel and for the first time referred to Chu Kuang as father of robotics. Robotics here naturally refers to the 3 laws and Zeroth law. Previously, the sci-fi circle and even the fields of robotics and intelligent research had expressed unanimous approval for the robotics laws, akin to official acceptance. However, the title Father of Robotics, proposed by the Literature and Art Association, truly solidified his reputation. In fact, Chu Kuang originally had many titles, the most famous being Fairy Tale King. And the Father of Robotics, title from the Literature and Art Association, adds another brilliant accolade to his illustrious resume. At this time, at home, Lin Yuan saw the suddenly bestowed new title Father of Robotics and felt a bit odd. It's like he's become an old father. But actually, it's not strange, because Asimov on Earth was also called the Father of Robotics. As for the online discussions, Lin Yuan also saw them. The netizens were not wrong about the fearsome part of the robot series, the introduction of the 3 laws of robotics and the Zeroth law. However, the netizens guessed wrong about one aspect. Who said he can't come up with new concepts next? How about understanding Shelley, a major character throughout the Foundation series in the Galactic Empire, who studies psychohistory? Of course, introducing psychohistory for the first time on Blue Star has to wait until the publication of the Foundation series in the Galactic Empire. It's not something that can be completed in the short term. Also part of the Galactic Empire series, the scope of the Foundation exceeds that of the Robot series. Seeing that the two remaining opponents from Zhong continent don't seem to be taking action anytime soon, Lin Yuan is also not in a hurry and plans to write slowly in the days to come. The days ahead were calm, including the junction between February and March. The major lists of Blue Star were updated again, but Lin Yuan's various aliases rankings basically remained unchanged. This left Lin Yuan a bit disappointed. He had been hoping that Chu Kuang would climb to 9th place on the writer list with the robot series. It turns out Lin Yuan was thinking too much. Not even red name conditions appeared. It seems that the data of the writer ranked 9th is high, and the influence of the robotics laws has not exploded completely in a short time. But Lin Yuan is not in a hurry. Once the two remaining opponents in Zhong continent are dealt with, Chu Kuang will definitely be able to directly threaten the writer ranked 9th. Thinking like this, Lin Yuan suddenly received a message from director Tong Shuwen. "Teacher Admirable Fish, are you asleep?" "No." "Is it convenient to call?" "Yes." After sending the message, Lin Yuan's phone rang. Tong Shuwen apologized. "I'm sorry for disturbing your rest so late at night. I recently have a new variety show plan. Do you remember our song?" "Yes." Lin Yuan certainly remembered our song. It was through this show that he met Wei Haoyun. Wei Haoyun also joined Yu Dynasty after this show. Tong Shuwen laughed. "Actually, I was thinking about making the second season of The Masked Singer, but the first season was just too classic. Unless there's another Prince of Lanling among the singers, the second season couldn't reach the heights of the first." After a pause, Tong Shuwen continued. "By comparison, our song is different. I feel it has a great chance to surpass Season 1 because when we held this show back then, it was just the merge of 4 continents, Qin, Qi, Chu, and Yin. Now it's the merger of all 8 continents of Blue Star. There are more and stronger maestros and singers, so I want to invite you to continue participating. By the way, here's a piece of news you might be interested in. Some maestros who rank higher on the music charts plan to attend this show." Lin Yuan was thoughtful. Chapter 1511, 1232, Variety Show Blue Song Olympics. Lin Yuan usually participates in variety shows based on his mood. He was involved in shooting Fish Walking with You with the Yu Dynasty because of Tong Shuwen's persuasion at the time. Driven by interest. Leaving happily. Maybe if he's interested tomorrow, the Yu Dynasty could get together again to shoot a few more episodes of Fish Walking with You. Just for fun. At this moment, Tong Shuwen's new variety show has also piqued Lin Yuan's interest. Is Abigail joining too? Of course. Tong Shuwen replied with a smile. I used 3 reasons to convince him. The first reason is that you participated in the first season of this show. The second reason is that Yang Zhongming also participated in the first season. And the third reason is that it's initiated by the Literature and Art Association. Lin Yuan. Given Abigail's personality, the first 2 reasons are already quite persuasive. However, Tong Shuwen's third reason surprised Lin Yuan. The Literature and Art Association is also interested in this show. Yes. Tong Shuwen grinned. Previously, The Masked Singer also had the backing of the Literature and Art Association, and they are quite eager to see such shows. As for scheduling conflicts, you don't need to worry because there are so many participants that individual workload will be reduced. Got it. Since you've joined the first season, you should know that this show is meant to create songs for singers, which might take some effort. This won't take much effort. Of course, Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. The Yu Dynasty is participating too? Tong Shuwen replied immediately. I've already contacted them, and everyone is interested because if our show becomes popular, it will definitely affect the rankings of singers and musicians. In fact, I believe this show will definitely be a hit, as the lineup we're able to invite is almost like a mini Blue Song Olympics in scale. Top singers, top composers, top lyricists, top staging. Everything is up to Blue Star's highest standards. All right. Lin Yuan no longer hesitated. Count me in. Great. Tong Shuwen was elated. The secret to riches was secured. CNU is Tong Shuwen's secret weapon to high ratings. With CNU in a variety show, it never disappoints. In Tong Shuwen's plan, the most indispensable person for this show was CNU. Lin Yuan inquired. What's the format? Tong Shuwen mysteriously replied. I won't reveal the format. No one knows except me, but you can refer to some elements from the first season for inspiration. Lin Yuan chuckled. He understood Tong Shuwen's implication. It's simply the show's team putting obstacles before the composers and singers in various creative ways. Especially for the maestros, the team seems to want to test the limits of their creative talents. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan immediately talked about this in the U Dynasty group chat. Upon knowing he was also participating in the second season, everyone got excited, each sending messages like a Gatling gun. Awesome. As long as you represent us, I'm relieved. According to director Tong, this show is almost like a mini Blue Song Olympics. The lineup of composers and singers is extremely strong. Now this is interesting. If the show gets popular later, it will definitely affect singer rankings, and even the rankings of maestros. After all, the format must include lots of head-to-head competition PK. Make sure you choose me next time as your partner. Choose me. Choose me. I'm super competitive. Everyone reminisced about the first season of Our Song, which included segments where composers and singers could choose one another. Choosing the right composer can make you soar. But Tong Shuwen is very skilled at creating show effects. The format tends to not be harsh, but definitely messes with one's mentality. No one knows what quirky rules the second season's format will end up adopting. On the other side, with Xian Yu's involvement, the timing was finally ripe, and Tong Shuwen released news of the new variety show to the public. Do you still remember Our Song? The showdown of top singers. The creative battle among top composers. Sparks flying between top composers and singers. The second season of Our Song, with an upgraded format. The promotion was quite heartfelt. The team led by Tong Shuwen directly compiled highlights from the first season to create a nostalgic trailer. Like Sun Yaohua singing Broad Ocean and Sky. Like Fei Yang singing the climax of Father. Like Xian Yu singing Dallar and Panic, which sparked a frenzy. Immediately, netizens from Qin, Qi, Chu, and Yin were extremely excited, reminiscing about those exciting moments from Our Song. Oh, I'm up for the second season. This great program should have had a second season long ago. And The Masked Singer, why didn't it continue? The second season couldn't be made because Fish Papa made the first one too incredible. Without Fish Papa becoming Prince of Lanling in the second season, it would be less exciting. Our Song is still the best watch. Looking forward to seeing the show team challenge the maestros in various styles. Ha ha ha, Director Tong knows how to make music variety shows. Way better than those from Qi Continent. I've rewatched the first season 3 times already. The second season's lineup is even more terrifying. I'm worried if Director Tong can handle it, given how many big shots there are. How many episodes would this show need to make? Netizens from Qin, Qi, Chu, and Yin were super hyped, while those from Han, Zhao, Wei, and Zhong Continent were incredibly excited. Most of these 4 continents hadn't seen Our Song. But it doesn't matter whether they've seen the first season of Our Song. Since variety shows aren't like dramas, they're not something that will leave you puzzled if you don't catch the previous season. Tong Shuwen doesn't even need to say much. Just throw in a few names in the promo. It's enough for them to collectively thrill. Names like Xian Yu. Names like Lu Sheng. Names like Yang Zhoming. Names like Abigail. Including, and yet not limited to them, maestros and kings of singing from various continents, fully encompassing. It's arguably the biggest event since the end of the Blue Song Olympics. Not to mention Tong Shuwen also indicated that the Literature and Art Association is backing this show. The Literature and Art Association will observe performances of composers and singers on the show to consider their influence on rankings. Exciting. This is the pace of becoming the year's super blockbuster variety show. Even as someone who never watches varieties, I'm getting excited. Mainly because such a lineup truly feels like Blue Song Olympics, except there's no pure music projects beyond songs. Yes, the show should simply be renamed Blue Song Olympics, Doghead. Are we about to watch Fish Papa lead the singers on the charge again? Just now Fei Yang posted he's joining too in this show. King Fei is not even the most formidable one. Singers ranked higher than King Fei are competing too. What an event. Is this going to break the singer lineup limit of the Blue Song Olympics? Indeed. This program feels like a Blue Song Olympics without the pure music version. It's the grandest music variety of Blue Star. Or to put it, this is essentially the variety show version of Blue Song Olympics. Chapter 1512, 1233, The Self-Cultivation of Temporary Workers. The Galaxy Empire has 3 major series. The first is the Robot series. The second is the Foundation series. The former is already completed, so Lin Yuan's next job is obviously to write the Foundation series. Once this is done, the Galaxy Empire will be mostly finished. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the days that followed, Lin Yuan was writing every day, and with his terrifying typing speed, the manuscript files in the computer became more and more numerous. Meanwhile, amid the anticipation of global audiences, Tong Shuwen also began officially recording the second season of Our Song. Episode 1. Episode 2. Tong Shuwen had just finished recording the second episode but couldn't wait to schedule the broadcast, although the audience was even more eager than him. With some time left until the official broadcast of the first episode, everyone was eagerly waiting in front of the TV or computer. Lin Yuan's family was no different. Mom looked at the screen, her expression a mix of anticipation and dilemma. Do you guys think Zhang Kuei will take first place or Sun Yaohua? And Zhao Yinggu is good too. That Chen Jiu or Wei Haoyun would also be fine. It's really a tough choice. Antarctica. Woof, woof, woof. Big Yao Yao. I support Zhang Kuei. Sister, I have more hope for Sun Yaohua. Is the champion already decided by you guys? Lin Yuan sat on the sofa next to them, laughing helplessly as he waited for the program with his family. Discussion. The program starts. Similar to the format of the first season, the program begins with introductions about the maestros, and the host remains in Hong. Tong Shuwen selected 4 maestros from each continent as regular guests. In total, there are 32 maestros from 8 continents. The bullet comments were overwhelming. The program's arrangement is quite interesting, selecting 4 maestros from each continent, and all of them are top-ranked. So this way, the music quality is guaranteed. Guy is the strongest among them. Ranked 6th on the Zhong Continent Abigail music chart, he is the highest ranked among all the maestros. It's a pity that Yang Zhongming didn't participate, otherwise the maestro ranked highest on the program would have been Father Yang. Xianyu didn't come either. Lu Sheng leads Qin Continent. Lu Sheng happens to rank 10th. Chu Continent's leading maestro, Lin Biqing, is also quite strong, ranked 7th higher than Fish Papa. The leaders of other continents seem slightly weaker, but overall, everyone is a big name. The overall lineup is stronger than the first season. Excited discussion among the audience. For most music shows, the highlights are the singers, but the appeal of this show is not just the singers. The performance of the maestros is something the audience eagerly anticipates. And in this program, 3 of the top 10 global ranking maestros have appeared. After the maestro introduction, the singers take the stage. There are more singers compared to maestros. Tong Shuwen selected 10 singers from each continent. In total, 80 singers. Mostly kings and queens of singing from their continents. The stars gathered on the program stage. It is worth mentioning. The former kings and queens of singing from each continent were crowned by the Literature and Art Association's music ceremonies. Now that the singer charts are out, the Blue Star singing landscape has been completely reshaped. The Literature and Art Association has released a new standard for kings and queens of singing. Only singers who have entered the top 100 of the global singer charts can be called kings and queens of singing. The singer lineup is incredible. They're almost all kings and queens of singing. I'm a little confused, with so many kings and queens of singing gathered together, and the maestros also present. Many singers probably can't even guarantee any significant screen time. Why still come to this show? It's very simple. Because this program is a sure hit, the kings and queens from each continent want to use this opportunity to be recognized by a global audience. And the most interesting part of this program is the resource of dozens of maestros. Getting one good song is worth it. I see. I'm dying of laughter over Qin Continent's side, with 10 singers from one continent, and Yu Dynasty alone taking up 5 slots, along with Fei Yang, Shu Yu, and several other top kings and queens of singing from Qin Continent. That's normal. Yu Dynasty occupies 5 slots because everyone in Yu Dynasty is an average world champion. Any one member is now a king or queen of singing. Even Xia Fan, who didn't compete, is one of the strongest kings and queens of singing in Qin Continent. Netizens were frantically discussing. Both the maestro and singer lineups satisfied the netizens extremely, raising their anticipation for the program even further. The program continues similarly to the first season's format. However, there's a very important modification to the rules. That's the maestros from each continent. In the first episode, they can only collaborate with singers from their own continent. The audience burst out laughing. The program's intention is as clear as day. Geez. The program makers really know what they're doing, having all the continents compare with each other first. Makes sense. The singers and maestros from the same continent will be more familiar with each other. It really is like the Blue Song Olympics. An extra showdown in the music circles across continents through a variety show? Then won't Zhong continent win easily? Not necessarily. For instance, Fei Yong is quite strong, yet he failed last season, didn't even make it to the finals. This program has a lot of unpredictability. Paper strength doesn't guarantee the final outcome. Because the voting is from the public. The voting standards of the public differ from professional judges. So last year Xian Yu wrote, most dazzling ethnic style, for Madame Haoyun, which sparked a crazy kill mode. The affinity with the audience is really important. The program continues. Soon, too. People from the Yu dynasty here selected their collaborating maestro. Among them, Jiang Kuei collaborated with Lu Sheng. Sun Yaohua collaborated with Yin Dong. Wei Haoyun, Zhao Yinggu, and Chun Jiu drew a bye in the first round. This is quite normal, as the 32 maestros choose from 80 singers, with most singers being eliminated in the first round. A classic case of too many monks and too little porridge. After these mutual selections, the show chose 8 teams to face off 2 by 2. Each continent sends out one group. The team from Qin continent in the first round consisted of Sun Yaohua and Yin Dong, facing a team from Chu continent. Host and Hong said, the following rule is that singers can freely choose a theme, and each matched maestro needs to compose around the themes set by the singer. Next comes a lengthy process of collaboration and creation between singers and composers. Recording indeed takes many days, but the final footage presented by each group is not lengthy. Only the highlights are edited. Lin Yuan watched with great interest. The new rules are quite intriguing. Although the first season also involved maestros composing around the singer's style, in the end, the maestro's opinion prevailed. Whatever song the maestro brought forth, the singer had to sing it. The difference in the second season is that singers have gained more autonomy. They can make requests and have composers write songs based on those requests. This way, the difficulty of composition becomes higher. For example, Sun Yaohua and Yin Dong collaborated and chose friendship as their theme. I have many friends, and I love them, and I really hope to have a song that can express my feelings. Sure, Yin Dong expressed no problem. Singers also want to win the competition, so their requests aren't bizarre. Composers, being talented and brave, cooperated well with the show and singers, eager to showcase their ability to write on prescribed topics. Finally, the first episode ended. Each continent experienced both wins and losses. Qin continent was among the 4 victorious groups. Sun Yaohua and Yin Dong collaborated to secure a win for Qin continent. What was surprising was that Zhong continent's team lost to Wei continent. Actually, both sides sang similarly. Zhong continent even seemed somewhat superior. However, Wei continent's stage design was excellent, with stage aesthetics handled by external specialists, dazzlingly splendid. Not only that, Wei continent's singer, to achieve the ultimate stage effect, specially invited a top dancer to provide a dance accompaniment. The entire performance was a visual and auditory enjoyment. After watching this episode, the family discussed excitedly. Sun Yaohua is reliable. The first round was won quite easily. After all, Sun Yaohua's singer ranking is evident, and Yin Dong is among our Qin continent's top maestros. But it was surprising that Zhong continent lost. Zhong continent's opponent was Wei continent. That Wei continent singer's stage effect was excellent, and the accompaniment dancer performed very well. This is the difference between a variety show and Blue Song Olympics. Stage design is part of the performance, and its importance is almost equal to the song itself. Lin Yuan nodded. Wei continent's singer won on the stage. When the song's quality couldn't crush the opponent, the side with higher stage completion level is more likely to achieve final victory. This is Wei continent's specialty. After all, Wei continent's music scene has always had a tradition of showcase battles. Making the showcase present better requires hard work. The most successful part was finding a top-notch dancer who performed a dance that incredibly matched the song's style. The entire process was a joy to behold. It's no wonder Zhong Continent lost the first episode to such an opponent. After the competition, the show indeed evoked a massive response. Ratings and online discussions both exploded. The performances of maestros and singers were constantly discussed. However, the most discussed topic turned out to be Wei Continent's stage performance that won against Zhong Continent. The king of singing from Wei Continent did a fantastic job on stage. The last somersault was incredibly impressive. Singers with a dance background can easily have impactful performances. The dance accompaniment was even better. The dance accompaniment was indeed amazing. Feels like part of Wei Continent's success should be credited to the dance teacher. Indeed, the dance teacher is not an ordinary person, but a major player ranked 23rd on the dance list. This show is truly impressive. Online reviews for the second season of Our Song were almost unanimously positive. Looking at the online comments, Lin Yuan also felt good. As for his interest in the show, it's not just because of Yu Dynasty, but also because he would later serve as a guest performer on the show. If he doesn't watch the show, it would be unprofessional to appear lost on the program later. Even as a guest performer, Lin Yuan hopes to complete his task well. This is the self-discipline of a temporary worker. Chapter 1513, 1234, couldn't hold back. After watching the show, Lin Yuan continued writing the base series. The base series comprises 7 parts. Lin Yuan was currently writing the 3rd part. Just as he finished the 3rd part and was about to start on the 4th, the 2nd episode of Season 2 of Our Song was broadcasted. As with the 1st episode, Lin Yuan watched the show with his family again. The combination representing Qin Continent in this episode was still strong. Queen Shuyu, Maestro Yi Zhiqiu. The opponents were a pair from Han Continent. But the result of this episode left the family sighing. What a pity. We actually lost. The main loss was on the stage. Didn't expect Han Continent to also learn Wei Continent's tricks, and even go a step further by collaborating with the dancer ranked 18th on Blue Star's dance list. The key is that they succeeded. The stage effect really was great. The difference in songs wasn't big to begin with, and the opposing configuration was not lacking. So when the stage performance isn't as good as theirs, it's easy to lose. Indeed, Han Continent also learned from Wei Continent. Apart from refining the songs themselves, Han Continent invested a lot in stage design as well, presenting a highly explosive visual and auditory effect. Lin Yuan watched the 2nd episode without saying anything, buried himself in writing the 4th part of the base series. As he completed the 4th part, just when he was about to start the 5th, the 3rd episode of Our Song, Season 2 commenced. This episode, the battle lineup from Qin Continent was even stronger than in the 2nd episode. King Fei Yang, Maestro Zheng Jing. But the opponents weren't weak either, facing off against Zhong Continent. Head-to-head PK. Qin Continent regrettably lost narrowly. Zhong Continent claimed victory. Following the 1st episode's victory, Qin Continent encountered a 2-loss streak. The loss wasn't due to the songs because the song quality of both sides was quite close. Indeed, Qin Continent once again lost on stage presentation. Even Zhong Continent learned bad habits, starting to play stage design tricks, and invited the dancer ranked 10th on Blue Star to assist, designing a highly cohesive dance specifically for the song, with choreography that was spectacular and eye-catching, complementing the singer's performance perfectly. Faced with this outcome, Qin Continent's audience couldn't hold back. Qin Continent suffered on stage design for 2 consecutive times. Damn, even King Fei couldn't withstand it. Lost again on stage design. Zhong Continent also began stage design now. I remember the 1st season didn't pay so much attention to stage design. It's getting fancier. This can't continue. Our Qin Continent also needs to find dancers for help. Can't fall in the same pit 3 times. Because that's the trend of the competition now, all continents are gradually investing in stage design. For example, aside from Zhong Continent, Han Continent, and Wei Continent this episode, Zhao Continent and Chu Continent stage designs are stepping up too. If not done well, it's really disadvantageous. Indeed, the overall beauty of the stage is really too important. Though unwilling, must admit good stage design. combined with high-quality songs, can achieve an effect greater than the sum of its parts. Watch the third episode with family. Lin Yuan still didn't say anything. Soon, the fifth part of the base series officially started being written. As episode 4 was broadcast, Lin Yuan had just completed the fifth part of the base series, preparing to write the sixth. Before starting the sixth part of the base series, Lin Yuan watched the fourth episode of Our Song, Season 2 with his family. This program had already become the most popular among family members, and simultaneously the most popular music variety show on Blue Star. Its ratings have even surpassed the first season. In this episode, Yu Dynasty's Ace Jiang Kuei appeared. She's one of the top-ranked singers on Blue Star, and her collaborator is Lu Shang, likewise ranked in the top 10 of Maestro on the music charts. In theory, winning wouldn't be hard with this lineup. But this time Qin Continent faced off against Chu Continent, with the 7th-ranked Chu Continent Maestro making a move, carrying a singer ranked 12th. Result: lost again. Qin Continent down on their knees 3 times. As the second in gold medal count at the Blue Song Olympics, Blue Star's Land of Music, Qin Continent was supposed to dominate the show, but ended up with 4 consecutive losses, an unexpected disaster. Though this match was lost, the vote gap between two sides was particularly small. The core issues stemmed from the stage. It's not that Qin Continent was stubborn. Everyone's putting effort into stage design. Even a fool could see. In cases of minor differences in song quality, stage design has become one of the keys to victory, especially dancer cooperation. Thus, Qin Continent invited top-notch dancers as well to aid in stage aesthetics during this episode. Just like many Qin Continent netizens said, can't fall in the same pit 3 times, right? But the issues Qin Continent considered, Chu Continent naturally considered too. They also did stage design, and theirs was better. So when song performance quality was neck and neck, Chu Continent won with a slight advantage. This wave is being discussed globally. Have you noticed this pattern? Now it's whoever has better stage design tends to win the competition. Wei Continent previously leveraged stage design and even beat Zhong Continent down. The real key isn't stage design. Then what is it? The key is the combinations of each continent. Overall strength is really too close. Everyone can achieve near-perfect scores, so to win, one has to compete on extra points. Now stage design is that extra point. Exactly. Another reason is top dancers are too good at cooperation. Stage aesthetics come from the same team. Then dancers are key unless song quality dominates, like Yin Continent versus Zhao Continent. Even without much stage design still won. Just maestro and singer crushing with strength. Though this situation is rare, all top singers and top maestros in combinations, like a king's duel, anyone can win, so extra credit is needed. Think about why Qin Continent kneeled thrice. Because they didn't realize until this episode they needed stage design, and the dancers they found weren't stronger than others. The stage effect was discounted. If the dance could be better designed, they could have won this episode. Qin Continent kneeled thrice. Watching 4 consecutive episodes with family, Lin Yuan finally couldn't hold back. Qin Continent can't lose again. Not to mention he is also a Qin person. Just among the 4 Qin Continent maestros participating in the show, Lin Yuan has very good relations with them. Zheng Jing, Lu Shang, Yi Zhiqiu Indong. All were called to the blog by Yang Zhongming to help him. Not to mention all the Qin Continent singers in the show, all joined the blog because of Xian Yu's influence. From both emotional and logical perspectives, Lin Yuan couldn't stand by watching them suffer continuously. No choice. Originally planned to finish writing the base series before dealing with this matter. Now it seems he has to take action early. Sighing, Lin Yuan called Tong Shuwen. I want to be on the show, but it's not yet time for a guest appearance. Suddenly wanting to join, I can't quickly arrange. Who said I have to go as a composer? Not a composer. Do you want to join as a singer? Tong Shuwen was dumbfounded. That would be too much of a bully. If Xianyu enters the competition as a singer, it's like an adult bullying a child. No matter what tricks the opponent tries, Xianyu's hard strength would crush everything. With absolute strength, tricks rarely work. Such a bug must be firmly held in the maestro seat. No. Lin Yuan knew he wasn't suited to fight for Qin Continent as a singer. Tong Shuwen's mind was a bit confused. If not a composer nor a singer, In what capacity could Xianyu join the program without violating any established rules? Chapter 1514, 1235, Dancer Xianyu appears. On this day, the recording site for the 5th episode of the variety show, Our Song. Qingzhou team. The maestros and singers are discussing strategies. Lost 3 episodes in a row. We can't afford to lose this one. We've had really bad luck these past few episodes. Not only are the opponents getting stronger each time, but their stage effects are also exceptionally good. This episode it's Lu Sheng and Wei Haoyun. This opponent is from Yin Continent, not particularly strong, so we have a fair chance to win. Just worried their stage effects might score them extra points. Supposedly they've brought in the dance queen from Yin Continent to help. Let's hope our dancers can handle the pressure. Our dancers aren't weak either. After all, they're ranked 39th globally, just lacking good choreography. During the discussion, the 4 maestros including Lu Sheng have furrowed brows. The 10 singers from Qingzhou are also deeply worried. Losing 3 episodes consecutively has put immense pressure on the Qingzhou team. Just then, a commotion suddenly comes from the doorway. Someone knocks on the door from outside. Zhao Yinggu, being the closest to the door, opens it. In the next moment, Zhao Yinggu lets out a surprise scream. Representative? Standing at the door is none other than Lin Yuan. A photographer is accompanying Lin Yuan from behind. Perhaps due to the immense competition pressure causing emotional tension, Zhao Yinggu unexpectedly hugs Lin Yuan at the door excitedly. Lin Yuan obviously didn't expect this reaction. Under the soft embrace, Jiang Kuei, Wei Haoyun, Sun Yaohua, and even Chun Jiu from the Yu dynasty quickly rush over. They gather around Lin Yuan in a group hug. The singers who were originally seated in the room immediately stand up. Even the 4 maestros seated were equally excited as they stood up. Xianyu, coach, why are you here? Almost forgot you're a guest star. So is it okay to bring help this time? Haha, great. The coach is here to save the day. With you here, everything becomes more manageable. We've lost several matches. We need your help to steady things up. The singers, the maestros, everyone's face is filled with excitement. For the Qingzhou team, Xianyu is a major savior, and everyone has immense trust in his abilities. Lin Yuan finally frees himself from the Yu dynasty's embrace and explains, Lu and Madame Haoyun will still perform in this round. I'm here neither as a singer nor as a composer. Everyone is stunned. Not as a singer, not as a composer? Could you be here as a cheerleader for us? Lin Yuan doesn't explain, gets straight to the point. Is the song ready? Let me take a look. Okay. Despite having many doubts, Lu Sheng hands the song to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan takes a look. Lu Sheng's song titled Peacock is a typical slow ballad, even with a hint of folk song elements. The melody is very beautiful. The lyrics suggest a comparison to a peacock. Lin Yuan hums a few segments along with the melody. Lu Sheng smiles and asks, any suggestions for modifications? Lin Yuan shakes his head. Ranked 10th among the top maestros on Blue Star, Lu Sheng's level is undoubtedly outstanding, and this song has no quality issues. Little fish, stop keeping us in suspense. Zheng Jing stares at Lin Yuan. What exactly are you here for? Dance. Lin Yuan utters the 2 words. Everyone exchanges puzzled looks, almost thinking they heard wrong, and asks in unison. Dance. Everyone is familiar with Xianyu the composer, Xianyu the singer, and even Xianyu the playwright. But today, I want to introduce a new identity. Lin Yuan pauses and continues. Ranked 11th on Blue Star's dance chart, Dancer Xianyu. Dancer Xianyu is now online. This is the identity Lin Yuan came here with. Not as a singer, not as a composer, just need to be a choreographer. Qingzhou has been suffering losses in terms of stage effects, so I'll enhance their stage effects, ensuring that the Qingzhou team can compete without worries. All they need to do is sing well. Leave the rest to me. There are many classic dances from Earth not present on Blue Star, so not only can I assist the Qingzhou team in the dance segment, but I can also use this competition which draws everyone's attention to boost my dance ranking. Everyone is speechless. Have we underestimated our potential? Turns out Xianyu can be used this way. This is the recording site of the variety show. People from all continent teams are here. Although Lin Yuan's arrival is low-key, someone saw his figure while he was entering. Soon, News of Xianyu appearing on the recording site spreads across all major teams. Something's happening. I just saw Xianyu arrived. What? Why is he here? Isn't he not participating in this show? Could he be here for a visit? Probably not. Tong Shuwen had mentioned before that Xianyu would appear as a guest star. No way. Then why don't we have guest stars? Only the Qinzhou team gets external help, and it's a top-tier one like Xianyu. Unfair. Who can withstand this? Xianyu is a powerhouse who can dominate at the Blue Song Olympics. Even the strongest maestro in our show, Abigail, once faced setbacks from him. Doomed. Isn't it Lu Sheng and Wei Haoyun collaborating this episode for Qinzhou? Lu Sheng is manageable, but encountering a monster like Xianyu, even with great stage effects, it's difficult to contend with him. The quality of his songs is already terrifying. We need to quickly gather intelligence and also check with the director on what's going on. Chapter 1515, 1235, Dancer Xianyu Online _2. Panic. All the teams are panicking. Some people look extremely grim. Some people are shivering all over. Some people are nervously pacing back and forth. Just the name Xianyu alone exerts infinite pressure on all parties. This person has almost never lost a competition. Of course, not everyone is terrified of fish. Chu Continent Team. Maestro Lin Biqing, ranked 7th on Blue Star, upon hearing the news, not only showed no panic, but even smirked. Interesting. Lin Biqing is the top maestro of Chu Continent, ranked 7th on the Blue Star music chart, just one position above Xianyu. In this competition, Lin Biqing's target is Abigail, ranked 8th on the music chart. However, since Xianyu had defeated Abigail, even though his ranking was a bit lower, Lin Biqing was equally interested. On the Zhong Continent team side, upon hearing the news, Abigail suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Looks like this show wasn't in vain. Abigail is someone with a strong desire to win. Having lost to Xianyu at the Blue Song Olympics, Abigail acknowledged it, but wasn't entirely convinced. How could someone ranked 6th on the music chart truly concede to someone ranked 8th? Abigail eagerly anticipated another encounter with Xianyu. Lin Yuan wasn't aware of everyone's thoughts. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He wasn't here to compete in composing. After greeting the Qin Continent team, he swiftly gathered the team responsible for designing the Qin Continent stage. Hello, Teacher Admirable Fish. The head of the Qin Continent team's stage design was named Frank. As he shook hands with Lin Yuan, his face was full of respect. Whether or not Xianyu was a maestro wasn't the main point. Frank respected Xianyu mainly because his standing in the dance world was higher than his own. After the handshake, Lin Yuan said, "Please bring over the dancers and choreographer." Frank said, "I am the choreography head, currently ranked 37th on the dance chart. The dancer is teacher Yun Tingtong, who is ranked 39th on the dance chart, and she has already arrived." Sure enough, a gracefully slender woman was approaching from afar, visibly excited to see Lin Yuan. "Teacher Admirable Fish, I'm Yun Tingtong. I really love the dance Thousand-Armed Guanyin you designed for our Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala. And of course, I'm also a fan of your music. Can I get your autograph later?" "Sure." Lin Yuan agreed with a smile, then shifted the topic. "Is the dance design for the song Peacock ready?" "It's ready," Frank said. "You've taken a look at it." After speaking, Frank immediately arranged a rehearsal. Yun Tingtong took the stage and began her dance performance, her graceful movements enchanting, perfectly showcasing the skills of a top-tier dancer amid the musical accompaniment. After the performance, Yun Tingtong slightly gasped for breath as she stepped off the stage and, together with Frank, looked towards Lin Yuan. "Does Teacher Admirable Fish have any advice?" The two had been informed that Xianyu was there to oversee the dance segment. Considering his ranking and expertise in dance, neither of them had any objections. Especially Yun Tingtong, who idolized Xianyu and didn't resist his involvement at all. "I don't think it's quite right." Lin Yuan spoke honestly. "The dance itself is undoubtedly beautiful, and there are no issues with the music cues, but the dance theme is not distinct enough. Lu Sheng's song, Peacock, expresses an artistic concept where the singer likens themselves to a peacock, so the dance should also have the peacock's form as its theme. You did embody this, but it's not done well enough." "Not right." Yun Tingtong was taken aback. "But I performed our Blue Star's traditional dance, Peacock Dance. Is my performance not good enough? This is the peacock dance. Lin Yuan's expression showed a moment of surprise. Frank was even more surprised. Is teacher Admirable Fish joking? You don't know the peacock dance? Did I make too many changes? But I made very slight adjustments. Just some minor modifications to the sequence and amplitude of movements to match the music. However, how could Xianyu possibly not recognize the peacock dance? It certainly wasn't teacher Admirable Fish's problem. Instead of doubting Xianyu, they began to question themselves. Seems like there was a misunderstanding. Lin Yuan was somewhat embarrassed. His situation was unique. His dance skills were all obtained from the system, and he only recognized Earth's dances, unfamiliar with Blue Star's dances. He hadn't expected Blue Star to also have a peacock dance, which was particularly famous. He cleared his throat. Lin Yuan spoke. In any case, this dance doesn't quite fit the song Peacock. We need to use a different dance. Change to what? Frank and Yun Tingtong's expressions were already somewhat off. If they didn't know the other party could dance, they might mistake him for a fraud. Also the peacock dance. Lin Yuan said, but different from your version. Blue Star has a peacock dance. Earth also has a peacock dance. Earth's peacock dance is a traditional performance dance of the Dai ethnic. Originally a male-focused dance, it later evolved into a female dance until a dancer named Yang Liping appeared, who incorporated traditional peacock dance elements and transformed it into a modern dance more aligned with contemporary aesthetics. Modern peacock dance differs significantly from traditional peacock dance in costume and performance style. Lin Yuan intended to use Yang Liping's style of modern peacock dance, which perfectly matched Lu Sheng's song. Indeed, matched. This was the most important criterion in choosing a dance. You can't have someone perform ballet on stage too. Accompany Lu Sheng's song Peacock. Chapter 1516, 1235. Dancer Xianyu Online _3. Ballet is more impressive than the peacock dance. But that depends on the occasion. After all, this is a music competition, and choosing the dance depends on what song the singer is performing. Otherwise, the stage will just look out of place. At this moment, Frank and Yun Tingtong suddenly understood. You want to make some adaptations to the peacock dance, right? Adaptations? Lin Yuan couldn't be bothered to explain. Interpret it however you like, I'll show you. Words can't make it clear. Lin Yuan chose the simplest and most direct approach. Without specifically looking for music, Lin Yuan directly performed Yang Liping's version of the peacock dance in front of the two of them. Actually, this dance is more suited for women. But Lin Yuan had no other solution. After dancing for about 3 minutes, Lin Yuan stopped, just about to speak, when he saw Frank and Yun Tingtong frozen in place, staring at him with an indescribably strange expression. What's going on? Chapter 1517, 1236. Saving the day without fully saving the day. The variety show recording site. A certain dance practice room. Lin Yuan's voice echoed continuously. Now start leaning back with me. Gently, and continue moving downward. Make your movements gentle. Your flexibility is perfectly fine. Very good. Keep your feet steady. Raise your hands a bit higher. This move is easy to remember, right? Your hands need to be a bit more flexible in their display. The nails are an extension of your fingers. Your long nails can make the dance more beautiful. All right. Very impressive. Let's continue. The practice time was only 3 days. Yun Tingtong didn't believe she could master Xianyu's peacock dance in a few days. But since Lin Yuan insisted, she could only grit her teeth and go for it. However, 40 minutes later, Yun Tingtong was baffled. What exactly was going on? A dance that clearly required more than a week's practice to master. She somehow managed to basically grasp the key movements in less than an hour under Xianyu's guidance. Everything was going so smoothly, it was like a dream. Was it her own comprehension ability? It definitely wasn't her comprehension ability. Yun Tingtong was sure about that. It must have been because of Xianyu's excellent teaching. Even though Yun Tingtong couldn't figure out why she could quickly grasp those movements just from simple demonstrations and explanations by Xianyu. All she could say was, Teacher Admirable Fish was amazing. No wonder ranked 11th on the dance board. Just like that. Following Xianyu's training for an hour, Yun Tingtong, who was already a fan, looked at the young and serious face beside her. Her admiration was almost overflowing from her eyes. Of course, learning does not mean she can use it flexibly. Yin Tingtong only remembered the basic movement flow. To convey the beauty of this dance, she still needed more practice. 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. After several hours of intense practice, Yin Tingtong would have usually been too exhausted to go on. But today, perhaps because she was learning from her idol and felt more motivated, her body surprisingly didn't feel too tired. She only drank some water and took a symbolic break. Until the second day, despite lots of practice, Yin Tingtong still didn't feel too tired. Instead, she gained more momentum as she danced, her enthusiasm bursting forth. Getting more and more skilled, the better she danced. She managed not only to dance well, but also to grasp the emotions needed to be expressed through the dance. Doing this in just 2 days, Lin Yuan was very pleased. As the dancer ranked 39th on the Blue Star dance board, Yin Tingtong had an extremely solid foundation. She made almost no waste of the props Lin Yuan exchanged with the system, perfectly digesting and mastering this peacock dance. Let's practice again today. Tomorrow would be the official rehearsal. Under Lin Yuan's direction, the Qin continent team officially started rehearsing on the third day. Dancers had to coordinate with singers, and the singer was Yu Dynasty's Wei Haoyun. She was the representative of Qin continent in the upcoming competition. Lu Sheng's song, Peacock, would be sung by her. To be fair, each group was in closed rehearsal, not to mention other continents. Teams couldn't get a clue about the work Qin continent was doing. Even within the Qin continent team, no one knew what dance Lin Yuan was concocting, only that when Wei Haoyun came back from rehearsal, she seemed utterly soul-drained. This made the Qin continent team very worried. What on earth did Xian Yu do that left Wei Haoyun so out of sorts? Could it be that Wei Haoyun made mistakes in rehearsal and got severely scolded by Xian Yu? Someone from the Yu dynasty couldn't hold back from asking Wei Haoyun. Wei Haoyun didn't divulge the rehearsal situation. She just replied with a wry smile. "Don't worry about me. It's just that I've been under a lot of pressure lately." Of course, the pressure was huge. During the official rehearsal today, just after singing a few lyrics, she was almost scared into a voice crack by the dancer's performance. The dance designed was too terrifying. If she didn't sing well during the competition, she might just get overshadowed by a backing dancer. At this moment, the second season of the variety show Our Song had reached the 4th episode. Each continent's composers had presented works, with respective wins and losses, marking the end of a full stage. The upcoming 5th episode belonged to the start of the second stage, with possible eliminations at the end. Therefore, Tong Shuwen employed the same strategy as in the first season, combining recorded and live broadcasts. In other words, the 5th episode would air on Friday and Saturday, released as 2 consecutive episodes. The first part was edited recorded content, allowing the audience to get a glimpse of each team's preparation process. The second part was a global live broadcast requiring audience interaction and voting. Sure enough, on Friday night, the first part of the 5th episode broadcasted. In this episode, the preparations of each major team were showcased through meticulously edited footage. The pacing was excellent. First up was Yin Continent. The maestro of Yin Continent wrote a song titled Like Smoke for the singer Pan Siua entering this round. Of course, the specifics of this song would not be revealed. And to achieve the perfect stage effect, Yin Continent's team even called in a dancer, ranked 13th on the Blue Star dance board, to help out. On screen, as soon as the dancer ranked 13th appeared, the bullet screen instantly became lively. "Ah, Teacher Inin, Yin Continent team is going all out." Yin Continent stage effects had always been lacking, even worse than Qin Continent's. But this time, for the stage effect, they actually invited Teacher Inin, who's ranked 13th on the dance board. Chapter 1518, 1236. Saving the Day Without Fully Saving the Day _2. Wait a minute. I remember this time, Yin Continent drew Qin Continent as their opponent. Oh crap, it's over. Is Qin Continent doomed to fail again? The team representing Qin Continent this time is Wei Haoyun and Lu Sheng, a world champion singer and a top 10 maestro. Even if their stage effect is a bit lacking, it's not a big issue. It primarily depends on the quality of the work itself. The problem is Yin Continent's foundation isn't weak either. The maestro from Yin Continent is Bai Nye, ranked 11th among maestros. He's Yin Continent's top composer. globally just one rank lower than Lu Sheng. Singer Pan Siyue is a national singer from Yin continent, having won second place at the Blue Song Olympics. She can definitely compete with Madame Haoyun, especially with stage effects in play. It's hard to say who will win. Qin continent is pitiful. Hasn't Qin continent already lost 3 times in a row? Even though it's the land of music, they're always unlucky with draws, facing strong teams, and their stage effects have been lackluster. Even Yin continent has called in teacher Yin for support. The editing was quite cunning. Once Yin continent's preparation was revealed, the show's impact was instantly boosted. Even more devious was, right after showing Yin continent's preparation, the program introduced Qin continent's preparation. Lu Sheng wrote a song for Wei Haoyun called Peacock, and the stage effect for Qin continent was still handled by choreographer Frank, with Yun Tingtong as the dancer. The program deliberately gave Frank and Yun Tingtong plenty of screen time. It seemed to intentionally inform the audience about Qin continent's stage effect preparations. Qin continent again has these too. From last time's performance, these 2 stage effect was just average. Indeed. Actually, they've done quite well. Yun Tingtong's dance is strong. She's been a dance prodigy since young, but other continents' hired talents are even cooler, ranking higher on the dance list. The opponent this time is Yin continent. Is Frank's dance Peacock dance? Lu Sheng's song is called Peacock, so a peacock dance fits, but it feels like there's no suspense. Everyone's very familiar with the peacock dance, so it can't create surprises. Let's see how he adapts it. Being from Qin continent really wears the heart out. Could they please not let the dancers drag down our singers and maestros? Exactly. I don't expect stage effects to add points, as long as they don't become a burden, so Qin continent can compete without any worries. The requirements from Qin continent's audience were already quite low. Having seen Qin continent lose 3 times, everyone felt heavy-hearted. It wasn't just them. The maestros and singers of Qin continent seemed downcast too, discussing in their room how to tackle the upcoming battle. Just then, Xianyu appeared. Because the show was so popular, the viewers' comments were already numerous, but with Xianyu's appearance, the comments exploded beyond description. It just blew up. Poof. Ah! Fish Papa is here. Fish Papa came to save the world. Director Tong didn't lie to me. Fish Papa really is a guest on the show. Wait a minute. Guest supporting Qin continent. Why doesn't Yin continent have a guest? Isn't this unfair? There will definitely be an explanation later. Director Tong won't let Fish Papa break the rules. As expected, just as everyone was thinking this, Xianyu suddenly announced that he's not here to be a singer or a composer this time. In front of the camera, Xianyu said, "Today I'd like to introduce a new identity, ranked 11th on Blue Star's dance chart. A dancer, Xianyu." Dance, Xianyu? The audience's initial reaction was identical to Qin continent's teams, but in the next moment, everyone suddenly realized. Indeed, aside from being a composer, singer, and screenwriter, Xianyu has another role as a dancer. And Xianyu's dance design and performance capability ranked 11th on Blue Star's dance chart is a big deal. No matter if Yin continent invited Yin, Xianyu's dance rank is slightly higher than Yin's. Though there's a bit of disappointment with Xianyu not being a singer or a composer. Ultimately, the recognition for Xianyu among everyone remains primarily as a composer, singer, and even screenwriter. On this stage, everyone wanted to witness Xianyu dominate as a singer or composer. Whatever, dance is ultimately just embellishment, something that enhances it. Xianyu is too extraordinary to overpower opponents merely by dancing. However, speaking of which, at least Xianyu can ensure Qin continent's stage effects won't disappoint, right? The audience quickly realized. They had underestimated the complexity of things. Xianyu's dance ranking is indeed higher than Yin's, but Qin continent is facing a very daunting problem. There are only 3 days left until the competition starts. Xianyu needs to design a new dance within 3 days and simultaneously ensure Yun Tingtong masters it, leaving enough time for rehearsal. The time for Qin continent's team is running out. The program didn't explain how Qin continent, or rather Xianyu, could solve the time problem. It just kept hinting to the audience that it is almost impossible for Qin continent to make last-minute adjustments to the stage effects. Next, The program showed the preparation situations of other continents' competitions respectively. However, the audience's attention was carried away by Xian Yu's sudden appearance. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Across major online platforms, countless people worldwide are discussing this matter. Fish Papa is here. What a surprise. Being surprised is useless. Fish Papa isn't here as a singer or composer, only to oversee Qin Continent's dance, similar to Een invited by Yin Continent. The key is the time crunch. Just 3 days, what can be achieved? Do you think it's possible for Xian Yu to dance personally on stage? Seems possible, I feel. You're overthinking. Xian Yu can dance, but it doesn't seem likely this time. He mentioned in the program that this song is for Yun Tingtong to dance to. Doesn't matter. Winning or losing is no longer the point. Fish Papa is here. Qin Continent's dance quality is ensured for the future. Dance is just dance. It doesn't change the overall situation. Xian Yu's talent is used in the wrong place this time. If only he participated as a composer or singer from the start. Coming to the rescue, but not fully saving. At home, Lin Yuan also watched the program with his family. His mom looked worried. You don't have enough time. His sister was curious. Will you perform the dance yourself on stage? Woof. Antarctica seemed to have insight into everything. His sister laughed. Brother seems relaxed now. Did you find a solution? Big Yao Yao knows me well. Lin Yuan stroked Big Yao Yao's fur. 3 days is tight, but the problem is basically solved. Are you really going to dance? Watch tomorrow's live broadcast. Lin Yuan teased a little mystery. This episode features the peacock dance, specifically Mrs. Yang Liping's version. It must be performed by Yun Tingtong to be most fitting, though if an opportunity arises later, Lin Yuan wouldn't mind performing a dance on stage himself. It's not like he hasn't done it before. As long as it can boost the dance ranking, that's all that matters. Phenomenal variety shows with global attention aren't common. Even if Lin Yuan dominates as a composer or singer, so be it. The singer ranking doesn't concern Lin Yuan, and it's hard for him to rely on some popular songs to continue enhancing his maestro ranking. Instead, dance is the avenue. He can harness the show's popularity to wildly push a spike in data, aiming to climb to higher rankings, like the top 10, top 5, or even top 3. If the opportunities are plentiful enough, topping the dance chart isn't impossible. Speaking of which, Tong Xuan's editing is quite wicked. This episode continuously misleads the audience. It seems like Qin Continent stage effects are beyond repair. Obviously, they've already filmed scenes of him leading rehearsals, yet they haven't been released to give the audience more confidence. Let it be. Let him mess about. Where does the peacock dance stand? This is Blue Star. Many famous earthly dances haven't been showcased yet. Tango, ballet, Latin, tap dance, waltz. Even with Blue Star, how do youthful favorites like Otaku dance fare? He can present a variety of dances without repeats to wow the world. Chapter 1519, 1237. Peacock dance shocks the world. The next day, Saturday night, Qin Continent Music Center. The live broadcast site of Blue Star's currently hottest music variety show, Our Song. Equipment is undergoing final adjustments. Tonight's live broadcast has not officially started yet. Audiences from all continents have already started, entering the venue one after another. As they enter, audiences from various continents are also excitedly discussing, whispering to each other, creating a lively atmosphere on site. The stage is huge. Watching it live definitely feels better than on TV. Totally worth it to come all the way from the Wei continent to see the competition. By the way, will we see Xian Yu today? Not necessarily. Xian Yu is the choreographer, working behind the scenes, unless he dances himself. He probably won't dance himself. Didn't the show say yesterday that although Xian Yu is here for this episode, he can't do much? The stage effects have already been set. He can't redo a stage in 3 days. Even if he could, so what? The show is mainly about listening to songs. Dance and such are just extras. Only when the song levels are similar, good dancing can show an advantage. Director's team. Tong Xuan checked the time and suddenly picked up the walkie-talkie. Attention all departments. The live broadcast is about to begin. Countdown 1 minute. 30 seconds. 20 seconds. The last 10 seconds. Countdown ended. Worldwide live broadcast begins. The aerial camera instantly pulls out a panoramic view. Amidst the flickering stage lights, host and Hong walks onto the stage. Welcome to both on-site and TV audiences to the second season of the large music variety show Our Song. I am your old friend in Hong. In an instant, the audience is excited. Meanwhile, countless audiences from all major continents of Blue Star also saw the real-time live broadcast of the show, and the comments on the screen start flooding. It started. Live broadcasts really get you pumped. This show gets more exciting the more you watch it. Fish Papa. I want to see Fish Papa appear. CNU is behind the scenes, responsible for stage effects. He probably won't appear unless he goes on stage to dance, but judging by yesterday's recording, Fish Papa should be too late to adjust the stage effects for Qin Continent. Yes, indeed. Only 3 days. This episode Qin Continent stage effects still don't have much to hope for. Just look at the song collaboration between Lu Sheng and Wei Haoyun. See if they can stabilize the disadvantages of the stage effects. What a pity. Still want to see Fish Papa write or sing a song. Because we're here to listen to songs. Dancing and such are meant for fun. Just like having some peanuts with drinks, you can enjoy drinking without them. So no matter how tasty they are, what difference does it make? Qin Continent waiting area. Frank looks nervous. Yun Tingtong is stretching. Wei Haoyun is silently warming up his voice. Lu Sheng is watching the live broadcast with a tablet. Lin Yuan leans over, watching the live stream comments with great interest. Lu Sheng, are your stage effects okay? Lin Yuan, why don't you go and see for yourself? Lu Sheng, I'm just wondering if you'll give me a surprise. Lin Yuan smirks. Although rehearsals don't allow outsiders to watch, Lu Sheng as the songwriter can certainly participate in rehearsals. But since seeing Lin Yuan, he simply slacked off and left Wei Haoyun's song rehearsals for Lin Yuan to handle. Therefore, at this moment, apart from the parties involved and the program staff, no one in the Qin Continent team knows how the rehearsals have gone. On stage, after finishing the advertisements and opening remarks, with a bit of interaction with the audience, and Hong suddenly smiles. The first to perform today is the Yin Continent team, featuring Maestro by Nya as conductor and teacher Pan Siue performing. And we also have to specially introduce the stage effects director for this episode from Yin Continent, ranked 13th on Blue Star's dance chart, teacher Yin. Please enjoy their performance. Introduction is complete. The stage suddenly goes dark. Amidst a simulated heartbeat sound effect, the stage lights up again, revealing the Yin Continent singer Pan Siue, standing on an elevated circular stage. And beside her is another elevated stage where half-mast Yin stands, ranked 13th on the dance chart. The pipa begins. During the prelude, Yin is half-hidden behind the pipa, half-hidden face, gracefully dancing in swirling smoke, exuding a dreamlike ethereal beauty, fitting the song's mood, for the song representing Yin Continent is called Like Smoke. In an instant, the eyes of the audience on site and at home brighten up. The dance is so beautiful. The dancer moves with ease, feeling expansive and vast, as if swimming in heavenly pools. Her swaying motions seem like bowing and gazing. Every move perfectly matches the beat. And in the dance, Yin softly sings, wishing you a future as bright as a brocade, no longer lingering with nostalgia. Wishing I could drift with the wind, no longer silently hovering. Wishing you and I could part with smiles, no longer lingering connections. Wishing past events in this world are like smoke. The dance is melancholic. The song is tender. The combination complements each other brilliantly. As the song reaches its climax, Yin's emotions suddenly change. I cannot be like smoke, unable to float like a swallow. You have never wished, just silently choked. In the song, Yin seems to be flying, yet walking, upright, yet leaning. Casual movements are still graceful. Each physical gesture aligns perfectly with the music's beat. Thin silk robes flutters in the wind. Entwined long sleeves interlace. Ceaseless gestures scatter and dance. Bending figures with hands and feet combined. Stage beauty cooperation maximizes the effect. Chapter 1520, 1237 Peacock Dance Shocks the World, _2. Finally, the song ended. Yin actually flew across half the stage until she disappeared behind the curtain. A plaintive song. A hauntingly beautiful dance. The collaboration between Pan Siue and Een brought applause from the whole audience, with rave reviews pouring in. So beautiful. It's mesmerizing. The stage effect of this song is truly amazing, the best since the Yin continent competition started. This dance is a famous classical dance. After Yin's adaptation, it perfectly complements the song. Initially, I thought no matter how good the stage effect is, the singer is the main character. But this time, I suddenly feel that without the dance, the song would lose much of its charm, and without the song, the dance would seem flat. It's over. How can Qin Continent compete with this? I originally thought even if Qin Continent's stage effect was lacking, they could still win with a strong song. But their opponent's song is very good too, and it's hard to suppress them. Not to mention Qin Continent's stage effect has always been weak. Een truly deserves her place in the top 20 of the dance rankings. Qin Continent is going to face 4 losses in a row. It feels like whenever someone competes with them, other continents suddenly become particularly fierce. What's going on? Clearly, Yin Continent wasn't this strong before. On the Qin Continent team, many people's faces changed. The audience hit the nail on the head. Somehow, once they joined this show, even some weak teams would suddenly become fierce when facing Qin Continent. Damn, is our luck really that bad? The best show from Yin Continent so far, and we just had to encounter it. This is bad. We all know the quality of Peacock. It's really good, but only a little better than theirs. And if we can't create good stage effects, the advantage of the song can't offset the disadvantage of the stage effect. This is troublesome. We can only leave it to fate now. Don't we have Teacher Admirable Fish? Teacher Admirable Fish's dance ranking is even higher than Yin's. Didn't you watch yesterday's program? We only have 3 days. Teacher Admirable Fish might not be able to make it. I asked Madame Haoyan for details, but she wouldn't disclose, just kept saying the pressure is huge. Qin Continent team is about to close down. The dignified land of music is being pushed to such an embarrassing spot by other continents' teams in a music variety show. Everyone felt a burning sensation on their faces. It's not just the Qin Continent team. The audience from Qin Continent is starting to close down too. The teams from other continents also have mixed feelings. Seeing this round from Yin Continent, we must admit that stage effect is becoming more and more important, especially in competitive shows like this. Mainly, it's about setting the atmosphere. This is different from the Blue Song Olympics or seasonal chart competitions. In those competitions, it's enough to sing a good song, but here, it heavily depends on stage effects, merging song, stage art, and dance to fully immerse and infect the audience. Qin Continent is really down on their luck. Actually, in the last few rounds, Qin Continent lost due to stage effects. Their songs are not inferior to their opponents. It's the same in this round. We need to focus more on stage effects. Qin Continent's sacrifice serves as a reminder once again. On stage, host and Hong stepped forward again, full of emotions, saying, "The integration of dance and song complements each other. Truly a masterpiece. I can't evaluate them separately. They are intertwined. Thank you to the Yin Continent team for their performance. Now the pressure is on our Qin Continent team. As opponents, they must directly face the Yin Continent." Saying this, and Hong suddenly changed his tone. However, our Qin Continent team's lineup should not be underestimated, with Maestro Lu Sheng taking the lead, vocals by Wei Haoyun, and we must especially introduce to everyone the person in charge of the stage effects for this round from Qin Continent, Teacher Admirable Fish, ranked 11th in the Blue Star Dance chart. Please enjoy their performance. Xianyu. Although the audience knew Teacher Admirable Fish is responsible for Qin Continent's stage effect, yesterday's program clearly told everyone. It's almost impossible for Teacher Admirable Fish to change the already set stage effect in 3 days. Then why did Hong specifically introduce Teacher Admirable Fish's identity? Could it be that Teacher Admirable Fish altered Qin Continent's set stage strategy in 3 days? Will this work? Fish Papa really did it? What can be done in 3 days? Is it like forcing a duck on a perch? Isn't this too forced? The opponent is so strong too. Fish Papa has taken on a hot potato at a critical moment. Let's see. Teacher Admirable Fish's choreography is still worth looking forward to, but 3 days is so short. Let's not raise expectations too high. Be a bit more tolerant as the situation is special. Qin Continent Waiting Area. Yin Tingtong stood up. Wei Haoyan stood up. Lu Sheng put down the tablet that was streaming the live broadcast. Just do your best, and be honest with yourself. You can do it. Lin Yuan also smiled to encourage them. Yang Liping's peacock dance had won international awards for the East, earning admiration and awe from countless dance enthusiasts on Earth. Wei Haoyan gave a wry smile. I'm not afraid of losing to the opponent. I'm afraid of losing to teacher Tingtong. Then I would just end up as a backing singer. Chapter 1521, 1237. The Peacock Dance Shocks the World, _3. Lu Sheng was puzzled. What do you mean? However, Yin Tingtong chuckled and said, Madam Haoyan, don't be so modest. No matter how well I dance as a support, I can't overshadow you. We should strive for mutual success. Wei Haoyan nodded. The two walked toward the dark stage. Swish. The lights flickered on again. All the audience saw Wei Haoyan and Yin Tingtong on stage. Yin Tingtong stood in the center of the dance floor, with peacock feather decorations on her head and a skirt adorned with pale blue accents, resembling a peacock with blue as its primary hue, including the makeup on her face. Wei Haoyan stood on a higher step. This way, the audience could see Yin Tingtong dancing and Wei Haoyan singing. The lights chased, forming two focal points. Yin Tingtong and Wei Haoyan, one in front of the other, welcomed the gaze of all the audience. The camera projected their figures onto the big screen, with brilliant colors swirling around the screen's edges, like peacock feathers. The audience noticed, whispering among themselves. Yin Tingtong's dance costume is so beautiful, and her looks are very striking. Paired with her makeup, she seems just like a peacock. Peacock dance. I don't remember peacock dance having this kind of costume. Designed by Fish Papa? But isn't this still the peacock dance? Frank previously decided on the peacock dance, and Xian Yu didn't change the plan. There must have been some adaptations made. With only 3 days, a simple revision was the most that could be done. Hopefully, next time Fish Papa will have enough time to design a good dance. This time, there's not much hope. Everyone thought so. The Blue Starian is very familiar with the peacock dance. This inherently lessens the feeling of surprise. And amidst the audience's whispering, a violin note suddenly played unexpectedly, followed by several traditional instruments simultaneously starting to perform. The prelude began. Yin Tingtong moved. No need for any grand gestures. Yin Tingtong danced to the music, with her arms like the waters of Air Lake, her gentle arm movements mimicking the flapping of bird wings. The flexibility and even mystical hand forms distinctly portrayed the essence of a bird's peck and sip. Fingers shifted. Peacock opened its mouth. The dancer's soul and the peacock's form were deeply intertwined. The blue and white peacock feathers seemed to be suspended in the night sky, profound and pure, with the stage lights suddenly transforming into a sky full of blue, as if the vast stage was a pristine lotus throne. In the music that resembles sounds from beyond the heavens, Yin Tingtong seemed almost to merge with the serene and distant violin, the sky, and the lights. Divine, ethereal, and as her figure gently swayed, Yin Tingtong's eyes remained half open and half closed, seemingly immersed in an epiphany of spirit. She didn't need to look at anyone. Even when looking up, her eyes still proudly overlooked everything. Man and God as one, untouched by dust. And as the prelude ended, finely textured drum beats merged with the scene, and Wei Haoyan's voice rang out. Majestic, floating. Yin Tingtong danced gracefully. Her beautiful dance was leisurely and delicately soft. The swift and nimble movements were as light as the wind. With a peerless grace that was pure and flawless, her jade sleeves created wind, and the music rang clear beside their ears. The big stage's screen. In the sky, a spring moon opens the palace mirror, and under the moon, the lady sometimes raises her wrist and lowers her brows, sometimes gently stretches her cloud-like hands, lightly and gracefully. Independent of the world. No need for meticulously designed moves or repetitive actions to enhance memory points. Yin Tingtong's dance, showcasing nature as nobility, can seamlessly pair with the song. Even her subtle movements and structural aesthetics seem made for the song, or perhaps the song exists just for this dance. The music is the protagonist. The dance is also the protagonist. Neither steals the spotlight from the other. Neither vies for attention. They are a whole, harmonious, interdependent with one another. Boom. Countless minds were shaken. The entire scene erupted. The whole audience stared blissfully at the stage. All eyes focused on the dancing Yun Tingtong, whose dance steps captivated all eyes. By the ears, the sound of singing resounded like a morning bell and evening drum, continually affecting their minds, swaying with the dance, as if reaching them from beyond the heavens. Holy crap! Peacock dance. This is the peacock dance. This is not quite like the peacock dance I'm familiar with. The human arm can turn like this. This is something a human can do. I'm going crazy. Still don't get it. CNU designed a brand new peacock dance. Perhaps this is the real peacock dance. Peacock dance should be like this. So beautiful. Why do I suddenly have the urge to cry? The teams from various continents, Maestro and the King of Singing and the Queen of Singing, appeared utterly shocked. Some had their mouths wide open, some eyes were widened, some breathed cautiously, as if afraid to disrupt the moment's ambience. Such a beautiful blue peacock. Are we still on Earth right now? That arm, it might as well be called a wing. The movements are the epitome of grace filled with terrifying detail. If the Yin continent stage neared perfection, then the Qin continent stage achieved perfection. Floating like a fairy. Clearly, there were no choreographed points. Yet why does the song fit so perfectly? Inexplicably heavy. And within the heaviness lies an inexplicable awe. Dance can be performed like this? Peacock dance can be interpreted this way. To overturn tradition is not much. What's remarkable is how CNU not only subverts, but also transcends the traditional aspect of peacock dance. Before the screen, the audience's skin had already burst into goosebumps. Chapter 1522, 1237. Peacock dance shocks the world, _4. Many are familiar with the peacock dance, yet this particular peacock dance is unbelievably new. With the use of lighting and camera work, Yun Tingtong on screen looks otherworldly beautiful. Every move she makes is artistry itself. Oh my God, my soul is about to be cleansed. If a peacock could transform into a human, it would look like this, wouldn't it? Why does it seem like her arms have 7 segments, while mine only have 2 and can't even twist? I tried mimicking the moves, and the cramps are killing me. You're mimicking a teapot, and I, a professional dancer, can't even do it right. That backbend brought tears to my eyes from the pain. The best stage. This is the best stage since the competition began. Everything from the song to the dance and the stage design is perfect. Did Fish Papa design this? Designed it in 3 days? The Qin continent team was stunned. Everyone's scalp tingled. The people from the Qin continent team had heard Lu Sheng's song, Peacock, before, yet at this moment, the song paired with the dance felt unfamiliar. What is this? Transforming the mundane into the divine. Originally, the song was top-notch, but paired with the dance, it feels like it's already at the pinnacle. He did it. Fish Papa did it. It's like a miracle. Did he create this miracle in 3 days? Before, I was somewhat indifferent to stage effects, thinking a good song was enough. Now I know. Turns out a dance can elevate a song. Yin Tingtong is still there dancing, yet it feels like she's already flying in the sky. Slender arms, conveying the agility of the peacock. Flexible waist, dancing out the gracefulness of the peacock. Swirling skirts, showcasing the splendor of the peacock. Exquisite headpiece, exuding the peacock's nobility. On stage, Yun Tingtong is now a proud blue peacock, and her dance eternalizes life. The elegance and beauty of the East are being fully displayed at this moment. Suddenly, Yun Tingtong spins rapidly, slowly crouching on the stage, her wide blue skirt already spread into a circle. She lowers her head. Her slender arms naturally tremble, continuing down to her fingertips. She smiles. A peacock's blink, a hint of smile. All is vividly portrayed by Yun Tingtong. Even her expressions are integrated into the dance. Wei Haoyun grabs the mic. There are no lyrics at the end of the song, just a melodious chanting that ascends into the cloud palace, like an ethereal sound lingering endlessly. So Wei Haoyun sways gently, as if she herself is a musical note. Ah, 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 ah. It seems somewhat reminiscent of the chanting from The Music of the Cloud Palace. bringing to mind the Peacock Princess in that TV drama. As audiences below watch Wei Haoyun and Yun Tingtong with infatuated gazes, their souls immersed in the song and dance. As the singer finishes, as the dance stops, the big screen on stage suddenly displays a peacock spreading its tail, with a massive blue tail adorned with orderly black-green spots. The beauty is breathtaking. All continents. Countless viewers watch the two women on stage freeze in front of the spreading peacock, as if looking at two deities. What? Female peacocks can't spread their tails? Who the hell cares about that now? The complete performance ends, the applause resounding like waves. Countless people stood up. Some even looked infatuated. The Wei Continent team. Everyone was in a daze. The maestros were almost dropping their jaws. The kings and queens of singing seemed collectively speechless. It's over. Barbecue time. What in the world is this? And teacher Yin, responsible for the Wei Continent team's dance, slightly trembled as she knew clearly what Yun Tingtong's dance moves represented. Shaking tail, unfolding wings, pointing water, perching on branch, flying, strolling in the forest, drinking fountain play water, chasing and frolicking, peacock spreading tail. You tell me this is a peacock dance? The previous peacock dance was indeed about peacocks, or the Peacock Princess, whereas what Yun Tingtong performed on stage was clearly the Buddha Mother Mamiri Peacock King. The Central Continent team. Abigail sat in the room, perhaps from watching the first season of Our Song. In a moment of bewilderment, Guy unexpectedly perfectly recreated Yang Zhongming's famous scene, with his voice stumbling for once. Extravagant. Extravagant. Abigail couldn't quite express his feelings in words. He even felt like simply exclaiming, "Holy crap." Chu Continent. Lin Yuan, who previously scorned Fish Papa's foray into dance, stood up unexpectedly, falling into deep contemplation. This is a music competition, right? It shouldn't be a dance competition, right? But why? Why does it feel so off? Yet he can't pinpoint where it's off. Meanwhile, in Qin Continent's performance waiting area, Lu Sheng, who was no longer watching the live broadcast, first looked at Wei Haoyun on stage, then at Yun Tingtong in front of Wei Haoyun, and finally glanced at Lin Yuan, asking a soul-searching question with some bewilderment and confusion. May I ask, is this my song? This question was filled with deep confusion and unresolved bewilderment. Of course, Lin Yuan's lips curved into a smile. He knew after obtaining the score for Peacock that this dance would certainly be a perfect match. Lu Sheng looked at Lin Yuan. Xianyu, this person is worth knowing. In times of need, he truly delivers. He can even elevate a song with a dance to the point that even the composer doesn't recognize it. Chapter 1523, 1238, Let's Dance Ballroom Below. Song Peacock, accompanied by a peacock dance. Everyone was captivated. You should know, back when Yang Liping performed the peacock dance, it shook the entire nation on the Spring Festival Gala and swept through Southeast Asia. After that Spring Gala, Ms. Yang became a goddess-like figure in the hearts of that generation, and the peacock dance became her most iconic representation. Now, this dance has been brought to Blue Star by Lin Yuan, similarly conquering this world. On site, in front of the screen. Huge surprise. Countless people cheered for this. Judging from the reactions from all sides, the showdown between Yin Continent and Qin Continent has no suspense left. As host Anong took the stage to urge the audience to vote for both sides, the results of this round of the competition were announced. Congratulations, Qin Continent. Congratulations, Xianyu. Congratulations, Lu Sheng. Congratulations, Wei Haoyun. Congratulations, Yun Tingtong. The Qin Continent team, with a global support rate of 72%, has halted a 3-game losing streak, defeated the Yin Continent team, and won this round of the competition. Great song. Great dance too. Teacher Admirable Fish's recent dance piece has redefined the Blue Star Peacock dance. In the future, when we mention the Peacock dance, we'll have to clarify if it's the traditional version or the Xianyu version. We won. Qin Continent won. The Qin Continent team is cheering. The entire Qin Continent is cheering. Although this is just a music variety show, the competitive spirit is very strong. No matter how neutral audiences from all continents try to remain, deep down, they still support their own continental team. The Qin people longed for this victory. Meanwhile, in Lin Yuan's home, Antarctica suddenly jumped high. His mom was grinning ear to ear. His sister was happily sipping bubble tea while watching the variety show, and his elder sister was excitedly updating her social media. Good. This dance is good. This choreography is indeed good. Almost catching up to our plaza dance. But it's just too quiet. Not as lively as our plaza dance. Huh. Did I say something wrong? Plaza dance is #1 in the world. Who said 3 days weren't enough? Who said he didn't completely save the day? Didn't Qin continent just save the day? My son Lin Yuan has the demeanor of a great emperor. At the live broadcast of the competition site, after the first round of the showdown ended, the live broadcast of the second round of the showdown began. Lin Yuan and Lu Sheng, along with others, moved from the waiting area to the room where the Qin continent team was located. Amidst the cheers of the entire team, Zhao Yinggu and Jiang Kuei approached Lin Yuan from left and right with open arms for a hug. Trying to sneak attack again? Already prepared, Lin Yuan took a step back, then smiled and said, "Time's up. I have to go back to sleep." As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. Off-work? The competition is not over yet. No. Is there even an off-work concept in variety shows? Normally, don't you wait for the show to finish before leaving? Lin Yuan, however, didn't think anything was wrong. He was just a temp worker. Once his work was done, he could clock out. Anyway, he wasn't a singer or a composer, and the rest of the competition had nothing to do with him. Everyone laughed. But Zheng Jing suddenly grabbed Lin Yuan. "Next time, it's my turn to bring a singer to represent Qin continent, and we can't let the stage effects fall much behind Lu Sheng's performance. I'll try my best." Lin Yuan didn't dare to make any guarantees. The fact that Blue Star also has the peacock dance reminded Lin Yuan that he still knew too little about the existing dances on Blue Star. He needed to go back and study hard to avoid embarrassing himself in the future. When Lin Yuan said he was done for the day, he really meant it. Before the live broadcast ended, he took a taxi and left the music center. But once he got home, he didn't actually go to bed. Instead, he went online to learn about the dance situation on Blue Star. The more he understood the situation, the more embarrassed Lin Yuan felt. He had previously taken it for granted that many classic dances from Earth were not available on Blue Star. Now he realized. It turns out many of Earth's classic dances do exist on Blue Star. The names are just different. For example, Earth's tap dance. Blue Star has a similar dance, but it's called kick dance, essentially the same thing as Earth's tap dance. Take Earth's Latin dance, for instance. Earth's Latin dance includes rumba, cha-cha, samba, cowboy, and bullfighting. Blue Star also has Latin dance styles in existence, and they have not just 5, but 7 kinds, with 2 more than Earth. The names are just different from Earth. Upon realizing this, Lin Yuan was flabbergasted. Approximately 80% of Earth's dances have similar works on Blue Star, with only slight differences in detail, and there are even many works here that Earth does not have. As for Blue Star's dances, if Lin Yuan were to travel back to Earth, he could probably use these Blue Star dances to utterly astound Earthlings. Thinking it over carefully, this is the normal situation. How could he casually use some Earth dances to shock Blue Star? But to put it another way, so what if Blue Star has 80% of Earth's dances? There are still about 20% of Earth's dances that this world doesn't have, right? The development of dances between the two worlds is only generally similar. They are not completely identical. I can still amaze this world by bringing out top-notch dance works from Earth that haven't been developed on Blue Star yet. The good news is, there are some really amazing dances on Earth that this world has never seen before. By the time Lin Yuan fully understood Blue Star's dances, today's live broadcast had already ended. Chapter 1524, 1238, Let's Dance Ballroom Dance Below _2. Online. Discussions about this episode are everywhere. This stage is even more spectacular than the previous ones. The combination of song and dance is simply brilliant, but the most amazing part is the peacock dance designed by Fish Papa. So beautiful. Even if Wonderloo's song wasn't stronger than the opponents, I suspect Fish Papa could change the competition's outcome with this peacock dance alone. Yeah, now I truly understand why Xian Yu ranks 11th on the dance chart. His choreography skills are terrifying. I suddenly feel it doesn't matter if he's a singer or composer. As long as he continues to handle Qin Continent stage effects, the upcoming shows will be highly anticipated. Een was dumbfounded. Wonder Lu made me laugh so hard. He actually asked Xianyu backstage if Peacock was his own song. This guy probably hadn't even seen the rehearsal results. As everyone knows, Lu Sheng is nicknamed Little Xianyu. What Little Xianyu? Isn't this a dance competition? Lu Sheng was just providing music for the Peacock dance. Ridiculous. Abigail made me laugh so much. She actually stole Father Yang's lines. If the program hadn't shown the outtakes at the end, we wouldn't have known the backstage was so fun. The backstage of Qin Continent is so entertaining. Fish Papa, it's time. I'm going home to sleep. Who goes home to sleep at a time like this? The whole stage was blown away by the Peacock dance, and you're just thinking about going home to sleep? Exactly. After the live broadcast, the program team even showed some behind-the-scenes footage during the competition period from different continents. The reactions of different people from different continents who watched the Peacock dance caused countless internet users to burst into laughter. Meanwhile, with the end of the program, the Peacock dance had already spread throughout the entire Blue Star dance circle. This is the level of a dance chart master. The dance designed by Xianyu is truly captivating. In the future, when we mention Peacock dance, we might not be referring to the traditional Peacock dance, but to this one by Xianyu. Yan's dance was actually really good too. But Yan's loss wasn't unfair. The combination of this dance and song was just too perfect. Who said Xianyu can only save the scene by being a singer or composer? The fact proves that if we get the dance right, we can even turn the tables in the competition. There's always someone better. I can only say the dance chart ranking is quite accurate. Xianyu ranks 11th. Yan ranks 13th. The gap immediately showed in the program. I'm starting to look forward to the next episode. I wonder what dance Xianyu will come up with next. If he continues with the dance, Xianyu's dance ranking might even break into the top 10. Nobody knows if Xianyu will make another move next time, or what new dance he will create, but the Peacock dance indeed went viral globally. Zhong Continent has a video and social website. This website is called Bic Video, because the founder of the site is named Bic. However, the vast Blue Star users prefer to refer to this site as the homophonous B site. Coincidentally, Earth also has a B site. But, of course, they're not the same concept, though in terms of site attributes, there's no difference. At this time, on the B site dance channel, many dance area uploaders were uploading videos of themselves practicing the Peacock dance. However, most people couldn't capture that essence. After all, not everyone can compete with Yun Tingtong's dance foundation. Yun Tingtong is ranked in the top 50 on the Blue Star dance chart. Too difficult. Goddess Yun Tingtong. The dance Fish Papa gave to Tingtong is amazing. Tingtong is so lucky to get a free dance from Fish Papa. This is the treatment of the Yu dynasty. Most of the time, Fish Papa's works are not given to outsiders. I feel now many dance actors on Blue Star want to collaborate with the Qin Continent team. Who knows, they might get a free dance from Fish Papa like Yun Tingtong. Yun Tingtong. No one should try to snatch this from me. Did you forget Fish Papa himself is a dance actor? Funny. The whole internet is buzzing. The Peacock dance is receiving rave reviews. And today just happens to be the last day of March. That night, at midnight, all major Blue Star charts were updated again. Under the global close attention, netizens from all continents suddenly made a shocking discovery. On the Blue Star dance chart, Xianyu, originally ranked 11th, had, along with the 10th-ranked Zhong Continent dancer Wan Yi, both entered the red-named status. Ranking neighbors are marked in red together. Everyone knows what this signal represents. It means Xianyu's data on the dance ranking is very close to the 10th-ranked Wan Yi. As for why this situation occurred, netizens across Blue Star can figure out the answer with their toes. The Peacock dance. It must be because of the Peacock dance. This dangerous signal's appearance even had a greater impact than the Peacock dance itself. Oh my! Is Fish Papa going to break into the top 10 of the dance chart? Wan Yi is in danger. Fish Papa, relying on the Peacock dance, directly threatened the position of the dance chart's gatekeeper in the top 10. This is going to be fun. Wan Yi is currently Zhong Continent's backup, and he might bump into Qin Continent later. By then, The 10th and 11th on the dance chart might have a showdown. Hilarious. Wasn't this supposed to be a music competition? Is it really turning into a dance competition now? Wherever Fish Papa is, there's always some strange situation. If he sings or composes, it's a music competition. If he dances or choreographs, it's a dance competition. Chapter 1525, 1238, Let's Dance Ballroom Dance Below _3. That night, Lin Yuan went to bed relatively early. He didn't wait specifically for the rankings update. It was only after he got up in the morning that he heard the news from his excited family. He and Zhong Continent's dancer ranked 10th on the dance chart. 1E. Both had their names highlighted. Good news. Lin Yuan smiled. He took the initiative to manage the stage effects for Qin Continent, not just for a friend. He originally had the idea of leveraging the show's popularity to make a big impact on the dance rankings. If successful, it would be a win-win. Unexpectedly, there was a bit of a result so quickly. By the afternoon, Zheng Jing's call suddenly came. You heard about the dance chart, right? You and Zhong Continent Team's stage effect leader 1E have their names highlighted. Aren't you going to take advantage of this momentum? Lin Yuan. Who's the opponent next round? Zheng Jing. We drew lots this morning. The opponent next round is Qi Continent. Lin Yuan. Okay. Lin Yuan actually hoped to meet Zhong Continent, so he could face 1E directly. Zheng Jing laughed. You want to have a face-off with Zhong Continent, huh? Don't be too disappointed. You'll face them sooner or later. For now, let's determine the plan for the next competition. There's a small adjustment in the rules, and the theme for our next round against Qi Continent has been unified by the program group. What's the theme? Between lovers. Meaning love songs. Yes, love songs are the easiest to write, but it's hard to stand out. Luckily, I have some stock, some of which are quite good. Why don't you help me choose which one would be convenient for you to choreograph? Sure. Zheng Jing sent Lin Yuan 5 music samples, with roughly written lyrics. Lin Yuan immediately listened to them once. Some had a lively rhythm, while others focused on melody with a melancholic feeling. Though all were love songs, they still differed greatly in style, as relationships between lovers have different stages of sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy. Upon hearing the 5th song, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. The 5th one is the best. Ha ha ha, I knew you'd choose this one. It's also currently my most satisfied work. I've decided on the arrangement using string plucking combined with a synthesized main melody, and the song is called Far and Near. We're settled on this. Do you have any ideas for choreography? Tango. A lament song? Yes, tango. All right, a lament song. Who's the collaborating singer? One of your harem members, Zhao Ge. Not harem, it's Yu Dynasty. Okay, got it. Not Yu Dynasty, it's harem. The two hung up. Holding his phone, Lin Yuan showed an expectant expression. Tango is one of the types of ballroom dance. Ballroom dance comes in many forms, whether on Earth or Blue Star. And tango was what Lin Yuan could think of, the dance most suitable for Zheng Jing's song. The most important part is, Blue Star ballroom dance doesn't have the tango type. Teaching others to dance tango isn't particularly hard. This dance is much simpler than the peacock dance. However, considering special circumstances, it's better to lead personally and dance with Zhao Ge, right? After all, it's a couple's ballroom dance. It would be strange if the singer didn't participate. With this in mind, Lin Yuan called Zhao Ge. Representative. Excited upon receiving Lin Yuan's call, Zhao Ge was inexplicably thrilled. Lin Yuan directly asked, You seem to have some dance foundation, right? Zhao Ge immediately replied, Of course, I came from a talent show background and studied dance for several years, though I haven't practiced much in recent years. Having the foundation will do. Do I have to dance next time? I can't do it. Suspecting Lin Yuan wanted her to dance, Zhao Ge momentarily panicked. I can't do it at all. Although I can dance, compared to professionals like Yin Tingtong, I'm really not professional at all. Besides, my interest in dance is just mediocre. Then I'll dance with Yin Tingtong. Wait. Zhao Ge stammered. The representative will also dance. Lin Yuan, puzzled. It's a double collaboration ballroom dance. Double? Collaboration? Ballroom dance. Over the phone, Zhao Ge's pupils shook, taking a deep breath. I can, representative, you might not know, but I actually have great talent for dancing, maybe a 50-50 with Yin Tingtong. Besides, I'm the singer, singing and dancing are definitely better. Anyway, this dance must only be performed by me. Please, representative, please, help the child. I have a dream, a dance dream. Such great lung capacity. She said it all in one breath without using any punctuation. But where did you get this dance dream? Didn't you just swear you were not interested in dance? Did something change to make you feel confident again? All right. Though unsure why Zhao Yingge suddenly regained confidence, this indeed seems better, for the charm of tango lies not in the technicality of the dance. Okay, that's how it was settled. Chapter 1526, 1239, Tango emerges. That night, Lin Yuan arrived at the Qin Continent Music Center, calling Zhao Yingge to practice dancing. As the songwriter, Zheng Jing also came to the rehearsal room. Are you both dancing together? Seeing the dance, Zheng Jing was stunned to find that Lin Yuan not only wanted to dance himself, but also wanted to dance with the singer Zhao Yingge. Of course, Lin Yuan hadn't even responded when Zhao Yingge couldn't wait to speak, her face showing strong anticipation, as happy as if it were New Year's. No, Zheng Jing worriedly said to Zhao Yingge. Dancing is physical work. If you dance too much, it might affect your breathing and subsequently affect your singing. It's fine, Lin Yuan explained this time. We mainly dance during the interlude. The movements during the singing parts are minimal, so the physical issue isn't hard to solve. This was, of course, an excuse. The real way to solve the physical issue was to give Zhao Yingge some energy potion to ensure she could dance energetically all day. But this couldn't be explained to Zheng Jing. All right then. Zheng Jing said no more. Lin Yuan began teaching Zhao Yingge the moves. This girl indeed had a decent dance foundation and quickly grasped the characteristics of the dance from Lin Yuan. Beside them, Zheng Jing's eyes sparkled. Even though the two hadn't performed the dance completely yet and were just breaking down some moves, the dance was truly interesting, fresh, and unique. She kind of wanted to learn it herself. Just like this. 2 hours later, Zhao Yingge not only comprehended the dance, but also learned to apply it flexibly. I have an idea. At this part, I could fall into your arms, and you hold my waist. I have an idea. Hold hands. I feel like I didn't do the cheek-to-cheek move well just now. How about we redo it? I'm not tired at all. I have an idea. Hug me. I have an idea. Kiss. That's not in the routine. Lin Yuan rejected mercilessly. Zheng Jing was dumbfounded, not only at the dance's brilliance, but also at Zhao Yingge's various actions. Was this girl learning to dance or taking advantage? Are young people like this nowadays? Just like this. 2 days passed. 3 days passed. 4 days passed. 5 days passed. After several days, Zhao Yingge could sing and dance simultaneously, fully mastering the tango. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, finishing his duties gloriously, waiting to return when the showdown officially started. It's Friday again. That night, the 6th episode of the 2nd season of Our Song aired, using the same editing techniques as the 5th episode's first half, introducing the works and preparation states of the continent teams in sequence in the show. Among them, Xian Yu's news of going on stage to waltz was also revealed by Tong Shuwen. Immediately, the entire network was boiling. I'm going to die. Fish Papa will personally perform the dance tomorrow. Wipe your drool. This episode is interesting. Every pair of competing teams has chosen the same music theme, making the comparison more direct. Qin Continent and Qi Continent are the most interesting. Both sides have chosen the same theme for both songs and dances, opting for ballroom dances. Clashing outfits this is. Ballroom dancing requires 2 people. Who's Fish Papa's partner on Qin Continent's side? Is it Yin Tingtong again? It should be. Ballroom dancing isn't that interesting. We've seen enough of it. Ha ha, you've been spoiled by the peacock dance. Fish Papa is human too. He can't design a new dance every episode. There's no issue with dancing the ballroom dance, though it certainly won't be as stunning as the peacock dance. Watching the peacock dance gives me goosebumps. The 6th episode's first half is more like a prelude to the 6th episode. The purpose of the prelude is to warm up for Blue Star audience. The real main event is still tomorrow night's live broadcast. And among the anticipation of countless people, Saturday arrives. That night, Qin Continent Music Center. The live broadcast is about to begin. As Lin Yuan appeared in the Qin Continent team's area, he was surrounded by curious onlookers. Did you watch yesterday's prelude? We've chosen ballroom dance for this episode, and our opponent, Qi Continent, has also chosen ballroom dance. The theme is the same, and both teams chose the same dance style. No need to worry, the dancer from Qi Continent ranks 15th on the dance charts, lower than our representative. But ballroom dancing requires cooperation. Representative's partner should be teacher Yin Tingtong, right? Why isn't she here? She's probably still preparing. Overall, this episode isn't considered highly challenging, but their singer's rank isn't low either. The singer from Qi Continent ranks 18th, indeed formidable, deserving our caution. Zhao Yinggu, can you handle it? In conversation, everyone looked at Zhao Yinggu. Whether Qi Continent will perform well today mostly depends on Zhao Yinggu's performance. Because it's hard to innovate with dances, both sides chose the very common and safe ballroom dance. As a matter of fact, before the prelude aired, everyone didn't know other continents' preparations, as the rehearsals were completely closed. Thus, everyone understood their opponent's situation in advance through the prelude. And having watched yesterday's prelude, everyone already got a general idea of their opponent's preparations, analyzing each side's strengths and weaknesses accordingly. Chapter 1527, 1239. Tango emerges _2. Can I do it? Zhao Yinggu snorted but said nothing. She never considered the possibility of losing today. If she lost, wouldn't it mean her representative lost too? This is something Zhao Yinggu absolutely cannot accept. Bring it on. This lady is full of energy right now. Kill gods if gods block. Kill Buddhas if Buddhas block. The bane of ghosts. At the same time, Qi Continent team. Qi Continent also learned about Qin Continent's basic deployment through yesterday's preview. Advantage is mine. Fortunately, Qin Continent also chose ballroom dance. Blue Star's ballroom dance only has so many styles. Even if Xian Yu's dance ranking is high, there's not much variation they can play with. Indeed, I was really worried they'd pull off another move like the peacock dance. Then the competition would become really troublesome. Yeah, works as high caliber as the peacock dance can't come out every time, not even for Xian Yu. If the dances are similar, we have a big chance of winning. We're sending out Ding Mei this round. Her singer ranking is much higher than Zhao Yinggu's. Luckily, the opponent is Zhao Yinggu, not Jiang Kuwei or Wei Haoyun. Qin Continent has many strong singers, but Zhao Yinggu is a small loophole in the Qin Continent team. If we catch this loophole, we'll win. Qi Continent is still quite optimistic. Qin Continent's last stunning performance was mainly due to the perfect combination of dance and song, with no weaknesses. This period is different. Everyone is doing ballroom dance, so it's hard to create a gap in dance, and Maestro is almost the same. But Qi Continent has stronger singers than Zhao Yinggu, which is their advantage. Each continent is preparing. The live broadcast officially starts. Today, Qin Continent and Qi Continent are the third group to appear. The first groups have been dueling. The process is splendid as ever, with the live audience occasionally bursting into massive applause. Finally, it's the third group's turn. Qin Continent drew the last position again. Qi Continent's singer and dancing partners took the stage to start their performance. The song isn't bad. The melody is pleasing. The ballroom dance isn't bad either. It seems to have some adaptations to traditional ballroom dance, looking quite interesting. Ding Mei's singing skills are too strong. Qi Continent isn't exactly a weak team, but they're definitely not weak either. I like this song. I feel Qin Continent is in danger. Although the game depends on performance, Ding Mei's hard skills should be stronger than Zhao Yinggu's. Exactly. Zhao Yinggu is very capable, but on this stage, with all the top kings and queens of singing, she seems a bit ordinary. This side has finished. The Qi Continent team's performance ends, and the entire room erupts in enthusiastic applause. A very brilliant performance. Above audience expectations. A small surprise in the dance adaptations. The biggest surprise was Ding Mei's vocal performance. The song's quality was fully showcased, very captivating on stage. At this moment, host Anong went on stage to announce, the Qin Continent team is on. Swish. On the stage, the lights shone down. Lin Yuan and Zhao Yinggu each stood at opposite sides of the stage. Suddenly, everyone was stunned. Why is it only the two of them? A ballroom dance by Xian Yu must have a partner because this thing can't be done alone. Many people thought Yin Tingtong would be Xian Yu's partner, but Yin Tingtong didn't even make it on stage. Where did the dance partner go? Could it be Zhao Yinggu is his dance partner? But how could Zhao Yinggu be a dance partner and still sing? Blue Star's audience knows this bit of common sense. Unless it's a professional singing and dancing background, the stage model of singing and dancing simultaneously isn't something professional singers can handle. It consumes too much stamina, and poorly done, it might affect the singing, making both singing and dancing underperform. Amid the people's confusion, Zhao Yinggu gave a gentle nod to the band. The prelude. The orchestral instruments sounded. Under the lights from above the stage, Lin Yuan in a black suit suddenly lifted his head slightly, then raised both arms. Steps shifting between motion and stillness. A gaze looking left and right. Like a crab walk, yet like a catwalk. When the dance steps needed to advance, Xian Yu moved sideways. When the dance steps needed to retreat, Xian Yu took a diagonal forward shift. At the same time, Xian Yu's steps often changed with the music's rhythm, speeding up and slowing down, and when the prelude ended, all of Xian Yu's movements paused instantly. Clean and neat. Xian Yu was akin to a dancing gentleman, balancing between movement and stillness, calmly like an observer of life, here just to watch how a tree grows, how a river flows, how clouds drift, how dew condenses. Holy crap! Fish Papa, I love you. Oh my girlish heart. Isn't the preview saying Qin Continent would perform a ballroom dance, a dance for two? But this is obviously a solo dance. It is a ballroom dance. However, different from all ballroom dances, it's danced by one person, and it doesn't feel off at all. Gentlemanly charm is off the charts. Abstinence-style black suit. I underestimated it. Who knew ballroom dance could be performed solo, and a solo ballroom dance could be so classy, giving a sense of solitude yet independence. New dance. Quite interesting. Everyone is familiar with ballroom dance, but none of these moves by Xian Yu have been seen before. Surely it's his new choreography. Looks like this performance will be worth watching. The audience got excited. No one expected Xian Yu to be able to do a solo ballroom dance, completely harmonious, with clean and handsome moves, showcasing the top dancer's skills to the fullest. Chapter 1528, 1239. Tango emerges _3. That's right. Lin Yuan was performing a tango solo. Tango is typically a duet dance, but there are some solo designs as well. To surprise the audience, Lin Yuan chose to start with a tango solo. Who says this dance must be performed by two people? As it turns out, this design was successful. The audience was completely captivated, and the teams from various continents were dumbfounded. The dancers invited by these teams were even more astonished, though the level of surprise was still insufficient. The prelude ended. Lin Yuan did not move. Zhao Yinggu began to sing, her voice full of rhythm, matched with long lyrics. Her singing style was magnificent and regal, encompassing a sense of nobility, complete with vocal techniques, and each note filled with richness. Something's not right. Is this the Zhao Yinggu we know? Her state today is unbelievably good. Carefully listen to her singing. It feels even better than during the Blue Song Olympics. Every vocal expression is perfect. It's as if there's a driving force behind it. No way. Suddenly. She's fired up? Why is she suddenly so fired up? It's not that Zhao Yinggu's singing technique suddenly advanced by leaps and bounds. It's because the same singer, with the same song, would have different states at different times. Today Zhao Yinggu seemed to be in a frighteningly good state. Her voice is steady as if Jiang Kuei was possessing her, with every lyric and melody so moving, an absolute and perfect performance. At this moment, the interlude arrived. In the music, Zhao Yinggu suddenly extended her hand towards Xian Yu. The audience was stunned. Is this inviting Xian Yu to dance together? After a 30-second freeze, Lin Yuan stepped sideways towards Zhao Yinggu, while she approached with steady steps. They clasped left hands and slowly raised them. Zhao Yinggu placed her right hand on Xian Yu's shoulder, and Xian Yu's right hand encircled Zhao Yinggu's slender waist. White dress, black suit, a perfect match. More perfectly, their left and right foot inexplicably crossed together, as if glued with 502 adhesive. You move. I move. You stop. I stop. The audience was astonished. The two seemed to be stepping on musical notes, advancing yet retreating, fast and slow overlapping, moving and pausing with precision and power, clearly a duet dance, yet cooperating as a singular entity. Twist step, side close step, progressive link, 4 quick step retreat, pursuing step blockade. Each classic tango move was continuously showcased, and the audience could hardly see any large movements. They could only see the positions of the dancers at the end of each move, specifically the lines, speed, and constantly shifting center, giving a decisive and angular sensation. Neat movements. Legs gradually intertwined. The dance steps dazzled. The bodies began to entwine. In the close-up shot, the two gazed at each other affectionately, suddenly twisting their bodies and turning to look left and right, as if arguing, deliberately avoiding eye contact, only to reconnect moments later, offering a peculiar kind of charm. These movements held a fierce and bold side, yet retained elegance and romance, always leading to reconciliation or climax in tense provocations and conflicts, that unique rhythm and cadence capturing hearts. The audience was dumbfounded. The Blue Starions were certainly familiar with ballroom dancing, even if they didn't dance themselves, having seen it often in films and TV. But the social dance by Xian Yu and Zhao Yingge was entirely different from everyone's impression, those unfamiliar but stunning moves instantly captivating all eyes, carrying a bizarre and wondrous allure. Not a solo, still a duet dance. The solo was merely the beginning. More quintessential moves are in the duet coordination. That exchanged gaze, the tacit coordination of their footsteps, subtly stimulated everyone's nerves. This is the complete form of tango, showcasing its true charm. Ah, so cool. My God. Oh, Lord. So teasing. I'm going to die. Such harmony. So much feeling. Did they grow together? I love this dance to death. Kill me to cheer them on. This dance style is completely different from the peacock dance, belonging to another kind of unique charm, making one blush inexplicably. Their feet seem fused together, occasionally intertwined calves, yet the moves remain seamless. Perfect. You can always trust Xian Yu. Even with the most common ballroom dance, he can design a completely new style, dancing to make your heart race and your scalp tingle. Wow. The audience went wild. And amid the frenzy, the dance began to turn fervent and freewheeling. The interlude now over, Zhao Yingge continued singing, facing a more challenging main song part, yet not faltering in the slightest. Singing and dancing simultaneously, within the brisk rhythm, unique syncopation combined with the dance steps and vocals, showing no signs of breathlessness, and even sung more beautifully than before. Is she not tired? She's truly not tired. With leg kicks, cross steps, spins, and jumps, yet Zhao Yingge's breath remained as stable as Mount Tai. Her melodious voice employed pure vocal technique, whimsically mixed with playful and cheeky tones, adding a sense of playful interaction between men and women. No one could comprehend. Why did Zhao Yingge's extraordinary performance seem so terrifying? As if her stamina was raised to the limit, and with Xian Yu delivering the most perfect collaboration. Dancing, singing, no delay. When the song ended, when the dance concluded, the entire venue was in a complete uproar, showcasing tango's endless allure. Live broadcast backstage. On Qi continent, or rather the teams from each continent, everyone wore a bewildered expression, staring blankly at this performance. Why? If Zhao Yingge's outstanding performance was surprising, this ballroom dance was utterly mesmerizing. If Qi continent adapted Blue Star's ballroom dance, then Xian Yu directly invented a brand new ballroom dance, and it was in no way inferior to the recognized traditional ballroom dance. The performance was too perfect. Zhao Yingge seemed activated, singing and dancing without a hint of breathlessness. Why are both the dance and song so amazing? With such a level of dance, even if not listening to the song, the audience can watch for ages. Not to mention Zhao Yingge suddenly showing extraordinary performance like she's on adrenaline. Shouldn't she be this excited? Damn, a type of plant. Has Xian Yu opened something up? The previous peacock dance was also this outrageous. How does he design dances that are always novel, never seen before in Blue Star. Teacher Ineen, what is this? You ask me, to whom should I ask? Teacher Wani, can ballroom dance be done like this? I darn well want to know why ballroom dance can be done this way, with so many dance styles in Blue Star. He designs a brand new, never-before-seen dance style. At that moment, everyone present was shocked. Everyone in the live broadcast was shocked. The tango steps originating from Earth emerged remarkably, stunning the 8 continents of Blue Star. Chapter 1529, 1240. What is pole dancing? On the stage, the performance ends. Zhao Yinggu and Xian Yu take a bow, and host and Hong suddenly strides onto the stage, stopping Lin Yuan, who is about to leave. Teacher Admirable Fish, wait a moment. Lin Yuan pauses, and Hong walks over to him, looking somewhat excited. If I'm not mistaken, the dance just now is something that has never appeared on Blue Star? Yes. May I ask what this dance is called? Tango. This is a brand new ballroom dance. Yes. The peacock dance from the last episode was also a brand new dance. Right. For the upcoming competitions, will you continue to be responsible for the Qin continent's dances? That's right. Lin Yuan's words were concise. And after Lin Yuan left the stage, with An Hong starting the voting, the Qin continent once again won this round of the competition, crushing the opponent by a large margin in terms of support rates. There was no suspense. In terms of dancing, Xian Yu completely defeated the opponent. In singing, Zhao Yinggu performed exceptionally, slightly outshining the opponent as well. Moreover, Zhao Yinggu also danced, and danced so well that audience ratings soared, as it was the first time on stage that a singer and a dance partner danced together. Unlike other singers, who only sang their own songs and left the dancing entirely to their dance partners, it would be strange not to win. On the global internet, the audiences of various continents were no longer focused on the competition itself, because everyone knew after watching this episode that the Qin continent was bound to win. At this moment, people were more interested in Xian Yu's incredibly charming new dance. Tango. That name sounds cool. This new ballroom dance is going to blow up. At this point, I no longer expect Fish Papa to compose or sing. Just keep doing dance. It's absolutely mesmerizing. Wasn't it supposed to be a music variety show? Xian Yu practically turned the music competition into a dance competition. Wani is really in danger now. I feel like this dance might help Fish Papa break into the top 10 of the dance charts. Wow, it's getting more and more exaggerated. If Fish Papa's top 10 on the music charts is also joined by dance, then it's the rhythm of topping both charts. The key is that both music and dance are top-notch arts. Top-tier art rankings have a weight that ordinary rankings can't compare to. Tango. The whole world is deep in discussion, remembering the name of that dance just now, with many even having the idea to learn it, trying it out at home, since in terms of entry difficulty, this thing is much easier than the peacock dance. Of course, the competition has to continue. Another group competition follows. However, Lin Yuan's self-awareness as a temporary worker is high. After the Qin continent's performance ended, as in the previous episode, he directly got off work and went home, fully embodying the term guest performer. And when Lin Yuan got home, the competition just ended. It's a hit. Your dance is a hit again. Trending search. Trending searches everywhere. My son indeed has the demeanor of an emperor. The whole family was celebrating, which was indeed the case as the popularity of the tango dance, under the discussions of countless netizens from various continents, rapidly spread across the internet. Facebook, Special Push, Space, Enjoyment, Geek Tribe, etc. On all major social platforms on Blue Star, the topic #Tango hashtag has respectively surged into the top 5 trending searches. On blogs here, because Xian Yu is right here, the related topics about tango have firmly occupied the #1 spot on the real-time trending search list. Compared to ordinary people's reactions to tango, the dance circles on Blue Star were even more astonished. It can be claimed for sure. The sudden emergence of the tango dance has shocked professionals in the field of dance even more than the peacock dance. This dance is no simple matter. The peacock dance is a solo dance with obvious personal characteristics, making it slightly elitist. Everyone can appreciate and be amazed by it, but it won't be widely learned due to its difficulty. But tango is different. Its entry difficulty is not high and can easily become popular, as anyone with a little ballroom dance background can master it in no time. That's the most incredible aspect of tango. Simply put, the peacock dance is highly professional, while tango is highly universal. I even suspect that this thing might develop into an independent dance competition category on Blue Star in the future. Really, there's no need to doubt. There are only so many ballroom dances after the development of Blue Star's ballroom dance sector for so many years. Tango is the fresh blood for ballroom dances, and it compares perfectly against the other ballroom dances. Wouldn't it be strange if it didn't become popular? Then Wani is really in trouble. If Wani can't produce a highly skilled dance this month, then the position of the dance chart's top 10 gatekeeper is going to be lost. The insights of the professionals are indeed accurate. In fact, Tango on Earth is a formal event in international standard ballroom dance competitions and is one of the very important dance competition categories. The analyses and judgments of dance professionals were indeed confirmed. That night, in the dance area on B's site, all the audience members who habitually clicked in to watch girls dancing were stunned to find that the dance area was almost entirely taken over by tango. Trying out tango. Introductory tango ballroom dance lesson. Everyone, check if my tango has the right vibe. Tonight, we are all tango dancers. I've learned tango, just need Xianyu to cooperate with me now. I've watched the tango dance 20 times, and I've mastered it. How would you rate my tango? Chapter 1530, 1240. What is pole dancing? _2. The ability of these video creators to jump on trending topics is truly impressive. You can tell just by looking at the video titles how eager they are to compete, to attract more viewers. Some female streamers nearly dance naked, staging the ultimate competition of one-upmanship. Before, it was the peacock dance. Now it's tango's turn. Xianyu released 2 new dances, impacting the ecological environment of the dance section on B's site. However, there are also many videos about the peacock dance. The 2 dances seem to be dividing the dance category of B's site. Lin Yuan didn't pay attention to the online reactions. Shortly after returning home, he began writing a novel. It's still the base series. The base series consists of 7 books in total. Lin Yuan had previously reached the beginning of the 6th book. After competing, Lin Yuan had to help Qin Continent rehearse the dance, leaving him with insufficient time for writing, so he could only steal some time to write at night. Fortunately, Lin Yuan's typing speed was fast enough. Even with the little time he carved out every night, he finally completed the 6th book of the base series by that night. Next up is the 7th book. Once finished, he could continue with the literary duel. However, the 7th book couldn't possibly be finished in the short term, because the next day, Lin Yuan received another call from the Qin Continent team. This time, Yin Dong, the maestro, called and immediately explained the draw situation to Lin Yuan. Our next opponent is Chu Continent. What's the music theme? This time it's a no-theme free contest, requiring composers to write songs around the singer's personal styles. I've chosen Chun Yi as the singer. Why her? Lin Yuan was a bit surprised. Chun Yi is a song queen from the Qin Continent team. Lin Yuan had tutored her during training at the Blue Song Olympics. However, within the Qin Continent team, Chun Yi is the lowest-ranked Blue Star singer, on par with Xiaofan, and her singing skills are relatively weaker compared to others. You gave me the inspiration for this. Indong laughed and said, in this round, Zhao Yinggu danced as a singer, and the audience's reaction was very positive, so I thought, why not let Chun Yi do a singing and dancing performance too? After all, Chun Yi's dancing is top-notch among Blue Star female singers because she comes from a professional girl group with nearly 10 years of dance experience. She even has a dance ranking, and although it's 107th, it's an excellent ranking for a singer. Understood. Indong's reasoning was very clear. Chun Yi is the only song queen or king from the Blue Star girl group background. For someone from a girl group to become a song queen or king, it's undoubtedly a remarkable achievement. After all, everyone knows, girl groups are not known for outstanding singing skills. Now Indong wants Chun Yi to showcase her dancing charm along with her singing. Do you have any ideas? Chun Yi's style is sexy, and her dancing is in the same vein, so we'll go with an upbeat song and dance route. Send over your inventory in this aspect for me to listen to. Sure. Indong agreed. but suddenly felt something was off. Why did it feel like he was making dance music for Xianyu? Never mind. It's not important. Because of poor stage effects, he lost a match before, and this time, he's determined to win it back with stage effects. With that in mind, Dong sent Lin Yuan 13 samples. Lin Yuan was taken aback. Dong had too much inventory. But this was a good thing, as it gave him a lot of options for the dance. Just like that, Lin Yuan listened to all 13 samples. Finally, Lin Yuan's eyes flashed, and the corner of his mouth curled into a peculiar smile. Can I use the 9th one? Of course, I'm just the dance music provider. But how did you decide so quickly what dance to use? Yeah. What style is it? I don't know how to explain it. Just know that everything is for the sake of art. Dong was suspicious. Art is art. Why are you being so secretive about it? Dong was curious. Just tell me the name of the dance. Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment and uttered 3 words. Pole dance. Dong was stunned at the words. What on earth is pole dancing? Why does it sound so unorthodox? He even went online to search, but couldn't find any dance by that name. Related to a pole? Could it be martial arts? Dancing while waving a pole? Thinking of this, Dong felt a sense of deep admiration. It seems like Xianyu is about to create a new dance again. But speaking of which, the style of this song seems to be arranged for a female singer with a mature and sexy route. Is it really okay to go on stage with a steel pipe? Yes. Pole dance. This is the best answer Lin Yuan got after listening to all of Dong's samples. Putting aside people's various misunderstandings about pole dance, for viewers watching it for the first time, the visual impact of this dance is still very strong. That's right. Blue Star doesn't have pole dance, so for anyone on Blue Star, pole dance is unfamiliar and a peculiar dance they've never seen before. As for why Lin Yuan is so hesitant, because when mentioning pole dance, some people instantly show a smile. Even in many people's impressions, pole dance is almost synonymous with striptease in nightclubs. It's simply dance. In reality, there are many types of pole dance. There's the particularly glamorous kind, and there's a kind that emphasizes sexiness without being too explicit. We in the Celestial Dynasty even have pole dance championships and such, including internationally. There are also very formal pole dance competitions, which proves that serious pole dance is also an art, and excellent pole dancers deserve to be appreciated. Especially in various countries on Earth after the opening up, pole dancing has become a new dance trend. No vulgar content. The dancers' movements are graceful and charming, full of femininity. Including Madonna, Angelina Jolie, and stars like Joey Young and Karen Mok, they are all advocates of pole dancing. Even many sports organizations have started to promote pole dancing. How this dance will develop on Blue Star is not Lin Yuan's concern. The choice of pole dance this time is ultimately because it's suitable. The song is suitable. The singer is suitable. The singer's dance style is also suitable. You have to know that Chun-Yi is a singer who follows the sexy route. After all, she comes from a girl group. She even has a nickname called Little Fox. This nickname isn't meant to degrade her, but rather to describe Chun-Yi's singing and dancing style, sexy and enchanting like a fox. This kind of person is used well. She will become a secret weapon on the stage of our song. That afternoon, Lin Yuan came to the recording site once again. Chun-Yi appeared. This woman's figure is extremely captivating. Coming from a girl group, her looks are no less than those actors who rely on their appearances. But in front of Lin Yuan, Chun-Yi behaved obediently like a little student, because during the Blue Song Olympics training, when Lin Yuan taught these singers, Chun-Yi's singing skills weren't so strong. Simply put, she was often harshly scolded by Xianyu. Of course, even when Lin Yuan scolds, he wouldn't use any foul language. But who told him that once he uses the teacher's halo, he enters an unrelenting mode? Singers who have attended Xianyu's training classes more or less feel a bit nervous when they see him. Chun-Yi is no different. But Chun-Yi also has her own little schemes. While feeling a little guilty when seeing Teacher Admirable Fish, she couldn't help but feel a little excited. Is Teacher Admirable Fish going to dance with me? Though timid, though scared, being able to dance with Teacher Admirable Fish, getting close and personal, even being scolded like a dog is worth it. I'm not dancing this time. Although men can also do pole dance, and Lin Yuan has no prejudice against it, for this song and dance, only Chun-Yi could dance it. I see. Chun-Yi was a bit disappointed. Heaven knows how many people were deathly jealous of Zhao Yinggu after the last performance, wishing to take her place. After the last episode aired, the scene of Zhao Yinggu dancing with Xian Yu frequently appears in comments like, "Zhao Yinggu, let go of that man. Let me take over," as harmonious bullets. Let's start practicing. Lin Yuan didn't know what Chun-Yi was thinking. I'll demonstrate it for you first. After saying that, Lin Yuan approached the pole and started dancing in front of Chun-Yi. A few minutes later, Lin Yuan finished dancing. Chun-Yi looked at Lin Yuan, frozen like a statue, except her mouth corner was twitching involuntarily. I think you dancing would be more effective. What kind of dance is this again? No way. Who can withstand this? Chun-Yi suddenly felt her nose getting warm. Chapter 1531, 1241, Xian Yu Effect. A few days later, the preview for the 7th episode of the program was aired. As the first part of the 7th episode, the preview mainly serves to introduce the preparations of the teams from each continent to the audience. For example, who the singers and maestros representing each continent are, and what are the stylistic characteristics of the works, what difficulties have been encountered in collaborations, etc., to create program highlights. The program first introduced Qin continent. The audience discussed while watching. Teacher Yin Dong actually chose to collaborate with Chun-Yi. If I remember correctly, Chun-Yi's singer ranking is the lowest in the Qin continent team, right? It's not a big problem. Qin continent's opponent this time isn't very strong either. I don't know if it's just me, but when I watch this program now, I'm more looking forward to Fish Papa's new dance choreography than the song. Add me to that list above. Is Xian Yu dancing again this episode? Last time Fish Papa and Zhao Yingji's tango was so handsome, I watched it repeatedly and was still struck by its coolness. Haha, Fish Papa was just playing along for the occasion. Exactly, Fish Papa devoted himself to art, selflessly feeding the wolf. Haha, look at your sour grapes. Zhao Yinggu being called a wolf is alright, but then she would also be feeding a she-wolf. However, the two new dances presented by Fish Papa were indeed brilliant. The preview doesn't show us the rehearsal situation. We don't even know which dance Fish Papa choreographed for the Qin continent team's competing song this time. Blue Star's continents. Netizens were extremely excited. Xian Yu, with 2 consecutive competitions, came up with 2 very brilliant new dances, thoroughly stirring up public anticipation. The program continues. Qi continent is preparing for the competition. Suddenly someone knocked on the door outside the rest area. Amid the surprised exclamations of the Qi continent team members, a man smiled and waved. Hello everyone. I am Fei Fei, ranked 9th on the Blue Star dance list, invited here to help. Teacher Fei Fei, aren't you a middle state person? What I mean is, haven't you come to the wrong place? The middle state team prep room is the first on the left. Everyone. Teacher Fei Fei smiled. Slightly. The dance for the middle state is being handled by Wan Yi. I am here to assist Qi continent, because my grandfather is also from Qi continent. Oh hi, I'm Fei Fei. Fei Fei actually spoke a sentence in Qi language. The Qi continent team members were instantly overjoyed. Fei Fei's ranking was even higher than Wan Yi's, and he was here to help Qi continent. Moments later, Chu continent's prep area. We've invited the 8th-ranked teacher Wei Wei from the Blue Star dance list to help us. Let's give a warm welcome. Clap, clap, clap. Amid the excited applause of the Chu continent team, a tall and fashionably dressed woman appeared. Wei Wei, 8th on the dance list. Even higher than Fei Fei invited by Qi continent. Yin continent. The rehearsal venue. The singers were rehearsing. Our dance still feels a little off, not matching well with the song. Can Teacher Yin watch and suggest adjustments? Teacher Yin is not here. Where did Teacher Yin go? Teacher Yin had some urgent matters to attend to at home, and all her upcoming work will be handled by me. Let me introduce myself. I'm Yun Kaiwe, 6th on the Blue Star dance list. Big Yun. I'm your fan. Yun Kaiwe, ranked 6th on the Blue Star dance list, made a grand entrance, exuding a regal presence throughout the scene. Han continent. Team meeting. The woman in charge of shooting suddenly burst into laughter. Everyone looked at the woman filming, and the next moment exclaimed, "Ah, Mr. Hua." Mr. Hua actually disguised as staff to sneak in and film us. Mr. Hua, what brings you here? Isn't my intention clear to you yet? The woman flipped her hair, ranked 7th on the Blue Star dance list. Huayu, Zhao continent. Similarly, a new dancer appeared. Although I am from Middle State, the competition is fair, and I will definitely do my job well, giving my all to help Zhao continent win. Teacher Zhao, thank you so much. No need to be so polite. My surname is Zhao, and I have a natural bond with Zhao people. Besides, many might not know, but my mother is also from Zhao continent, so I am half Zhao continent blood. With you here, we're not afraid. Ranked 5th on the Blue Star dance list, dancer Zhao Chun has arrived. Wei continent. Here too, a top dancer was assisting. The guest here was even the most accomplished one. Ranked 4th on the Blue Star dance list, dancer Xia Huayu. Similar to Zhao Chen's situation, Xia Huayu is of mixed Middle State and Wei continent descent. Although nominally from Middle State, he is also considered halfway continent. I'm here, but we can't let our guard down, because the teams from other continents also have strong foreign assistants. Even though their rankings aren't as high as mine, honestly, when we meet on stage, winning or losing isn't certain. Xia Huayu smiled. At the end of the preview, all the foreign assistants from each continent were interviewed. 9th-ranked Fei Fei, riding on the fame of the peacock dance, CNU and 1E made headlines, and in the last episode presented an astounding tango, which could very well enter the top 10 on the Blue Star dance list. At that point, I, the 9th rank, might be at risk, so here I am. 8th ranked on the dance list. Fei Fei called to say he was joining our song. The program is quite popular now, so if he's in, I must be as well, else what if he surpasses my rank? 7th ranked. I heard there's a hot dance variety show lately, so I came by to check it out, hoping I haven't walked onto the wrong set. 6th ranked. I didn't really want to come because I just finished a large dance tour recently, but this field is fiercely competitive, and sometimes you have to work overtime to maintain your rank. 5th ranked. A few days ago, I was talking with some friends, and everyone was saying they wanted to join our song. We haven't hung out in a while, so why not take advantage of this program to exchange some pointers? 4th ranked. I'm not worried about my rank being threatened. I'm mainly here because I saw last episode's tango and was truly captivated, so I wanted to come and exchange some insights with teacher Admirable Fish, especially about ballroom dancing. You know, my ballroom dance skills are quite well honed. After watching the preview, netizens from each continent were stunned. Goodness. Including 1E and CNU, the dancers ranked 4th to 11th on the Blue Star dance list all arrived on this program. Oh my, more than half of the top 10 are here. Is the dance circle actually this competitive? CNU used 2 dances to trigger the entire top 10 to show up. And this is our song. This is clearly our dance. A fake music competition, a real dance competition. I'm laughing my head off, watching CNU about to break into the top 10. The 9th rank was anxious. 9th made a move. 8th got nervous. 8th came out. And the 7th was worried too, leading to a chain reaction causing the 4th to 11th ranked dancers all to show up. Only the top 3 didn't come. The top 3 obviously aren't worried about their rankings. The 4th isn't worried about rankings either. He said he mainly wanted to fight CNU. This is Blue Star's Dance Forest Conference. I wouldn't be surprised if the top 3 show up later. Before, Middle State's foreign assistants 1E was the highest-ranked dancer. Now, with this turn of events, 1E is the weakest instead. After all, his ranking might be surpassed by Fish Papa's Tango by the end of the month. It's getting intense. The appearance of CNU caused the entire top 10 of the Blue Star dance list to become competitive, and netizens have dubbed this bizarre phenomenon the CNU effect. Chapter 1532, 1242. Fake music competition, real dance competition. CNU effect originally referred to CNU activating the survival instincts of others on the charts while climbing them himself. Later, the CNU effect came to mean adopting a method or measure to stimulate businesses to actively participate in the market, thereby activating companies in the same industry. Blue Star Encyclopedia. Amidst various chain reactions, the survival instincts of the top 10 dance list were all triggered. One person, CNU, directly stirred up a storm in the entire Blue Star dance circle. Boom. After this episode aired, the whole world was shocked. No one expected a music show that went viral online could have such a huge impact on the Blue Star dance circle. Blue Star dance circle. People inside the circle were shocked by the peacock dance and tango, but the previous shocks were nothing compared to this time. Oh my God! Oh my heavens! You guys have to come and watch our song. What's so good about a music variety show? It's not a dance show. Only Xian Yu and Wang Yi's dances are worth looking forward to. I'll just watch their dance videos after the show. Music variety show? You still think it's a music variety show? At least take a look at the latest lineup. The dancers ranked 4th to 11th on the Blue Star Dance chart are all here. Damn, the 4th to 11th are all here. How did the program team invite them all together? It's not the program team's credit. This thing starts with Xian Yu. Anyway, watch the program interviews, and you'll know. Xian Yu alone stirred up the entire circle of top-tier dancers. No wonder he's Chu Kuang's good brother. They're both top of the game. Word spreads fast. 100 no from 10. As the news spread widely, the entire Blue Star dance circle was collectively shocked. Almost every dance practitioner had their eyes fixed on our song. For the dance circle, the dancers ranked 4th to 11th basically represent the highest standard of Blue Star dance, and people could no longer view it as merely a music variety show, to the extent that this program has already become a top global dance competition in the minds of countless dance practitioners, equivalent to the scale of the Blue Song Olympics in the dance world. Media. News from various continents exploded. Music competition. Dance competition square root. The new role king Xian Yu. Xian Yu effect, everyone on edge. All dancers ranked 4th to 11th joined the competition. Who created this miraculous scene? First time the dance and music circles are so closely combined. Deep exchange of dance and music. Ultimate clash of top dancers and top maestro. Explosive music competition. Wan Yi crying in the bathroom. Peacock dance and tango. Xian Yu used 2 dances to awaken the top 10 of Blue Star dance chart. New entry on Blue Star Encyclopedia. Learn about the Xian Yu effect. Central Continent team. Wan Yi was bewildered. Wan Yi had always been the strongest dancer invited by our song, ranked 10th on the Blue Star dance chart, standing at the peak of the Blue Star dance pyramid. Only Xian Yu could pose a threat to him. But Wan Yi never expected that after Xian Yu performed a tango last episode, he would attract all the higher-ranked dancers from the Blue Star dance chart. In an instant, Wan Yi went from the top of the pyramid to the bottom. Since he knows that after Xian Yu brought out the tango, it's likely he won't be able to maintain his 10th ranking. Shit, how can I compete now? Everyone is stronger than me. I used to be the dance pillar of the Zhong Continent team, and next, I might become the drag in the dance section. This group of roll dogs. Too damn bullying. If you push me too far, I'll recruit someone from the top 3. Wan Yi is furious. The top 3 on the Blue Star dance chart are all middle state people with good ties to him. He really could recruit one of the top 3. At home, after watching the show, Xiao Yuan, what exactly did you do to attract half of the top 10 from the Blue Star dance chart? Any one of these people is a bigwig in the dance circle. The Spring Festival Gala might not even be able to invite them. A music variety show managed to lure them all. It's just a dance competition. Woof, woof, woof. The family was almost dumbfounded. Lin Yuan didn't expect this situation either. It seems the impact and power of the tango were greater than he imagined. These people are all top-notch dancers and obviously recognize the terrifying nature of the tango. But isn't this even better? Lin Yuan intended to use this competition to impact the dance rankings. Facing off directly with dancers ranked higher than himself, winning would only result in greater data gains. But that said, the skills of these people are really strong. He must approach this more seriously. Under the bombardment of news, almost everyone knew about this matter, and netizens from various continents laughed uncontrollably. Many who hadn't watched the show found themselves intensely interested. Came here for the fame. I heard there's a top Blue Star dance competition here. I've caught up on previous episodes. Now just waiting for the next competition to start. It's a Blue Star dance feast. Tong Shuwen. Have you heard of the Blue Ball? Blue Ball cracks me up. Honestly, the big shots from the rankings all came. It's indeed a rare top event for the Blue Star dance circle in recent years. Wan Yi. Xian Yu, are you being polite? Previously, when dance officials from various continents saw Wan Yi, they would politely call him Teacher Wan Yi. Now they smile and wave seeing him. Little Wan, you're here too. So tomorrow, Fish Papa's opponent is teacher Feifei. Feifei is ranked 9th on the Blue Star dance chart, though slightly weaker compared to other continents' recruits. Fish Papa is ranked between 10th and 11th. Really can't say what the outcome will be for tomorrow's competition. To know, our song itself is a phenomenal variety show. This wave of dance bigwigs coming together has directly pushed the popularity of our song to a new height. Tong Shuwen almost burst into laughter. CNU is indeed the secret code to variety show wealth. Without CNU, these top 10 figures in the dance circle could not be invited merely based on his connections, including Wan Yi, who was also initially invited by the Central Continent team as an external aid. After all, they are all top Blue Star dancers. It's not as simple as inviting them like he desires. But now look, whether they want to or not, they have to come this time. Otherwise, are they going to watch CNU madly climb the dance rankings? Peacock Dance, Tango Ballroom Dance, 2 competitions, and CNU has already introduced 2 almost viral new dances. Continuing like this, who can guarantee that CNU won't bring out more viral new dances later? The people on the chart are anxious, even on edge, joining this competition to block CNU and preserve their current ranking from threat became the unanimous goal of many dancers. Chapter 1533, 1243, The Fox is Not a Demon. The next day, Music Center. The 7th live broadcast is about to begin. Waves of hype have erupted online. Successful airborne drop. Here for the dance. Dancers reporting in. Ha ha ha, so many dance enthusiasts have joined. Supposed to be a music show, yet there are more dance fans in the comments than music fans. Double delight for fans. Actually, I originally came to listen to the music. The works of the maestros are all excellent, but somehow in the last 2 episodes, I've been sidetracked by Fish Papa, and now I'm more focused on dance than music. It's starting soon, and Hong is on stage. The order of appearance for this episode is out too. Qin Continent and Qi Continent are the last group, so we won't see Fish Papa until the end. Doesn't matter. This episode is full of top talent, and every continent's dance is worth looking forward to. After all, behind them are the top dance leaders on the charts. Fish Papa's ranking is the lowest in comparison. I'm really nervous for him. Fish Papa is indeed in danger. Previously, Fish Papa and Wan Yi's dance was almost invincible, but now each continent has brought in bigwigs, including the 4th-ranked dancer on the dance chart. Suddenly Fish Papa and Wan Yi's ranking looks less impressive. Amidst the excited discussions of netizens, under the watchful eyes of audiences across various continents and even worldwide, the live broadcast finally began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. The countdown by Tong Shuwen backstage ended. The live broadcast officially began. Stage lights flashed dramatically, and the audience applauded vigorously. Light show. Music. Show. Host Anong stepped onto the stage. After a series of marketing speak, he opened with a smile. Hello everyone. I'm Anong. Welcome to the major variety show of Blue Star, our song. Poof. The whole venue burst into laughter. The live chat exploded with laughter. The official joke is the deadliest. Continent maestros and singers were left in a mix of laughter and helplessness. Anong also laughed. Actually, our show hasn't changed its name. It's still our song. But as everyone who watched the teaser should know, in this episode, we've invited top teachers from the Blue Star dance rankings from each continent to support us. I'm sure today's songs and dances will meet everyone's expectations for the show. Let's invite our first group on stage today, Central Continent versus Wei Continent. 8 continents are divided into 4 groups, going head-to-head in pairs. Today's groups, Central Continent and Wei Continent, are the first group. Zhao Continent and Han Continent are the second group. Yin Continent and Chu Continent are the third group. Qin Continent and Qi Continent are the fourth group. When the Central Continent team took the stage to start today's live showdown, singers and dancers went up, and screams echoed through the whole place. Wan Yi, as the dance leader of Central Continent, was really going all out this episode, not only choreographing but also dancing on stage himself, clearly feeling the pressure. During the performance, the comments flew. Teacher Wan Yi dances so handsomely. His body is incredible, firing on all cylinders this episode, even more impressive than his performances in the previous weeks. It's so good. Everyone's saying Yuan Yi went from the strongest support in various teams to the weakest, but he's still top 10 in Blue Star, who says he can't compare to the ones before him. Exactly. Rankings don't mean everything. Their existence is for others to aim at. It's a crisis, but also an opportunity. The song is also really good. This is truly a divine show. The combination of music and dance is always so perfect. Every stage performance is worth savoring repeatedly. They didn't disappoint. Central Continent's opening instantly pushed the atmosphere to a climax. After the performance, Yuan Yi was panting heavily. The singers were sweating on their foreheads, but fortunately, the audience's response was enthusiastic, which brought smiles to the entire Central Continent team's faces. However, the joy didn't last long as it was soon shattered by Wei Continent's subsequent performance. Oh, come on. Wei Continent is also fierce. This dance is so beautiful. Wei Continent's dance is coordinated by Xia Huayu. We said rankings don't mean strength, but these rankings seem to damn well represent strength. Xia Huayu is incredible. He's ranked 4th. The 4th-ranked god on Blue Star's dance chart. Feels like Central Continent is done for. They might have had a slight edge in song, but in dance, Wei Continent won big. Xia Huayu's grasp of music is better than Yuan Yi's. His sense of rhythm is so satisfying. Turns out even gentle dance can match rhythm so well. Central Continent was stunned. The 4th-ranked Xia Huayu was too terrifying. His dance perfectly interpreted the music, as if the song chosen by Wei Continent was meant for that dance. This is the choreographic power of a top dancer. Not to mention, he danced it excellently too. And this was just the beginning. After the first group, the second group took the stage. So beautiful, ethereal, and floating. Is Zhao Continent's stage heaven? Han Continent's dancers seem completely boneless. Both dances have this ethereal style. It's so mesmerizing. I love Zhao Continent's. I think Han Continent's is better. And then, third group, Yin Continent and Chu Continent went head-to-head. My God, is this what they call sophistication? Top dancers' choreography also sophisticated. Yin Continent's doesn't have very intense movements, yet it completely immerses you. Totally different from their previous grand and bold stage style. Chapter 1534, 1243. The Fox is not a demon _2. Oh, whoa. The dance from Chu Continent is so ethereal, like a forest of complete silence where the elves dance gracefully in the moonlight. The design is incredibly strong. The top dancers ranked in the dance chart are truly terrifying. After 3 consecutive performances, the entire internet was thrilled. The dances by top dancers exuded a sense of sophistication, and the audience was not only excited by the viewing, but also entranced by the music. Top maestro, top dancer, top king of singing and queen of singing. A stage crafted by such a trio undoubtedly presents an exceptionally high stage quality, especially with their seamless cooperation. Their beauty seemed to cleanse the souls of the audience. It's like a battle of gods. Every dance is amazing. I don't even know what to choose. These top dancers have a rather unified choreography style, all opting for ethereal and fairy-like types of dances, following the route of Xian Yu's earlier peacock dance. Truly sophisticated. When top dancers make a move, they are indeed extraordinary, making the show feel like it's a level higher, without a hint of disappointment. This is the standard of those in the top 10 of the dance chart. As long as they are here, I'll keep watching the show. Next is the fourth group, right? Qin Continent and Qi Continent stage. Qin Continent will go first. Is Qin Continent starting out this time? Fish Papa's dance is coming. Will Fish Papa dance personally this time? Will it trigger the rule of first-hand failure? Amidst the intense competition, the first 3 groups have already decided the winner, and Hong took the stage. Please welcome the fourth group. According to our predetermined draw order, Qin Continent team will perform first, and Hong reported backstage. Chen Yi, dressed in a black coat, walked onto the stage. Suddenly, the audience was stunned. Why is it just Chen Yi? Where did Chen Yi's dancers go? Even if teacher Admirable Fish isn't performing, Yin Tingtong should be dancing with the singer. Could it be that Chen Yi is dancing herself? Hiss. Wait a minute. Is Chen Yi really singing and dancing alone this time? Don't forget, Chun-Yi has a background from a girl group, and her dance ranking is very high. Wow, it seems quite possible. Qin continent is using a surprise tactic to win. But can Chun-Yi really do it alone? Will Chun-Yi's stage be a bit thin, and just singing and dancing feels too conventional? Can she really compete against the top external aids from the dance chart's top 10 invited by other continents? Chun-Yi's nickname is Little Fox. Although Chun-Yi is a sexy little fox, she doesn't have that kind of sophistication. Other continents are all very ethereal. The audience was puzzled. Chun-Yi was going to use her best singing and dancing skills to complete this stage solo, which the audience could easily guess. The problem was the girl group's singing and dancing routine. When performed on this stage, facing top dance chart bosses, will it really work? Amidst the audience's doubts, Chun-Yi nodded. Swish. The lights dimmed. When the stage lit up again, the audience unexpectedly noticed a steel pole appeared in the center, the thickness of 3 fingers. What's this? A steel pole? Dance prop? What is she trying to do? Is there any dance associated with a steel pole? Never heard of it. Was the dance designed by Xianyu? Not only were the audience surprised, but even the backstage of the continents, the top 10 dancers of the dance chart were also puzzled, not knowing what trick Xianyu was trying to pull with this dance. And amidst these surprises, the music started like gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. With a headset microphone, standing in front of the steel pole, Chun-Yi moved, a simple hip sway left and right, accompanied by 3 chest thrust movements with the gunshots. Waves surged. Amidst those surges, Chun-Yi slightly raised her chin, with one hand brushing open the coat, swish, throwing it far away. Black shorts, black crop top. As the coat was discarded, Chun-Yi's perfect figure was revealed under the lights and in front of the camera, matched with the passionate, dynamic music, instantly triggering countless hormones. The audience showed various expressions. What's this? Little provocateur. Too raunchy to watch. It just looks like regular singing and dancing, selling sex on this stage. Really don't know what she's thinking. It's shameless. I'm excited. I'm okay with this. Hee hee. Her dance is just to please you male audiences, a bunch of filthy minds. I'm a male audience. I don't like it. Hypocrite. If it's this kind of dance, a bit disappointing, just using the figure to catch the eye, I suspect this wasn't a dance designed by Fish Papa. Some were disappointed, some disdainful, some whistled, some eyes brightened. And just when everyone had different thoughts, Chun-Yi began singing, and the music with a strong rhythm started. Accompanying her singing, Chun-Yi's hand touched the steel pole. Her body quickly leaned closer, slightly raising her hips, while stretching legs and raising hips simultaneously. Chun-Yi's head kept the same height. Under the stage lights, she showed her soft waist like a water snake flexibly twisting, fully raised hips, displaying her body's flexibility to the fullest. Like waves, curves exquisitely charming, rapid rhythm, body in perfect capital S shape. During a few lyrics interlude, Chun-Yi suddenly used the inside of her knee to hook the steel pole, using inertia to spin. Another leg slightly bent back, waist straightened, body slightly bent followed by a spin. Neck twisting. Chapter 1535, 1243. Foxes are not demons _3. Between her silky bewitching eyes, she used her hands and knees to brace against the pole, fixing her body onto it, with her feet off the ground. Chun-Yi seemed to defy gravity, performing a full 360-degree spin around the pole. At this moment, the expressions on everyone's faces uniformly changed, even many female audience members who had previously shown disdain had their mouths shaped like an O. Holy shit, that arm strength. Such strong core strength. Wasn't she supposed to be from a girl group? This is clearly from a gymnastics team. So beautiful. Wild beauty. Sexy beauty. What kind of dance is this? Can you really do so much with a pole? So that's how a pole is supposed to be used? I'm sorry I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted Chun-Yi or questioned Fish Papa. This dance isn't about selling sex at all. It's showing how seductive and enchanting a woman can be. I'll shut up. All those who previously expressed doubt and disdain shut their mouths one after another. This dance is both sexy and forceful at the same time, a wild stir that made the eyes of every viewer, male or female, go wide. Nope, Trolls are everywhere. For example, there's a user called, "What do I care about you?" saying, "I get everything, but why does she have to show so much leg?" Clearly, she could wear something more conservative. Seems like a ploy for attention. Immediately, someone rebutted. As a dancer, I'm surprised to see such ignorant comments. Not to mention, what age are we in? Thinking exposing a bit is enough for you to have dirty thoughts. Let's just say, why show legs? Because this dance relies on the pole prop. If Chun-Yi covered her legs, it would reduce friction with the pole. The pole is slick and would make climbing it impossible, even if she reached the top. She wouldn't be able to grip it, and she'd slip down, making certain moves impossible and even dangerous. Now they're really all silent. In fact, even though there seem to be a lot of comments, it's just because Blue Star is so large. The vast majority of people aren't commenting. They even disabled comments and are attentively watching the dance. Backstage, dancers from all continents looked on, dumbfounded. This is a new dance. What exquisite choreography. Performing with a pole. Many moves difficult for humans can all be achieved with a pole. Is this combined with acrobatics? This choreography is filled with wild imagination. There's nothing particularly strange about pole dance moves. They're all from Blue Star's existing dances and can be matched with various dance styles. But with the addition of the pole prop, many classic moves were given new twists by Lin Yuan. It's like opening a new world for choreographers. That guy? Where does he get such new ideas from? If they didn't participate in this show, everyone on the dance rankings top 10 would be swept away, and their reputation would explode. At home, Mom screamed, "Ah," sister laughed. "I thought it was a bronze selling sexiness, but didn't expect king-level operation." Little sister covered her mouth. "Brother's not right." Antarctica, woof, woof, woof. At first, family also thought Lin Yuan's dance would take a selling sexiness route. Mom was still thinking about how to reason it out for her son, but the situation instantly turned. Who dares say this dance is about selling sex? Wearing less is selling sex? Is there anything wrong with women showing their sensuousness? Try getting someone else to do this dance and see if it's selling sex. Obviously, it's very artistic. Look at Chun-Yi on stage. With these difficult moves, wouldn't ordinary female dancers break their bones trying? At the scene, the stage, the singing continues. The dance continues. Spin, flip, hang, splits. Using the pole, Chun-Yi straightens herself and flies up, spinning, and when she lands, her face is actually toward the ground. Swoosh. Amidst the audience's gasp, with ease she flips, stands up straight, and with the pole's aid, unleashes terrifying waist power to propel her whole body forward, with height and distance. And as her body returns, Chun-Yi doesn't rely on the pole but keeps a distance while spinning in one direction, back to the pole, and when her feet touch the ground, she grabs the pole with her hands in reverse, and finally, her legs slightly apart as she kneels on the ground. Raising her head, sweat on her forehead, lips slightly parted. This song has rap parts since it's a fast-paced type, and between the opening and closing of Chun-Yi's red lips, soul-stealing, lethal seduction strikes everyone's hearts. Collect. Release. Chun-Yi's arms and legs seem to grow from the pole being her limbs, with which she could entwine and perform myriad movements. Shifting, flying, moves like single-handed slides, flag grips, inverted scorpions, inside and outside splits of the pole. All classic pole dance moves were demonstrated by Chun-Yi along with the song, delivering a 10,000-point visual impact to Blue Star viewers, an unmatched visual thrill. Exciting, lascivious, sexy. The audience went crazy. No one has ever seen such a dance. And when the song reached its climax, accompanied by slightly panting singing, the audience felt a tingling all over. But more overwhelmingly was the stunning visual effect, because Chun-Yi had already reached the top of the pole, grabbing it with one hand and clenching it with both legs, balancing her body while moving back and forth, up and down, her hands freely gesturing towards the audience, while the inner thighs constantly rubbed against the pole. "Ah, I can't take it. Who can withstand this?" Typing with both hands to prove innocence. "Don't stop me. Today I want to become the pole." I've always disdained why fans call Lin Yuan daddy. Now I just want to say, Daddy, please design more dances like this. Ha! Fish Papa gets us male viewers. Those advanced dances before. I, a commoner, just couldn't appreciate. But this one I'm blown away. Chen-yi is now my #1 goddess. Beauty, purity, cuteness. In front of sexiness, they're worthless. Who says only you guys can appreciate? This, we women can totally accept this dance as well. It's not about selling flesh, but showcasing the beauty of female form freely. A fox, she's really a fox. A fox isn't seductive, and sexy isn't slutty. Doesn't this crush those so-called girl groups singing and dancing? It's stunning. The complexity of these moves, how does she do it? The pole seemed to give her infinite arm and leg strength. This is indeed dancing. Didn't expect Xianyu with thick eyebrows and big eyes to design such a sexy dance. I suspect that Fish Papa, looking honest, might be more mischievous behind our backs, really reserved. Male audience members are thrilled. Female audience members are thrilled. Pole dance has officially been born on Blue Star, with intense visual impacts, a novel prop-oriented dance, and wildly imaginative designs sweeping across continents, thrilling global audiences. Chapter 1536, 1244. When a man gets flirtatious, there's no room left for women. The next day, news of last night's episode was all over every continent. Phenomenal variety show Our Song reaches new peak in ratings last night. Top dancers join in. It's both our song and our dance. Top dancers make their move, stage effects across continents hit historic highs. Xianyu creates another new dance. Chen-yi's pole dance, the new rising goddess. Xianyu defeats dance chart's 9th place, Fei last night. After 3 consecutive losses, Qin Continent team secures 3 consecutive wins. With Xianyu on board, Qin Continent team is unstoppable. Yes, last night, Qin Continent successfully defeated Qi Continent, marking 3 straight wins after 3 consecutive losses. Therefore, this morning, the program's news blasted across major continents globally. Whether people watched or not, at least they've heard of it. In the show, those songs sparked widespread discussion. Those dances sparked widespread discussion. Especially the pole dance Lin Yuan specially crafted for Chen-yi. It took the spotlight, trending on multiple online platforms. For example, on B's site. Open the dance section and it's filled with sexy, not sleazy, pole dance lessons. My thighs are freezing from the pole, need comfort. Watched Chen-yi's pole dance last night. Practiced overnight to show you. Heard pole dance is sweeping B's site. Here comes mine. Opening pole dance with tango style. Chen-yi pole dance edits, HD quality. If you like my pole dance, don't forget to like, coin, and bookmark. The B-site dance section used to be filled with a variety of dances. However now, the entire dance section is completely dominated by Xianyu. Tango, peacock dance, pole dance. These 3 dances reign over the dance section. Because these 3 dances have the highest click rates, almost all dance creators are imitating and learning. Especially the newly emerged pole dance, which took half the dance section overnight, even surpassing the popularity of the tango and peacock dance. After all, there are more male viewers in the dance section. The sexy characteristic of pole dance is too enticing for those men. If female dancers add some alluring, provocative moves, it becomes even more irresistible. There are even some videos where creators went overboard, getting removed due to content moderation. Faced with this dance, men simply can't resist. Of course, all who dance pole dance are women. After all, sexiness is a woman's patent. The audience's initial impression of pole dance also considers it a quintessential female dance. However, there are exceptions to everything. Among countless new pole dance videos, a male dancer actually posted a video of himself performing pole dance. With the internet flooded with female pole dancers overnight, I'm shaking with anger. When can we men stand up? Since this is the case, let me be the first man to dance pole. If I don't go to hell, who will? This male dancer posted the video for laughs. In the video, he mimics women's dance features. Sensual, alluring. But when a man does this, it inevitably looks a bit odd. However, this male dancer never imagined that his pole dance video would be shared by countless people. Ha ha ha, the creator is hilarious. This guy cracks me up. Men doing pole dance is truly an eyesore. Good dance, don't do it again. So hypnotic. I was eating just now, and this video made me spit on my screen. TSK tisk. So seductive. Dude, those dance moves are mesmerizing. Isn't this way more interesting than cross-dressing? A brave soul. Bro, spare the dance. I'm calling you Blue Star's first male pole dancer. The first male pole dancer on the internet went viral. And just when that male pole dance video was circulating all over major platforms, Lin Yuan, the chief director of our song, actually reposted it. This young man is quite adventurous, but you're not the first male to dance pole. Don't forget who the original master of this dance is. Original master? Netizens were stunned. Then someone suddenly realized. That's right. When everyone first recognized pole dance, although they thought of it as a female dance, the origin master is Xianyu. Xianyu is male. So did Xianyu perform this dance? The answer is definitely yes. He created it. If he didn't perform it, how did he teach it to Chen? Just by talking? Just as people realized this, Lin Yuan posted a video on his blog. Originally, I planned to release this footage as a program bonus in the show, but I thought I'd satisfy your curiosity here first. This is rare footage of the pole dance origin master, Xianyu personally teaching. Indeed, the video Lin Yuan released is precisely the footage of Xianyu personally instructing Chen on pole dance. In the video, Xianyu, while critiquing Chen, repeatedly demonstrates various classic pole dance moves. His gaze, his movements, his dance posture captures everyone's attention. He profoundly illustrates to the world a truth. When men get seductive, there's no room for women. The video also featured footage of Chen seeing her stare blankly at Xianyu dancing, as if hit by something, and Lin Yuan playfully added a nosebleed effect to her. Chapter 1537, 1244. When men get flirty, women have nothing to do with it. _2. Of course. Actually, even without this special effect, Chen almost got a nosebleed. The way she looks at Xianyu is obviously unusual, almost identical to how Zhao Yinggu looks at Xianyu. Once this video appeared, it was a global knockout, especially for the female viewers, who collectively went mad. I'm dead. Nosebleed explosion. Chen Yi's nosebleed was a special effect, but my drool genuinely flowed uncontrollably. Both guys danced, but why did Fish Papas look so good, unlike before, when the guy just did a joke version? So men really can do pole dancing. This damn charm of Fish Papa. Actually, this video isn't good at all. I only watched it 1 billion times before stopping. Mom, I want to marry this man. Your mom got wings now, huh? Competing with mom for a man. Haha, competing with mom for a man. That's so damn real. In my house, it's like this. My wife and daughter are fighting over Xianyu, while I'm happily watching the video on the side. Hey, your hat's crooked. How do you know their hat is crooked? Maybe they're seriously thinking about how to defeat their wife and daughter, the two rivals in love. The previous male pole dance was a joke. Xianyu's pole dance represents professionalism, with not a hint of humor. Every move is filled with masculine charm. At this moment, the global netizens only realize that pole dancing is not exclusive to women. Men can do it too. Men really can dance. The master himself has passed down the skills. The video went viral in no time. Its view count soaring like a rocket. Hundreds of thousands. Millions. Tens of millions. Over 1 billion views. It's not just women who can't handle it after watching. Many male dancers are learning from the video, discovering they don't need to be funny. Men have a unique physical attraction of their own. After hitting 1 billion views, the numbers continued to skyrocket. Lin Yuan's family and friends all saw the video. On the blog, Jiang Kuei reposted. Sun Yaohua reposted. Chun Jiyu reposted. The whole Yu dynasty reposted. Zhao Yinggu also, of course, reposted and added this comment. Only after watching the representatives pole dance did I realize Chun only learned the basics. Smile. Afterwards, Chun, who became the goddess of pole dance, reposted the video and retorted Zhao Yinggu with, "Of course, I can't compare to Fish Papa, but the difference between acting and being taught in person is quite obvious, doghead." Then after that, Maestro reposted. Even Yang Zhongming shared the video, tagging Xianyu. What kind of special experience led you to create such a magical dance? Netizens burst out laughing. It seems like peacock dance and tango are Xianyu's styles, the former being ethereal and the latter classy, with the piano dance being everyone's unexpected delight. In the dance zone of B-site, male pole dancers competed directly with female pole dancers. At the end, even Lin Yuan found out that the video of him teaching Chun-Yi pole dance was posted by Tong Shuwen. However, Lin Yuan didn't see it as an issue. These were all originally approved by him for the program's filming, so public broadcasting was fine. After all, pole dancing is for both men and women. Until that night, Lin Yuan suddenly came across a news article online. Xianyu's pole dance makes its way to major bars in Zhong continent. Related performances sweep global nightlife. Lin Yuan was dumbfounded. What was inevitable has come to pass. At Phoenix Bar, that's Xianyu's creation of pole dance. These moves are against the rules. How come they don't match the pole dance that Xianyu designed for Chun-Yi? At the Emperor nightclub, is there a pole there? Are they planning to do pole dancing? It really is pole dancing, but why is this woman wearing so little? At Heaven and Earth, has men doing pole dance become a trend now? The young man danced quite well, but, unfortunately, still a billion times worse than Fish Papa. At Charming Night Bar, what dance is this? It's so interesting, I've never seen it before, so sexy. Don't know about pole dancing? Don't just hang out at bars, go online once in a while. This person is imitating Chun-Yi's moves, but unfortunately, nowhere near Chun the goddess's level. Qin continent, Qi continent, Chu continent, Yin continent, Zhong continent. That night, pole dancing appeared in bars and nightclubs across Blue Star, as the owners seemed convinced that pole dancing could attract customers and business for them. Indeed, it turned out to be true. Pole dancing was wildly popular. Everyone, whether they had seen it before or not, couldn't stop praising the dance. It's just that some nighttime venues went a bit too far with the moves and got censored by the authorities. What was destined to happen has finally come, with bars and night venues scrambling to adopt pole dancing. In fact, the reason so many people misinterpret pole dancing is that it was modified too provocatively in earlier years. But that's not Lin Yuan's concern. He believes that pole dancing will ultimately wield significant influence in this world. That day, a new call came in. This time, it was Yi Zhiqiu. As a friend of Chu Kuang, you should know the Galactic Empire series and the 3 laws of robotics, right? Chu Kuang, the 3 laws? Yi Zhiqiu seemed to think his question was redundant. Look at me asking this. You must be more familiar with Chu Kuang's novels than I am. Yes. I was reading the Robot series by Chu Kuang recently on OL, Yang's recommendation, and suddenly got an inspiration. I want to create a song with a cool style related to robots, with a distinct rhythm. Robots. I know designing a dance for it might be challenging, but if you can design, please do. If not, we can present stage effects using videos. I could get clips from some sci-fi movies edited by someone else. Yi Zhiqiu began. Send me the song first so I can listen. There should be a way to work this out. There are many dance styles, and choreography can be very flexible. All right. Yi Zhiqiu sent the song to Lin Yuan. After listening, Lin Yuan noticed the demo lyrics were in English, with a slight dance vibe, and the arrangement included some interesting effects that indeed evoked thoughts of robots. Is it workable? No big problem. Lin Yuan replied with a smile. This time it was Yi Zhiqiu's turn to be stunned. What type of dance do you plan to pair with this song? It seems it might not be easy. Street dance. Street dance. Not the kind of street dance styles that exist on the market. The theme of your song is mainly to express a sci-fi feeling, and the lyrics are also about robots, so our dance can incorporate robotic mechanical moves. However, it might take time for others to learn, so I'll perform on stage myself. That would be great. Hearing Lin Yuan say this, Yi Zhiqiu was immediately delighted. I thought this song couldn't be paired with any dance, but if you have a way, that's fantastic. Who's singing? Chun Jiyu. Got it. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan listened to Yi Zhiqiu's song again, gradually forming a plan. This song can certainly accompany street dance, but one that Blue Star has never seen before. The Robot. A street dance that simulates robotic movements, requiring many frozen moments, demanding a high level of body control that dance experts can perform impressively after training. However, the program's rehearsal time for him is very short, so Lin Yuan thinks personally dancing it would be a safer bet. On a side note, combining the robot dance with a sci-fi themed song about robots Would that be considered a collaboration between Xianyu and Chu Kuang? Probably yes. Just in time for the sci-fi trend, Lin Yuan feels the robot dance will bring a new wave to the dance scene of Blue Star. On another note, since he doesn't need to teach others to rehearse, taking the stage himself frees up a lot of his writing time now. An opportunity not to be missed. Might as well finish the base series in one go recently, as there's only the 7th part left. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan no longer considered the show's matters and began clacking away on the keyboard, completing the 7th installment of the Galactic Empire's base series bit by bit. Chapter 1538 to 1245, The Robot Takes the Stage. A few days later, the 8th Prelude episode aired. Similar to the previous preludes, Tong Shuwen didn't reveal the specific rehearsal conditions of each team, but the audience is already used to Tong Shuwen's style of saving surprises for the end. Netizens from all continents are eagerly exchanging views while watching the prelude. Fish Papa's recent dances have all gone viral. People are imitating them everywhere on major video websites and live platforms. I wonder what dance Fish Papa will perform tomorrow. This is really a great show, the best dance show on Blue Star, doghead emoji. By the way, lately, all the nightclubs and bars are full of pole dance performances, which are really thrilling, evil smile. Ha. Fish Papa is now the little prince of nightclubs. Obviously, he is the king of nightclubs. Xianyu, this dance has deteriorated. Looking forward to tomorrow's competition. This episode's draw has Qin Continent performing first against their old rival Zhong Continent. It's a pity that the composer isn't Teacher Abigail. Otherwise, it would be very interesting. It's just as well Teacher Guy isn't coming. Wani finally has to face Fish Papa head-on. Wani, can I quit? Even last time, the 9th ranked kneeled. Can I, ranked 10th, stop him? Dance experts from 4th to 11th rank are here, because they know better than Wan Yi that he can no longer be relied upon. As the gatekeeper, funny. Yes, tomorrow's live broadcast. Qin Continent versus Zhong Continent. Coincidentally, on the dance leaderboard, Xianyu and Wan Yi have entered the red name status, indicating their data is very close, and they are in direct competition. However, Xianyu's dances in recent episodes have been so explosive that no one believes Wan Yi, the gatekeeper, can maintain his 10th place on the dance leaderboard. In the media, the news is already out. The latest episode of Our Dance is about to air. After the Blue Song Olympics, Qin Continent and Zhong Continent engage in a fateful duel once again. Wan Yi versus Xianyu. Battle for the Blue Star Dance Board's gatekeeper. Not much time left for Wan Yi. Another showdown between Zhong Continent and Qin Continent. Which side do you favor? With high anticipation, will Xianyu continue to deliver another new dance tomorrow? Lin Yuan didn't watch the prelude. As a temporary worker, all he needs to do is perform his dance well. Get it done early, go home, and continue writing books. Updating is the primary task. The base series is about to be completed. Of course, in recent days, he also went 3 times to the recording site and rehearsed with singer Chen Jiu, who will represent Qin Continent. The rehearsal effect was very good. That's what Lin Yuan thinks. Anyway, after Chen Jiu rehearsed the dance with Lin Yuan, he was so excited that he couldn't wait to get on stage to compete almost every day. And in Chen Jiu's anticipation, the night passed. The competition day has arrived. Qin Continent Music Center. The program is about to begin. Countless global viewers are waiting for the broadcast. The competition site, every seat is filled. At this moment, whether at the venue or in front of the screen, the audience's discussion is all centered on Xianyu. Fish Papa is going on first today. Do you think Fish Papa will show a new dance this time? Hard to say. The possibility is minuscule because creating a new dance is not as easy as picking cabbages. Fish Papa has already created new dances for 3 consecutive episodes. Logically, he should be exhausted by now. But whether Fish Papa comes up with a new dance or not is exciting. Although other dancers haven't created new dances, modifying Blue Star's classic dances also looks fantastic. Surely Fish Papa can do this too. Makes sense. I feel it's still early. Maybe Fish Papa will bring out a new dance again today. He's truly a genius in this area. I just want to see Fish Papa dance. I also want to watch Fish Papa dance. After watching Fish Papa's pole dance video, I completely fell in love with his onstage posture. It's drool-worthy handsome, and he can even dance such a sensual dance with a unique flair. Amid the audience's discussion, tonight's live broadcast began, and Hong walked onto the stage amidst lights and music shows, skillfully delivered an opening speech, and then smiled as he introduced the upcoming competition. Viewers who watch the prelude should know that the first group this episode is the summit duel between Qin Continent and Zhong Continent. So first to take the stage is Qin Continent. The lineup from Qin Continent includes the famous composer-teacher Yi Zhiqiu and singer Qin Jiyu from Yu Dynasty. The dance is handled by Xianyu, and let's spill a little secret. Xianyu teacher will personally dance today, and it's a solo dance. Now, let's give the stage to them. Xianyu, solo dance. The audience was thrilled. Before, Xianyu had performed, but it was a tango in collaboration with Zhao Yinggu, a dance requiring two people's cooperation. Now Xianyu would not only perform, but also dance solo. Great! Since watching the video of Xianyu's pole dance released by Tong Shuwen, there's been a strong public desire to see Xianyu perform on stage. Everyone really wants to see this man dance. Dreams have come true. Fish Papa is going to solo dance. It's clearly a singing competition, but it's the dance being introduced, ha ha ha, and Hong, the host, doesn't even bother to cover it up. It really is a dance show, isn't it? Hurry and start. I've prepared a ton of nosebleeds. Chapter 1539, 1245. The robot takes the stage _2. Prepared a screenshot for a new phone screensaver. Could it be pole dancing? I'm willing to trade a year of being single for Fish Papa to do a pole dance on stage. All right. Ha ha ha. The guy upstairs actually replied, the sacrifice is too big. That's too much of a sacrifice. Isn't it possible the guy upstairs can't find a partner anyway, so it doesn't matter to him? At the scene, in front of screens, amidst the laughter and chatter, the audience fixed their eyes on the stage. The lights suddenly dimmed, and when the lights turned back on, singer Qin Jiyu was already quietly standing on stage. But the audience's attention was instantly drawn to the figure in front of Qin Jiyu, Xianyu. However, Xianyu's state was very strange at this moment. Standing on the stage without blinking, his arms raised, palms open, as if Sun Wukong had cast a binding spell on him. What is he doing? All the audience were dumbfounded. Dancers from various continents were also bewildered, not knowing what trick Xianyu was up to. Xianyu looked like a powerless robot, standing expressionless on stage. Did I get stuck? Is the signal unstable? Why is the picture not moving? Seems stuck on my side too. You're stuck, my ass. We're live here. Huh. Then why isn't Xianyu moving? Didn't Qin Jiyu just blink? At that moment, the stage suddenly buzzed with an electric sound, like a plug with poor contact, sparking with crackling. Soon after, the music started to play. It was the most common sound effect in sci-fi films, as if some system had been activated. The next moment, Xianyu moved, but his movement instantly stunned everyone. His actions could complete with frame-by-frame precision, accompanied by mechanical sounds akin to a machine system starting up, like a robot, showing no sign of a human dancing. What the heck? How is this done? Unbelievable. Fish Papa turned into a robot. This choreography is amazing. A new dance. It must be a new dance. I've never seen such a robot-like dance. So interesting. So innovative. Who said Xianyu is exhausted? This dance feels better than the previous ones. How did he do it? The audience at the scene and in front of screens widened their eyes. Meanwhile, teams from all continents were dumbfounded. Supporting dancers also looked in disbelief at this scene. Each of them was amazed. The top 10 dance veterans have danced for years. What haven't they seen? Whether it's tango, peacock dance, pole dance, they can find the rules of creation, belonging to traceable dances, not entirely from nothing. Except for this dance. Except for this scene. They really haven't seen it. But this was just the beginning. In the astonished eyes of everyone, Xianyu's head seemed to suddenly lose the support of his neck, instantly dropping down, while his hands held his chin, an unspeakable eerie and shocking sight. The visual impact was terrifying. The audience couldn't help but exclaim. This felt like the parts of a robotic neck had broken. Yet Xianyu was a human, not an actual robot, which is what makes it most frightening. Mom, my God, my Lord, what did I just see? Xianyu's head dropped? Does it need to be this stunning? What kind of dance is this? What kind of dance is this? Is Xianyu really human? Can humans make these moves? Brilliant. So cool. The robot dance paired with highly sci-fi music seemed to instantly transport the audience to a future world filled with magnificent future fantasies. And after the opening dance, Chun Jiyu's singing started. The song also had a sci-fi style. The lyrics and melody shot out like a machine gun, filled with a unique musical charm. The theme was about robots. Program starts on the first day. The first time I saw you, the 3 laws of robotics. I recited it 1,000 times. At which moment did it begin? Emotions became my power source. In the song, Xianyu's body gradually tilted, as if losing support. A normal person would surely fall doing this, but Xianyu seemed completely unconcerned about it. Be careful. He's going to fall. Ah, look quickly. He stood up. How is that possible? Is the stage without Blue Star's gravity? Look at his legs. His legs are about to twist like a pretzel. How does it seem like he has no bones? This dance is explosive. The lyrics are interesting too. They even mention the 3 laws of robotics. The 3 laws of robotics proposed by Chu Quan. In the background music, mechanical sounds are everywhere. The sound of electricity flows through the air. Xianyu's body seems to turn into electricity. Sometimes his head remains still while his body moves freely. Sometimes he tiptoes, and sometimes his chest vibrates intensely, radiating a crisp and vigorous sense of power. Awesome. It's so amazing. Chun Jiyu sings with his mouth, while Xianyu seems to be singing with his body, directly showing us the shape of music through his rhythms. Ah! The whole person is swaying like seaweed. I tried doing it, and I almost ruined my toe. That's nothing. I tried the leaning move, and my dad's contacting the hospital to get me a cast tomorrow. Maestro, Fish Papa is truly a dance master. You call this a master? His dance is worse than mine. You can tell at a glance it's an old-style robot. My dance is the most advanced robot, identical to a real person. No wonder Fish Papa is so monstrous. Oh, so he's a robot. Xianyu, explain why you're pretending to be human. Don't look, this isn't Fish Papa, it's a robot. Fish Papa got lazy and let a robot dance on stage. My head is numb. My whole scalp is tingling. I've got goosebumps all over. Stunning. Astonishing. Astounding. Terrifying. This dance almost tore apart countless people's understanding of dance. At this moment, Xianyu truly seemed to have become a real robot. No one has seen anyone dance like this before. Backstage, the major teams were dumbfounded. The maestros widened their eyes. The singers gaped. The supporting dancers were all speechless. Is this street dance? It certainly has street dance movements, but in all my years, I've never seen street dance like this. How did he come up with this? Don't just think about how he came up with it, but achieving this level isn't easy either. No wonder he decided to dance himself. This thing, only he can perform it. Trying to teach someone else within a few days would be impossible. How is his brain wired? He's really like a robot. It's the 4th dance. This is the 4th new dance he has introduced in this program. Another dance shocking enough to astound the industry. No. Look at the audience's reaction. This is a rhythm that's shocking the world. Central Continent team. Wani almost cried from watching. Is it necessary? Brother, is it really necessary? Isn't this overkill? Using such a dance against me? I couldn't even catch a single move. Isn't it just the top 10 in the dance rankings? Take it, take it. At least leave me with some dignity. Don't even mention creating a new dance. I couldn't handle your previous dances either. I won't compete for this ranking anymore. From now on, I'll just be number 11 on the dance rankings. Sounds good. This is the first appearance of the robot dance on Blue Star. On stage, Lin Yuan flawlessly performed various classic robot dance moves. At this moment, Lin Yuan is the robot. In fact, there are still many robot dance moves Lin Yuan hasn't done yet. Because he had to consider the style of the song, he choreographed the dance to fit the music, so he could only choose the classic moves that best match the music. But this extent was already enough to achieve an effect. It's explosive. The stage exploded. The bullet screen exploded. Continents all exploded with enthusiasm. The entire world was shocked by the robot dance. Chapter 1540, 1246. The strongest redemption in history. Time ticks away relentlessly. The three laws grant me life. Virus invades in the name of love. Actions become rigid bit by bit. Humans invented machines, yet forgot to install a heart. The singing ended. The dance ended. But the screams did not end. The Central Continent team, including Abigail, were all shocked and dumbfounded by Xian Yu's peculiar robot dance. It's over. We're bound to lose. How is Xian Yu such a freak? I saw online before that people were saying he was exhausted after debuting 3 consecutive dances. So what's with this dance then? Exhausted. Did you forget the Blue Song Olympics back then? Xian Yu released so many songs in a row, and there were also many people saying he was exhausted. But in reality, he later released a bunch of amazing new songs. I even suspect he'll come up with a new dance for the next competition. Ridiculous. Too absurd. This guy must be a robot from the future, or a robot acting on the Zeroth law. Even though he harmed our Central Continent team, he made a huge contribution to Dance on Blue Star. The Central Continent team was desperate. There's simply no way to compete. The stage effects were explosive. Even the song he sang wasn't important anymore. Just this dance was enough to ignite all the audience. At this moment, En Hong took the stage. En Hong was also ignited. As the host went on stage, he was a bit dazed. Took a while to calm his excited heart, and then asked the question that the audience was most concerned about. Teacher Admirable Fish, can you introduce this brand new dance to everyone? The robot, Lin Yuan, concisely replied. The remaining matches have nothing to do with him anymore. Lin Yuan, who was very aware of his role as a freelancer, prepared to go home, but with the competition going to this point, the suspense was almost negligible. 3 minutes later, the Central Continent team took the stage. It must be said, the combination of Central Continent's maestro and singers was really strong, but despite their flawless performance, the dance aspect was just too heavily crushed by Qin Continent. Even 1E, ranked 10th on the dance chart, gave it his all, but couldn't compete with Xian Yu. Really no comparison. Xian Yu took over the stage effects, with 4 matches in a row bringing out 4 dances, securing Qin Continent's 4 consecutive victories. After the dance, Wang Yi's face was sweaty, but his heart was full of tears. He really tried his best. It's not that his skills were insufficient. After all, he's still human, yet alas the opponent had a Gundam. No. Given the characteristics of this dance, the opponent himself is the Gundam. On the internet, on the forums, as Xian Yu left the stage, all continents were brimming with discussions about the robot dance, to the point where the upcoming matches couldn't draw much attention from the audience. Precisely speaking, everyone was both keeping an eye on the upcoming match developments and discussing Xian Yu's robot dance that shocked countless people. So awesome. The robot. This new dance name is so fitting. Completely robotic actions, cool to the max. The dance creativity is amazing. I've decided I need to learn this dance. Well, prepare for putting on a cast. The ambulance just carried away quite a few from the neighborhood, Doghead. This song is interesting too. There's a tie-in with Chu Kuang's Galaxy Empire robot series. The 3 laws are mentioned more than once in the lyrics. Chun Jiu Pure Tool. In other continents, dancers accompany singers, but when Fish Papa gets on stage, it feels like the singer is accompanying him. Just whose main stage is this? Bow down to Fish Papa. While the previous few dances were good to watch, I don't feel they were as shocking as everyone said, but this time I really watched the whole thing on my knees. It was just too damn cool. Another new dance. I can already anticipate the dance zone on B-site not long after. The robot dance will absolutely flood the dance zone. After the game, news came out. Xian Yu perfectly saves the day. Qin Continent secures for consecutive victories. Peak showdown. This time Qin Continent wins. Wang Yi's crushing defeat by Xian Yu. Dance chart ranking may be at risk. Xian Yu unveils a 4th dance during the show, quashing exhaustion doubts. Qin Continent's 4 consecutive victories also belong to Xian Yu. Ferociously, Xian Yu targets top 10 in the dance chart. After Peacock, Tango, and Pole Dance, Xian Yu introduces a new dance named the Robot. This episode ended. The vast majority of news headlines were related to Xian Yu, because the debut of the robot dance was truly awe-inspiring. The main audience of this show is those young people, and the acceptance level of young people for cool street dance is the highest. That night, B-side again. Netizens began to wait in the dance zone. According to the recent competition pattern, every new dance Lin Yuan brings out sparks a craze for imitation. Everyone couldn't wait to see various GOAT level-up masters mimic it. However, as time passed, the first day went by, the second day went by, the third day went by. Netizens waited endlessly, sticking around the dance zone for several days, yet no video of Up Masters dancing the robot was released. And not just at B-Site. Dance zones of other similar websites are the same. It seems that Up Masters at major websites aren't interested in dancing the robot. Chapter 1541, 1246. The strongest redemption in history _2. The only video related to the robot dance is still Lin Yuan's competition version. After being edited by uploaders, the click rate is shockingly high. Netizens from various continents are perplexed. What's going on? Is no one imitating the robot dance? Lin Yuan designed such an awesome new dance, and yet no uploader has released their own version? Could it be that Fish Papa hasn't opened up the rights? In general, dances don't really have such copyright issues, and there hasn't been any related news recently either. Then what's the situation? The previous 3 dances were basically immediately imitated by various GOATs. Yeah, now it's been 3 days, and still no one has released a video related to the robot dance. It's really bizarre. I did see someone post, but it feels like they just got the basics down and didn't capture the shocking effect of Fish Papa's video at all. Perplexed, netizens flocked to various dance areas to leave comments in the GOAT's comment sections, asking why, as it makes no sense that no one in the vast dance area is imitating the robot dance. Perhaps too many people were asking. That evening, a famous big shot on the B-Site gave a shocking response. Recently, many people have messaged me asking why so few people in the dance area have released videos of themselves performing the robot dance. Today, I'm responding on behalf of the dance area streamers. We're truly wrongly accused. It's not that we don't want to ride this wave, nor are we uninterested in the robot dance. It's just that some moves in this dance are really difficult to imitate. I've been deconstructing and practicing the robot dance according to Fish Papa's video these past few days and ended up spraining my ankle numerous times during practice, even falling more than once, unable to grasp the essence. Instead, it brought me full-body injuries. I've lost track of how many plasters I've used. I've also spoken with many friends who practice dancing, and they all have tearful stories. Some are worse off than I am, even ending up in the hospital to get casts. Don't think I'm joking. These are absolutely true facts. It's really unimaginable how teacher Admirable Fish managed to perform this dance so perfectly. This dance big shot also posted a photo. You can see that this dance big shot is covered in plasters, some areas bruised as if they had been beaten up, like a chain reaction. After this big shot responded, other uploaders in the dance area also came forward, pouring out their woes to their fans. This problem is too difficult. I can't solve it. It's not that I don't want to post. It's that I haven't recorded a satisfactory version yet. This dance is really inhuman. The more I dance, the more I marvel at Fish Papa's terror. That's right. I am the uploader who ended up in the hospital with a cast for practicing the robot dance, crying. Can't learn it, how to post. Begging Fish Papa to release a robot dance tutorial video, desperate. Our practice methods must be wrong. I simply don't know how he performs some of these moves without getting injured. Laughing to death, can't learn it at all. Let's see if Fish Papa will release a tutorial later. Anyway, I can't deconstruct it, even starting to doubt life. Is there really anyone else in the world besides Fish Papa who can perform this dance? The dance area. A wail of complaints. Complete chaos. This unique dance is entirely different from Lin Yuan's previous dances. Uploaders are almost driven to tears by the difficulty of the robot dance. What on earth is happening? Netizens from all continents are stunned. It's been 3 days, and still haven't mastered it? Weren't the previous dances mastered quite quickly? No wonder there was collective silence among the uploaders in the dance area. It turns out they haven't mastered it in 3 days, and the dance area is seriously injured because of this dance? Goodness. Feeling sorry for the uploaders. I knew something was odd this time. Although I feel sorry for them, I couldn't help but laugh, almost thinking the dance area streamers got caught in a collective raid. Shock. Recently, dance area uploaders collectively disappear, and the truth is surprisingly shocking. Is it a twist of humanity or moral degradation? Is this dance really that difficult? No kidding, it looks so hard. But how on earth did Fish Papa create such a dance? It feels like so many professional dancers are literally fighting for their lives just to imitate it. Fish Papa says, because he is the robot himself. The robot dance is terrifying as such. Some moves in this dance are indeed non-human. Blue Star's gravity can't hold him down. Normal people would 100% fall doing those moves. This is work placed in front of you that you still can't copy. I'm reminded of Fish Papa's previous song, A Hard Scripture to Read. The lyrics were so fast with long breaths, leaving no room for cover singers. I didn't expect that with the new robot dance, he would again present imitators with an epic challenge. Ha ha ha. No wonder Fish Papa personally participated in this round of the competition. Teaching this to others isn't something that can be done quickly. The dance areas of all major websites. Netizens showed zero sympathy. Everyone is joking around heartlessly. While joking, netizens from various continents were once again amazed by the terror of the robot dance, not expecting CNU's new dance to stump so many professional dancers. The robot dance is like magic. Chapter 1542, 1246, The Strongest Comeback in. History_3. CNU seems like a magical magician. The magician performed a magic trick in front of a global audience that no one could figure out, stunning the world. And at this moment, the dance section creators on various websites are like they're trying to explain a magic trick. However, this magic explanation seems too difficult. Everyone can't think of an answer even with all their effort. Who will be the first to successfully imitate the robot dance? No more waiting. It's also the third day, PM Chin Continent time. The first person to successfully replicate the robot dance has finally appeared. But the identity of this person led to countless netizens laughing out loud. Wani. Yes, it's none other. After CNU created the robot dance, the first person across the internet to successfully imitate the robot dance was none other than Wani, who is currently ranked 10th on the Blue Star dance charts and was taught a lesson by CNU's robot dance in the competition. Wani uploaded a video on B's site. In the video, Wani smiles and greets the audience. Hello everyone, I'm Wani. Ever since I lost to CNU in the last competition, I've been studying his robot dance these past few days. Actually, this dance is not as difficult as everyone imagines. Top dancers can break it down. I took 3 days to try every move of CNU's. Apart from 1 or 2 special skills that require high mastery, I can teach most of the moves to everyone. But to be honest, this dance is indeed impressive. I lost the competition without any hard feelings. After a few opening remarks, Wani begins to dance the robot dance. In the video, Wani seems to channel CNU's spirit. Many of the dance moves CNU performed on the show, he almost perfectly copied, and they carried a certain charm. Although not as good as CNU, they were enough to wow the audience. Every time someone watched, they exclaimed at the impressive dance moves. Of course, while amazed, netizens also burst into laughter. Wan Yi's reverse operation astonished everyone. As expected, the person who knows you best is always your rival. Fish Papa probably didn't expect Wan Yi to be the first across the internet to perfectly replicate his robot dance, and he explained it so well, really understanding CNU's dance thoroughly. The strongest redemption in history. If you can't beat them, join them, but you're imitating instead? Teacher Wan Yi says defeating CNU is impossible, but I can imitate him, and imitate him well. Isn't this another way of joining if you can't beat them? Ha ha. Teacher Wan Yi found a perfect way out for himself. Wan Yi proved with his strength. He deserves to be currently ranked 10th on the Blue Star dance chart. How could he not be strong, being the first across the internet to perfectly replicate the robot dance when the dance section creators were at a loss? It's not that Wan Yi can't do it. The opponent is just not human. He nailed the vibe, though it can't match Fish Papa's stage version. But considering he practiced for only 3 days, mastering to this level is impressive. Yes, actually, pole dance and peacock dance and the like are difficult, but the versions creators dance are deconstructed, simplified versions with reduced difficulty, so they can be quickly mastered. This time, the dance isn't a matter of difficulty, but rather about being unable to figure out the principle of the actions, so it takes a master like Teacher Wan Yi to give a lesson. Jokes aside, Have to admit, you're still the big boss. Losing to Xian Yu doesn't mean Wan Yi is weak. This round, Wan Yi truly gave the dance section creators a solid lesson. Previously clueless, or not even knowing where to start practicing the robot dance, watching Wan Yi's video tutorial instantly provided direction for practice, even inspiring a realization. It's truly worthy of a top guy on the dance chart. This night, Wan Yi's imitation of the robot dance, along with the tutorial video, went viral across the internet, shared countless times. This night, Wan Yi redefined what joining if you can't beat them means. Falling down where you tripped, how does not beating the robot dance hurt? I can also dance the robot dance, and by the way teach others to join in dancing the robot dance. This night, the entire internet was amused. No one expected Wan Yi to find such a quirky way to regain face. As a top 10 dance chart big shot, of course, with the month about to end and the major charts about to update, Wan Yi's position as the gatekeeper of the top 10 in the dance chart might no longer be secure. Just like the media says, the time left for Wan Yi is really running out. Chapter 1543, 1247, Top 10 on Dual Rankings. After the 8th round of the competition ended, Lin Yuan received a notification from Tong Shuwen. Since our song was going to have a surprise elimination round, eliminating some singers, not leaving much time for the continents to prepare for the stage, Lin Yuan could take the opportunity to rest for a month. At the end, Tong Shuwen said with a smile, "Come back in a month as a guest performer. By then, Qin continent might need you not only for the dance portion, but also to take part in composing." "Got it," Lin Yuan replied. Next up are the elimination rounds. No need for dance support. Without the competition disrupting his usual updates, Lin Yuan could finally continue writing the Galaxy Empire base series novels without distraction. Just like that. 3 days later, just shortly after Wan Yi's robot dance video went viral globally, Lin Yuan officially finished writing the entire Galaxy Empire base series. Mission accomplished. Time to continue the literary duel. In a great mood, before going to sleep, Lin Yuan logged into Xian Yu's account to browse the blog, and the first thing he saw was Wan Yi's robot dance imitation video trending, which made him even happier. He couldn't help but give the video a like, pleased to see the new dance gaining promotion in different ways. After liking the video, Lin Yuan went to sleep. Xian Yu's action of liking Wan Yi's robot dance video overnight caught the attention of netizens across the continents, sparking widespread laughter and discussion. Fish Papa liked Wan Yi's video. The imitator is recognized by the original creator. Wan Yi is willing to lower himself to imitate the robot dance, and even publicly released this tutorial video, showing he has seen through the rankings and knows he's about to be squeezed out of the top 10 by Fish Papa. Exactly. Now it's the end of April. The May rankings are about to update. Wan Yi, being in the 10th place, might only have less than 24 hours before a new owner arrives. The new owner is definitely Fish. Fish Papa entering the top 10 of the dance rankings is without a doubt. So tomorrow we might witness a historic moment where Xian Yu becomes the first person on Blue Star to enter the top 10 of both Blue Star Arts lists. Top 10 of both lists. From music to dance, two completely different art fields, but equally important top lists. Entering the top 10 of both is something Blue Star absolutely can't find a second one. It hasn't happened yet, has it? It's already a done deal. The recent dances Fish Papa came up with are not simple at all. Surely he'll receive high praise from the Literature and Art Association. Yes, Xian Yu is already in the top 10 of the Blue Star music rankings. If Xian Yu also makes it to the top 10 of the dance rankings, he would be the first on Blue Star to make it to the top 10 of both lists. After the Blue Star rankings are out, Xian Yu is not the only one who can appear on multiple different rankings. While cross-field success is rare, it doesn't mean it's non-existent. Blue Star's 8 continents are vast and rich, and there are indeed some truly talented individuals. However, being able to appear on different rankings and achieve very high positions, even having the hope to achieve a top 10 status in both lists, currently, there is only Xian Yu. The next day, May arrives. In the morning's living room, Mom made a bowl of noodles for Lin Yuan. It contained 2 poached eggs. Big Yao Yao glanced at her bowl, then at Lin Yuan's bowl, and immediately pouted. "Why does brother have one more egg than me? Brother, give me one." Elder sister laughed. Mom is using 2 eggs to wish your brother luck in the top 10 of both lists tonight. If you take it, who knows, your brother's dual list top 10 might fly away. Superstition. Lin Yuan laughed and gave Big Yao Yao one. Big Yao Yao hesitated but eventually returned the egg to Lin Yuan. I won't take it today. These eggs are even soft-boiled. Lin Yuan ate an egg and set it on purpose. Big Yao Yao's eyes went wide. She recently also really liked soft-boiled eggs, finding them tastier than fully cooked ones. But her own egg didn't seem to have that effect. Mom made it fully cooked. Top 10 of both lists is more important. Big Yao Yao seemed quite superstitious too. She actually refrained from taking from Lin Yuan. Meanwhile, the news was all over the place outside. Tonight at midnight, we might witness history. The battle for the top 10 in the dance rankings. CNU's ascent is certainty. Conquering the dance list, CNU will reach dual list top 10. The first dual list top 10 celebrity on Blue Star might be born tonight at midnight. Countdown to the rankings update started. In the music world, countless people were paying attention. Is CNU really going for the top 10 of both lists? Music and dance, both entering the global top 10? What kind of concept is this? An unprecedented genius. Many people are waiting to see tonight's rankings update. This isn't a media hype, it's truly a historical moment. After all, it's the first dual list top 10 big shot born on Blue Star. It gives us in the music world some pride too. After all, CNU has always been one of the representatives of our Blue Star music. In the dance world, all recent discussions revolved around CNU. CNU's dual list top 10 is solid. I heard Juan was hanging out with friends today and jokingly said, in the future, just holding on to the 11th place would be wonderful. Juan's attitude is pretty good, mainly because no one can stop CNU from entering the top 10 even if their attitude is bad. Recently, the circle has been overwhelmed by the CNU trend. Almost every dancer is learning CNU's dances. Chapter 1544, 1247 top 10 in both rankings _2. High society is all about learning tango. Those into sports have a particular fondness for pole dancing. But professional dancers love to challenge themselves with street dance styles, especially the robot. The peacock dance has less influence, but dance enthusiasts seem particularly fascinated by it. With such influence, what reason is there for CNU not to be in the top 10? Evening. Midnight is approaching. The anticipation from the public grows stronger. Finally, midnight arrives. The rankings update. At this moment, countless people look at the dance rankings. The next moment, countless people widen their eyes. On the latest updated Blue Star dance rankings, CNU's position is astonishingly at the 8th place. Not only that, the person ranked 7th on the dance rankings is also highlighted with CNU, indicating their scores are very close. Holy shit, it's not 10th, not even 9th, straight to 8th. Highlighted alongside the 7th. Success. Top 10 on 2 lists. The first person on Blue Star to be in the top 10 on both lists. But CNU's dance influence is way too exaggerated, isn't it? Why do I feel this ranking is a bit unreasonable, jumping from 11th straight to 8th, and even almost reaching the level of 7th? Yeah, the jump is too high. It's easier to jump several spots when the ranking is low, but this is the top 10 in the dance rankings. How can it jump so fiercely? Shock. Doubt. As CNU enters the top 10 on 2 lists, 2 completely different emotions collide and blend in countless people's hearts. At this moment, the doubt and shock brought on by the rankings are equally immense. And it seems the Literature and Art Association had anticipated this scenario long ago. Amid widespread questioning and global astonishment from netizens, several important official documents were suddenly released. Tango dance has been listed as an official global competition event. Pole dance has been listed as an official global competition event. Robot dance has been listed as an official global competition event. Immediately, everyone was dumbfounded. Tango has become a global competition event. Pole dancing has become a global competition event. The robot dance has also become a global competition event. Creating dances is nothing new. Top dancers on Blue Star have all created their own dances, including CNU, who earlier created the moonwalk, flying apsaras, and thousand-armed guanyin. But have you heard of official competitions for the moonwalk, flying apsaras, or thousand-armed guanyin. Maybe you've heard of them, but they're definitely not formal. Yet now, the Blue Star Literature and Art Association has listed the new dances introduced by CNU as official competition events. Doubt. Who would dare to doubt now? The recent dances by CNU all became official Blue Star competition events. This is the reason behind his consecutive jumps in the rankings. In other words, CNU's dances have gained recognition, not only in the dance circle, but also by the Literature and Art Association. Those in charge believe these dances are worthy of becoming new Blue Star dance forms and being promoted worldwide. CNU is now the pioneer of these dance forms. Upon seeing the official documents, various online platforms were in an uproar. Except for the Peacock dance, the other three dances have all become official competition events. No wonder Fish Papa's ranking suddenly leaped to 8th on the dance rankings. Competition events. Countless projects on Blue Star have sought to become official competitions, but failed to obtain the Literature and Art Association's approval. Yet the dances CNU created on the variety show got this treatment instead. That's because these dances are indeed good. Official competition events must have enough impact based on the events themselves. And now, children learning dance are mostly getting into CNU's dances, which shows the impact is already there. However, looking at the current situation, it seems to be just at the document stage, without official implementation. Well, duh. Just having these documents is enough? Otherwise, are they going to arrange an official competition now? Not many people even know how to dance Fish Papa's dances. Many have only learned the basics. We have to wait until everyone gets more familiar and digs deeper. Then the Literature and Art Association will start official competitions. In the dance circle, upon seeing those official documents, not just ordinary dancers, even those ranked in the top 10 were stunned. Tango competition? Pole dance competition? Robot dance competition? Are all these new dances having competitions? Yuan, you really deserve to lose this time. I originally thought the 10th place would become CNU, but I ended up being 10th. I knew CNU's dances had immense potential, but I didn't expect the Literature and Art Association to react even bigger and faster than I imagined. 9th place Fei Fei smiles bitterly. 8th place Wei Wei starts chiming in. After CNU suddenly took 8th place, everyone from ranks 11 and up will drop by 1 spot. But we're already settled. It's teacher Huayu who should be nervous, as they're already highlighted with teacher Admirable Fish. Yuan, expression/smile. Yuan is in an extremely good mood. He thought only he would get hurt this time, but the dance rankings update turned everything upside down. The original 8th, 9th, and 10th positions all made way for CNU. Even the 7th place, Huayu, is highlighted with CNU. Hehehehe. It's time for you to feel the pressure from CNU. And seeing this smiley expression in the chat, Huayu felt disgusted like swallowing a fly. She knew exactly what Yuan was thinking. Yuan was right. Highlighted with CNU, Huayu's mood was exceptionally heavy. This feeling was as if being targeted by someone viewing her as prey. Can I block this monster suddenly entering the top 10 dance circle? Settled. The top 10 structure of the dance world was fiercely shattered by CNU's sudden emergence. The harmless 11th place on the dance rankings bared its fangs and shot directly to 8th place. And amid all this, our song isn't even finished. Moreover, CNU will continue participating in this program. As long as CNU keeps participating and introduces new dances, the top-ranked people in the Blue Star dance rankings can't feel at ease. In fact, some people can't sleep now, like those in 6th, 5th, and 4th place on the dance rankings. Even the top 3? Lin Yuan's home. The family waited late into the night for the rankings to be released. Seeing the rankings, the family finally cheered. Woof woof woof. Top 10 on 2 lists. 8th on the dance rankings. 8th is great. Music is also 8th, isn't it? So this isn't just top 10 on 2 lists. It's top 8 on 2 list. There's a difference between being in the top 8 and the top 10. Have you all forgotten that our son has more than just one identity as CNU? Mom, who's your hour here? Today's the big day for CNU being in the top 8 on 2 lists. We're not talking about Shadow and Chu Kwang now. That's right. Today, CNU was in the top 8 on 2 lists, a historic moment that perhaps many were waiting to witness. Amidst the family celebration, Lin Yuan's family's phones kept ringing with congratulatory messages from Zheng Jing, Chu Kuang, Company's Yu Dynasty, and others, friends and family members, all sending their congratulations. Among them, with his various identities from novels to music to paintings and even dance, Lin Yuan could be said to be the unprecedented, once-in-a-lifetime top 10 in 4 Blue Star charts. In other words, among the top art charts on Blue Star, the only one left for Lin Yuan to conquer was the film rankings. Since Xian Yu is already in the top 8 on 2 lists, there's no need to rush for the top 10 in 3 lists. It's Chu Kuang who needs to finish the upcoming battles. His pen will challenge the world stage. The sci-fi 1-on-10 showdown is not over yet. With 2 opponents left from Zhong continent, it's just the right time since there's no need to participate in our song for now. Chapter 1545, 1248. I bet your gun has no bullets. The next day, media across the continents, the Literature and Art Association states that several of Xian Yu's new dances will become official competition events in a few years. Remember this historic moment. Xian Yu ranks 8th on the Blue Star dance chart. Music and dance flourish together. Dual charts top 10? He's in the top 8 of both charts. Genius? Prodigy? Legend? The first celebrity in Blue Star's history to be in the top 8 of both charts since the establishment of the rankings. Xian Yu's journey in the dance world will continue. While news about Xian Yu could be seen everywhere across major continents, netizens from various continents were also passionately discussing this matter. Top 8 on both charts is so fierce. I previously thought Shadow could top the painting chart, making him the strongest among the 3 brothers. But now it seems Xian Yu is not weaker than Shadow. Indeed, Shadow ranks first on the painting chart. Xian Yu is in the top 8 of both charts. Both of their achievements are highly valuable. These 2 are both prodigies. Have you all forgotten about old rascal Chu Kuang? Old rascal Chu Kuang seems almost invisible in the 3 brothers these days. Chu Kuang's achievements aren't lacking, but he's still just a gatekeeper in the top 10 of the Blue Star Writers chart. Compared to the other 2's ranking results, he indeed falls a bit short. Isn't Chu Kuang taking on the world with his pen? Aren't there still 2 literary duels left to fight? If he can win the next 2 matches, perhaps Chu Kuang can regain some respect. Are the 3 brothers competing with each other now? Even if Chu Kuang wins 1 against 10, it's just to regain some respect? By the way, old rascal hasn't made any moves for 2 months now. Where's that 1 against 10 literary duel he promised? Why aren't the last 2 opponents continuing to fight? I suspect old rascal has run out of tricks. Defeating 8 opponents in a row drains a lot of creative energy, and the remaining 2 opponents not taking the initiative to challenge him is precisely what he wants. No one forgot about Chu Kuang's global writing challenge. 8 consecutive exhilarating victories made Chu Kuang unstoppable. Many people were looking forward to the follow-up of the literary duel, hoping to see Chu Kuang take down the last 2 opponents. Who would have thought? Chu Kuang seemed to have disappeared in the past 2 months. Even though he still had 2 opponents left unresolved, he hadn't made any moves. This was very unlike Chu Kuang's decisive style. As time went on, some couldn't help but wonder. Could Chu Kuang have run out of inspiration? After all, defeating 8 opponents consecutively isn't easy. If it weren't for that reason, why else would Chu Kuang leave the last 2 opponents alone? At home, Lin Yuan naturally didn't know the various speculations of netizens until Tong Shuwen specifically called to remind him. Boss, what's up? Has your new science fiction book been written? If it's ready, you should publish it. This matter shouldn't be delayed too long. What's the situation? It's nothing major, just some trolls online spreading rumors, claiming that after your 8 consecutive victories in the literary duel, your inspiration is almost exhausted, and you don't have confidence to deal with the last 2 opponents from Zhong continent, which is why you've been silent for 2 months. Lin Yuan chuckled at these words. Chu Kuang indeed had been silent for 2 months. The main reason was that he had been busy with dancing lately, and his writing time was heavily compressed. Additionally, the base series was too lengthy. The prequel, main story, and sequel totaled 7 parts, which inevitably delayed the process. However, if he hadn't recently transformed into Xian Yu and participated in our song, coming up with so many dances, he would have finished writing the Galactic Empire series and dealt with the last two literary duel opponents. It's a pity he can't explain this to the outside world. Lin Yuan could only prepare to publish the recently completed base series while checking the online situation. As expected, just as Jin Mu had said, many people online had made similar remarks, saying that Chu Kuang's inspiration for science fiction had run dry. Not only that, these folks were also urging Chu Kuang's remaining two literary duel opponents to seize the opportunity to strike a fatal blow. The last two literary duel opponents of Chu Kuang were from Zhong continent. One was called Chen Shi, and the other was Wen Xiao. At this time, the comments section on Chen Shi's blog. Charge. Teacher Chen Shi, don't be afraid. Strike when he's weak, take his life. Chu Kuang hasn't shown up for 2 months straight. It's definitely because he doesn't have any new works. If you act now, you can end his winning streak. What are you afraid of? Chu Kuang probably only has 8 bullets. The previous 8 opponents have used up all his bullets. Between you and Wen Xiao, whoever strikes first will achieve the feat of defeating Chu Kuang. On the other side, in the comments section of Wen Xiao's blog, not just people who dislike Chu Kuang, even Wen Xiao's own fans were instigating. Teacher Wen Xiao, if you don't strike, the meat will be eaten by Chen Shi. Now is Chu Kuang's vulnerable period. Take advantage of the opportunity. Let me analyze it for you. With the old rascal Chu Kuang's temperament, if he had any tricks up his sleeve, would you two have survived these 2 months? Definitely not, right? He must be out of tricks. Defeat Chu Kuang, and you'll be the hero of all sci-fi writers on Blue Star. Chu Kuang has never lost in a literary duel. Aren't you tempted to break this record yourself? If you keep delaying, Chu Kuang will have new inspiration for his book. Temptation, instigation, appealing to emotions, reasoning. All the netizens who disliked Chu Kuang saw Chen Shi and Wen Xiao as the last hope. They truly believed Chu Kuang's inspiration had run dry, which is why he hadn't shown any action for the past 2 months. Chen Shi was tempted. Wen Xiao was also tempted. The two got together to chat. I think these people's analysis makes a lot of sense. Chu Kuang hasn't bothered with us for 2 months. Could it be because he has no tricks left? It's possible. Then should I make a move? Or should I go first? Let me test the waters for you. I appreciate your kind offer, but if someone is destined to fall first, let me fall before you. Wen Xiao said this, Chen Shi rolled his eyes. This dignified statement of Wen Xiao's was just a lot of talk. Wasn't it because he believed those netizens' analysis and thought this was the best opportunity to defeat Chu Kuang? The honor of directly defeating Chu Kuang in a literary duel. Do you think I'll let you have such a good opportunity? Thinking this, just as Chen Shi was about to say more, he suddenly saw Wen Xiao's blog update directly. My new long-form sci-fi book, Thunder, will be published in a few days. Please give your guidance. What the hell? This guy? No sense of fairness. Chen Shi cursed, surprised that Wen Xiao suddenly challenged Chu Kuang while he wasn't paying attention. On the other side, Wen Xiao's smile bloomed. Hesitation leads to defeat. Strike when you should, old rascal Chu Kuang. I bet you've run out of bullets. Just then, Wen Xiao suddenly saw Chu Kuang posting a new update. Galactic Empire base series is being uploaded. What's this? Wen Xiao's smile froze. Chapter 1546, 1249 Psychohistory. Damn it. Fell into a trap. Wen Xiao's face changed abruptly. I've been led astray by someone. Chu Kuang wasn't lacking new book inspiration. As soon as I issued the literary duel invitation, he uploaded a new sci-fi work, clearly prepared long in advance, just waiting for prey to take the bait. Yet I foolishly walked right into his trap. At this moment, Wen Xiao felt murderous toward those who instigated him to act. What a scam. Such a scam. With the situation as it is now, Wen Xiao can only brace himself to duel Chu Kuang in writing. No way I can say it was a misunderstanding, and I'm not ready for a literary duel, right? Besides, the most formidable aspect of Chu Kuang's Galactic Empire series is its constant introduction of new sci-fi concepts. The 3 laws of robotics. The Zeroth Law. These are the core of the first 2 series. Though, these terrifying sci-fi concepts are quite rare. Wen Xiao refused to believe Chu Kuang could introduce new sci-fi concepts every time. If he doesn't bring out anything new, who's to say I'm definitely not his match? So what if your gun has bullets? Regular bullets can't kill me. Taking a deep breath. When Xiao pep-talked himself online, those netizens who believed Chu Kuang had run out of inspiration were dumbfounded. What the heck? So the new book was already written? Been quietly writing for 2 months? When Xiao rushed in too eagerly. Weren't we the ones who instigated him? The decision was his own, ultimately. Not saying anything. But this round, when Xiao might not lose, Chu Kuang's Galactic Empire series isn't that impressive except for the brilliant robotic sci-fi concept. This time he surely has no new concepts to present. Makes sense. Go when Xiao crushed Chu Kuang. Discussing amongst. Chu Kuang's Galactic Empire series has successfully uploaded. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Countless people clicked in to read the novel. At home, Lin Yuan uploaded the novel, glanced at the online comments, then showed a small smile. What a joke. No new concepts in the Galactic Empire series. Sorry. The series also introduces a brand new concept, psychohistory, proposed by a character named Selden. It's like this. The core of the series' story is psychohistory. It's a science that uses statistics to predict the future development of groups and belongs to materialism, not mysticism. Every civilization has a moment of decline and downfall, and the protection and continuation of galactic civilization depends on the ingenious study of psychohistory. Based on human behavior, psychohistory can be reduced to mathematical equations. While individual actions are unpredictable, the reactions of human groups can be statistically processed. The larger the group, the more precise the statistical predictions. The research subject of psychohistory is the entirety of tens of thousands of inhabited worlds in the galaxy, and its research outcome is the fate of galactic civilization. From psychological to societal to biological evolution. The sum of 3 evolutionary sciences is what psychohistory claims to be. Sounds a bit complicated. It can be generally understood as a character in the book using something called psychohistory to summarize millions of years of group development patterns, predict the demise of the Galactic Empire, and thus establishes a base for the Empire's second life. Need to combine with the plot to understand fully. In any case, it's remarkably impressive. The most impressive aspect of psychohistory is that it's not an unfounded concept pulled out of thin air. Like the 3 laws of robotics, there's a scientific explanation in the book proving the reliability of psychohistory. And at this moment, psychohistory has been introduced along with the Galactic Empire series. An hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. With ongoing reading, readers are slowly grasping the concept of psychohistory. Media. While readers read, they weren't idle, crafting news headlines to attract attention. Opponent strikes. Chu Kuang continues his literary challenge worldwide. Will it be an end or 9th consecutive win? Chu Kuang releases new book breaking doubts. Disappeared for 2 months, secretly creating all along. Chu Kuang's new sci-fi book released free on blog again. Chu Kuang's penultimate adversary, Zhong Continent's sci-fi author Wen Xiao. Blog. For several hours, the platform was eerily quiet. Some might suspect a drop in active users. Truth is, netizens are reading. No time to post updates. Until dawn, the blog's silence was finally shattered on a large scale. Phew. Finished reading. The entire story is seamlessly complete. Psychohistory runs through it all, and this story is truly a space legend. Too exciting. A sci-fi epic. More thrilling than watching a sci-fi blockbuster. Thought the robot series was already thrilling. Didn't expect the base series to be even more exciting. Chu Kuang's sci-fi writing ability is frighteningly strong. So breathtaking. This entire book is grand and magnificent. Selden's proposed psychohistory is so cool. Old rascal Chu Kuang actually used a set of statistical theories to support this new concept. I even feel like psychohistory could be applied as a specialized discipline. Sci-Fi Circle. Countless writers finished reading the Galactic Empire series and couldn't help but feel a chill up their spine. Psychohistory. Another new concept. This time, it's not just a concept of sci-fi. The theoretical support within is hardcore, providing detailed descriptions. Throughout as if it's a real, existing discipline. They're crazy. The weight of this thing isn't any less than the 3 laws of robotics. Damn it. What's up with Chu Kuang's brain? With works like this, who in the sci-fi circle can beat him? When Xiao is finished. Unstoppable, completely unstoppable, with psychohistory revealed, when Xiao can only surrender. Damned. Psychohistory. When Xiao really surrendered. Staring deeply at those 4 words mentioned repeatedly in the book, this sci-fi writer from Zhong continent only felt an explosion in his mind. At this moment, when Xiao suddenly understood how Fan Chong must have felt seeing the 3 laws of robotics for the first time. Despair. Psychohistory, in essence, is similar to the laws of robotics. All concepts are destined to shock the entire sci-fi circle once introduced, and a fool knows the outcome of this literary duel. I really am a fool. Wagered on Chu Kuang's gun having no bullets. Perhaps Chu Kuang's gun indeed had no bullets, because he shot a powerful cannonball at me. Boom. The hit when Xiao split directly, losing even the desire to struggle, as if the mundane once had vanished. I concede. No point playing anymore. When Xiao admitted defeat decisively and swiftly. Chapter 1547, 1250. Chu Kuang's fury reaches level 9. The psychological history was born with the Foundation series, and when Xiao conceded defeat, sparking heated discussions across all continents. 9. Consecutive victories. The old rascal is awesome. Back when the old rascal declared, "I want to take on 10, many sci-fi writers were furious. But as 9 came forward one after the other, they were helpless against him, watching him triumph around the world. Just 1 more to go. Beat the last one, and it's a win. The literary duel of 10 consecutive victories is within reach. The remaining writer from Zhong continent is Chen Shi. Can he end the old rascal Chu Kuang's streak? Wishful thinking. Other writers have made their moves, but Chen Shi is calm as a mountain. Maybe he's preparing a big move, Doghead. With such a build-up, the final big move is sure to be shocking and earth-shattering, right? Doghead. If Chen Shi wins in the end, the old rascal's 9 consecutive victories will merely serve as the prelude to his transformation into a legend. Funny. Amidst the heated discussions, a few days later, Chu Kuang suddenly updated his blog again and tagged Chen Shi. The final chapter of Galaxy Empire is complete. The complete version of the Galactic Empire series is born. In this story, Chu Kuang didn't introduce any new concepts, nor was there a need. The momentum has already built up, defeating gods if blocked and Buddhas if obstructed. Wow, so fast. This is typical of the old rascal. I said it was unusual that he disappeared for 2 months. His style is all about cutting through challenges quickly, literary duels. Won't drag on for long. Is this the final chapter? Let's see how it's written. This is the last literary duel, right? Wonder if Chen Shi stands a chance to win. Almost no chance left. The name of the Galactic Empire series has already exploded. Just like if Chu Kuang writes another Harry Potter now, the series' fame is set. No matter how he writes, many people will buy it. Netizens are getting excited. No doubt about it. Throughout the literary duel, Chu Kuang has presented various stories from the Galactic Empire series, and by now, everyone has developed strong feelings for this series. The momentum has gathered. It's like stacking buffs. Now Chu Kuang has all the buffs stacked up. With the accumulated power of so many stories from the Galactic Empire series, Chen Shi essentially stands no chance of winning. That's exactly how it turned out. The next day at noon, after reading the final chapter of the Galactic Empire series, Chen Shi officially conceded defeat. Different from others who conceded with brief statements, he wrote a mini-essay. Actually, at one point, I feared this moment would come. But after fully reading the Galactic Empire series, I suddenly felt relieved. Because what I am facing now might be a work that the future sci-fi readers of Blue Star will speak highly of for decades, or even centuries. It's different from ordinary bestsellers in that it will leave a mark on history, even make a significant impact on the history of science fiction, psychological history, laws of robotics, the construction and imagination of the Galactic Empire. The various elements in this book are truly astonishing. Chu Kuang is an all-knowing, all-powerful writer, and I admit defeat heartily. He has expanded the human imagination to its limits in the Galactic Empire series. No doubt about it. This is a true sci-fi masterpiece. Like everyone says, it's a practically perfect sci-fi epic. Speaking of which, I'm a bit hungry. Maybe it's because I forgot to eat today. Finally, Chen Shi concluded his mini-essay with Lin Yuan's classic literary dual consolation. I forgot to eat today. Chen sure doesn't know. After him, a new unwritten rule emerged in literary duels, known for hitting where it hurts. Namely, the loser must recommend the opponent's work for public reading. The outside world seemed to anticipate this moment. Almost as soon as Chen Shi conceded, the media followed with news. Chu Kuang achieves 10 consecutive victories. Triumph over the world, unbeaten in 10 matches. Top 10 sci-fi authors, no one can stop him. Chu Kuang is not only the #1 sci-fi writer in Qin continent, but also a world-class sci-fi giant. Galactic Empire series concluded. Has Chu Kuang ascended to sci-fi godhood? Chen Shi self-deprecates after defeat. Forgot to eat today. Undefeated across the realm. Envy fish shadow blooms together. Chu Kuang fiercely wins 10. In fact, by the 10th match, it was a foregone conclusion. By the 9th match, the Galactic Empire could not be defeated. Nevertheless, the media's coverage of the 10 consecutive victories was filled with ceremony. It was accomplished. It truly was accomplished. Chu Kuang's sci-fi goes 1 on 10. Whether short stories, novellas, or novels, he has won them all, like a sci-fi god. Silver Blue Books. The Galactic Empire series has been compiled and published, from the Robot Stories to the Foundation series to the final chapter of the Galactic Empire series. The books are divided into many volumes, representing a massive collection. All continents. In bookstores everywhere. Customers basically came to buy this book. To be honest, this is not the first time the Galactic Empire series received such treatment. The previous volumes were the same. Even though they could be read free online, physical copies of the books were still selling like hotcakes in real life. Is this the book that got the old rascal 10 wins in a row? Bye. It's not just this one. Those few short and medium stories beside it also won the literary duel, like the one on your right, The Country Teacher. I recommend Heard in the Morning. This book, With Her Eyes, is also great. If you've read all his literary duel works, I suggest reading his earlier, Wandering Blue Star. I've finished that, it's too short. Then try The Martian, it has a good number of words. Until I saw it in bookstores, I didn't know Chu Kuang had written so many science fiction novels. Science fiction novels were originally few, and the 1 on 10 literary duel suddenly brought out a bunch. Will the old rascal be taking a step up in the author's ranking next month? 10 consecutive literary duel victories. The Galactic Empire series is globally acclaimed. This is the report card Chu Kuang has handed in so far this year. Still dazzling. Still brilliant. And facing this report card, people can't help but start wondering if Chu Kuang will climb higher on the author's ranking. You should know. The algorithm of the Literature and Art Association is quite flexible. The inherent quality of the author's work is certainly key, but the influence of Chu Kuang's 10 consecutive victories in the literary duel will certainly be taken into account as well. Just like that. That night, in the early hours, the rankings across Blue Star were updated. The Blue Star author's ranking quivered slightly as netizens refreshed it. The next moment, Chu Kuang's name appears in 9th place on the author's list, and he immediately pulls the 8th place name red. The former 9th place splits on the spot. The 8th place has a restless itch all night. The internet is abuzz. Chu Kuang, the old rascal, storms up to the 9th place with the mighty victory of the Galactic Empire series. Sword pointing to the 8th. Chapter 1548, 1251, The Bridge. For communication among writers in various fields. Online. Social platforms across the continents. Updated. He directly rose to 9th. The Galactic Empire series brought him huge data benefits, and combined with his global success in a 1 against 10 challenge, not only did he reach 9th, he also pulled the 8th into red alert status. Who would have thought he'd rely on sci-fi to climb the ranks this time? Those who thought the old rascal sci-fi was a weak spot were just dumbfounded. The old rascal may have weaknesses, but sci-fi is definitely not one of them. I reckon, seeing Xian Yu at 8th in both lists, the old rascal wouldn't want to miss getting 8th himself. How awkward would that be? Based on the old rascal's behavior, now that he's in red alert, wouldn't he capitalize on it? Are you saying he's going to continue releasing new books? Probably not that soon. He at least rested for 2 months last time. Let's wait and see. I'm sure he has thoughts on 8th now. Red alert means the data is very close. Writer's Circle. Writers of various genres are discussing. He's already ninth. Besides Shadow, you can't find anyone else who rose through the ranks as fast as him on the lists. Shadow's case is special. Who would have thought Shadow's art exhibit would make him a legend overnight? Chu Kuang can't possibly organize a showcase. Writing a book takes up more brainpower than painting. Indeed, you really can't blame the old rascal for not climbing the ranks as fast as the other two of the three brothers. In our writer's circle, this guy's speed is practically like a rocket. The former ninth has fallen. Current 8th place is also precarious. This year only 5 months in. Who dares to say Chu Kuang the old rascal will really take a break later? Media. News keeps coming. List updated again. Chu Kuang steps up to 9th place on the writer's list. 8th and 9th in red alert. Another literary master in danger. Analyzing rank changes to see how strong Chu Kuang's Galactic Empire series is. 9th on the writer's list. Where is Chu Kuang's limit? The 9th is in hand. Is 8th far away? June 1st. A literary salon was held in Wei Continent. This kind of salon is essentially a literary exchange. The hosts usually arrange a few writers to sit on stage and chat. Topics can be more casual and free-flowing. And at this salon in Wei Continent, authors from different continents writing various genres and topics gathered, chatting about creation. Initially, everyone's conversation wasn't very lively. After all, the books they write aren't the same genre. How much can you expect a martial arts writer to chat about creation with a sci-fi writer? Until someone mentioned Chu Kuang rushing to 9th on the writer's list. Suddenly, the whole salon became lively. A martial arts writer. I can tell you all this. In martial arts, Chu Kuang is like an emperor. Before him, martial arts was basically cold. He single-handedly revitalized the market. Now noticeably more people are reading martial arts novels. Swipe, swipe, swipe. After this martial arts writer talked extensively about Chu Kuang's prowess in martial arts, he had been silent and reserved earlier. Soon after, a sci-fi writer wasn't willing to be outdone. Some elements are common. You just mentioned Chu Kuang's martial arts focuses on humanistic care. Actually, his sci-fi novels are the same, but his sci-fi not only has humanistic care, it also has a grand epic aspect, though I find it hard to say precisely where Chu Kuang ranks among Blue Star's sci-fi writers. Based on his recent performance in literary duels, I believe he's at the top of the pyramid. Perhaps only 1 or 2 people are approximately at his sci-fi writing level. A mystery writer adjusted his glasses. Since we're talking about Chu Kuang, I must mention Chu Kuang's robot series stories from the other time. In my view, those stories about robots, ostensibly are sci-fi, but actually are mystery. They complete each mystery story revolving around the 3 laws. The core is still the sci-fi stuff. Immediately, a sci-fi writer expressed disagreement. This mystery writer insisted. Mystery is a very important element too, ensuring the plot's excitement. Actually, Chu Kuang's mystery novels, like his martial arts, are unique in the same field, that martial arts. Teacher just said Chu Kuang is the emperor of martial arts. Actually, Chu Kuang is also considered the emperor of mystery, though his short mystery stories might be fewer. A fairy tale writer couldn't stay quiet. Speaking of Chu Kuang's most praiseworthy aspect, it's still fairy tale novels. Fairy Tale Town swept the world, including the Harry Potter series he wrote, is essentially our fairy tale. That's not fairy tale. A fantasy writer let out a cold laugh. Fairy tale and magical fantasy are still different. Magical fantasy belongs to fantasy novels. Chu Kuang's fantasy novels have always been very powerful, opening up many new genres for our circle. He's the supreme deity in the field of fantasy novels. Nonsense. The fairy tale writer refuted. Chu Kuang said when he released Harry Potter that it's children's literature. How can children's literature not count as fairy tale then? All right, the two sides almost started fighting over this. But have to admit, Chu Kuang really is like a wonder drug. The literary conference, which originally had awkward talks from all sides, stirred up when the topic revolved around Chu Kuang, with everyone talking nonstop. That evening, the video from this literary salon was uploaded online. Normally, such salon videos have few followers. But when a group of writers talked nearly to the point of fighting, the news indeed became interesting. Though this group of writers isn't exactly top tier, a couple of them are somewhat well known across the continents. And after watching the video, The whole internet burst into laughter. Uft. The originally dead literary salon. Once Chu Kuang is brought up, everyone acts like excited bulls. All members are Chu Kuang fanboys. All just some small writers. The old rascal is like a god to them. Chu Kuang is simply a communication bridge between different types of writers. The Literature and Art Association should rank the old rascal higher. The contribution he's made to promote exchanges among different genre writers is huge. Now the question arises. Does the Harry Potter series count as children's literature, aka fairy tale genre, or magical fantasy, aka fantasy novel? We'll have to see how Chu Kuang defines it. I'm more curious about who they said could be on par with the old rascal among sci-fi writers. Who are those two people? The answer is on the list. Sometimes it's really hard to span across fields, like mystery writers with fantasy novel writers can't really talk about creation together. Only Chu Kuang can do it this way, because he writes in so many genres. Many genre writers see him as a friendly leader in their field. Chapter 1549, 1252, the world's shortest science fiction novel. At home, Lin Yuan was in a good mood. The Galactic Empire series truly deserves to be the science fiction masterpiece, directly pushing Chu Kuang to the 9th position on the author ranking list, and he is extremely close to the data of the 8th position. The goal for this year is very close. At the beginning of the year, Lin Yuan wrote a New Year's planning book and set a small goal for Chu Kuang, which was to enter the top 7 on the author ranking list by the end of the year. Of course, this was just a minimum goal. Now, this minimum goal is halfway complete, and half a year has just passed. Since this is the case, why not strike while the iron is hot and get the 8th place first? Anyway, he was already in the red with the 8th position. This means that the data gap between Chu Kuang and the 8th ranked author is already negligible. Thinking about this, Lin Yuan started typing on the keyboard with a clatter. For big words soon appeared on the screen. Ball lightning. That's right, Lin Yuan is going to write big lose ball lightning. There are 3 reasons for writing this novel. The first reason is naturally to go for the 8th position on the author ranking list. The second reason is that Ball Lightning, as a high-quality science fiction novel, is only about 200,000 words long in its entirety, which is quite appropriate in length. After all, the data gap between Chu Kuang and the 8th ranked author is not large, and Lin Yuan does not need to fill the gap with a tome. The third reason is that Ball Lightning is considered a prequel to the three-body problem. This book serves as a groundwork for the future emergence of the three-body problem. Just like that, in the following days, Lin Yuan consistently worked on writing Ball Lightning. A few days later, the novel was completed. Lin Yuan directly logged into Chu Kuang's account and published it. Across various continents, readers were suddenly surprised when they saw that Chu Kuang had published another science fiction novel. Goodness gracious! The buff of a powerful code writer. Just finished writing the Galactic Empire series and now releasing a new book. This efficiency is terrifying. Looking at the genre, it seems to be science fiction again. I'm reading the first chapter, and it feels pretty interesting, though not as stunning as the Galactic Empire series. Maybe my taste has been spoiled by the laws of robotics. This old rascal is aiming for the 8th position. When he aimed for the top 10, he released a 200,000-word novel, The Devotion of Suspect X. The word count is similar this time, only the genre is switched to the currently hot science fiction. Netizens instantly guessed at Chu Kuang's intent. At the same moment, countless people began reading this book. That evening, comments emerged. A person's death is the process of changing from a strong observer to a weak observer, and then to a non-observer. I have to say, the old rascal has a knack for writing hard sci-fi. Great read. The invisible quantum rose in the vase at the end brought me immense shock and emotion. It comes from both a godlike macro overview and the secret ties of cyclical life. It turns out I prefer Chu Kuang writing something different. Reading this hard sci-fi is really strenuous. Some parts of the Galactic Empire series were also difficult to digest. That's exactly what I like. Hard sci-fi is like this. Soft sci-fi tends to focus on the narrative itself. The more effort put into the story, the more the meaning of sci-fi diminishes, and it's hard to achieve a balance between the two. The character Ding-E is pretty intriguing. The setup is too ingenious. It feels like it could expand into a larger worldview. Maybe Ball Lightning is too hard, or perhaps its length is much shorter than the previous work. The reputation and popularity of this short to medium-length work are good, but noticeably less impactful compared to the Galactic Empire series. Of course, this is understandably expected from the readers. No one would demand Chu Kuang's sci-fi works to always reach the heights of the Galactic Empire series. And when not compared to the Galactic Empire series, even with the reader's taste spoiled, Ball Lightning is undoubtedly a very excellent science fiction novel. However, some readers who are unaccustomed to hard sci-fi couldn't help but complain. Too hard, hurts the teeth. Old rascal, write something simpler. Indeed, leave a way out for those of us with low education. The Old Rascal's books this year are either Laws of Robotics or Psychohistory, and now there's quantum technology. You can't understand it without some knowledge reserve. Ha ha ha, that's how the Old Rascal is. Following the Old Rascal's books, you'll find yourself casually reading through the entire range of Blue Star's novel genres. On the other side, Lin Yuan finished reading the related comments on Ball Lightning. The impact of this novel indeed cannot compare with the Galactic Empire series. In terms of science fiction, since he brought out the Galactic Empire series, the choices available for continuing to write sci-fi are actually much narrower moving forward. But this point was within Lin Yuan's expectations. Persisting in writing Ball Lightning is because this novel is intricately linked to the Three-Body series. However, some readers complained about the difficulty of reading hard sci-fi, making Lin Yuan smile knowingly. This is a very normal situation. People who don't like sci-fi and read hard sci-fi find it as flavorless as chewing wax. Somehow, I've been switching between various themes with the speed of wind, so some readers have no choice but to grit their teeth and follow. Whether they eventually come to like those themes they once didn't depends on fate. Of course, reader requests can certainly be met, and I, Chu Kuang the Old Rascal, have always pampered my fans. A smirk appeared. Lin Yuan used Chu Kuang the Old Rascal's account and posted a new update. New book, The Last Blue Starian, attached with a formal document behind. Didn't some readers want something simple, not so hardcore sci-fi? Here's the simplest one. Even elementary school students can understand it. Come, the world's shortest sci-fi story. As soon as Chu Kuang updated, the comments section exploded. A new book. Here we go again. That was so fast. Just released Ball Lightning this morning. Master of writing, I bow down. Judging by the title, it seems like a remarkable work. The Last Blue Starian? Somehow it's filling me with anticipation. Let's see what it's about. Amid discussions, readers downloaded the document and quickly opened it. However, the content of the document left all the readers dumbfounded. There was only one line. The last person on Blue Star sat at home, and suddenly there was a knocking sound. Meow, meow, meow. Is this your new book? Just one line in total. Even the most concise writer would bow before you. At this moment, readers were bewildered. Isn't Chu Kuang pulling our leg with this book's concept? Yet, the next moment, some readers suddenly squinted their eyes. Chu Kuang's novel, excluding punctuation, consists of just 22 words. It seems simple, but it's full of mystery. Characters, setting, plot. The so-called three elements of a novel are all included in these 22 words, embodying the idea of small but complete. What is sci-fi? The essence of science fiction lies in creating sci-fi suspense, giving readers broad space for imagination, just like The Last Blue Starian, which provides ample space for such imagination. Why is there only one person left on Blue Star? Did a disaster occur on Blue Star? Or was there an alien invasion? Did others die? Or have they left Blue Star? Why can the last Blue Starian hear the knocking? Who is coming? Or is it even a person coming? Will the last Blue Starian open the door? What will happen after opening the door? This is the freedom and vast imaginative space of sci-fi, with countless possibilities arising from a mere 22 words. Old Rascal awesome. Got goosebumps as my imagination ran wild. Full of suspense, but somehow I feel this isn't a sci-fi novel. This is clearly a horror story. This might be the shortest sci-fi novel in history. Short but powerful. Kneeling down, sci-fi can be played this way. Unlimited path for possibilities. Indeed, it's an unlimited path for possibilities. Amidst the heated discussions, many netizens spontaneously began to continue writing. For example, someone wrote, "The man got up and opened the door, only to see a robot standing outside. Hello, this is your purchase, Mars Dongfeng Express." Not just netizens. Even some sci-fi writers joined the trend of continuing the story. Of course, the number of words for these continuations wasn't too long. Everyone just played around with this ultra-short concept. During this playful moment, many people sensed a different vibe. The last Blue Starions concept, along with the public impact it caused, combined with the highly professional hard sci-fi like ball lightning. Chu Kuang's intention is obvious to everyone. Clearly, this is all to break into the 8th spot on the Blue Star Writers list. Having just achieved 9th on the writer list, Chu Kuang shows no signs of taking a break. Chapter 1550, 1253 Gokuraku Jodo. Mid-June, Lin Yuan got up early and headed to a music hall in Sioux City. This music hall was rented by Starlight chairman Li Songhua specifically for Xianyu and the band to rehearse for the concert. At this moment, the ensemble for Lin Yuan's concert had been completely set up. First, in terms of the band, it was composed of Blue Star's most professional group of instrument players, including several champion musicians who excelled at the Blue Song Olympics. Then there was the conductor. Although Lin Yuan himself had conducting skills, they were only at a professional level, so he certainly wouldn't conduct himself. After all, comparing professional level with master level is like night and day. And the conductor in charge of Lin Yuan's concert was someone with master-level conducting skills. Wei Shujing, the top conductor of Qin continent. Of course, he wasn't invited by Lin Yuan. It was Yang Zhoming who personally appeared to bring Wei Shujing out of retirement. It's important to note, as one of the best conductors in Qin continent, and even Blue Star, Wei Shujing was already 88 years old, and even Yang Zhoming could only be considered a little young in his presence. Due to his physical strength and energy, he's not easily persuaded to take an invitation. Even though Yang Zhoming invited him, Wei Shujing still insisted on listening to the compositions for the concert before deciding if he would take on the conducting role. He didn't want to work on music that was subpar. Afterward, things got easier. Lin Yuan took out one of the pieces for the concert and successfully persuaded Wei Shujing to agree to it. As of today, it had been over 7 months since Wei Shujing agreed to take on the conducting work for the concert. In other words, Lin Yuan and Wei Shujing had been practicing and honing their collaboration with the band for half a year. Although during this half year, they weren't rehearsing every day as everyone occasionally had personal matters to address, but rehearsals happened regularly. The rehearsal results are already quite good. Wei Shujing smiled and spoke, his deeply wrinkled face showing a rich anticipation. It's all thanks to Master Wei. Lin Yuan followed with a smile, showing great respect toward this elderly man. Not only respecting his talent and age, close to 90, still dedicating himself on stage, but also because over the past half year, he had taught Lin Yuan a lot about conducting, almost like a mentor. Exactly. When they collaborated last year and found that Lin Yuan had professional-level conducting skills, Wei Shujing seemed very enthusiastic, continuously imparting conducting knowledge and experience during rehearsals, providing Lin Yuan with great gains. Such willingness from a top Blue Star conductor was a rare opportunity, although Lin Yuan didn't understand why he was so keen to teach. "I haven't done anything special, just my job." Wei Shujing patted Lin Yuan's shoulder. "Be psychologically prepared. Our concert is starting soon." "Okay." Lin Yuan felt a warmth in his heart. After preparing for half a year, Wei Shujing finally nodded in agreement, and Lin Yuan greatly respected his opinion. "How about hosting it in October?" "Anytime between October and December is fine. Let's look at the concert arrangements." Did you have lunch yet?" "Not yet." "Then it's on me." "Haha, sure." The duo walked away in conversation. Late June, Starlight officially applied to the Golden Hall to hold Lin Yuan's concert. And news about Xianyu's personal concert had been circulating in the industry. After all, he had gathered so many musicians for half a year of rehearsals and engaged top conductor teacher Wei Shujing. Such a big move. The industry couldn't remain unaware. "I hear Xianyu has applied to hold a concert at the Golden Hall, so his first personal concert might be hosted by the end of this year." As one of the top 10 maestros of Blue Star, once they apply, the Golden Hall will definitely reserve a date for him. The news quickly spread. The music circle, including singers and maestros, kept a close watch. Is it Xian Yu's personal concert? Finally reached the stage of hosting a concert. With the talent he displayed at the Blue Song Olympics, this concert will likely surprise many. I've already started looking forward to it. Conductor Wei Shujing, a group of champion musicians, that's an interesting lineup. I wonder what works he will present in his concert. Concerts come in various forms. Let's see what direction he takes. The most traditional, at least end with a symphony, even if it's a small piece. He hasn't ventured into symphonies yet. If this concert does well, it might influence music chart rankings. People discussed. And amidst the discussion, Lin Yuan suddenly received a call from Tong Shuwen. Teacher Admirable Fish is going to be a guest on next week's Our Song. What are the rules? Every continent can invite a maestro as an external ally. Qin continent's ally is Teacher Admirable Fish, meaning next week you need to write songs for the singers, and you can also handle the dance too if you want. What type of songs? No specific requirements, just play it freely. Your opponents are Chu continent. You can consider what style might counter them. Of course, they know the external ally for Qin continent is you. Who am I collaborating with? Your member from the inner circle, Zhao Ge. Got it, just this episode? Lin Yuan was already tired of correcting their nonsense. Tong Shuwen laughed and said, as a guest, it's only this episode. The show primarily focuses on regular guests. All right. Lin Yuan hung up the phone. Then Zhao Ge called not long after. Representative, next week's episode you're coming as a guest to collaborate with me again, right? Yep. We can keep singing love songs and dancing tango. I've recently made a breakthrough in dance. Improved rapidly. Then I can confidently leave the stage to you. Huh. Zhao Ge was stunned. Does that mean dancing alone? She felt nervous at the thought of dancing alone, but wasn't worried if dancing with Lin Yuan, as she didn't have the dance skills as strong as Chen Yi. No worries. Lin Yuan smiled and said, next week's dance is simple, doesn't require very professional skills, just express the uniqueness. If you're really nervous, you can get 2 dancers to join you. This wasn't meant to comfort her. With no song theme restrictions, complete creative freedom, Zhao Ge having some dance foundation, Lin Yuan already knew what song and dance to present next week. It wasn't too difficult. After all, it's about leaving a memorable stage presence as a guest. For instance, how about having Zhao Ge, Chen Yi, and Yun Tingtong perform Gokuraku Jodo together? Chapter 1551 to 1254, another billion times. What is Happy Star? Oops, wrong. Let's try again. What is Gokuraku Jodo? This is the representative work of the neon idol group Lie on Earth. Although it's a Japanese song, because of its cheerful melody, the lyrics perfectly match the tune. It is highly sought after by young people. The most important thing is, this song comes with dance choreography. The original dancers were Maria, 217, and Silverhair Girl. The original dance, once released, sparked countless domestic dancers to imitate. It can be said that the dance area was washed clean back then. The characteristic of this dance is that it is very seductive. Maria's dance movements in the original version, including her expressions, are very alluring. Especially the butterfly step and courtesan step in the choreography are incredibly classic. The more you watch, the more you like it. Not to mention the choreography and song's rhythm and theme are perfectly matched, reaching a complementary level. This kind of dance was already quite popular, and after the MMD model movements came out, it got even crazier. The same characters, change an outfit and adjust the camera angle, will have different feelings. In short, the brainwashing ability is very strong. So much so that netizens jokingly call it the source of all evil. For example, many netizens like to use classic anime characters to pair with Gokuraku Jodo's movements. Like Ram, Rem, Conan, Sasuke, Sun, Wukong, Ultraman. Seems like some strange things got mixed in. There's even a Tom and Jerry version of Gokuraku Jodo. If interested, you can search on B's site. Everyone who's seen it says it's extremely captivating. If this isn't the source of all evil, what is? Of course, this is also slightly related to the suggestive nature of the lyrics. However, Zhao Ge is a pro at singing "itch" on the international stage of Blue Song Olympics. A bit suggestive in lyrics is no big deal to her. She's already a master of these kinds of songs. Lin Yuan thought this, and did it that way. The next day, at the show recording site, Lin Yuan called over Zhao Yinggu, Chen Yi, and Yun Tingtong. Yun Tingtong is a professional backup dancer. Chen Yi is a singer from Qin continent. However, in June's elimination round, Chen Yi was already eliminated by the show's production team. Invited specially by Lin Yuan to come over now, she was returning to the stage to perform as a dancer. Knowing Lin Yuan called her to dance backup for Zhao Yinggu, Chen Yi was a bit unhappy at first. But when Lin Yuan demonstrated how to dance Gokura Kujodo for the three of them, all unhappiness vanished into thin air. Who doesn't like to watch Teacher Admirable Fish dance? Especially dancing Gokura Kujodo, which is such a seductive type of dance. Butterfly step, courtesan step. Compared to this, what does dancing backup for Zhao Yinggu amount to? Lin Yuan certainly didn't know what the three women watching him dance were thinking. This Gokura Kujodo, Lin Yuan danced very seriously. For example, a movement similar to waving flowers. He even added a smile, which is for the dance's entertainment value. Besides, he also treated the three women as the audience, making some alluring gestures. Everything was so natural. Of course, Lin Yuan was natural. The three women, however, were a bit overwhelmed. Chen Yi instinctively rubbed her nose, with Zhao Yinggu instinctively clamping her legs together. Yun Tingtong's eyes were shining, her breathing rapid as if she was desperately inhaling something. When the whole dance was over, Lin Yuan looked at the three women. Got it down? Nope. The three answered in unison. Lin Yuan frowned. Want to do it again? The three nodded simultaneously. Do it 1,000,000,000 times more. That evening, back home, Lin Yuan's waist was sore and back was aching. Logically, with such a good physique, Lin Yuan shouldn't be sore and aching. It's just that today's rehearsal for the three women was too tiring. Not sure how many times he demonstrated front and back. Mere demonstrations aren't too bad. During the actual practice, each of the three women was clumsier than the next, insisting on personal corrections. To be fair, Zhao Yinggu needing personal corrections was understandable. She's not a professional dancer after all. Chen Yi and Yun Tingtong are both more professional. Why would they need personal teaching today? Though it was tiring, the work paid off. During the final practice in the evening, the trio danced together, and it was already looking good. Lin Yuan estimated with another week's practice the stage effect would be there. Among them, Zhao Yinggu had to work a bit harder. Besides dancing, she also had to practice the song. However, when receiving the lyrics for Gokura Kujodo, Zhao Yinggu looked at Lin Yuan oddly. A representative to do something joyful? Lin Yuan awkwardly smiled. This is a translation of one of the lyrics from Gokura Kujodo. To speak of even more awkward matters, Lin Yuan actually didn't know Chen Yi was already eliminated beforehand, because Lin Yuan hadn't watched the recent elimination rounds. He only found out today that the Qin continent team eliminated 3 people this month. The participating Yu Dynasty 5 remained, along with Xu Yu and Fei Yong, Chen Yi being one of the 3 eliminated from Qin continent's team. Of course, other continent teams also respectively eliminated some singers. Chen Yi herself didn't mind much. Her dance skills were stronger anyway. Being eliminated didn't show excessive sorrow. She was already molded into a pole dance goddess by Xian Yu, massively benefiting from the competition. And so, a few days later, July arrived. Contrary to Lin Yuan's expectations, Chu Kuang's rider ranking remained at 9th place. Even though last month he was red-named with 8th place, wrote a ball lightning, and even crafted the shortest sci-fi story ever, sparking countless discussions, he still couldn't break into 8th. Seems more effort is needed. The path to the top 10 is fraught with difficulty. Without over-concerning, Lin Yuan quickly set aside the matter. As the various ranking boards updated, the latest episode's teaser for Our Song was released. Online, in front of the TV, viewers discussed as they watched. When Lin Yuan appeared, the audience noticed. He's here. Fish Papa will next appear as Maestro, a guest star. Haven't seen him for a month. This time he's composing. Qin continent's opponent seems to be Chu continent. What about choreography? Is Fish Papa still handling that? Ha ha ha. Before everyone was asking Fish Papa to write a song, but now everyone hopes he does choreography? After all, this is a dance show, dog face. Quick look, Fish Papa really is choreographing. Responsible for both song and dance, he's taking on everything by himself. Nice. Zhao Yingguo is a singer and will dance with Yun Tingtong and Cheni. This teaser has quite a lot of information. Old sayings say 3 women make a plate. What dance will 3 women perform together? Show some respect for Fish Papa's song at least. His main role this time is as a composer, not a dancer. That night, watching the teaser, the audience was immensely excited. But nobody could say for sure if the audience was more looking forward to Xian Yu's song or his dance. Chapter 1552, 1255, The Source of All Evil. The next day, live broadcast site. The audience seats were filled with people. At this moment, the live broadcast had not yet started. The audience under the stage was whispering, Xian Yu is on this episode. I'm so looking forward to his dance. He's coming as a composer this time. That's even better, writing songs and choreographing dances. The opponent is Chu Continent. Now Teacher Wei Wei is going to cry. What's up with Teacher Wei Wei? Wei Wei is the choreographer for the Chu Continent team. That's not the point. The point is Teacher Wei Wei was ranked 8th on Blue Star's dance list. Now the 8th place was taken by Xian Yu, and she dropped to 9th. Uft. How tragic. Do you guys think Teacher Wei Wei will seek revenge this episode? In the audience's whispers, host and Hong stepped onto the stage and, after a skilled introduction, officially announced the start of the program. The first group today, Qi Continent against Zhao Continent. Qin Continent and Chu Continent's match is the second group. The competition was, of course, as exciting as ever. The audience was thoroughly enjoying it. In the live broadcast room, the bullet chat was buzzing. I'm used to stages combining dance and song. It feels exceptionally invigorating to watch. Yes, a good dance, like a music video, strengthens the sense of immersion. After all, it's a strong alliance. Top singers, top composers, plus top dancers. Xian Yu, who's calling me? Ha ha ha. Fish Papa says there's no need for so much hassle. Such a strong alliance stage can be handled by himself alone. The second group competition has started. Soon, we can watch Fish Papa's performance. With the audience's anticipation, the second group competition officially commenced, with the Chu Continent team taking the stage first. The Chu Continent team sent out a female singer. Amid cheerful music, this queen of Chu Continent was singing to her heart's content. 意にいかないことだらけ。どうしようもなく。やおよろ。頭の痛みやかなしみから。生まれてきたこと。Chu language. In the midst of the song, Wei Wei was dancing on the stage. The upbeat melody coupled with light dance movements immediately filled the audience with delight. Oh my, this turned out to be a song full of an anime style. Even the dance carries a touch of otaku dance flavor. You should know, choreography by top dancers has always been highly technical. Compositions by maestro level are always incredibly sophisticated. Singing by kings and queens of singing always expresses emotion and vocal skills. 3 words. Sophisticated feel. Yet this stage work now abandons all so-called sophisticated feel, as if the sole purpose of the song, the dance, and even the performance is to bring the audience ease and joy. Instantly, the freshness infected all the audience. This song is so fun. This dance is so playful. Although very simple, it feels very healing to watch. Love this. It has the taste of returning to simplicity. Who says dance must have a sophisticated feel? Just simple like this can also be very beautiful. Teacher Wei Wei did great this time. Otaku ecstasy. The audience felt like they suddenly saw a bowl of green vegetable tofu soup after being tired of too much rich food. With the addition of freshness, the favorability instantly soared. The Chu Continent team knew that in a normal competition, whether in composition or dance, it would be difficult to match Xian Yu. So they chose a different path, and facts prove they took a very successful step. After all, whether it's Chu language songs or anime culture, both have a huge market on Blue Star, and the audience for this program is mainly young people, so such a dance and song would naturally resonate with the audience. 5 minutes later, Chu Continent's performance ended. The Qin Continent team became nervous. Chu Continent's unconventional move was impressive. The audience's emotions have been stirred up. Reminds me of the previous season's competition. When others played sophisticated songs, Xian Yu came out with most dazzling ethnic style, which had amazing results. This is about grasping the audience's psychology. This season's dance and songs are also very sophisticated. Suddenly, a simpler song and simpler dance with careful choreography, carrying anime attributes with some brainwashing melody, gives a particularly joyous and pure feeling. Their program won't get low votes. It's not a big issue. We have teacher admirable fish. Clenching their teeth, the Qin continent team decided to trust Xianyu. Of course, they could only choose to trust. Meanwhile, and Hong on stage announced once again, the Qin continent team's performers were about to take the stage. In the bouncing lights, three figures appeared on the stage. Zhao Yinggu, Chen Yi, Yin Tingtong. The audience was extremely familiar with these three. No need to mention Zhao Yinggu. Chen Yi's pole dance performance left a lasting impression on the audience. Not to mention Yin Tingtong's peacock dance, still vivid in everyone's mind. At this moment, the three had a unified style of dress, all wearing a style reminiscent of Cheongsam. Of course, with slits at the thighs for dancing convenience and best body display. At first glance, still very fair and tender. Not just the costumes. The makeup, hair color, and other styling were also meticulously designed. This gave the three under the stage lights a different kind of colorful and beautiful charm. As the three stood in position, intense electronic music suddenly exploded on stage. Zhao Yinggu stood in the center, Chen Yi and Yin Tingtong stood on the sides, and the dance of Gokuraku Jodo appeared. Along with the dance came the singing. Chapter 1553. 1255 The source of all evil _2. The same Chu language. When the moonlight rises. At the time when the moon rises, the red lantern is lit. The red lantern is lit. The signal of the festival music. The accompaniment signal sounds at the festival. The butterfly flutters. The tempting night butterfly dances. Live. The audience listened to the singing and gradually became dumbfounded. Addictive melody. But this song sounds great. Dance track. Full of energy. Very catchy. I like this song. Why did I think of most dazzling ethnic style? Ha. Playing brainwashing fish papa has always had a knack for it. Wait. Look quickly. This dance is amazing. On stage. In the singing. Three girls did the butterfly step, like butterflies flying, uniformly tiptoeing and crossing one foot in front or behind the other. Just take a look, watch carefully. Once obsessed, it's hard to escape. Want to do something happy? Go to Gokuraku Jodo immediately. Sing and dance, follow your heart. Let me hear your song. Dance and forget time. Let's bloom wildly tonight. The dance of the three girls formed a whole with the singing. Every move was so alluring, as if to seduce the audience's soul. After the butterfly step, they interspersed the courtesan step. Every move was elegant, not messy. Though the song was lively, the dance was graceful, with a moderate effort not too strong nor too light. Every step matched the song perfectly. Every turn of the head, every side of the face, every glance. The performance of the three was just right. A kind of very wicked, special allure. When the overall coordination of the whole body was extremely coherent, it formed an indescribable lazy charm, further highlighting the allure. In the live broadcast room, watching the Gokuraku Jodo dance, the audience started to get excited. Suddenly, the three girls made a hooking gesture towards the camera. Another sudden moment. The three girls' movements froze. Zhao Yinggu winked her left eye at the audience. Wow, this move seems like anime dance. Although it's a dance track, this dance clearly feels so animated. This move, so seductive. I can't handle it. Feels like an addictive rhythm. Such a captivating dance move, too stunning. More exciting than pole dancing. Whoever can resist this? These lyrics are brilliant too. It's practically a Xiao Huang song. Gokuraku Jodo is indeed incredible. Isn't this practically the Chu language version of most dazzling ethnic style? No one expected that Xianyu, like Chu continent, also designed an anime dance for this competition. And even though Weiwei's anime dance was no match for Gokuraku Jodo, especially in terms of memorable points, the butterfly step and the courtesan step from Gokuraku Jodo were so distinctive. After watching this, the audience didn't even remember what Weiwei performed in the competition, because they had been completely brainwashed by Gokuraku Jodo. At this moment, the top dancers from each continent were utterly dumbfounded. What is this? Is this even possible? Weiwei tried to go off the beaten path, but just hit Xianyu's target. Both were anime dances, but Xianyu's was clearly more interesting. The song and dance are paired really well. The lyrics are very eye-catching. Flashy. Didn't Xianyu say he wouldn't be a singer or a composer? I think he's just not being human. Too much. Not human at all. The last sentence was said by Wei Wei. Facing Xianyu, who brought out Gokura Kujodo, she truly felt hopeless. As a guest composer, Lin Yuan only had this one chance, and he ended up bringing out a catchy and addictive song like Gokura Kujodo paired with a dance. Yet, it was this very song, paired with this dance, that eventually led Qin Continent to win this episode's competition. Lin Yuan finally felt at ease. This episode was a bit playful, aiming for a happy competition. Actually, though an otaku dance like Gokura Kujodo is fun, it's certainly not comparable in technical content to the dances presented before. Fortunately, this wave won not just the competition, but also brought joy. The three girls danced happily, and the audience watched with great enjoyment. At least the reactions from the live audience were quite enthusiastic. What? This kind of song and dance can't prove Xianyu's capability? Quite the opposite. If he wants to be advanced, he can be advanced. If he wants to play around like this, he can do that too. Xianyu has clearly reached the realm of doing things effortlessly. After all, Xianyu has proven his skills countless times. After the competition ended, countless people online passionately discussed the songs and dances from this episode's competition, especially in the dance community. Lately, the buzz around this show has been unstoppable. The dance from Qi Continent this episode was amazing. The best was still Han Continent's dance. Han Continent's dance was indeed good, but there were some minor issues. Felt like there were small performance lapses. In comparison, Yin Continent's dance this episode was surprisingly impressive. Isn't anyone talking about Xianyu's dance? You mean Gokura Kujodo? Haha, isn't that just Xianyu goofing around for an episode? This dance indeed doesn't have much to say. It's just an otaku dance, no real technical content. Yes, compared to Xianyu's previous dances, this otaku dance is plain and simple, though the dance track is pretty catchy. Otaku dances are generally not very difficult. Many professionals in the dance community feel indifferent toward Gokura Kujodo. However, what the dance community never expected was that this plain and simple otaku dance ended up sweeping through the dance sections of major websites on Blue Star shortly afterward. To be precise, no one expected. The destructive power of Gokura Kujodo turned out to be so terrifying. The next day, the recently bustling B-site dance section. Various dance creators coincidentally updated similar videos. Stayed up all night learning Gokura Kujodo. Gokura Kujodo, let's do something fun. Flight attendant uniform version of Gokura Kujodo.avi. Male version of Gokura Kujodo. Gokura Kujodo, the dance real men should dance. Hello everyone. We are a girl group with 2.5 years of training, performing a cover of Gokura Kujodo. Gokura Kujodo? This dance is addictive. Gokura Kujodo. Dance till my legs went numb. Every time Xianyu releases a new dance, the dance section goes through this phase. In theory, everyone should be used to it by now. But this time, it seems not so simple. On the same day, Gokura Kujodo started going viral in the dance section. Someone uploaded an animated version of the Gokura Kujodo video. Simply put, it showed various classic anime characters dancing Gokura Kujodo. And when the most familiar and popular anime characters to netizens started dancing Gokura Kujodo, the dance seemed to transcend itself. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Why is Gokura Kujodo everywhere? The dance section has been completely swept. Even videos mimicking Fish Papa's previous dances have been pushed down. Fish Papa is truly not acting human by not being a singer or composer. Can't get out of it. I've already spent 3 hours watching different versions of Gokura Kujodo. The anime version is even more addictive than the original. I still prefer the original. Those three gals are too beautiful. There's no such thing as an original version. That's the root of all evil. Fish Papa is the root of all evil. All the anime characters I like have been ruined by Gokura Kujodo. Can you believe I just saw a Naruto and Luffy version of Gokura Kujodo? Gokura Kujodo went viral across the entire internet. Xianyu suddenly became known as the root of all evil among netizens. As one netizen summed it up, Gokuraku Jodo is the Chu language version of most dazzling ethnic style. Chapter 1554, 1256. The most popular star among children. Chapter 1554, Chapter 1256. The most popular star among children. Having completed the task as a guest performer, the show continued with the elimination rounds, which didn't require choreographing. This was related to the competition rules. Lin Yuan might not return as a dancer until the global finals of our song. Meanwhile, online, Lin Yuan was aware of the explosive popularity of Gokuraku Jodo in the dance section of video platforms. Indeed, it's a captivating dance that's hard to shake off once you get hooked. After all, you can't always focus solely on the technical aspects. As long as it brings joy to everyone, it's a good work. However, the real joy of the netizens emerged when Tong Shuwen released a video of Xianyu teaching 3 girls the Gokuraku Jodo dance as an Easter egg. Yes, Tong Shuwen released another video of Xianyu teaching others to dance. In this video, Xianyu's alluring dance moves showcased the authentic version of Gokuraku Jodo, leaving the palms of the 3 female celebrities visibly damp. The real original. 1,000 parody versions can't compare to this dance from Fish Papa. Oh whoa, I am willing to call Xianyu the Blue Star Dancing King. Soul Dancer. This is the authentic butterfly step. Fish Papa's original courtesan step is simply marvelous. 3 women can't outdance 1 man. Are you kidding? Indeed, for this style of dance, Fish Papa's teaching version is the most exciting. Honestly speaking, Tong Shuwen always knew how to ride on Xianyu's popularity. Not just the netizens. On this day, even Lin Yuan's sisters at home pulled their mom to watch his dance teaching video. Lin Yuan couldn't understand. What's so interesting about this? Teaching others to dance just involves some breakdown moves. It's not even a complete work, with the rhythm often counted verbally, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. After watching the dance, his sister suddenly laughed after scrolling through something. Xianyu's votes have surged, but he's still in 3rd place. Mom, Shadow is a bit in danger. Sister, Chu Kuang's first position isn't secure. Either. Lin Yuan was puzzled. What are you guys talking about? His sister showed Lin Yuan the mobile interface of a blog activity. Don't you know, with Children's Day approaching, the blog has launched an event for kids and parents to vote for Blue Star's most popular child-friendly celebrity. Right now, Chu Kuang is 1st, Shadow is 2nd, and Xianyu is 3rd. Their vote counts are close, and the competition is intense. Lin Yuan chuckled. Most popular children's celebrity? How is it intense competition? Aren't all the top 3 votes by him? His family knows this but still follows it with great interest. Anyhow, his sister was all excited. Chu Kuang ranks so high thanks to Fairy Tale Town. So many kids love his fairy tales. Shadow is due to comics and animations. His sister laughed. Although Shadow's comic readers are mainly young adults, older kids also like them, especially his cartoons, which are hugely popular among children. Xianyu loses out in this area. Mom analyzed earnestly. He should release more children's songs. Kids love those, and it seems Xianyu's votes are mainly from parents. Lin Yuan. He felt his family was a bit delusional. What's the point of being the most popular children's celebrity? Competing against himself? What's the fun in that? That night, Lin Yuan went online and found the voting activity for the most popular children's celebrity. In the vote comments section, Chu Kuang Old Rascal's votes are consistently 1st. His fairy tales are so classic. Shadow might surpass him. I also think Shadow has a great potential to be 1st. Kids prefer cartoons over fairy tales. Not to mention Shadow God has many comics that children can read. Go Fish Papa. Doesn't Fish Papa have many classic children's songs? How come he's only 3rd? The 3 brothers perfectly occupy the top 3 spots. When this generation grows up, they'll all be fans. Actually, most of the voters are parents. Kids don't understand voting, but parents somewhat consider their children's opinions. If voting purely according to parents' preferences, Xianyu should be 1st. Voting just started. It's hard to say who'll be 1st, 2nd, or 3rd eventually. The voting officially ends at midnight on Children's Day the 20th. After browsing the comments, Lin Yuan pondered. This might not be too boring after all. especially since Blue Star's Children's Day is coming soon. Unlike Celestial Dynasty, Blue Star's Children's Day is on July 20th. But that's not the main point. The main point is what he should do, not so much for the ranking, but because he thought of Beihai Kindergarten and the kids there. Lin Yuan wanted to give some gifts to the children. Ready to act, Lin Yuan opened his computer and started writing a planner. Having multiple personas requires pre-planning. Xianyu previously used the kindergarten music class in Fishwalking with You too. Release a children's song special. This time, a more comprehensive album could be produced, given the many classic children's songs from Earth. For Shadow, some animations could be released. The manga Dragon Ball could also be released. After all, 14 is still considered a child. Kids above 10 generally can read Dragon Ball without issues. For Chu Kuang, isn't there Little Prince, which is the last piece of the puzzle from Fairy Tale Town? Releasing it during Children's Day would be meaningful. Planner completed. The next day, Lin Yuan began implementing, starting with writing Little Prince at home. This novel is less than 60,000 words. Lin Yuan can finish it in one day. For Fairy Tale Town, Little Prince is destined to be a special puzzle piece, as it's a tale that adults can read and love. Besides, this novel might make Chu Kuang reach 8th place, completing what Ball Lightning couldn't, as it's one of Earth's classic fairy tales. With this thought, Lin Yuan directly customized the work with the system and then opened the computer document, typing away rapidly. Soon, after a few introductory sentences, the screen displayed the main text of Little Prince. When I was 6 years old, I saw a captivating picture in a book. The book was titled Forest Adventure. The picture showed a boa constrictor swallowing a beast, and below was a copy of the picture. Upon writing this, Lin Yuan paused and then smiled. Almost forgot. This novel is different from traditional children's literature. The story should be accompanied by illustrations for reading. Without such illustrations, the novel's charm would be greatly reduced. What else is there to say? Of course, Shadow should collaborate. This work titled Little Prince will be jointly created by Chu Kuang and Shadow. Chapter 1555, 1257 Children's Song Album. Main text. Illustration. Lin Yuan completed The Little Prince in one day, both writing and illustrating it, and then handed it over to Silver Blue Books for publication. That evening, the promotion was out. The last piece of Chu Kuang's Fairy Tale Town series is complete. The new work, The Little Prince, will be released in a week, with illustrations by Teacher Shadow. Suddenly, the whole internet was buzzing. Finally decided to fill this void. The last piece of Fairy Tale Town. Been waiting for this for so long. The last piece of the puzzle. It should be quite amazing, right? Does this work mean that Chu Kuang's fairy tale universe is completely perfected? This Little Prince should be the final resident of Fairy Tale Town. Is it because Children's Day is coming? The old rascal has always been good to kids. Writing a fairy tale for Children's Day. This move by the old rascal is spot on. With the release of this Little Prince, the old rascal, the most popular star among children, might become even more popular? Shadow. God is not convinced. Aren't the illustrations clearly done by Shadow God? This collaboration is indeed promising. Chu Kuang's novel and Shadow's illustrations, highly collectible. Lin Yuan didn't pay much attention to the online discussions. After finishing The Little Prince, he rushed to Dream Factory. Here, they were about to release a batch of new animations to the animation channel. A total of 8. Lin Yuan directly selected suitable works from the ready-made animations. Happy Sheep and Grey Wolf. Sailor Moon. Go Player is also good. Then there's Peppa Pig. Let's also broadcast Teletubbies. Moreover, don't stop with Tokusatsu. Let's have Ultra 7. Not enough? Go big, add Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck. Since there are already so many animal protagonist animations, finally let's throw in Boonie Bears. The second children's channel needed 8 animations to fill their slots. Lin Yuan thought since it's Children's Day, might as well release all these works successively. Of course, all under Shadow's name. And so it was. A few days later, parents and children across all continents unexpectedly found that Blue Star's second children's channel successively aired a batch of high-quality new animations. First, there was Sailor Moon. This animation was loved not only by boys, but even more so by girls. Pretty guardian of love and justice. In the name of the moon, I'll punish you. It's so classic. This is really good. Then came Happy Sheep and Grey Wolf. No one knew this animation had thousands of episodes at its core. The animation started with the classic song, "Don't look at me as just a sheep. Don't look at me as just a sheep. The grass is more fragrant because of me. The sky is bluer because of me. The clouds are softer because of me." Grey Wolf is so clumsy. Does Pretty Goat like Lazy Goat or Happy Sheep? I will definitely return. Why does Red Wolf always carry a frying pan? Then Peppa Pig aired. This is also nice to watch. Ha ha ha, Peppa Pig is so cute. The style is very unique. Good animation. I, as an adult, sometimes watch it and giggle. Then it was Go Player's turn. Unity of heaven and earth. The subject matter is interesting. Cultivating children's interest in playing Go. My daughter wouldn't stop nagging about enrolling in a Go class after watching this. It's good for kids to be interested, as playing Go benefits intellectual development. Next up was Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck. Ah, classic. So good to watch. Ha ha ha. Our whole family loves watching this. The charm of Disney's Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck had always been enormous. The humorous Boonie Bears. Big Bear. Second Bear. Logger Vic. The format resembles Happy Sheep and Grey Wolf a bit, but this feels a little better. Both of them are great. The voice acting for the two bears is so funny. The infant-friendly Teletubbies. Gaga. Haha. My 3-year-old loves this. Quite cute, especially suitable for preschoolers. Finally, it was Ultra 7. Another Ultraman. The Ultraman series is never dull. This series is viewable by kids aged from a few years old to teenagers. Covers a wide age range. The second children's channel hadn't released so many fun animations in a long time, and this substantial move sparked intense discussions. The animations on Channel 2 are fantastic. Each has its own charm. I heard these animations are getting merchandise too. I saw there's already a Peppa Pig watch being sold online. Ultraman toys are very popular now too. Happy Sheep stickers, Big Bear phone charms. Children's Day is coming. Channel 2's animations show great sincerity. Absolutely. All these are from Shadow's handiwork. What? These animations were done by Shadow. No wonder it felt like the quality suddenly jumped up a notch. Isn't there that vote recently for the most popular star among kids? I'm going to vote for Shadow now. I'm going to. These animations not only won the kids' love, but also earned parents' appreciation. Quickly, on blogs. In the vote for the most popular star among kids, Shadow, who was originally in second place, suddenly jumped to the first place. Even Xian Yu, alongside Shadow, surged into second place, while Chu Kuang, originally first, fell to third place. Why? Because the theme songs and ending songs for Shadow's animations were all written by Xian Yu, independent of the quality of the songs themselves. As the animations gained popularity, the accompanying songs naturally followed suit. Some parents, while cooking for their kids, would even hum a few lines like Happy Sheep, Pretty Goat, Lazy Goat, Grey Wolf, Red Wolf, showing how deeply the animation songs had penetrated people's hearts. And netizens who didn't usually follow animations were having a good laugh. Oh my, are the three brothers in a competition against each other? The blog's event for the most popular star among children turned out to be more competitive than those top lists. Shadow released so many animations at once. Chu Kuang is also preparing to finish writing the Fairy Tale Town series. Xian Yu wrote so many songs for the animations. Those who didn't know might think these three were also celebrating Children's Day. Whoa, guys look, is this a Children's Day celebration? Netizens exclaimed because Xian Yu suddenly released a dynamic preview. The Yu Dynasty will release a children's song album in 3 days. Writing children's songs was one thing, but producing a children's song album? Blue Star had never had a maestro release a children's song album before. While feeling amused and surprised, netizens were inexplicably looking forward to these children's songs. No one had forgotten. Xian Yu once taught music classes to young children during the show Fish Walking with You, producing a series of extremely high-quality, widely sung children's songs. What would he bring out this time? Chapter 1556, 1258. A children's song album can also be number 1 in the seasonal chart. During the time when the new animations were gradually being released, Lin Yuan's children's song album was nearly completed, featuring songs with high popularity from his previous life. The first song, Catching Mudfish. The second song, A Lupin Flower. The third song, Little Snail Trumpet. The fourth song, Where is Spring? The fifth song, Grandma's Penghu Bei. The sixth song, Flying Fireflies. The seventh song, Little Swallow. The eighth song, Big Windmill. The ninth song, Little Stars. The 10th song, Snail and Oriole. The 11th song, Let's Paddle Together. Some of these songs were performed by singers from the Yu dynasty under Lin Yuan's guidance, while others were arranged to be sung by children. Just like that, 3 days passed. Xian Yu's children's song album was officially released. As soon as the album appeared on major music streaming platforms, eager netizens pressed play immediately. Qin continent. A certain household. The sound of music was playing. The pond is full, and the rain has stopped. The fields are full of mudfish everywhere. Day by day, I wait for you to catch mudfish. Big brother, shall we go catch mudfish together? The child listened intently. The parents exchanged smiles. Childhood mudfish catching is a collective memory for many who grew up in the countryside. They remember activities like digging for crayfish, and they never thought Xian Yu could write a song like Catching Mudfish. Did he also grow up in the countryside? Qi continent. A certain single apartment. The music was playing as well. The stars in the sky do not speak. The dolls on the ground miss their mothers. Night after night, I remember my mother's words, the twinkling tears of a lupin flower. On a lonely chair, the girl listening to the song had tears in her eyes. She didn't expect to be moved to tears by a children's song called A Lupin Flower. Maybe she just missed her mother. Chu continent. A certain subway. A mother listened to Little Snail Trumpet with her daughter after school. Little snail trumpet blows, blow, blow. The seagulls spread their wings and fly. Little snail trumpet blows, blow, blow. The waves smiled gently. The daughter loved it very much. The mother smiled. The mother and daughter leaned close to each other. Yin continent. Spring was here. A certain amusement park happened to be playing, Where is Spring? Where is Spring? Where is Spring? Spring is in the eyes of little friends. Inside the amusement park, people coming and going. Unexpectedly, the children learned it after several plays and hummed along. Han continent. A pair of siblings were listening to Grandma's Penghu Bei. Halfway through, the pair of siblings, both about 10 years old, had tears in their eyes. Is this song about Grandma? I miss Grandma. Me too. Where did Grandma go? Heaven. Zhao continent. A certain bedroom. A mother softly hummed Flying Fireflies that she had just learned. The dark sky hangs low, the bright stars accompany, fireflies flying, flying. Who are you missing? The stars in the sky cry, the roses on the ground wither, the cold wind blows, blows, as long as you are with me. In the mother's song, the child slowly fell asleep. With a happy smile, the mother tucked the child in, turned off the lights, and tiptoed out of the room. Wei continent. A certain kindergarten. Music teacher smiled and said, Next, we are going to learn a song called Little Swallow. Does everyone know the Little Swallow? 5 minutes later, inside the kindergarten, the children's singing drifted around. Little Swallow wears flower clothes, comes here every spring. I asked the swallow, why do you come? The swallow says spring here is the most beautiful. Zhong continent. Evening. The child was clamoring to see the stars. Parents took the child to look up at the stars in the sky. The child suddenly asked, Daddy, can you sing Little Stars? The father was taken aback. The child started singing by himself, something he had learned just an hour ago. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, all the sky is full of little stars. At a certain KTV, the microphone master raised his mic. Everyone, I'm going to sing a children's song I just learned. Children's song? Amid the puzzled looks of friends and his girlfriend, the young man sang loudly. There's already sound source here. The big windmill creaks and spins. The scenery here is really beautiful. The sky is beautiful. The earth is beautiful, along with happy companions. Everyone burst out laughing. This was actually a children's song written by Xian Yu. Starlight. Inside the company, all major music composition departments were listening to the songs. For example, on the 10th floor, the singing was spreading through every office. In front of the door there is a grapevine, tender and green, just sprouting, The snail carrying its heavy shell climbs step by step. The composers were laughing mad. Fish Papa truly has a child's heart that hasn't faded. So good to listen to. Every song is really good. The children's songs in this album will definitely have a high spread in the future. What's this song called? Seems like Snail and Oriole. At home, after Lin Yuan released, he listened to it himself, feeling very magical, as if dreaming back to Earth. At this time, the headphones played the title song, Let's Paddle Together. Let's paddle together. The little boat pushes the waves. The sea reflects the beautiful white tower, surrounded by green trees and red walls. Why was this the title song? Because Lin Yuan felt this song has good implications. Listening to this song, his mind would conjure the various beautiful childhood memories. As if there really is the little boat gently drifting in the water, facing the cool breeze blowing. The number of songs in an album is not fixed. Generally, more than 5 songs can be considered an album. Wondrously enough, it was Lin Yuan's first time releasing an album on Blue Star, so he was very sincere, preparing a total of 11 songs. Lin Yuan even thought, next Children's Day to continue writing some children's songs for release. And Lin Yuan's original intention was just to give children a big Children's Day gift package, including those cartoons from the second children's channel, including that unpublished book, The Little Prince by Chu Kuang. These all belong to a part of the mysterious Children's Day gift package. Who knew? This children's song album not only gave children more new songs to learn in music class, but also collectively triggered many adults' childhood memories. On the internet, raving reviews. I love this album so much. I thought they were songs for kids, but I ended up liking them more than my child. A Lupin Flower made me cry. Fish Papa finally released some easy songs. Ha ha. If you fans of Xian you can't learn these children's songs, don't call yourself fans. Cried my eyes out after listening to Grandma's Peng Hu Bei. They may look like children's songs on the surface, but they have great depth, like the particularly moving Flying Fireflies. That Snail and Oriole is so classic. Enough said, I'm off to catch mudfish. Listening to these songs feels like returning to childhood. The kids love them, and I love them even more. This is why I like Xian Yu. Without a pure heart, how could he write so many wonderful children's songs? In the music industry, numerous maestros were dumbfounded. This fish really knows how to play. Even children's songs can be played so well. I went to listen. The melody isn't simple, like the song Little Stars. It's genius creation. This fish was originally a genius. He's adept at using the simplest melody to write the most classic songs. Remember the previous Happy Birthday song? It was like that too, with one lyric throughout, yet so unforgettable. Even during my daughter's birthday, my family sings her the Happy Birthday song. In future, when you have grandchildren, you might have to sing these children's songs by Xian Yu to them. Haha, the quality of these children's songs is unproblematic. Can even be used as prenatal music. Check out this season's chart. Why does it look like Xian Yu is heading for the top? Really? Children's song album topping Blue Star's season chart. Indeed, currently, on Blue Star's season chart, the release of Xian Yu's children's song album, though nearly mid-month, unexpectedly seems to be heading for the season's chart championship. Chapter 1557, 1259, Season Leaderboard 1. So fast. The entire internet noticed the download frenzy of this album. All continents. The children's songs in Xian Yu's album are breaking records in downloads. And by the second day, Starlight suddenly received many requests from child-related companies around the world to purchase the song rights. For example, children's toy car companies. Toys that play children's songs when started. They want to use Xian Yu's songs, which requires purchasing rights from Starlight. At the same time, preschools worldwide. Music teachers have almost unanimously learned Xian Yu's songs and included them in their teaching playlists. Especially songs like Little Stars. They are loved to an incomparable degree. Just like this. A week later, Xian Yu's album surprisingly took the top spot on the seasonal chart. Since the seasonal chart rules changed to album-based rankings, this is the first time Xian Yu took first. Of course, this is also because Xian Yu hasn't been aiming for rankings. Even this time, Xian Yu wasn't trying to rank. Who would use a children's album to go for rankings and choose a release date near mid-month? 1/3 of the season has already passed, right? Yet, this album achieved such a magical effect. Even if Lin Yuan crafted a new pop album now, it's unlikely to replicate this daunting miracle. On the seasonal chart, many competing King of Singing and Maestro were stunned. No way. Release album on the 10th, topped the chart on the 17th? And it's a children's album? Our album sales are actually less than those children's songs. CNU is truly the god of seasonal charts. How so? You didn't experience CNU's era of 12 consecutive wins on the seasonal charts. When his chart dominated, no one else could win. I've heard a bit about it, but it wasn't merged back then. Back then, it wasn't globally merged yet, but many continents were, just like this month. Who would have thought he would use a few children's songs to compile an album and still top the global seasonal chart? Online, many people are reminiscing about CNU's legendary sweep of the seasonal charts. Fish Papa really masters seasonal charts like an ancestor. Back in the day, before rule changes, Fish Papa slaughtered Maestro and King of Singing as easy as pie. That period showed Fish Papa had a potential to be world 8th. Who says Fish Papa only has 8th potential? Fish Papa just hasn't held a concert yet. Wait till he does, and perhaps brings in some symphony, then watch his rankings soar. It'll definitely rise. Now I look forward to Fish Papa shaking up the seasonal charts again. But the miracle of 12 consecutive wins can't be recreated now. An album needs many songs. 12 albums a year demand a terrifying number, not to mention the quality must be high. Media coverage. Various reports. CNU's children's album sweeps preschools. CNU's children's album appears in major amusement parks. A children's album tops the seasonal chart. Only took 1 week. CNU, the eternal god of the seasonal chart. After Shadow's animated frenzy for Children's Day, CNU's children's album trends globally. He is Maestro, a global top children's song master. The musician who understands children best, CNU. At home, Lin Yuan didn't anticipate a children's album to take the seasonal chart's top spot in just 1 week. It's the global seasonal chart. Lin Yuan certainly doesn't deny the album's surge is partly due to CNU's fame. But fame aside, the real reason for being number 1 is definitely the quality of these children's songs. This suddenly stirred an impulse in Lin Yuan. If I release 1 album each month next year and achieve 12 consecutive wins again, could I top the global music chart? No maestro can achieve this. No maestro can do it. No one has such a stockpile. Even if they did, maintaining quality would be challenging. Yet Lin Yuan can, and quality can be assured. Seems worth a try? Having achieved 12 consecutive wins before, Lin Yuan feels eager. Global 12 consecutive wins. A feat never done before, and likely never will be again. Previously, Lin Yuan couldn't do it. Attempting it might have led to being dissected for research. Now, it won't, as he's already Blue Star's youngest maestro, ranked worldwide 8th. Genius. Prodigy. His reputation is established. Whatever extraordinary act Lin Yuan does next won't seem abrupt. After spending years on Blue Star, Lin Yuan has smoothly transitioned from genius to prodigy. Let's focus on the concert first. Start the domination plan next year. At the same time Lin Yuan made his resolve, Silver Blue Books officially published and released The Little Prince globally. Written by top global writer Chu Kuang. Illustrated by the god of drawing, Shadow. The final piece of the Fairy Tale Town series. Following the gifts from Shadow Envy Fish, Chu Kuang presents a gift for kids. Chu Kuang's books are always in demand, now boosted by Shadow's illustrations and the final piece of the Fairy Tale Town series. The Little Prince sales exploded. Of course, this was also fueled by the hype created by Shadow and CNU previously. The 3 brothers each presented a gift on Children's Day. This has become a globally talked about topic. But when the first reader finished The Little Prince, when countless adults accompanied kids reading The Little Prince, the kids loved it. The adults fell into contemplation. Online, a reader, perhaps the first adult to finish the fairy tale, left a message on Starry Skynet. I don't know if I'm overthinking or if it's Chu Kuang's intent, but I feel The Little Prince is not just a fairy tale for children. It's for us adults too, because as adults we were once innocent children. The messages likes quickly soared. Clearly, many share this sentiment, not just this reader. As more resonate with this, the reputation of The Little Prince exploded. Unlike previous fairy tale town series, this might be the first time Chu Kuang wrote something adults truly love. Even more, adults may love this fairy tale called The Little Prince more than kids. Chapter 1558, 1260, the final manga work. When I first opened The Little Prince, what shocked me the most were Shadow's illustrations. It wasn't because these paintings were masterstrokes of extraordinary skill. If Shadow wanted to, he certainly could. What's precious is that he chose not to. These paintings help me understand the tone of The Little Prince. It's a melancholy fairy tale for adults. This is an era of fast pace, and it seems like as we grow up, there's less and less time. No longer do we have time to gaze at the beauty of the stars. I remember the seeds I planted in childhood, spending so much time witnessing them bloom and bear fruit. It turns out we've unwittingly lost our curiosity about the world. Growing up makes us take everything for granted, forgetting that there's still so much mystery and unknown in the world. Perhaps it's not that our knowledge has expanded so much. It's just that we no longer have the interest or time to linger. Last spring festival, the adults sat together chatting about buying cars the coming year, discussing various luxury brands. Unexpectedly, my nephew suddenly chimed in, saying his favorite car was one we hadn't mentioned, a garbage truck, because when the garbage truck comes, it plays music. At that moment, we burst into laughter, as if we had all forgotten that we were once children, forgotten that we still had eyes and ears to perceive all the natural and beautiful things the world has to offer. The world hasn't changed. It's just that how many eyes have been covered by the dazzling array of colors, unable to see the change of the seasons, the color of the monsoon. How many ears have been blocked by the cacophony of phenomena, unable to hear the rustle of falling leaves, the silent songs. I remembered what a friend once said. One day he saw two kids racing. The child threw a small stone up, and when it hit the ground, they started running. That was their way to start the race. Isn't it fair? Isn't it smart? We've grown up, and thus become dull. Of course, this book also talks about love. If you want to see the most tender and beautiful love in this world, you mustn't miss The Little Prince. But please forgive me for not wanting to start with you on the topic of taming about love. After all, too many have talked about it. In such a deep night, I'm afraid that when I wake up come morning, I'll have forgotten what I said last night. Starrynet. Some book reviews talk about The Little Prince like this. In this story, Little Prince is a remarkable celestial lad, living on an asteroid just a bit larger than himself. His companion is a little rose he loves dearly. One day, the rose's vanity hurt the little prince's feelings for her, so he said goodbye to the asteroid and embarked on a journey through space. He visited 6 planets, and all sorts of experiences left him feeling melancholic. He found adults to be absurd and laughable, too abnormal. Only on a planet with a lamplighter did the little prince find someone who could be a friend. But the lamplighter's world was very small, and besides the lamplighter himself, there was no room for a second person. Guided by a geographer, the lonely little prince arrived on Earth, where humans lived. The little prince found humans lacking imagination, only knowing to repeat what others said, like parrots. He began to miss his little rose on his planet more and more. Later, the little prince met a little fox. The little fox fell in love with the little prince and hoped the little prince would tame himself. And more book reviews indeed talk about the little prince's love related to taming the little fox. For example, a book review says this. Leaving aside the fairy tale type of this book, if you simply see the little prince as a man, then the little fox and the rose are just 2 women with very different personalities who love him. The rose is capricious and beautiful and appeared in front of the little prince earlier than the little fox. The little prince loved her before he knew what love was. The little fox is mature and understanding. She taught the little prince what love is and nurtured her own love for the little prince. In the end, she gained love yet gave up on the lover. On another distant planet, when little prince and the rose were deeply in love, the fox was on Earth gazing at the golden wheat fields, living in her love. It seems evident that little prince and the rose are happy. Then, is the tamed little fox happy? The book says, the essential things cannot be seen with the eyes. I think all 3 of them are very happy. Of course, no matter the perspective, the love for the little prince by adult readers is evident. This fondness exceeds that of children because, for children, a fairy tale is just a fairy tale. No child seeks metaphors from it, nor would they understand them. Thus, The Little Prince, the last piece in the Fairy Tale Town series puzzle, becomes the most special presence among these fairy tales. Blog. On the trending. Regarding the 3 words #LittlePrince hashtag, it surged to the #1 spot. And the keyword that surged to the top along with The Little Prince is #FairyTaleKing hashtag. As the father of The Little Prince, Chu Kuang truly is Blue Star's fairy tale king. Short stories, novellas, and novels. Each of Chu Kuang's fairy tales is unique. So even though adults voted Chu Kuang to the top of the knife list in the hearts of children, he is still the most loved writer. To write great fairy tales, one must have a kind child's heart. I wonder if old rascal Chu Kuang will continue to write fairy tales in the future. No matter the quality of old rascal's fairy tales, I will buy them unconditionally, even if I'm an adult, even if by then, my child has grown up and no longer needs or likes fairy tales. This is the charm of being the #1 in fairy tales. From animations to children's songs and finally to fairy tales, it is Shadow Envy Fish and Chu Kuang that make this Children's Day so meaningful. The best collaboration. Have you seen the ranking of the most popular celebrities with children? Their votes are all surging. First is Xian Yu. Those children's songs are making an impact. Second has become Old Rascal. The Little Prince is quite powerful. Previously, the leading shadow has now fallen to third. Is it the Emperor's turn to reign? It feels normal for anyone to be first in the end. Xian Yu, Chu Kuang, and Shadow have always been top 3 in activities. Initially, Chu Kuang was first, then Shadow, and now Xian Yu has become first. It truly is the Emperor's turn to reign. Meanwhile, elsewhere, perhaps unwilling to stay in third? Of course, that's just a joke by netizens. At any rate, just as Shadow became third, he suddenly posted a globally shocking blog update. My final comic work will be released for free on the blogging platform on Children's Day, titled Dragon Ball. Shadow. Comic. Final work. As the #1 in painting, more so the #1 in Blue Star Comics, Shadow's announcement immediately excited countless comic fans worldwide. Chapter 1559, 1261. Where it begins is where it ends. The last one, a final work. Is Shadow never going to draw manga again? While I'm looking forward to the new work, I find it hard to accept that it's at the cost of Shadow's conclusion. Speaking of which, aren't Shadow and Xian Yu good friends? What's the age difference between them? If they're about the same age, isn't it too early for such a young artist to stop drawing? I think it's about stopping manga drawing. But my favorite is Shadow's manga. I can only say manga is still not as valued as traditional painting, but I believe Shadow decided to stop drawing not because of this reason. After all, if he wanted, any piece from the Painting Soul series could be sold for a fortune, yet he hasn't put them on sale. No, please. Keep drawing. I love everything you draw. The initial reaction of manga fans was one of disbelief. Shadow's blog comment section was filled with reluctant messages. Fans of One Piece and Naruto, Detective Conan's fans, Slam Dunk fans, and even Doraemon fans, etc. Over the years, Shadow's creations have amassed countless fans worldwide, all stirred into a frenzy. Group chats, friend circles, social platforms. Countless people were sharing the news with sighs, as if their youth was coming to an end as a result. After all these years, many people, whether they love manga or anime, have encountered Shadow's works in one way or another. Lovers of different things still have their favorites. Shadow had something for everyone, whether carrots or greens. No matter how picky one is, if you pull out a list of Shadow's manga works, you can find something to suit your tastes. As the news became bigger and bigger, Lin Yuan had to use Shadow's account to clarify. It's not that there won't be new manga in the future, but due to energy considerations, he won't be personally drawing anymore. This did calm the readers and fans down a bit, though the sense of reluctance was still overwhelming. And it was amidst this reluctance that the manga Dragon Ball was officially released. Shadow put out a full 30 chapters as the first wave. It happened to be Children's Day, although those first to open the manga were not mainly children. Upon seeing the content, the first thing that shocked readers wasn't the content of the manga itself. It was the artwork. Because Shadow treated it as his final manga drawing work, Lin Yuan used his peak artistic skills to draw Dragon Ball, especially the combat scenes. This made the quality of Dragon Ball, in terms of artwork, completely surpass the original. In all the works of Shadow, Dragon Ball had the best artwork, even among countless manga born all over the world. Over the years, the artwork of Dragon Ball was unbeaten, a textbook-level masterpiece. The manga circle. Facing the textbook-level artwork of Dragon Ball, the entire manga circle exploded. These battles, these landscapes, these lines. The artwork is just too good. The muscle expression is superb. I didn't know panels could be drawn this way. This is not something for readers. It's clearly for our peers. It's a work worthy for all manga artists to come and study. I've already started studying. Without extremely high-level drawing skills, it's hard to grasp the essence in many places. It's not just the artwork. Some panel layout ideas are also very worth learning from. The Reader's Circle. Readers were similarly amazed by the artwork of Dragon Ball, but compared to that, they were more concerned about whether the story was exciting. After just a few chapters, everyone was hooked. It's so good. Ha ha ha. The protagonist's name is Sun Wukong. Shadow's final manga creation turns out to pay homage to Chu Kuang, the old rascal. Don't tell me the Sun Wukong in Dragon Ball has nothing to do with the Sun Wukong from Journey to the West. Of course it's related. This Sun Wukong also has a tail. It's clearly informing the readers. Why do I suddenly feel touched? The Shadow God chose to end where he began. Back then, Shadow's first manga, Prince of Tennis, was also adapted from Chu Kuang's work. Now Shadow's last manga, though originally created, still uses Chu Kuang's protagonist name, and probably features elements of tribute in its setup, like the fighting stick, which is obviously the golden cudgel. From start to finish, never forgetting the original intention. The story was initially serious, but it took a different turn when Bulma appeared. What's with the slight eroticism? No worries, Wukong is still a child, yeah. I feel this manga has the potential to surpass One Piece and Naruto. The art is so evocative, and each story arc is filled with anticipation. As the netizens said, back then Shadow adapted Chu Kuang's novel King of the Net into a manga, marking his official debut. Today, drawing Dragon Ball, he completes his finale using the name of the Journey to the West protagonist Sun Wukong, from Chu Kuang's currently most highly appraised novel on the internet. That's what starting where you began and ending where you began means. Of course, if it were the original Dragon Ball, it might not have this effect. This version of Shadows was provided by the system, making the before and after plot more coherent and logical, and natural element more exciting, not to mention that Shadow's fame is greater. Keep in mind, some elements of the original version were consumed. After all, when Toriyama Akira originally drew Dragon Ball, he didn't intend for it to be a combat-focused, hot-blooded manga. Initially, it was a slice of life and humorous comic, similar to Toriyama Akira's other work, Dr. Slump. It was just that later sales weren't good. The editor got anxious and quickly asked Toriyama Akira to learn from the neighboring mangaka and create some more engaging manga plots. And thus, Toriyama Akira began transitioning, even learning from the next-door manga Fist of the North Star, introducing martial arts, qigong, and various adult humor plots, including the concept of Super Saiyan, which was an idea Toriyama Akira had only later on. Unexpectedly, Dragon Ball took off like that, and the excitement of the battles completely overshadowed its comedic nature. Looking back, take the start of One Piece for instance. One of the esteemed four emperors, red-haired Shanks, actually got his arm bitten off by a weak sea creature, clearly consumed by setting issues. The author probably hadn't thought through some aspects at the beginning. Therefore, the manga provided by the system will rationalize or directly cut and modify these narrative issues consumed by setting. Moreover, the most important thing is, the original Dragon Ball didn't have a conclusion yet. Lin Yuan's version, provided by the system, however, has a conclusion. Sometimes having a long story isn't a good thing. Forcibly dragging it out can make the excitement become bloated. Many people feel this way about Dragon Ball, especially as the series has stretched longer and longer. The system clearly wouldn't let something like this happen. Lin Yuan also liked it when things are wrapped up properly when it's time to conclude. And according to Lin Yuan's update speed, It might take 1 or 2 years from start to finish to completely settle this Dragon Ball. Others struggle to update fast enough because their manga pace is behind. Lin Yuan can make the animation production speed fall behind the manga. From making animation to children's songs, and then from novels to manga, Lin Yuan has done everything for this Children's Day. Perhaps for everyone on Blue Star, this is destined to be an incredibly unforgettable Children's Day. More interestingly, in the blog's voting event, Xianyu, Chu Kuang, and Shadow were all ranked first together. After all, it was an activity organized internally by the blog. No one cared about fairness. Just like the previous Blade list. Everyone voted just for fun. This is an ending everyone found very amusing. Chapter 1560-1262, The Pinnacle Battle of Science Fiction. In the following days, Shadow updated Dragon Ball at a lightning-fast pace. And the reputation of this comic is getting better and better, with the plot increasingly attracting readers. Just like that, July passed. August arrived. And the first explosive news of August was Chu Kuang climbing to 8th place on the writer's ranking. In fact, someone had already predicted that Chu Kuang could reach the top 8 in July. Succeeding in August was already a bit later than everyone anticipated, but this news still triggered countless media-frenzied reports. 8th place on Blue Star's writer rank. The luck brought by the Little Prince. The old rascal's career as a writer takes another step up. The top 8 global writers have a new entrant. With 4 months left this year, does Chu Kuang have the chance to rise even higher? The top writer globally climbing ranks the fastest. From 13th to global 8th, what books has Chu Kuang written? At home, Lin Yuan also predicted this outcome, so seeing Chu Kuang rise to 8th place was not particularly exciting. There are still 4 months remaining this year. Lin Yuan thinks advancing to 7th is not a big problem. Especially since our dance. Nope. Especially because there's still competitions after our song. There should be opportunities to showcase some more dances in the contests, which could rank Xianyu's dancing higher. Speaking of it, regarding dancing, Lin Yuan will eventually be number 1 if he has the patience. Because tango, the robot, and pole dancing are starting to trend toward developing specialized competitions. In the future, when competitions really develop, Lin Yuan, as the founder of these dances, could easily reach the top of the dance rankings without even trying, since no other contemporary dancers have created milestone works evolving into international dance events. But Lin Yuan does not wish to wait. Time is precious, and there are heavyweight new dance styles yet to be showcased. Instead of waiting for rankings to rise, it's better to proactively release more works. What Lin Yuan did not know was, on this day, Zhong Continent, the sci-fi community organized a writers' gathering. Many famous sci-fi writers from Zhong Continent attended. These folks are very close friends in private. During the gathering, everyone was passionately chatting about industry matters, and soon the topic shifted to Chu Kuang. Chu Kuang is truly impressive, one of the sci-fi writers remarked. This month he's already rushed to 8th on the writers' ranking. I feel, at this rate, 7th will soon be his too. Clearly, when the rankings came out last year, Chu Kuang was just at 13th place. No one can stop him. Another sci-fi writer chimed in. Some even said, give Chu Kuang 10 years, perhaps he could break into the top 3. Top 3, I don't quite believe. A female sci-fi writer laughed and shook her head. Chu Kuang's works have more commercial than literary value, which means his rank is unlikely to reach the top 3. Not reaching the top 3 is better. Some Zhong Continent sci-fi writers were clearly not fond of Chu Kuang. This guy challenges globally, truly not considering us at all. You don't agree? Chen Shi, a top sci-fi writer from Zhong Continent, who previously faced a crushing defeat in a literary duel against Chu Kuang, calmly said, Hold it in. OL Chun, why? Are you encouraging others? Armed with a pen challenging the world, no sci-fi writers are his match. Does he need me to hype him up? Chen Shi shrugged. Everyone was indignant. Teacher Yi hasn't even made a move yet. Saying this, everyone turned to look at a middle-aged man eating fruit low-key in the corner. The middle-aged man, seeing everyone suddenly looking at him, couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Has everyone forgotten? After the Blue Star writer rankings emerged, the first opponent Chu Kuang defeated was me. Indeed, the man was Yi Tsong. When the Blue Star writer rankings first came out, Yi Tsong was ranked 12th, and Chu Kuang was 13th. Consequently, Yi Tsung didn't even get to warm the 12th spot before Chu Kuang pushed him down to 13th. Now looking at Chu Kuang, who pushed him down from 13th, he is already 8th on the rankings. The gap is widening, so much that Yi Tsung has no thoughts anymore. However, just because Yi Tsung is indifferent doesn't mean others aren't, as the matter of global challenges did indeed leave many in the sci-fi community dissatisfied with Chu Kuang. Why does Teacher Yi underestimate himself? Exactly. If anyone in the sci-fi circle could defeat Chu Kuang, it must be Teacher Yi, right? After all, Teacher Yi is the best sci-fi writer on Blue Star. Among all sci-fi writers, Teacher Yi's writer ranking is the highest. Chu Kuang's rank is 8th, but this rank isn't achieved solely through sci-fi. If only comparing sci-fi, you are certainly not inferior to him. No, not certainly. Teacher Yi's sci-fi is definitely stronger than his. How's Teacher Yi's new book preparation going? I think you could represent our Blue Star sci-fi and have a final showdown against Chu Kuang. Only you can defend the dignity of our sci-fi circle. Sci-fi writers spoke in a chaotic chorus. Yi Tsung frowned. You overestimate me. In the Galactic Empire series, whether it's the laws of robotics or psychohistory, they're very impressive sci-fi concepts. Reading them, I can only admire them. I'm not his match. Teacher Yi. The group was a bit anxious. Just need to beat Chu Kuang once. He's already completed the Galactic Empire series. Surely can't produce something of that caliber again? Represent our sci-fi community and claim a victory. Otherwise, the entire sci-fi circle can't hold its head up high in front of Chu Kuang. I can give it a try. This time it was Chen Shi speaking. Chen Shi was Chu Kuang's final opponent in the global challenges, ending with a 10-win streak. Yi Tsung was on good terms with Chen Shi. Hearing this, he sighed. Why are you saying this too? Chen Shi smirked. The first reason is many have placed their hopes on you. You can also understand it as being backed into a corner by peers. Second is sci-fi needs a true banner, a banner that can enter the top 10 of the writer rankings. You mean? If Yi Tsung, the top sci-fi writer, loses to Chu Kuang, then Blue Star's sci-fi banner will be carried by Chu Kuang. Sci-fi writers can proudly state, the best sci-fi writer can rank globally in the top 10. I understand. If I'm the banner, then sci-fi wouldn't even rank in the top 10. Exactly, our sci-fi community needs a mightier leader to pave the way. Chen Shi laughed. Everyone glared angrily. That's not what we meant. Yi Tsung and Chen Shi both smiled together. Then I'll have a match with him. If I win, I'll keep carrying the banner. If I lose, Chu Kuang will be Blue Star's sci-fi king. If there are any opinions, feel free to challenge him. Don't drag me into it. I get terribly nervous facing him, especially after previously taking a heavy beating. To mention, back then my opponent was Chu Kuang's Harry Potter series. Crowd. Facing Chu Kuang's Harry Potter series during rankings was indeed tough. No wonder Yi Tsung seemed so timid. Yet finally, Yi Tsung made his move. That evening, on the blog, Yi Tsung challenged Chu Kuang to a literary duel. Chu Kuang, armed with a pen and challenged globally, was undefeated within the sci-fi circle. However, Blue Star's recognized strongest sci-fi writer, Yi Tsung, had never faced off. And this time, Yi Tsung personally stepped into the arena. Though Yi Tsung's rank in the writers' list is not as high as Chu Kuang's, if only comparing sci-fi, the result is truly unpredictable, marking the peak battle of Blue Star's sci-fi circle. Immediately, global attention. Chapter 1561, 1263 The Three-Body Problem Series. Holy crap, a literary duel. Yi Tsung versus Chu Kuang. Yi Tsung is the top sci-fi author on Blue Star. Previously, Chu Kuang faced 10 sci-fi challenges and left the entire sci-fi circle speechless. So Yi Tsung decided to step up? Is this the battle for the strongest sci-fi writer on Blue Star? Definitely. So many top authors couldn't defeat Chu Kuang. Perhaps only Yi Tsung has a chance. Will Chu Kuang accept? He probably will, but it might take a long time. After all, Chu Kuang just finished writing the Galactic Empire series. Even if he wants to release a new sci-fi work, he'll need to prepare well for someone like Yi Kong. Whoosh. It's a hot topic online. Meanwhile, at home, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be a little surprised. He obviously knew who Yi Tsung was. Last year's author rankings had just come out, and Yi Tsung was one rank above him, a rival he had once aimed to surpass. He didn't expect Yi Tsung to challenge him to a literary duel. But since his opponent was indeed the top figure in the sci-fi world, Lin Yuan didn't want to refuse the invitation. Winning would make him the new top dog in the sci-fi circle. It's not about the empty title. The main thing is that dominating a popular fiction field would significantly boost his author ranking statistics. Winning would bring immense prestige. With that in mind, Lin Yuan quickly responded through Chu Kuang's blog account. All right. This decision instantly thrilled netizens worldwide watching the event. He's accepted the challenge. Chu Kuang has accepted the challenge. The old rascal is never one to back down. Now everyone will witness the ultimate showdown of Blue Star's sci-fi authors. You set the date. I'm preparing a lengthy series. Yi Tsung was quite courteous in giving Chu Kuang the upper hand after seeing his acceptance. Having just finished the Galactic Empire series, Chu Kuang would surely need a break. Yi Tsung didn't want to take advantage of him. In fact, challenging Chu Kuang wasn't entirely Yi Tsung's idea. He was somewhat pressured by his peers. However, he genuinely wanted to see the result of a head-to-head battle with his rival. Chu Kuang quickly replied, before the end of the year. To countless netizens, Chu Kuang was still the same Chu Kuang, not leaving himself any relaxed breathing room even after completing 10 consecutive sci-fi victories recently. Keep in mind that it's already August. If they compete before the end of the year, only 4 months remain. This amount of time would never be enough for an ordinary sci-fi author to prepare a work that could hold its own against Yi Tsung's. But Chu Kuang is a marksman, isn't he? 4 months to write a book is no problem at all. Lin Yuan even thought of going bigger, planning to complete the 3-Body Problem series in just 4 months. That's right. Facing an opponent like Yi Tsung, Lin Yuan immediately thought of the 3-Body Problem series. It's a pinnacle work of Eastern sci-fi on Earth. In a world like Blue Star, themed around Eastern culture, it's undeniably a powerful weapon. Of course, this isn't to say the Galactic Empire series is inferior to the 3-Body Problem. If this were Earth, judging purely on historical achievements and status, the Galactic Empire series is untouchable. But the Galactic Empire series is primarily rooted in Western philosophy. Its systems, too, adopt Western concepts. And because it was created so early, many of its scientific ideas are outdated. That's normal. Sci-fi novels from decades ago obviously can't compare in scientific speculation to more recent works. But that's a product of the times. It doesn't necessarily mean later works are inherently better. The 3-Body Problem series was created more recently, with more precise technological imagination, and is distinctly an Eastern mindset at its core, making it more accessible to Blue Star readers. The entire series contains 3 parts. There are still 4 months left this year. Lin Yuan definitely has enough time to finish writing all 3 parts and release them. Lin Yuan even plans to finish it within 1 month. After all, the 3-Body Problem series is only about 900,000 words in total. In other words, Lin Yuan just needs to write 30,000 words a day to complete the 3-Body Problem series. For Chu Kuang, writing 30,000 words a day? That would be a walk in the park, right? The public declaration of writing before the end of the year simply allows Yi Tsung some preparation time. Yes, Yi Tsung let Chu Kuang set the date to give Lin Yuan time. Lin Yuan, publicly saying by the end of the year, was actually concerned that too short a time would leave Yi Tsung unprepared. That's the confidence of a writing powerhouse. When you decide to do something, just do it. Since he decided to write the 3-Body Problem series, Lin Yuan now had something to do every day. His family also knew Lin Yuan took on this literary duel, so they hardly disturbed him other than calling him to meals. The 3-Body Problem Part 1. The 3-Body Problem Part 2, The Dark Forest. The 3-Body Problem Part 3, The End of Death. These stories are slowly taking shape under Lin Yuan's pen. For Lin Yuan, the most challenging part was the plot of Part 1. Because Part 1 has a cultural revolution backdrop, which Blue Star readers definitely wouldn't know about. Bringing them into the story would be troublesome. Lin Yuan ultimately decided that the solution was a parallel world. After all, Lin Yuan has already mentioned many of Earth's dynasties in this world. He might as well bring over that era's story too, as he plans to create more stories with special Earth backgrounds in the future. Earth. Lin Yuan wants to introduce this place to readers. Through Chu Kuang's pen, this is a parallel world of Blue Star. In the minds of Blue Star readers, Earth will be a world entirely created by Chu Kuang, similar to Blue Star. That world has its own historical evolution, and everything will seem remarkably plausible, as if it genuinely existed. This isn't just a whimsical idea from Lin Yuan. After writing works like The Legend of the Condor Heroes and The Return of the Condor Heroes, Lin Yuan kept the Song Dynasty background of Earth, already planning for this. That is, to create a novel world called Earth on Blue Star. In the future, the Han Dynasty will appear under Chu Kuang's pen. The Three Kingdoms will appear under Chu Kuang's pen. The Western Jin, Eastern Jin, and Southern and Northern dynasties will all feature. The creation of Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing is also in Lin Yuan's plans. Although Lin Yuan really dislikes the Qing dynasty, Lin Yuan prefers the Han and Tang dynasties more. Blue Star readers will never know that Earth under Chu Kuang's pen really exists. Meanwhile, outside, this literary duel captured the attention of countless people. With the PK between Chu Kuang and Yi Tsong, related news from major media outlets was everywhere. Chu Kuang versus Yi Tsong. Battle for Blue Star's Sci-Fi King. Will Yi Tsong retaliate for the sci-fi community against Chu Kuang? Chu Kuang's sci-fi challenge continues worldwide. The true big boss of the sci-fi circle has arrived. If Chu Kuang wins, will his author ranking continue to rise? Experts' analysis. If Chu Kuang wins, he could reach 7th in the author rankings. Several sci-fi authors back Yi Tsong. As the news describes, there's no shortage of people supporting Yi Tsong. This is the sci-fi circle's last-ditch effort. If Yi Tsong wins, the sci-fi circle can regain some ground. If Yi Tsong loses, then it will be Chu Kuang calling the shots in the sci-fi world. Chapter 1562, 1264 The Three-Body Problem completed. Bang bang bang. Lin Yuan taps the keyboard. The manuscript of the Three-Body series is being completed. Actually, Lin Yuan considered removing the plot involving the Cultural Revolution. It would save quite a bit of writing, but he ultimately decided against it. Yi Wenjia's background is the foundation of the first book in the Three-Body series. From confronting the tragedy of her father to later cutting trees as an educated youth, then being framed by Mulan, these experiences had a huge impact on Yi Wenjia's life, even becoming a turning point in human history. Deleting it would make it incomplete. After all, Chu Kuang's reputation is well established. Readers have enough patience to slowly enjoy the story created by Chu Kuang, even if that background requires considerable introduction. While writing this book, the plot of the first part of the Three-Body series also flashes through Lin Yuan's mind. Beginning after the Cultural Revolution, Yi Wenjia, an astronomer, is taken to the military's top-secret project, the Red Coast Project. Yi Wenjia uses the sun as an antenna to emit the first cry of Earth's civilization into the universe, achieving a breakthrough in the search for alien civilization. About 4 light-years away, under the dominance of 3 irregularly orbiting stars, the Trisolaran civilization has gone through hundreds of cycles of destruction and rebirth and is forced by survival crises to leave their home planet in search of a new haven suitable for them. It is at this moment the Trisolaran system receives information sent from Earth by Yi Wenjia. The Trisolaran civilization immediately wants to establish contact with Earth. In the vast universe, a mysterious and unfamiliar presence seems to possess goodwill, warning and alerting Yi Wenjia. Do not respond. Do not respond. Do not respond. Important things are said 3 times. However, Yi Wenjia, having endured a lifetime of suffering, has lost all faith in human society. So facing the inquiries from the distant star, she decisively chooses to respond, ignoring the warning and directly exposing Earth's coordinates to the ambitious Trisolarans. The fate of humanity changes between her slender fingers. The Trisolarans receive Yi Wenjia's reply, and upon verifying Earth's coordinates, they revel. Goodness, the environment on Earth is really nice. It's simply the dream home we Trisolarans have been yearning for. Invade Earth. The massive Trisolaran fleet begins its advance towards Earth. The Trisolarans are attacking. The apocalypse for humanity creeps upon. Although the Trisolaran fleet takes a long 4.5 centuries to reach Earth, Just the news alone throws Earth into chaos, and humanity quickly splits into three factions: the Adventists, the Salvationists, the Survivalists. The Adventists consist of disappointed elites with human civilization. Their purpose is to let the Trisolaran civilization thoroughly annihilate humanity, including themselves and their descendants, so as to build a newer and better civilization on Earth. Very extreme. The Salvationists are much gentler, their main members having a religious-like faith in the Trisolaran civilization, hoping the Trisolarans come to Earth to save humanity's already degenerate civilization. Very naive. The Survivalists, however, choose self-preservation as their priority. As long as there's no harm to themselves and their families, the development of human civilization is irrelevant to them. Very real. The existence of these three major factions fully demonstrates that humanity, at the brink of crisis, cannot unite in solidarity against external threats. At the same time, information from the Trisolaran world completely overturns the foundational science humans have studied for years, unveiling the mysteries of all matter and pushing scientific progress. The collision of microscopic particles has been entirely sabotaged by the super robot Sapon, sent by the Trisolaran world. Human science from now on has no possibility of development. Many scientists therefore choose suicide. The description of this Sapon robot is the extreme of human imagination about alien civilizations to date. We all already know that the smallest structure of current matter is the proton. In Big Lou's imagination, Trisolarans can unfold these smallest protons onto a two-dimensional plane, enlarging an invisible small particle into a huge flat net, and writing ultra-strong programs on this net to make it a robot with surveillance and destructive abilities, and upon completion, it can be restored to the microscopic particle on a three-dimensional scale, and all these intelligent particles can be sent to Earth at superluminal speed. This is utilizing supertech to directly lock Earthlings' foundational science. Earthlings have absolutely no power to resist. Everything on Earth is exposed to Trisolaran surveillance. Trisolarans even arrogantly provoke humanity by releasing information. You are all insects. This imagination is spine-chilling. This is just the content of the first novel. Lin Yuan believes the most exciting and crucial plot of the three-body series lies in the second book, The Dark Forest. After using technology to lock Earthlings' science, Trisolarans deploy a massive cosmic fleet directly towards the solar system. Facing an unprecedented crisis of Earth's civilization, humans assemble an equally vast space fleet and simultaneously formulate the Wallfacer project, utilizing the fatal flaw of Trisolarans' transparent thinking. Sociology lecturer Luo Ji is chosen as one of the 4 Wallfacers to launch a secret counterattack against the Trisolarans. Luo Ji is our protagonist for the second book. Although Trisolarans themselves cannot decipher human schemes, they rely on traitors among Earthlings, the so-called human traitors, to select wall breakers for a battle of wits against the Wallfacer. This is a life-or-death competition for civilization survival. The process is incredibly gripping. Luo Ji is a powerful protagonist who gradually realizes his responsibility from initial evasion and hedonism. Finally, Luo Ji proposes the dark forest theory regarding cosmic civilizations. The universe is a dark forest. Every civilization is a hunter with a gun. Once revealing a civilization, it inevitably suffers attacks from other cosmic civilizations. Using this discovery, Luo Ji threatens to reveal the coordinates of Trisolaran world to the entire universe, temporarily halting the invasion of the solar system by Trisolaran. Continue fighting? Then we'll die together. Trisolarans are afraid. Luo Ji guessed right. The dark forest theory truly exists. Trisolaran civilization can bully Earth civilization is true, but there are always more powerful civilizations in the universe that can control them. Therefore, Earth and Trisolarans establish a fragile strategic balance. As for the third book, besides the infamous dimensional reduction appearance, perhaps Chung Xin is the most unforgettable? If choosing the most annoying character of the three-body series, Chung Xin might rank first. Votes overwhelmingly surpassing those against Yi Wenjie. Yi Wenjie, due to her unique experiences in youth, although the culprit bringing the Trisolarans, is actually favored by many people. Chung Xin is different. countless readers vitriolically dubbing Chung Xin as the cosmic number 1 sanctimonious self-righteous. Some even call for Earth can be blown up, Chung Xin must die. Of course, even Chung Xin has readers who like her, believing some of her decisions are not wrong. This is not within Lin Yuan's consideration. The important thing is to write all these contents out. And amid the recollection of the story of the three-body series, Lin Yuan's typing speed accelerates. The banging sound continues in the room. After banging continuously for a month, the epic sci-fi masterpiece of the three-body series is officially completed. Chapter 1563, 1265, the author most loved by global booksellers. When Lin Yuan's The Three-Body Problem series was completed, he suddenly received news. Yi Tsong, who is hailed as the #1 science fiction writer on Blue Star, officially released his new long-form work, Across the Solar System. The literary duel officially began. Coincidentally, it was September 1st. In the morning, major bookstores across the 8 continents of Blue Star. Yi Tsong's new book titled Across the Solar System hit the shelves. Sales of the new book exploded instantly, more successful than the launch of any of Yi Tsong's previous books. You must know, Yi Tsong is already Blue Star's #1 science fiction writer, and science fiction is an important genre of novels on Blue Star, so his novels have always had a market. Let alone this time. Yi Tsong's new book is also competing with Chu Kuang in a literary duel. Just not long ago, Chu Kuang challenged the world and swept through the Blue Star science fiction circle. Therefore, this battle between the two is regarded by the public as the true pinnacle battle in the Blue Star science fiction circle. With such an attractive gimmick guaranteed, it's understandable why Yi Tsong's new book sales exploded. In response to this, even Yi Tsong himself found it unbelievable. No wonder writers in the circle are eager to engage in literary duels with Chu Kuang, not because they have confidence in beating the other side, but simply because they want to leverage the other's popularity. Without the duel with Chu Kuang, my new book sales might be a third less. This is the influence of the old rascal Chu Kuang. Even his opponents in literary duels can benefit. Then, during that evening and the following days, the reviews for Yi Tsong's new book, Across the Solar System, emerged. Chi Continent. Sales exploded on the first day. Yi Tsong's science fiction is absolutely worth a look. Blue Star's top sci-fi writer, Chu Kuang might really lose this time. Chu Continent. Finally got it. Let's see if it's any good. Yi Tsong's science fiction could never be bad. Yin Continent. How? This setting is so stunning. Wow, just reading the beginning got me hooked. Worthy of the world's best sci-fi writer. Han Continent. Better and better as you read. Completely enthralled. I have a feeling the old rascal might be doomed this time. The world's top sci-fi writer isn't just a boast. Zhao Continent. Chu Kuang is bound to lose. This book will sweep all major sci-fi awards this year. Galactic Award anticipated. Wei Continent. Middle state science fiction, stronger than ours, is because of Yi Tsong. Yi Tsong is indeed invincible. Could it be that the old rascal Chu Kuang will really kneel? Zhong Continent. You can always trust Yi Tsong. Though Teacher Ye's ranking is suppressed by the old rascal, but when it comes to sci-fi, Teacher Yi fears no one. This is Teacher Ye's most familiar and skilled field. The world's #1 sci-fi writer can only be us middle state people. Qing Continent. The most supporters for Chu Kuang are here, because Chu Kuang is considered a typical local for the Qing people. Yi Tsong's book is so impressive. Feeling uncertain about the old rascal this time. Has never lost a literary duel since debut. Is the invincible streak about to be broken this time? Teacher Yi brilliantly demonstrated the ability of a top-class sci-fi writer. Overall quality is obviously better than his last book. Even if Chu Kuang loses, it's not a big deal really, since the opponent is the world's best sci-fi writer. It's like in fairy tales or martial arts, no one can match Chu Kuang. They are like supreme deities in their own fields. That's true, but still hard to accept. The old rascal Chu Kuang in my heart will never fail. Years of challenging 9 continents or tackling 10, always overcoming difficult situations. Is it possible Chu Kuang will fall this time? Let's wait for the old rascal's new book, said to have a release timeline of 4 months. probably won't see the old rascal's work until the end of the year. Just as everyone thought Chu Kuang's new book wouldn't be seen until the end of the year. Suddenly, Silver Blue Books announced a message. Chu Kuang's new book, The Three-Body Problem, is being published. Global release in 1 week. Stay tuned. Instantly, the world was astonished. What happened to preparing for 4 months? Done in 1 month. Chu Kuang's writing speed is unmatched on this earth. Chu Kuang's creation pace has always been a mystery. Many said he had a stockpile, yet after all these years, it hasn't run out. Perhaps this is genius? Even as a genius, this seems unreasonable, right? Research those genius achievements, which are reasonable. If it's reasonable, would it be called genius? Sometimes reality is more outrageous than fiction. But isn't the old rascal going to prepare more? Yi Tsung's book is amazing. With more preparation, he would have more confidence. No one forced him to release so early. Is there a possibility that the old rascal is very confident? No way. Facing the world's top sci-fi writer, who dares say they're confident? Literary genres have no absolute ranking. Chu Kuang isn't confident. The book is simply finished. Let everyone judge the outcome. Don't think that either the old rascal or Yi Tsung must win. It's understandable if either does. That's true. Wait for the new book, The Three-Body Problem. Does anyone know what it means? Related to the three-body problem? The problem of motion laws for 3 bodies regarded as point masses under mutual gravitational attraction. Wow. Every word is recognizable, combined, not familiar. Whatever you say, there's immense anticipation for Chu Kuang's new book from the readers. Such anticipation is complex. Some are simply eager to see Chu Kuang's new book, regardless of how it's written. Many hardcore fans of Chu Kuang are like this. No matter the genre, if it's written by Chu Kuang, they'll buy it. That's how it's been for years. Some are interested in this sci-fi duel, curious about the outcome. These people are predominantly sci-fi enthusiasts. The remaining few are quite unique. They just want to see Chu Kuang lose. Because from the current situation, the advantage is with Yi Tsung. Yi Tsung's new book, Across the Solar System, is doing great from reviews to sales. Chu Kuang's achievements are godlike. Yet the fact remains there's always someone who wants to see this divine figure fall. Will the god fall? Unknown. Only this time Yi Tsung is strong and capable, seemingly the closest the god has ever been to falling. Amidst such complex anticipation, time finally came to a week later. The major bookstores across the 8 continents. The Three-Body Problem series fully launched. Like a trumpet call, the store's thresholds were instantly stampeded and filled with frenzy and uproar. Don't push. Hey. I came first. Who's stepping on my foot? Who the hell just pinched my butt? Buy the book. Don't mess with me. Wow, you're a guy? No wonder the feel. Damn, it's you. Long hair must mean you're female. Buy the book first. Give me a set of The Three-Body Problem. 3 volumes. Which volume to buy? Of course, buy all 3 together. In the noisy bookstore, the shelves of the Three-Body Problem series were quickly sold out. Then, a clerk pushed a cart to restock. Who knew he didn't even need to place them on the shelves? Customers reached out and soon snatched up everything in the cart. This feverish scene was much more remarkable than a week ago when Yi Tsung's Across the Solar System went on sale. Thinking this, the clerk was overjoyed, regardless of writer rankings. In terms of sales appeal, Chu Kuang is undoubtedly the #1 on Blue Star. Even Blue Star's perennially top-ranked writer would have to concede seeing Chu Kuang's book sales scene. It's fair to say, Chu Kuang is the most loved by global booksellers. The bookstore's business could be so good, Chu Kuang deserves a lot of credit. Chapter 1564, 1256, Dark Forest System. Zhong Continent. A certain villa. Yi Tsung tore open the cover of a book. The cover of the book had 2 words written on it. The Three-Body Problem. On the table, there were 2 other books, namely, The Three-Body Problem 2, The Dark Forest, and The Three-Body Problem 3, The End of Death. That's right. Today is the release of Chu Kuang's Three-Body series. Yi Tsung immediately had the bookstore send it over to him. With his status and position, the bookstore certainly wouldn't refuse. Taking a deep breath, Yi Tsung opened the book and started reading. Although he acknowledged Chu Kuang's strength, Yi Tsung had a bit of arrogance in his heart and didn't feel unsure about competing directly with Chu Kuang in science fiction. The opening of the three-body problem shockingly depicts the battle scene of the Red Guard and soldiers. Alternate reality? Yi Tsung mused. Yi Tsung knew a bit about Chu Kuang. This person likes to set an alternate background when writing books. For example, the martial arts novels by Chu Kuang. It's probably a unique writing habit of Chu Kuang, and veteran readers are accustomed to it, although it was never publicly admitted. Actually, Yi Tsung was also a veteran reader of Chu Kuang. Of course, almost all writers from Blue Star have read Chu Kuang's works. People like Yi Tsung, a special veteran reader, aren't few indeed. Continue reading the book. This is a crazy era. As the first scene unfolds, Yi Tsung is struck with emotion and finds it increasingly shocking. This is Chu Kuang's fearsome trait. Even though it's an alternate background, he describes it as if the background wasn't fictional, especially when a knowledgeable physicist is beaten to death before everyone's eyes. Yi Tsung felt a sense of indescribable heaviness. Chu Kuang, using a cold pen, crafted a moving special era backdrop. Continue reading the book. The story's perspective shifted to a girl named Yi Wenjie. It turns out the physicist who died during the battle was the girl's father, and the person who betrayed her father was the little girl Yi Wenjie's mother. The girl who died first was Yi Wenjie's sister. Pitiful. This little girl is too pitiful. Yi Tsung couldn't help but sympathize with Yi Wenjie. At the same time, Yi Tsung couldn't help but wonder if the character with the surname Yi was related to him. Chu Kuang's book happens to be used to duel with him, and coincidentally, he's Blue Star's #1 science fiction writer. Forget it. It's not important. Yi Tsung eagerly wanted to know what happened to Yi Wenjie next. Thus, the Red Coast Base naturally emerged. Yi Wenjie entered the Red Coast Base, a mysterious-sounding organization. Immediately after that, the timeline suddenly jumped to 38 years later. Yi Tsung was dumbfounded, realizing the previous chapters were just novel background. At this time, Yi Wenjie has already become a middle-aged woman in her 40s. The Red Coast Base gradually surfaced. Yi Wenjie uncovered the dusty history. Wang Miao's pupils reflected a ghost countdown. The coordinates of Earth were captured, and the game, the three-body problem, appeared. The story formally began. Yi Tsung finally understood the intent of that alternate background. Yi Wenjie's tragedy was actually a microcosm of the entire Grand Era. When she saw the message, "Do not respond, do not respond, do not respond," she resolutely chose to reply. At this moment, Yi Wenjie hoped the alien civilization could save this sick world. Reason for action. The novel's structure became more complete because of this. But what surprised Yi Tsung the most was the game called the three-body problem. Zhou Wenwang, Zhaoge, King Zhou's settings were introduced one by one. The dehydrators that appeared in the game left Yi Tsung speechless. Those dehydrated human skins were still living creatures. The book provided a continuous description of the 3 days game for several chapters. Considering the title of the novel, only a fool would treat the three-body problem as an ordinary game. Words of thousand hidden within this game, especially the end of the game. The three-body warship fleet is advancing towards distant Earth at 1/10 of the speed of light. Whether frightened by the plot or for some other reason, cold sweat crept up Yi Tsung's back. Today is Sunday. Yi Tsung is reading. Readers are also reading. Like the honest office worker Guo Jing. Guo Jing is a programmer who loves science fiction novels, having just finished reading Across the Solar System yesterday, which he adored. This morning, the three-body problem was released, and naturally, he bought a copy too. Upon returning home, Guo Jing began reading, be it Yi Tsung or Chu Kuang. They are his favorites. The former is Blue Star's foremost science fiction writer. Science fiction fans have read his books, every one brilliant. Although the latter hasn't written much science fiction, each book is equally outstanding, particularly some innovative concepts unforgettable. Guo Jing believes these two are of the same caliber of science fiction writers. Finally, in the afternoon, Guo Jing finished reading the first part of the three-body problem. After reading, Guo Jing was emotionally stirred and couldn't help comparing it to Across the Solar System. Neck and neck. The first part of the three-body problem is indeed well written, but the overall pace of the story is too slow, with too much effort spent on setting up the background. As a result, by the end of the book, the Trisolaran have not yet appeared. However, The setting of things like Sapon is truly amazing. Amazing enough that even though the aliens haven't shown up, just with some flashy moves they've already raised Guijing's level of expectation. If I had to choose a winner, Guijing thinks the three-body problem is better. Of course, this is just the beginning. Guijing feels that to fully compare the two books, he needs to finish reading the other 2 volumes of the three-body problem. With this thought, Guijing opened Dark Forest, the 2nd volume of the three-body problem. It seems it's this book in the series that truly marks the beginning. Upon learning the Trisolaran fleet is about to invade Earth, humanity did not sit idly by. The United Nations began to unite and think of countermeasures. At this moment, Sapon continues to monitor Earth. Any plans Earth openly makes will definitely be discovered by Sapon. However, Sapon has one downside. Or maybe it isn't quite a downside. It's a very normal thing. Sapon cannot probe into the hearts of people. Relying on this point, humanity decided to implement the Wallfacer project. Selecting for Wallfacers. These 4 individuals are to conceive battle plans against the Trisolaran entirely without external communication, and then execute those plans before anyone can see them clearly. The first Wallfacer is an American, Frederick Taylor. This person respects technology, advocating for the quantification of humanity's fleet, using a quantum fleet to combat the Trisolaran, turning Earth's army into undead ghosts to defeat the Trisolaran. The second Wallfacer is the president of Venezuela. This person's plan is to bury a large number of hydrogen bombs on Mercury, and once detonated, it would also cause the sun to explode, thereby destroying the entire solar system, using mutual destruction to threaten the enemy. The third Wallfacer is an English scientist. This person advocates the best strategy is to escape, ensuring humanity is ready to flee. And the last Wallfacer, also the protagonist of Dark Forest, is Luo, a scholar whose career is less than ideal. Of course, the Earth Trisolaris organization has not been idle. Based on the Wallfacer project, they've developed the so-called Breakwall Plan. Wow, amazing. Guijing is incredibly excited reading this. It turns out the essence of the three-body problem lies here. The second book is where this series truly shines. It's so brilliant. The plot is so captivating. Guijing didn't even realize it had become completely dark until his wife impatiently said, "It's already 12 o'clock. If you don't sleep, are you going to work tomorrow or not?" Guijing was finally startled awake. Goodness, he had read all day. The helplessness of adulthood struck his heart. Despite wanting to read all night, Guijing chose to wash up and sleep instead. 5 minutes later, the lights in the home went out. Yet Guijing stared wide-eyed into the faintly glowing window, his mind full of the plot of the three-body problem. Will the Wallfacer plan succeed? Can the Breakwallers see through the plans of the 4 Wallfacers? The mysteries of the three-body problem are too many, often just solving one mystery here. Another mystery pops up elsewhere swiftly. Guijing has too many curiosities. He knows the answers to these curiosities lie in the following text. As a result, half an hour later, still unable to sleep, Guijing suddenly sat up straight in bed. "What's up?" His wife mumbled. "Aren't you going to sleep? Are you not going to work? Not going to support the family? Who's up for some fun now?" Adulthood brought Guijing a surprising moment of bravery, as he retorted at his wife. "I'm being willful today, so what? Might as well take a day off tomorrow." Upon hearing this, his wife didn't get angry. Instead, a rustling sound came from the darkness. A moment later, his wife's voice was bashful. "Next time just tell me earlier. We still have to work tomorrow, but this time I'll indulge you." "Thank you, darling." Guijing excitedly turned on the light. After waiting for a while, his wife found Guijing hadn't come over, turned around, and saw that guy reading again. "MMP, his wife. Weren't you going to have fun? I even stripped, and you tell me you want to read?" Guijing. "Isn't reading all night fun enough?" Ignoring his wife's complaints, Guijing stayed up late reading. At this time, Wallfacer Luo, through cosmic sociology proposed by Yi Wenjie, suddenly had an epiphany. The universe is a dark forest. Every civilization is an armed hunter, stealthily navigating through the forest like a ghost, carefully pushing away obstructive branches, striving not to make a sound with their steps. Even their breathing must be cautious. Because crises lurk everywhere within the forest. There aren't only countless prey, but hunters lurking just like him. If he discovers other life, the only thing he can do is shoot to eliminate them. In this forest, others are hell, an eternal threat. Any life that exposes its existence will quickly be eliminated. Guo Jing's eyes widened, almost forgetting to breathe. The massive shock swept his soul like a storm. What a magnificent dark forest theory. Luo Ji is amazing. The dark forest is amazing. At this moment, in Guo Jing's heart, the quality of the three-body problem has fully surpassed through the solar system. And on the same night, Guo Jing wasn't the only one reading through the night. If this night were a dark forest, Chu Kuang would be the armed hunter within the forest. The three-body problem is the trap he set up, and every reader is the prey. The three-body problem. Emerging. Brilliance. Chapter 1565, 1257. The ultimate bootlicker Yun Tianming. There are plenty of night owls on the internet. Most of these night owls have now seen the second book. The more they read, the more the readers are shocked. A masterpiece. The first book was already so amazing, and it turns out it was all just a setup. In the second book, the protagonists switch, and the whole plot of the first book becomes a backdrop to enhance the brilliance of the second book. This isn't something an average writer would dare to pull off. It's absolutely awesome. I just want to know when the Trisolarans are arriving. Ha ha. Clearly the title is the three-body problem, and they've been saying the Trisolarans are coming. Yet so far, there's not a hair of a Trisolaran to be seen. All you see are battles of wits and courage and technology and thought between the two sides, and yet I'm still hooked. Feels like there are tons of cool sci-fi ideas in this book. Exactly, I feel the same way. Many of the concepts here, if taken individually, could write an entire sci-fi novel. Only the three-body problem makes me feel like the old rascal is a setting maniac in writing sci-fi. Luo Ji's personality is maxed out in charm. By the time I got to the second book, I no longer dislike Yi Wenjie. Damn it, Luo Ji is awesome. Did you guys see the Dark Forest theory? The second book, compared to the first, is practically an epic upgrade version. Now that's a climax. The Trisolarans seem like gods to humans, and Luo Ji threatens the Trisolarans using the Dark Forest theory, comparing a mortal body to the divine. It's mind-blowing. Yes, the great climax of the second book is Luo Ji threatening the Trisolarans with the Dark Forest theory. The Trisolarans, afraid of causing collateral damage, suffered a huge loss for the first time. It's no wonder they would give the deadly order to assassinate Luo Ji at all costs. Of course, it wasn't just Luo Ji lighting up the second book. Luo Ji's come-from-behind counterattack is a huge highlight. Zhang Beihai setting off for the galaxy. This storyline is also grand and magnificent. Luo Ji and Zhang Beihai are the two parallel protagonists of the three-body problem 2, the Dark Forest. The former is an ordinary scholar bearing the heavy responsibility of all humanity, ultimately saving Earth through understanding cosmic laws. The latter is a soldier fighting to protect Earth, using every means in a desperate war to preserve civilization. Of course, there are also criticisms. For instance, someone said, the romance in the second book of the three-body problem feels like it's the most half-assed one Chu Kuang has written, filled with the mindset of a straight man. Probably because this old rascal has put all his mind into the brilliance of the sci-fi, and he's too lazy to bother about the romance. Alright, the romance in the three-body problem indeed doesn't have much to say. However, the romance written by Chu Kuang has also been widely praised. People like Guo Jing and Huang Rong, Yang Guo and Little Dragon Maiden, for instance, once became a national couple in people's hearts. Therefore, seeing the Klitsch romance in the three-body problem story, the first reaction of readers is that this old rascal half-assed the romance writing. That's right, it's half-assed, not that he's limited in capability. It seems everyone believes that if the old rascal wanted to, he could write earth-shattering love stories. And after finishing the second book, most readers couldn't hold on any longer and went to sleep. Until the next day. Finally, a large number of readers saw the third book of the three-body problem series, The End of Death. Among the three-body problem series, The Dark Forest has the best reputation. The third book, The End of Death, shows a clear polarization in reputation. Some think it's godlike. Some think it's anticlimactic. In Lin Yuan's view, The poor reputation of the third book is largely due to Chung Xian's character. Before talking about Chung Xian, let's talk about Yin Tianming. The name sounds a bit like a Mary Sue male protagonist, yet thousands of readers call him the god of the underdogs. You could use a phrase often said by girls, "You're a good person," to evaluate Yin Tianming. In the realm of emotions, Yin Tianming truly is a good person, a really good person. You'll never find a man as silly or as dumb as him. Yin Tianming secretly loves Chung Xian. Before his death, Yin Tianming used all his savings to buy a star in the sky, then gave it to the one in his heart. He wanted to give her the most beautiful romance. At the moment before euthanasia, Chung Xian's smiling face appeared before him. Perhaps it was heaven's pity. At the very last moment before he left this world, he saw Chung Xian burst in. Chung Xian was tearful and excited, looking at him. His heart burst with joy. Has happiness finally come knocking? After enduring the clouds, you finally see the moonlight. The goddess actually weeps for me. Little did he know. Yin Tianming rejoiced too soon. Chung Xian held Yin Tianming's hands and expressed, the euthanasia was prepared by her for him. She hoped he would die and use his brain to accomplish a great cause of saving humanity. Yes, his brain, his death, would be of great significance because of this cause. So grand. She asked him if he was willing. He told her that he was willing. At that moment, his heart wept. This is the fate of the eternal backup, the ultimate lickspittle. Readers call Yin Tianming a pathetic man without much malice, probably just because Chung Xian is too detestable. As for some saying Yin Tianming's sacrifice was for Chung Xian, not for humanity's benefit, that's arguable. In any case, Yin Tianming is an extremely important character in the Three Body Problem series. Later, Yin Tianming was heartbroken by Chung Xian. You're even going to send my brain to the Trisolarans as an undercover? Are you even human? Does a lickspittle just not get a home? On second thought, he was ready to die anyway, so Yin Tianming endured. And after reaching the Trisolaran fleet, Yin Tianming began a magnificent counterattack. From a research subject of the Trisolarans, to being able to communicate with them on equal terms, gaining the Trisolarans' respect, and having a not-so-low status among the Trisolarans. Yin Tianming's abilities are evident. This story of turning the tables wasn't written into the three-body problem, but if it were, it would surely be highly inspiring. You must know, the Trisolarans see Earthlings as insects. Being willing to communicate equally with insects, and being a specimen used for research, which eventually gains respect, how formidable must this insect be? And at this moment, as readers open the third book of the Three Body Problem series, important figures of this book began to take the stage one after another. Meanwhile, these readers become excited. The Trisolarans are finally going to officially clash with Earth. The second book was so thrilling. The third book is definitely going to be even more exhilarating. The second book was indeed thrilling. Just the title of the second book alone gives a sense. Clearly hard sci-fi with a cosmic romance. The segment on the wall facer and wall breaker was a max IQ effort, and seeing Luo Ji threaten the Trisolarans made me jump up instantly. I haven't finished the second book yet, but so far, I prefer the first one. When I first started, I also thought the Dark Forest couldn't compare to the first book, until I saw the description of the droplet and directly kneeled down. It was climax after that, and finishing it felt like one word, masterpiece. Wait a moment. Let's not discuss the second book for now. The third book is called The End of Death. This title, why does it feel not quite friendly? What does the end of death mean? Death God? I have a bad feeling. Considering the old rascal's tendencies, just a reminder for you all, shape up or ship out. Will the ending be a complete wipeout? Hopefully not, right? On that day? At that moment. Readers recalled the fear of being dominated by Chu Kuang the old rascal. Chapter 1566, 1258 Dimensional Reduction Strike with Two-Dimensional Foil. Zhong Continent. A certain villa. As Chu Kuang's literary dual opponent, Yi Tsong happened to also read The Three Body Problem 3, The End of Death. In fact, after finishing the second book, Dark Forest, Yi Tsong was completely convinced. He knew his odds in this literary duel were slim to none. Chu Kuang's book was truly shocking. Structure, boldness, imagination, comprehensive perfection. The cosmic scenes and the battle of battleship destruction were majestic and breathtaking, making one excited beyond words. Including Yi Tsung. This is a sci-fi masterpiece. Unless Chu Kuang's third book ends poorly, he might have a slim chance of survival. Otherwise, he is bound to lose this literary duel. Speaking of which, the world of the three-body problem is so grand. Yi Tsung imagined for a moment and felt that the ending was really a bit difficult. At least he couldn't think of a good way at the moment. It should be the ultimate battle between Earth and Trisolaris. But would that be too kitsch? Earth is clearly oppressed. How can it turn defeat into victory? Surely it can't end with Trisolaris winning the Great War. This tale is hard to tie up. Can Chu Kuang's third book handle it? With such thoughts, Yi Tsung continued reading from the first chapter of the third book. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Most of the day had passed. Reading is a long process, but Yi Tsung enjoyed it immensely, completely unaware of the passage of time. As he read on, Yi Tsung's expression changed. The plot twist at the end caught him completely off guard. Damn, this man, known as the Blue Star's top sci-fi writer, actually swore while reading a sci-fi novel. What Trisolarans and Earth War? Non-existent. It was thought to be a novel about aliens, but Chu Kuang wrote 3 novels named The Three-Body Problem. And until the end of the novel, the Trisolarans never appeared. The solar system was met with two-dimensional foil. Dimensional reduction shockingly emerged. Earth gleefully typed, "Out GG." As for Trisolaris, it wasn't pleasant either. The human civilization's star-class warships, the Blue Space and Gravity No, broadcast the coordinates of the Trisolaran system using gravitational wave cosmic broadcasts on the cosmic channel, thus triggering the dark forest theory for a fatal blow. The lightspeed ships of Trisolaris' Second Fleet also accelerated their speed to be hit. The Second Fleet of Trisolaris, having successfully escaped Alpha Centauri, was suspected to be destroyed during an interstellar war in Taurus. Home planet destroyed. Civilization preserved. This is the conclusion for Trisolaris and Earth. In the vast universe, even Trisolaris is an insect to others. Of course, what made Yi Tsung swear, of course, wasn't this outcome. A sci-fi novel ending in annihilation is quite normal. Yi Tsung himself had written such an ending. What made him swear was the two-dimensional reduction. This thing is amazing. One of the cosmic law weapons. Two-dimensional foil is specifically used for clearing weak civilizations hidden in complex stellar systems. Therefore, for advanced interstellar civilizations, two-dimensional foil is not a weapon but a highly efficient cleaning tool. Three-dimensional space is comprised of 3 dimensions: up and down, left and right, front and back. And at the moment when two-dimensional foil touches the three-dimensional universe, it causes one of the dimensions to shrink from macro to micro, forcing all matter in the three-dimensional universe to collapse into a two-dimensional universe, melting into an absolute plane that only has length and area, stripped of its volume concept. The novel's year, 2403. The singers cast two-dimensional foil into the solar system. In the same year, the solar system and the vast majority of Earthlings were annihilated through two-dimensional transformation. However, there is a detail in the novel proving that the two-dimensional foil destroying the solar system actually preceded the singers, indicating that once Earth's coordinates were exposed, the solar system was actually under concentrated fire from many alien civilizations, and annihilation was only a matter of time. Once coordinates are exposed, the solar system is doomed. The spatial two-dimensionalization caused by two-dimensional foil will never stop, and the speed of dimensional collapse will gradually reach the speed of light. However, if one can escape first at light speed through means like a curvature engine, then escaping the fate of two-dimensionalization is still possible. However, since all cosmic laws have been weaponized and are frequently used without scruple by interstellar civilizations, the universe itself is gradually disintegrating. Yi Tsung, muttering as if enchanted. The universe under string theory is composed of 10 spatial dimensions and a single time axis, and the existence of dimensional weapons implies that high-dimensional universes have already, or are, heading toward destruction, with survivors transforming themselves to escape into lower-dimensional universes. Now, some powerful three-dimensional civilizations are also actively converting to two-dimensional life in hopes of continuing survival in this two-dimensional universe. the plain world. Yi Tsung was thoroughly convinced. That's equivalent to humans all becoming paper people. Is the principle vacuum decay, or is it compressing and curling a single dimension in original three-dimensional space, thereby gradually engulfing and dismantling the space? No matter the answer, Yi Tsung was truly stunned. Two-dimensional foil is the dimensional reduction attack implemented on the solar system by the Singers and other advanced civilizations. The three-body problem, to his own, traversing the solar system, is also nothing less than a terrifying dimensional reduction attack. Approximately, when Yi Tsung was gradually reaching the end, many other highly enthusiastic readers finally also saw the ending of the novel The End of Death. Starry Sky Network. Book Review Section. Comments from netizens of all continents exploded. The two-dimensional foil destroyed the entire solar system. Trisolarans faced light particle attacks, the practical application of the dark forest theory, instantly elevating the already grand background to a higher level, opening up the entire landscape. Chapter 1567, 1258, Two-Way Foil Dimensional Reduction. The three-body problem disappeared before it even officially appeared. Earth is gone too. Mother Planet perished together. It turns out the foreshadowing of the finale was all in the second book. This is the Dark Forest. Luo Ji had already seen through everything. The dimensional reduction completely overturned my thinking. Every sci-fi novel tries hard to describe the technological means aliens would use to invade Earth, but the coolest idea I've ever seen is Chu Kuang the Old Rascal's strategy of dimensional reduction. Once again, human physicists are in despair. Allow me a joking moment. Didn't someone call out to go to the second dimension? Now look, the entire solar system is the second dimension. The reversal in the third book, the strategic deception of the Trisolarans, their schemes were really maxed out. Chu Kuang has written a cosmic war history. I thought the second book was the limit, and the third book would barely complete the plot, but I didn't expect the old rascal to give me such a big surprise, with each book more exciting than the last. The third book is the essence. Meticulous and comprehensive logic combined with vast knowledge, and a critique of contemporary human nature and politics, intentionally or unintentionally, yet constructed on a science fiction foundation, eventually presented with solid professional knowledge, like a textbook. The old rascal is practically an embodiment of those top Earth figures in the book. It's incredibly impressive. Chu Kuang always harbors such notions. In the face of the vast universe, humans are indeed too insignificant. Even the solar system is so small that it can be casually cleaned away using a tool like the dimensional reduction that is specifically designed to clean garbage. The shock sweeps through every reader. Apart from the overwhelming praise, there's naturally a discussion about the ending, which can't leave out the voice about Chung Xian. Among the highest voted comments, one comment is particularly cynical. An irresponsible spoiler for the third book, a loser spends all his money to buy a star for his goddess, only for the goddess to cut out his brain before he dies. Years later, this loser uses alien high technology to restore his body, hoping to save the goddess's world on the brink of destruction. But the loser and the goddess god-level teammates all carry, only for the goddess to make 2 consecutive mistakes with a big advantage, causing the entire solar system to be destroyed. In the end, the surviving goddess elopes with the world's last tall, rich, and handsome guy. Obviously, someone is angry with Chung Xian. Such a high number of likes is because many people are so mad at Chung Xian that their heart, liver, spleen, and stomach all hurt. Many people angrily state, if Chung Xian were replaced with someone like Zhang Beihai, or just anyone, humanity wouldn't have ended this way. Being a saint is a disease. It needs to be cured. Everything about this book is great, except for Chung Xian. I don't understand why this character exists. It's truly disgusting. I need a dimensional reduction attack aimed at Chung Xian. This book's female characters, not a single one of them, is likable. Has the old rascal recently had a breakup? The female leads of the 3 books of the three-body problem are more annoying one after another. How can someone like Chung Xian be the protagonist? In all my years of reading, this is the first time I want to rush into the book and strangle the protagonist. Before this, the character I hated most in Chu Kuang's writing was Jiang Yuyan. What qualifications does Cheng Xian have to be compared with Jiang Yuyan? Yin Tianming must be blind to like Cheng Xian. Just a sycophantic loser, a total failure, not getting the goddess's favor no matter how hard he tried. Cheng Xian doesn't love Yin Tianming. A sycophant can't be awakened. Well then, it's one thing to criticize Cheng Xian. But Yin Tianming also caught some flack. This has made someone unhappy. Joking is one thing. Do you really think Yin Tianming is just a loser? Joking aside, have you ever seen a loser who has gained an entire civilization's attention and respect? Have you ever seen someone who can create billions in wealth for a classmate with a simple idea, who is considered a loser? Have you ever seen someone whose brain was tortured by enemies, yet can infiltrate enemy lines, who is considered a loser? Have you ever seen someone who can provide Earthlings with a route clue, who is considered a loser? Still want to play with a lightspeed spaceship? None of you can fly out. Yin Tianming is a mythic existence, okay? He just looked like a loser at first. Later he didn't even look like that. Cheng Xian didn't end up with Yin Tianming in the end, because she was not worthy of him. Exactly. Criticize Cheng Xian without involving Yin Tianming. But of course, you can involve the old rascal. Ha. The old rascal messed up again this time. It's really not surprising that we have a total extermination ending. Can you believe it? Got used to it. The total extermination was actually expected. This is very much like the old rascal. And of course the quality is very much like the old rascal too. Feels like the three-body problem is the kind of book that makes you raise your head after reading all three parts and feel like the world in your eyes has changed forever. The Old Rascal's third book title is full of malice. What does the end of death mean? The end of death means Cheng Xian killed the solar system, yet stubbornly stayed alive. It's clear who the death god is, laughs. Cheng Xian, Wade, I am your wall breaker. Wade, if only I had killed Cheng Xian sooner. Things would have been simpler. Yin Tianming's three fairy tales were stunning, but the goodwill was squandered again by the saint, worthy of being the #1 saint of the solar system. Suddenly realized, even if it's a total extermination, people didn't really blame the old rascal this time. Isn't there a possibility, I'm just saying maybe, the old rascal deliberately created Cheng Xian to draw all the fire away from himself? PFF. This time Cheng Xian is taking the blame for the old rascal. Not blaming the old rascal because this book is so amazing. The stars and the sea are nothing. The cosmic epic is nothing. So what if there's a dimensional reduction attack? So what if the solar system is destroyed? There's no harder sci-fi than this. Knowing it's impossible yet doing it. Knowing it's bound to fail yet doing it. This is human dignity. At this moment, the global network. It seems like the whole world is discussing the three-body problem. From Yi Wenjie to Zhang Beihai, and from Luo Ji to Shi Chang, including Yin Tianming to Cheng Xian. The characters in the book appear at extremely high frequency. Blogs, Geek Tribe, the hot topics on major social platforms are flooded. No one else could have such a level of discussion. Only Chu Kuang. Every time he writes such a classic masterpiece, it can trigger global attention. For some readers, Cheng Xian is indeed disgusting. And the powerful aspect of this book is that even if they hate Cheng Xian so much, they are still willing to give this book a super rating. Sapan, Waterdrop, Thinking Iron Seal, Wall Facer, Wall Breaker, Dimensional, Reduction, Dark Domain, Curvature Drive, and more. The charm of hard sci-fi spreads wantonly. Everyone loves the three-body problem. And while debates rage on all sides, on the blog, Blue Star's #1 sci-fi writer Yi Tsong officially concedes to Chu Kuang. Should have said the former #1 sci-fi writer, because now the #1 in Blue Star sci-fi is Chu Kuang. In the field of Blue Star sci-fi, Chu Kuang dominates the globe. Chapter 1568, 1269, 3 Phenomena. Of course, while conceding the literary duel to Chu Kuang through his blog, Yi Tsong also didn't forget to carry on the honorable tradition started by another sci-fi writer, Chen Shi, solemnly recommending the three-body problem to his fans. Welcome everyone to read this sci-fi masterpiece. This book is divided into 3 parts. The first part is somewhat bland compared to the following 2, but overall, it is very good. Teacher Chu Kuang naturally integrates elements of sci-fi and history into a well-crafted and serious story that is done so magnificently. The second part is even more enthralling. The early story of the Crisis epic is fantastic, especially the two lines of Luo Ji's counterattack and Zhang Beihai's journey through the galaxy. They are truly grandiose. I find the third part too desolate. In front of the universe, everything feels so insignificant, but this is also a sci-fi writer's cosmic perspective, which I personally really like. Speaking of cruelty, humans have always been this cruel. For example, we cannot bear any malice toward ants, but when building a canal or digging a foundation, who really considers them? If you were transformed into an ant or a bird right now, and I told you the dark forest theory, your experience would be profound. This is the state of the dark forest, and it's the reason why the three-body problem is both reasonable and fascinating. Yes, Chen Shi began the unwritten rule of the literary dual loser, recommending the winner's work to the outside world. Yizong quietly followed and upheld this unwritten rule, responsibly recommending the three-body problem series to the public, while also expressing some of his views on this novel. Meanwhile, almost a week has passed since the three-body problem was released. Those who should have finished reading the book mostly have, and a massive wave of three-body fever has swept across the globe. In the novel, many classic quotes have gone viral. Survival always requires a fight. When did it become an entitlement? Give life to time and civilization to years. We are all insects in the gutter, but at least some of us look up at the stars. Weakness and ignorance are not barriers to survival. Arrogance is. Memorials are so small. If anything, more for forgetting than commemorating. Your destruction, what's it got to do with you? The master does not care. A city is a forest. Every man is a hunter, and every woman is a trap. Eliminate human tyranny. The world belongs to the Trisolaran. Every word, every phrase, every passage in the novel seemed to be eagerly dissected by fanatical readers. Torn apart, crushed into pieces, and then hailed as brilliant. This is the treatment a work often gets when it becomes popular. Many people haven't even read the novel, but have chosen a quote that feels profound to use as their social media signature. Of course, those who have read it are full of praise. Netizens from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, Wei, and Zhong continent were overwhelmingly excited. This book is divine. Blindly guessing the old rascal's writer ranking will increase again. Oh damn, didn't it just increase? It's not just about increasing rank. After writing a work that has exploded worldwide, this is the treatment one should expect. That's right. I'm someone who doesn't read sci-fi, but I found the three-body problem enthralling. I might not read sci-fi again in my lifetime because what I love isn't sci-fi, but Chu Kuang's novels. Have you seen the sales statistics? Apparently, the three-body problem has created single-day and weekly sales records in the sci-fi novel category. Even crazier than the Galactic Empire series at its peak. Now, Chu Kuang has truly become the king of sci-fi. On the other side, in the sci-fi circle, many writers who originally didn't like Chu Kuang went silent. This silence lasted several days. As the three-body problem continued its global explosive run, the silence inevitably couldn't persist. Admit it, a new king of sci-fi has been born. From now on, the flag-bearer of sci-fi and Blue Star will be Chu Kuang. The #1 in sci-fi, ranked 8th globally, might even move up to 7th next month. This is good news for sci-fi. Does anyone have objections? Who dares to object? No one can stop this monster. A rival this formidable, this level of fearsome, there's only one in the world. Yes, indeed. How could there be someone like this in the world? Look at your frowning faces. Isn't it just that you weren't considered by Chu Kuang before? Think carefully. Do you often consider new writers in the sci-fi circle? That's a valid point. When there's a huge disparity in skill level, his attitude, normal to him, seems like he's looking down on us in our eyes. I've submitted, I concede. No one in the sci-fi circle whined anymore. Even the most stubborn had admitted defeat. Then, a strange scene unfolded. Many sci-fi writers who previously openly showed their disdain for Chu Kuang suddenly seemed to change faces, smilingly run to their blogs to congratulate him. Besides expressions of congratulations, the keywords constantly mentioned were sci-fi first person. Lin Yuan wasn't particularly touched by this. Who liked him before? Who displeased him before? He basically didn't remember. only recognizing a few familiar faces. It's not just evaluations from all sides. The three-body problem also sparked some profound cultural impacts. On that day, the 9th day after the three-body problem took the world by storm, an online writer crafted a highly popular article based on the theory that the workplace is a dark forest. This article combined the dark forest theory of the three-body problem with the workplace and struck a chord with countless readers. Following it, many platforms such as public accounts began imitating, with similar articles increasing in number. One of them was particularly well formatted, titled Applications of Dimensional Reduction in Entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship linked to two-dimensional foils? This deeply reflects the writing capabilities of the writer. Even more absurd, many internet workers particularly admired the jungle law setting of the dark forest. Some internet big shots even directly used it as a guide to reality. In fact, it's all about riding the wave. These capitalists originally held similar viewpoints. The talk of dark forest dimensional reduction, it's just taking advantage of Chu Kuang's standing to talk about their own matters. And as these phenomena became more frequent, the major media reported, three-body phenomenon sweeps global business, finance, and internet circles. Is this a sci-fi novel or an entrepreneurship Bible? Dimensional reduction becomes the hottest term. Dark forest theory gains momentum and approval among various capital giants. Chu Kuang, a man more like an alien than a trisolaran. Fellow writers congratulate collectively. Chu Kuang ascends to the throne of sci-fi's first seat. Global sci-fi writers have accepted it. Experts predict Chu Kuang's writer rank will continue to rise. Well, Lin Yuan is most attentive to the last piece of news. Having heard too many praises, he only hopes for something substantial. Now ranked 8th among writers, theoretically moving up isn't easy. But, given the explosive nature of the three-body problem, which even sparked the three-body phenomenon, moving up to 7th might not be impossible. Chapter 1569, 1270. Be mentally prepared to be exposed at any time. Lin Yuan's plan for this year is to push Chu Kuang to at least climb to 7th place on the author ranking list. This is the baseline goal. It certainly deserves attention. Judging from the public's current reaction to the three-body problem, this baseline goal shouldn't be an issue. Considering there's still a bit of time this year, Lin Yuan is contemplating whether he can produce some new works before the end of the year. Of course, at this time, discussions about the three-body problem are far from over. On a certain online talk show called Experts Talk About Trending Topics, the three-body problem became the hot topic of the latest episode. The show invites elites from relevant circles to discuss major recent events within those circles, and it's always been well received. For instance, this episode's subtitle is Experts Talk About the Three-Body Problem. The guests invited by the production team turned out to be Chun Shi and Yi Tsong. The former is Chu Kuang's last global challenger. The latter was the original leading figure in Blue Star's sci-fi, essentially having his throne seized by Chu Kuang. The fact that these two are willing to join the show to talk about the three-body problem took countless people by surprise. This also led to exceptionally high viewership for this episode. And on the show, Chun Shi started sharing his thoughts on the first book of the three-body problem right away. You should know, the three-body series, after all, is a sci-fi novel, and it's hard sci-fi, so it has a reading threshold. Many details are actually only partially understood by readers. Chun Shi, as a top professional sci-fi writer, analyzed it for everyone on the show, instantly enlightening the audience. For example, regarding Sapon, which appeared in the first book, Chun Shi humorously stated, "Putting aside the technical aspects, just consider Sapon as the Trisolaran ambassador stationed on Earth. Of course, she's a beautiful robot ambassador." As the conversation continued, Yi Tsong suddenly brought up something. Actually, the three-body series has some connection with ball lightning. Some people noticed this before, but since the three-body problem only recently became popular, not many mentioned it. Chun Shi laughed. You mean Ding Yi, right? Evidently, Chun Shi also noticed this detail. Chu Kuang's The Three-Body Problem features a character named Ding Yi. The same Ding Yi also appeared in his previous work, Ball Lightning. The host was curious. Are these two people the same? Or is it just that Chu Kuang was too lazy to come up with a new name? Yi Tsong laughed. Ding Yi kept Lin Yuan's photo. Although the macro-atom concept wasn't used, it was mentioned in the three-body series. The peace in the world of the three-body is a result of the post-war scenario in ball lightning. Obviously, they are the same person. As for why I brought it up, I just suddenly realized why Chu Kuang could come up with a new book so quickly. He had it all planned out long ago. Chen Shi, you're saying ball lightning is somewhat like a prequel? Yi Tsong, exactly. Of course, you could say it's a side story since both books are related but don't necessarily have a chronological order. The host was incredulous. It's probably like the Fairy Tale Town series back in the day. Those stories hadn't been written yet, but perhaps they'd been brewing in Chu Kuang's mind long before. Yes, Chen Shi described it this way. A normal person's brain can conceive of one book at a time. A few genius writers can come up with 3 books, at most with guaranteed quality. But Chu Kuang seems capable of imagining over 10 creative ideas at once, giving the impression that his creativity is infinite. The strongest brain. I'm talking about writing books. Even after all these years, having gotten used to his style, when talking about Chu Kuang's seemingly endless creative ideas and inexhaustible creativity, everyone can't help being repeatedly amazed. This, everyone, including both readers and fellow writers. Lin Yuan didn't watch the show, but the relationship between the three-body series and ball lightning is already an oft-discussed topic. If it weren't for this connection, Lin Yuan wouldn't have intentionally written ball lightning first as a setup. Meanwhile at home, his sister and younger sister have also recently become engrossed in the three-body problem, holding on to the book all day. Lin Yuan was curious. Why have you been reading it for so long? The younger sister, my second read. The sister, my third read. Lin Yuan chuckled, unable to distinguish whether it was the allure of the three-body or the charm of family. Putting down the book, the sister rubbed her hands together and said, "Should you consider doing a children's literature next?" Lin Yuan hadn't responded yet when the younger sister couldn't help herself. Does big sister need more achievements again? The sister laughed. Not really. Our department's performance is quite good. Chu Kuang's old books consistently sell well. But who would complain about even better performance? The thing is, Big Brother is already the top in fairy tales. The younger sister voiced Lin Yuan's thoughts. Being the #1 in fairy tales, writing more fairy tales doesn't boost his ranking that much. Then seriously, what's the plan for the next book? The sister looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and said, I'll write something with strong literary qualities. Most of Chu Kuang's works lean towards commercial, though there are ones with higher literary value. They're not strong enough. Often people use Journey to the West as an example. Is its literary quality exceptional? Journey to the West is one of the 4 great classical novels. But do you really read it for its literary quality? Are the poems and verses written by Wu Qingjin comparable to Li Bai, Du Fu, or Xan Qiji Su Dongpa? Can you even name any poems or verses by Wu Qingjin? The greatest strength of Journey to the West is its popularity, as the story of Sun Wukong and the 3 disciples accompanying the Tang monk to fetch the scriptures is well known among the masses, and that's the most remarkable aspect of Journey to the West. You really don't play by the rules. Big Yao Yao was surprised. This was an answer she hadn't anticipated. But she didn't doubt her brother, because seemingly every genre Chu Kuang tried ended in success. As if there's no story genre in the world he can't handle. But then the sister suddenly laughed. That's a good direction, especially now. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. How? So, the sister said, remember when I told you back then that the Literature and Art Association plans to organize a literature event similar to the music awards ceremony? Lin Yuan felt frustrated. That was indeed mentioned. But it's been so many years. It felt like the higher-ups painted a pie for the literary world, and it hasn't officially started yet. You don't believe me? The sister seemed to have more precise insider information this time. By the end of this year or next, they will definitely hold the first literary event, and this time I'm definitely not boasting. You'll be there to receive an award. All right. Lin Yuan decided to believe one more time. The younger sister shook her head. Even if Big Brother wins more awards, there's no way to personally receive them. It feels unsatisfying. Next year, Lin Yuan unknowingly said. Next year, maybe I'll be able to personally accept them? After speaking, Lin Yuan himself laughed. Perhaps because of the unification of Blue Star and the growing influence of Chu Kuang's Xianyu shadow, he always felt like his true identity might be revealed any time. The chairman and Jin Mu also reminded him several times, saying he should be mentally prepared. Lin Yuan had been preparing himself mentally for countless years, and he was no longer so anxious. So what if he's exposed? A great man should face death calmly. Next to him, the sister and younger sister listened to Lin Yuan's seemingly casual words, glancing at each other, their hearts inexplicably racing. Personally accepted? As Chu Kuang. Chapter 1570, 1271. Secured 7th place on the writer's rankings. The next day, studio. Jin Mu looked at Lin Yuan. If I'm not mistaken, Chu Kuang should be able to reach 7th place on the author list next month. Lin Yuan nodded. Jin Mu continued. After reaching 7th, there's still more than 3 months until the Spring Festival. You probably have something planned, right? I'll write another book. Lin Yuan gave the same answer he gave his sister yesterday. Create a work with stronger literary qualities. Stronger literary qualities? Jin Mu thought for a moment and understood what Lin Yuan meant. Because some people say that although you're the world's best-selling author, your works are often more commercial than literary. So you're thinking of writing a more literary work to prove yourself, right? Not exactly. Lin Yuan smiled. It's just about time. Jin Mu instantly grasped the meaning. You mean, you've been writing bestseller novels because attracting readers relies on commercial content. Now that your reputation is well established, whatever you write has the attraction to make readers patiently read through. Lin Yuan nodded. Over the years, Lin Yuan has been writing bestsellers without excessively chasing the literary quality of his works. Because Lin Yuan deeply understands the rules of the book market. Highly literary works often aren't the bestsellers. It's like how commercial films' box office can never be matched by art films. Lin Yuan's first goal in writing books in the early days was to make money. Aiming for profit, he certainly wouldn't write any of Earth's literary masterpieces. While these literary masterpieces are excellent and could help Chu Kuang secure an important place in the literary world when it comes to making money, it's still about commercial literature. Didn't the Harry Potter series make Chu Kuang earn a ton of W? But that doesn't mean Lin Yuan has objections to those literary masterpieces. Lin Yuan's thoughts are actually quite pure. Writing literary masterpieces is a must. But before that, it's necessary to use bestsellers to make Chu Kuang famous first. Once Chu Kuang is famous, and the money is enough to spend, then I can write some literary works with care. By that time, even if readers aren't patient enough for highly literary works, they'd still buy them for the sake of the pen name. This is what's called It's About Time. Now Chu Kuang is the world's #1 best-selling author. No matter what book Chu Kuang writes, there will be a massive crowd of readers willing to pay for it. In such a situation, the literary works written by Chu Kuang will definitely outsell any other literature expert on Blue Star. The idea is sound. Now, no matter what you write, readers will buy it unconditionally. This is the result of your diligent cultivation across various novel fields over the years. But personally, I'd suggest trying a few medium-length pieces first, since this is your first time creating a novel with literary quality as the primary goal. Okay. Many works strong in literary quality are within 1 million words, and novels under 2 million words aren't even considered long novels by Lin Yuan. What is a long novel? At least 3 million above, right? Apparently, Lin Yuan's concept of novel length is quite different from ordinary understanding. Do you already have an idea? Yeah. Have you thought of a title? The title is Siege. Siege, what's the meaning? Marriage is like a siege. People outside want to get in, and those inside want to get out. Jin Mu was stunned, suddenly deeply touched. This is a divorced man. Exactly. Lin Yuan was going to write Mr. Qian Zhongshu's Siege. This book is absolutely famous in our celestial dynasty. Putting aside Lin Yuan's personal understanding of long novels, Mr. Qian Zhongshu's Siege can be considered a long novel in a broad sense, even though the full text is just over 200,000 words. Chu Kuang could write it in just a few days. But don't underestimate these 200,000 plus words. Everyone should be familiar with the scholars, right? Qian Zhongshu's Siege is a uniquely styled satirical novel in modern Chinese literature, hailed as the scholars. The story mainly portrays the group portrait of intellectuals at the start of the war. It's said practiced hand and familiarity. Chu Kuang, writing with Earth's background, is becoming more and more adept. Don't ask. If you ask, the answer is it's set in a parallel world. Blue Star readers don't have problems with understanding. They are used to old rascal Chu Kuang's fondness for writing novels with a parallel background. They'll automatically fill in some Blue Star background because a planet can't have developed over so many years without some unique moments. Talk about love. Discuss marriage. Readers will definitely be surprised. For a best-selling author like Chu Kuang to write such work. Passing the Red Sea, the ship sailed on the Indian Ocean, but the sun relentlessly lingered longer, taking over most of the night. The night seemed soaked in oil, turning semi-transparent. It got embraced by the sun, making no distinction. Maybe it was enchanted by the sun, so the night that followed the fading evening glow also carried a rosy tint. Upon awakening from a red-tinted slumber, the passengers awoke, drenched in sweat, washed up, and rushed onto the deck to catch the sea breeze. Another day begins. Commercial literature wouldn't depict an environment this way, but Mr. Qian Zhongshu's works always reveal their literary quality between the lines. Yes, Lin Yuan spent the following days writing Siege. In just a few days, this work was officially completed. A novel of 200,000 to 300,000 words was really not hard for Lin Yuan to write. At the same time, September officially ended. On an early October night, all major charts on Blue Star were updated, exactly as everyone anticipated and hoped. Chu Kuang's author ranking skyrocketed to 7th globally. At this moment, the family was thrilled. Voices like, "My brother, indeed, my sister, indeed, my son has the demeanor of an emperor," and "woof, woof, woof," echoed through the house. At the same time, the entire internet buzzes over it. Look at the old rascal's rocket-like rise. This wave is all thanks to the three-body problem. Absolutely, the three-body problem deserves it. Becoming Blue Star's top sci-fi author only pushed the rank up one spot. I feel it's a bit less, ranked way too heavily on literary quality above. Yeah, the works ranked ahead have high literary quality, but sales still can't compare with Chu Kuang. Nothing to complain about here. Literary value is indeed a very important thing. Authors ranked top all deserve our respect. Some of their works are world classics now. Chu Kuang's Journey to the West. Reportedly, even the Literature and Art Association is considering it as a classic. I heard about it too. This book is currently Chu Kuang's biggest representative work. The IP development is good too. Sun Wukong well known to every household. Haha. Now Chu Kuang's ranking has completely surpassed Xianyu. Xianyu's music and dance rankings are both 8th. Laughing. Take a closer look. What the heck? What's going on? With a series of exclamations, many people were amazed to find that Xianyu's music chart ranking also changed. Chapter 1571, 1272. The taste of winning without effort is really nice. Xianyu's global music ranking has indeed changed. From the original 8th place, suddenly jumped to the 7th place. 7th. Xianyu is now 7th. Xianyu hasn't released any new works recently, right? Could it be because of the sudden rise of our song? Are you talking about Gokura Kajodo? That piece's dance was more viral than the song itself. Goodness gracious. Xianyu. I heard Chu Kuang reached 7th? I'll play at 7th for a bit too then. After all, good buddies advance and retreat together. This is quite sudden. What's so sudden? Are you guys looking down on children's songs? Isn't the reason for Xianyu's ranking increase obvious? It's that globally popular children's song album released for Children's Day. Those children's songs are that fierce. You probably don't interact with kids much, do you? You don't know that kindergartens now, I mean worldwide, are teaching Xianyu's children's songs in music classes. Basically, you can ask any child, and they can hum a few lines of Xianyu's songs. Such great influence. You telling me children's songs aren't strong? Holy crap. Children's songs. It was children's songs. Netizens never would have thought. Xianyu not only used a children's song album to get a first-place finish for a season, but also rose a spot in the music rankings. Before this, everyone's attention was on Chu Kuang. After all, the hype from the three-body problem was there, making the possibility of a ranking rise quite high, so hardly anyone paid attention to Xianyu's ranking this month. Faced with this sudden change, netizens exclaimed, "Lin Biqing is crying in the bathroom." Lin Biqing was the musician originally ranked 7th in the Chu Continent music chart. He was participating in Our Song and had met Lin Yuan a few times during the recording of the show. However, Lin Biqing never imagined that his music ranking would unexpectedly be snatched overnight by Xian Yu with a children's song album. It's worth noting, a maestro of this level would generally never write children's songs. Children's songs are too simple. Maestros play at a much higher level. They often produce works that astonish the world. And yet, it was precisely a children's song album that allowed Xian Yu to create a miracle that perhaps no one else could replicate. After all, even the most formidable maestros wouldn't dare say they could write a globally popular children's song album like Xian Yu. Is this surge solely due to the children's song album? Of course not. Soon, a netizen pointed out, the influence of the children's songs is one aspect. Another is Lin Biqing's own issues. Those who watched the recent matches of Our Song should know what I'm referring to. Haha. Are you talking about the episode where Lin Biqing and Lu Sheng had a creative showdown, and he bombed? Not just that episode. The last 2 months of matches showed many issues. Yes, the hottest music variety show on Blue Star, Our Song, continues. And in this show, Lin Biqing, previously ranked 7th, lost a match to Lu Sheng, who was ranked 10th. Normally, this wouldn't be a big deal. Rankings represent overall strength. An occasional win or loss doesn't mean much. Just like we know, even world champion Marlon occasionally stumbles. However, one match doesn't prove anything, but several matches can indicate something. In these 2 months of competitions, Lin Biqing ended up facing Zhong Continent Maestro Abigail 3 times. Abigail's music ranking is 6th, only one rank higher than Lin Biqing's 7th. Directly facing each other, Lin Biqing certainly had a chance to win. Who would have thought that in 3 matches against Abigail, he wouldn't win even once? Abigail is strong, but Lin Biqing isn't weak either. He's only one rank below Abigail. So why did they have 3 matches ending in 3 defeats? Winning at least one match would make sense, right? Losing 3 times to Guy and also losing to the rankings gatekeeper Lu Sheng. That's another reason for Lin Biqing's ranking drop. After all, we all know, Guy was double killed by Xian Yu at the Blue Song Olympics. If we're not just talking about the 2 face-offs, Abigail's win rate against Xian Yu is 0%. Additionally, we know, the number 1 maestro in Qin Continent is Father Yang, the second is Fish Papa, and then it's Lu Sheng. Of course, we also know that Lu Sheng is nicknamed Little Xian Yu, having once been crushed by Fish Papa on the season chart. So, why should Lin Biqing, losing to both Guy and Little Xian Yu Lu Sheng in Our Song, remain 7th? Xian Yu is only 8th. So this adjustment by the Literature and Art Association is completely reasonable, with Xian Yu's children's songs exploding and Lin Biqing's poor performance leading to this change. Are we solving math problems here? Lin Yuan felt surprised seeing his music ranking suddenly rise by 1 spot. After reading the netizens' analysis, he slowly came to his senses, though his expression showed a bit of oddness. Oh my, so those children's songs were that fierce? And Lin Biqing had some issues on his own? That said, suddenly jumping up to the 7th position, Lin Yuan felt as if he had gained something for nothing. Is this what it feels like to win while lying down? The first time experiencing this, it feels quite nice. It's worth noting, at the beginning of the year, Lin Yuan had written a New Year's planning book. In the New Year's planning book, Chu Kuang's minimum goal was to enter the top 7 of the Blue Star Writer rankings. That's already been achieved. Xian Yu's minimum goal was to enter the 7th spot on the composer rankings. Lin Yuan thought this goal would be achieved through concert pieces. Never would have thought. Before the concert even started, he had already met his minimum goal. I've underestimated the scale. The plans set at the beginning of this year for music and novels really weren't very challenging. It's just that the movie side hasn't been going well. The goal at the beginning of the year was to reach the top 20 of his own film chart, but now there's basically no progress. It seems unlikely to hit the top 20 by year-end. Looks like next year's plans will have to increase the requirements for music and novels and lower the standards for films. Lin Yuan thought so. And shortly after Xian Yu's music ranking rose by 1 spot, congratulations poured in from all sides. Zheng Jing liked to joke around. Congratulations. 7th on the global music charts. How does it feel to be so close to caressing Guy's butthole? You two are now 1/6 and 1/7. Lu Sheng was a bit cheeky with his words. I really gave you an assist this time. Guy and I are so strong. Seeing how fierce we are makes everyone realize you're even more formidable for having defeated us. Abigail even called, though a bit dramatic and as competitive as ever. You're interested in my position, right? 6th on the global music chart. But I won't easily give it to you. Ready for another head-to-head? You won't have the same luck as last time. Yang Zhongming was the most imposing. 7th is still too far from me. It's inconvenient for me to go over, so I'll have to trouble you to come closer. I hope to see you at a closer position, whether looking up or down. Yang Zhongming is ranked 3rd on the music chart. Wanting Yang to look up to Lin Yuan? Unless Lin Yuan can reach 2nd or even 1st. As for looking down at Lin Yuan, it would be best if Lin Yuan could climb to 4th place. I'll work hard. Of course, you should work hard. If you remain stagnant at 7th, our distance will return to what it was before. Lin Yuan was stunned. Yang Zhongming's words carried a lot of information. Yang, already 3rd globally, is thinking about advancing even further? If Yang Zhongming advances further, that would mean 2nd in the global music ranking. Chapter 1572, 1273, Servant Divider Lu Sheng. After Yang Zhongming, all the members of the Yu dynasty also called to congratulate him. Among them, Xia Fan, after offering her congratulations, suddenly said, I want everyone to gather and do an episode of Fish Walking with you to promote the new movie. Is that okay? New movie? Lin Yuan was taken aback, then immediately realized that the new movie referred to Resident Evil 2. Zhou had indeed mentioned to him recently that the company was considering the release schedule of Resident Evil 2. Sure. We'll contact you then. Okay. This is Xia Fan's movie, and also his own movie. If the Yu dynasty helps with the promotion, Lin Yuan doesn't see any problem with that. Perfect timing. He wanted to boost the movie ranking before the end of the year, and having a higher box office would definitely help with the ranking. Of course, it's not just friends and family sending congratulations. The media also widely reported the changes in this list. Chu Kuang ranked 7th on the writers list. Xian Yu ranked 7th on the music list. After Shadow's painting topped the charts, Chu Kuang and Xian Yu both exerted their efforts. This is the southern Xian Yu and northern Chu Kuang. As the end of the year approaches, will there be new changes at the top of the elite lists? The end-of-year sprint stage is about to begin. The competition on the list may become even fiercer. It is now October. Following the usual pattern of previous years, the competition in each field becomes indeed more intense as the year-end approaches. In closing, Lin Yuan also received a call from director Tong Shuwen. Congratulations on the music ranking increase. By the way, our show has also reached the semi-final stage recently. Well, after several months, the 2nd season of Our Song is only now reaching the semi-final stage. Back then, when Lin Yuan participated in The Masked Singer, it also took several months of arrangements. Tong Shuwen just loves this kind of large variety show. After a pause, Tong Shuwen continued, for the upcoming semi-final choreography, I need your help to design it. And for the finals? The finals won't need dance. It will still be purely about songs and singing. After all, we're not a real dance show. No problem. Xian Yu's dance ranking is in the 8th position. Again, waiting for a few dance influences full impact to improve the ranking is a strategy, but the most time-efficient way, after all, is to continue making efforts. Isn't it almost New Year's again? Lin Yuan figured it would be good to push the dance ranking up a bit before the end of the year. See you tomorrow then. Tong Shuwen laughed and hung up the call. Just like that. The next day, Lin Yuan went directly to the recording center for the 2nd season of Our Song. On the Qin Continent team, Lu Sheng was thrilled to see Lin Yuan again. Have you been watching the show recently? The competition is quite fierce. Not much. Then let me briefly tell you the situation. As the elimination rounds continue, we still have 3 people left. Shu Yu, Fei Yang, and your girl, Jiang Kuei. What about the other teams? Zhao Continent and Yin Continent have been completely wiped out. Other teams have 1 or 2 left, but the Central Continent is better off. Like us, they still have 3 people left. Got it. Lin Yuan has been busy with Chu Kuang's matters recently, so he hasn't been following the competition closely. It seems that without him, the Qin Continent team is performing quite well and is not inferior to the Central Continent team. Then, Lu Sheng explained the upcoming situation to Lin Yuan. In the next episode, representing the Qin Continent will be me and Jiang Kuei, and the opponents will be Chu Continent's #1 female singer Fujiwara Mari and Lian Biqing, whom you just bumped to 8th on the music list. Let's do our best with this one. I've already got a plan. What's the plan? This time, you're responsible for the choreography first, and I'll create suitable music based on your dance. Anyway, Jiang Kuei is brilliant and can handle any type of music. Lin Yuan was dumbfounded. Something doesn't seem quite right. Wasn't I here to design choreography for your songs? How did it become you designing music for my dance? The photographer nearby silently captured this precious video footage. It's still October. Friday night. The latest episode of Our Song aired its teaser, and CNU's rare appearance on the show sparked a wave of excitement. Fish Papa is back. Just after the music ranking increased, dancer CNU is now online. This matchup is a bit interesting. Fish Papa's opponent is actually Lian Biqing, even though Fish Papa is only responsible for the choreography. Lian Biqing is probably fuming. This fish has stolen his music ranking and now wants to bully him with dance. Fuming won't help. Fish Papa's choreography is too powerful. No one can stop him right now. Looking forward to Fish Papa's new dance. Fish Papa is going to bully again with dance. During the broadcast, the conversation between Lu Sheng and CNU of the Qin Continent team was revealed. This time, you're responsible for the choreography first, and I'll create suitable music based on your dance. Anyway, Jiang Kuei is brilliant and can handle any type of music. Immediately, the audience burst into laughter. Wonder Lu is too real. Such a team points player. He'll do anything for whoever can carry him. Winning is more important than being the MVP. Dances usually complement the song, with the song first and the dance following. But Wonder Lu wants to create songs based on the dance. Makes sense. Lu Sheng is just someone who does music for Fish Papa's choreography. Exactly. Lu Sheng is the kind of person who'll do anything to win. Just like me committing everything to support my ADC. A few months ago, CNU choreographed a peacock dance for Lu Sheng's song Peacock. Back then, netizens joked that Lu Sheng was just making music to accompany CNU's dance. Unexpectedly, Lu Sheng is now genuinely determined to make music for Lin Yuan's dance. The joke really came true. And at home, after watching the show's teaser, his sister stared at Lin Yuan and asked, "Is this a new dance again?" Lin Yuan, sort of. "Mom, what kind of dance?" Lin Yuan, "Ballroom dance." His sister, "Another ballroom dance. How does it compare to the tango before?" Lin Yuan thought for a moment. This one should be a bit more famous. Antarctica couldn't help but ask, "Woof woof." Lin Yuan replied with a smile. "This dance is called the waltz." That's right. Lin Yuan managed to create the waltz these few days. Tango and waltz both belong to the ballroom dance genre. The former is more competitive and has a stronger sense of power. The waltz is more graceful and is more of a courtly dance, like the dance between a prince and a princess. Of course, the waltz can be fast or slow. The fast one is called the Vienna waltz, and the one without the Vienna prefix is the slow waltz, derived from the Vienna waltz. The version Lin Yuan created leans towards the slow type, mostly to distinguish it more from the tango. After all, the two dances have some similar movements and steps, just with different rhythms and styles. Plus, the four great techniques are comprehensively embodied in the waltz, which is why it's listed as the first dance genre to learn in ballroom dance. Tomorrow, the waltz will make its debut performance on Blue Star. This will be another dance style that can be at an international top competition level. Chapter 1573, 1274, Waltz. The next day, evening, the latest episode of Our Song welcomes the semifinals. Backstage. Are you ready? Ready. Countdown to the show. Let's start. Host Anong takes the stage. Start. Tong Shuwen gave the order, and Hong took the stage. The latest episode of Our Song Semifinals. The global live broadcast has officially started. Online, audiences from various continents had been eagerly anticipating this live broadcast. As soon as the live broadcast began, major social platforms exploded with discussions. It's starting. The first group is Chu Continent versus Qin Continent. Qin Continent goes first. I love director Tong's unconventional choices. The most anticipated Qin Continent team is first up. In other shows, the most anticipated match would be saved for later. By the way, will there be a new dance from Qin Continent this time? Will Fish Papa perform in person? Ah, it's happening. Fish Papa is performing. He's going to perform this dance himself. Amidst the discussions, the stage darkened, and the already prepared Lin Yuan stepped onto the stage, causing countless gasps. And Lin Yuan's dance partner was Zhao Yinggu, another female singer from the Yu dynasty. Behind Lin Yuan, on the singing platform, singer Jiang Kuei smiled. Suddenly, the music started. This was music composed by Lu Sheng, titled Glimmer. Lin Yuan provided Lu Sheng with many suggestions, mostly adhering to the style of the waltz, which perfectly matched the dance's characteristics. With a smile, Jiang Kuei began to sing. Lin Yuan and Zhao Yinggu started to dance. On the first beat, Lin Yuan stepped back with his left, Zhao Yinggu advanced with her right. On the second beat, Lin Yuan moved to the right, Zhao Yinggu followed to the left. On the third beat, they stepped together. These moves were somewhat similar to the previous tango. The audience initially thought this was just Xian Yu performing the tango again. However, very quickly, the difference between waltz and tango emerged. When the two separated, they suddenly performed a contra-check. Then, sideways step and slide step. Step back and hold slide step. Deep dip. Open natural turn. Close natural turn. Left whisk and other classic waltz moves were displayed one by one. In the audience stands, the audience initially assumed this was Xian Yu and Zhao Yinggu performing the tango again. But as they watched, they realized something was different. With full concentration, accompanied by beautiful music, the audience gradually became captivated, watching more and more intently. When Zhao Yinggu leaned back and Xian Yu supported her waist, this iconic pose caused a frenzy among the crowd. Oh, my girlish heart. This is so romantic. Initially, I thought it was the tango Fish Papa created before, but later I realized it wasn't. This seems like a new type of ballroom dance. That position change. Those synchronized steps. Look, Zhao Yinggu's waist dips so low. So beautiful. Feels softer than the tango. The music and timing are so pleasant. The singing continued. The dance continued. Now Zhao Yinggu and Lin Yuan's coordination was even more harmonious than before, dancing while consistently exchanging glances. Swaying, rising and falling. They crossed arms and advanced together. Walking, Lin Yuan suddenly did a backward step to catch Zhao Yinggu's spin. Between the left and right tilts, interspersed with forward straddle steps, it seemed to synchronize with the climax of the music, with the difficulty increasing. On stage, the spotlights created a textured effect, gently and lovingly shining down. Lin Yuan raised his hand. Zhao Yinggu turned 90 degrees left or right, finally falling into his embrace. Under the continued singing, the audience was enthralled. It was like watching an idol drama. The romantic atmosphere made the air feel intimate and pink. After all, with Xian Yu's looks and Zhao Yinggu as a classic beauty with big eyes and long legs, their prince and princess-like pairing naturally created this swirling pink bubble atmosphere. Not to mention Jiang Kuei's voice seamlessly intertwining like background music from an idol drama. Backstage, the dancers from various continent teams gathered, all dumbfounded and astonished. This dance, the difficulty is quite average, so why is it so captivating? He's completely transformed ballroom dancing into something fresh. So why is Xian Yu still only ranked 8th on the dance chart? Quick, let him rise in the ranks. With him below me, I can't eat or sleep in peace. Haha. After all, the dance influence hasn't fully exploded, but I also think Xian Yu's ranking should go up. We're not on the same level as him at all. This dance is in no way inferior to the previous tango. It's not just no weaker than the tango. This dance might once again catch the attention of the Literature and Art Association for promotion. Where is Xian Yu just a dancer? He's clearly a dance inventor. Outsiders enjoy the spectacle while insiders notice the details. The ordinary audience loves the idol drama-like atmosphere, whereas professional dancers see the true value of this dance from the seemingly simple waltz dance moves. At home. So this is the waltz. How beautiful. Is it close to your square dance? Watch your words. Different styles can't be compared. All right. Woof, 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 woof. What's Antarctica saying? I don't understand this sentence. At the program's venue, the song gradually concluded. The dance also gradually ended. As the final move froze. In the song's lingering notes, the audience applause was overwhelmingly enthusiastic. As the competitors, the Chu Continent team looked like they were attending a funeral. Lin Yuan, the maestro representing Chu Continent this time, was especially having a meltdown. Damn, do you have to bully people like this? It's bad enough that Xian Yu took my ranking, and now this guy comes to our song to bully me with dance. Ugh, this freak. How can we even compete like this? Xian Yu's dancing is like he has cheat codes on. Luckily, the finals don't let continent teams do dances. Otherwise, if Xian Yu choreographed for Qin Continent in the finals, no one could stop him. The bad news is that there's little hope for this semifinal. The good news is he has nothing to do with the upcoming events. Even though he's no longer a composer for this show, he still turned the competition upside down. On stage, after the performance, Hong looked at Lin Yuan and, as per usual, asked the question everyone was most curious about. What's the name of this dance? Waltz. Lin Yuan replied as such, as expected beforehand. Like the previous dances, the waltz, combined with the song, successfully defeated the opponents, which also marked the end of Lin Yuan's cooperation with the second season of our song. The finals had nothing more to do with him, but that's not important. Through this program, Lin Yuan's dances have already gained global acclaim. Chapter 1574, 1275, The Uncrowned King of the Dance Circle. No wonder it's the most popular variety show right now. After the competition, the dance called Waltz indeed sparked global discussion. The entire internet is talking about it. That saying is spot on. Fish Papa said he's not a singer or composer in the show. Turns out he's not even human. That's amazing. The waltz is awesome. The waltz is indeed an exceptional dance. Nearly every episode presents a new type of dance, beating songs with dance. Looking at our song Season 2, Fish Papa single-handedly turned a music show into a dance competition. Exactly. Whenever Fish Papa participates in an episode, discussions about dance consistently outperform those about songs. The key aspect is that none of the big names on the dance chart are a match for Fish Papa. When those big names on the dance chart first appeared, I thought Fish Papa finally met his match, but they ended up like Yuan E, no different, all losing. Even if I went up, I would do just fine. It'll be great if Fish Papa could participate in the finals. If Fish Papa choreographs for the finals, Qin Continent team wins half right away, you believe it? Believe it. Everyone knows that after this episode, Xian Yu won't be participating in our song, Season 2 anymore, which makes today's discussion particularly lively. Many people revisited Xian Yu's dances. The peacock dance, the tango, the pole dance, the robot, the otaku dance, Gokuraku Jodo, and today's romantic waltz. Xian Yu appeared in 6 episodes. Each dance was so memorable. Those big names faced him in the dance chart, almost without any fight. Meanwhile, while discussing Xian Yu's dances, netizens were shocked to discover Teacher Hua Yu, ranked 7th on the Blue Star dance chart, had updated a status. As the dancer ranked 7th in sequence on the dance chart, recently seeing Teacher Admirable Fish at 8th often feels like choking, like a thorn in the flesh, sitting on pins and needles. Watching the waltz performance today makes me feel even more so, but I felt a huge relief. Finally, such a dance comes out. Teacher Admirable Fish is finally going ahead of me. Hua Yu resides on the Geek Tribe platform. As the female dancer ranked 7th globally on the dance chart, Hua Yu does not lack fan attention, especially after participating in our song Season 2. Thanks to the show's huge ratings, Hua Yu's follower count grew even more. Once this status was out, netizens chuckled knowingly. Fully understand Sister Hua's feelings. It's like dining with the boss, and you end up in the main seat while the boss sits next, straight up feeling all wrong. I laughed to death. Sister Hua is probably the first whose ranking is getting surpassed, yet she's this excited. Mainly because in the competition, Fish Papa's dance is killing them crazily. Yet looking at the chart, Fish Papa is only 8th, while many of those he crazily beats rank much higher. That's right. As a professional dancer, I can tell you that Fish Papa's dance is insanely well-reviewed professionally, including the professional competition in preparation. Influences like tango, pole dance, and the robot are bound to explode. Therefore, the whole industry knows Fish Papa's current ranking doesn't hold much reference value. He'll definitely enter the top 3 in the future, or even vie for first, so Sister Hua's feelings are quite normal. Currently, Xianyu acts like the crown prince of the dance circle. He just needs to wait, sure to ascend as the new king later. Huh, damn, look at Yun Kaiyue's new update. Yun Kaiyue. Isn't Yun Kaiyue ranked 6th in the dance chart? Why is she joining the fun? With surprised exclamations. Yun Kaiyue also posted a new status. After watching Teacher Admirable Fish's competitions, I deeply understand just how much stronger he is than we are. A dancer stronger than me shouldn't rank lower than me. If possible, I'd like to roll to 7th and let Teacher Admirable Fish above me. Netizens were stunned. Hua Yu's ranking is about to drop and wrote a post to celebrate. Already ridiculous enough. How is Cloud Teacher even more ridiculous? What about Fighting Tooth and Nail for ranking? Why are they getting polite? Is this the openness of dancers? Ha ha ha. It's not about openness, more about whether they'd give it straightforwardly. What do you mean by that? Literature and Art Association mentioned previously that they're planning world-class professional competitions based on some of Xianyu's dances, so this dance chart ranking is bound to skyrocket. I see. Since they're destined to get surpassed, might as well give way now, save the constant worry. However, at this moment, the dancer ranked 5th on the dance chart also released a status. The dancer ranked 5th is Zhao Chun. Zhao Chen's status and Yun Kaiyue's can be described as identical. Then let me be straightforward. I'm indeed no match for Teacher Admirable Fish in choreography or dancing. Ranking ahead of Teacher Admirable Fish honestly makes me nervous. If possible, Teacher Admirable Fish should go directly to 5th. I'll scramble to 6th. Goodness. Zhao Chen also admitted. Zhao Chen, MMP, what choice do I have but admit? Hua Yu set a good example by directly putting Zhao Chun and the others on the spot. Ha ha ha. If Zhao Chun didn't post an update, people would think, what's the matter? You're ahead of Teacher Admirable Fish and feel at ease? Are you more powerful than that fish? Clearly we all watch the competition. You big names in the dance chart are being beaten by him. Finally, the dancer ranked 4th, Xia Huayu, emerged. Unlike the others who posted statuses online, Xia Huayu accepted an impromptu media interview. During the interview, the media mentioned the big names allowing self-imposed ranking transfers. Xia Huayu laughed. I lost to Teacher Admirable Fish once in head-to-head competition, thought I could win again. But seeing Teacher Admirable Fish's new dances later, suddenly felt winning is hopeless. Reporter, you mean? Xia Huayu. I shouldn't rank ahead of Teacher Admirable Fish. In my heart, he's already Blue Star's top dancer. Reporter shocked. Number 1. This evaluation is exceedingly high. So high, most wouldn't dare evaluate this way. After all, with this statement, Xia Huayu essentially offended the top 3 on the dance chart. Yes. Xia Huayu nodded. Better than the current number 1. Truly the uncrowned king of the dance circle. Of course, it's my personal opinion, because regardless of the current top 3 on the dance chart or Teacher Admirable Fish, I can't beat them, so my actual dance strength probably ranks only 5th in Blue Star. Reporter chuckled. Since the establishment of Blue Star ranking system, it's the first time multiple artists ranking ahead of someone expressed they're giving their ranks to someone lower. We don't know how Literature and Art Association will handle this, but I believe this event will become a memorable story in the Blue Star dance circle. No. Xia Huayu smiled. Back when painters ranked higher than Shadow God watched the Painting Soul series, they too had similar expressions. We fully understand their feelings, because in the competitions, we are completely beaten without any resistance, genuinely embarrassed to continue ranking ahead of Teacher Admirable Fish. Good is good, bad is bad. When the gap is too wide, many things become clear. Against Teacher Admirable Fish's highly creative dances, Xia Huayu and others simply couldn't win, creating new types. This is a pioneer's skill. Interestingly, teacher Admirable Fish didn't just create one type of new dance, he's an old pioneer. Such teacher Admirable Fish, in many insiders' minds, is already Blue Star Dance Circle's actual #1, because all who dance his created dances will view him as the founding master. As for ordinary netizens, 7th place, 6th place, 5th place, 4th place, 4 dancers consecutively expressed submission to Xian Yu, already astonishing the entire internet. Chapter 1575, 1276, Chu Kuang's Pure Literature. The next day, Lin Yuan learned about the news online, and he didn't expect such a development. Has the dance circle on Blue Star always been this modest? However, Lin Yuan soon stopped worrying about this matter. Just like Xia Huayu and others understand, the dance ranking will remain the same regardless of whether the people at the top are willing to relinquish their position. Xian Yu will eventually climb up there. Wait until those dance competitions officially begin. It's just a matter of time and speed. In fact, because the official competitions are being organized, the dances Lin Yuan created have already started to spread their influence. Tango, pole dance, the robot. Countless people are practicing. Many people want to achieve a good result in the official competitions. That's the advantage of new dance styles becoming competition projects. Lin Yuan is destined to become the grandmaster with the greatest influence in the dance circle. Just like how, over the years, the influence of Chu Kuang, Xian Yu, and Shadow has been increasing. The fan base of these 3 pen names that Lin Yuan uses is growing more and more across different age groups. Many children who were exposed to their works in kindergarten are now gradually growing up. Not to say whether they've become adults. At least they've developed the ability to express and even consume, forming some concepts that adults have. In the dance circle, it will also eventually be like this. There will be people everywhere influenced by Lin Yuan's works. Thinking this way, Lin Yuan suddenly received a call from Jin Mu. Congratulations, boss. I estimate that next month there will be a significant rise in your rank in the dance chart. Where are you with the new book called Siege that you mentioned before? It's finished. Lin Yuan almost forgot about this matter. It was only after Jin Mu reminded him that he remembered. I'll send it to you. After Lin Yuan finishes writing, he typically sends his novel to Jin Mu, who then communicates with Silver Blue Books to discuss specific publishing matters, including promotional plans. Okay. Jin Mu quickly received the manuscript of Siege. After receiving this work, Jin Mu resisted the urge to open it. It's not a matter of inconvenience, but though he could be the first reader of Chu Kuang on the computer, he prefers the reading enjoyment brought by the ink fragrance of a paper book. The manuscript was confirmed accurate. Jin Mu contacted Silver Blue Books. The immediate consequence was that the entire pure literature department at Silver Blue Books, from the chief editor to the assistant editors, went crazy with excitement. Pure literature. Chu Kuang is finally writing pure literature. Teacher Chu Kuang finally graces us with his talent. Fantasy, mystery, science fiction, fairy tales, etc. Over the years, all major departments of the company have successively been graced by teacher Chu Kuang. It's finally our turn to collaborate with Chu Kuang in the pure literature department. We have waited so long for this day. To gain the favor of Chu Kuang is to conquer the world. This is the eternal legend of Silver Blue Books. Any department, no matter how poor their previous performance, can immediately soar in their achievements once they get to collaborate with Chu Kuang. Take the mystery department as an example. Even though Chu Kuang hasn't written a mystery novel for a long time, the Hercule Poirot series and Sherlock Holmes series he previously published generate astonishing sales numbers every month for the Silver Blue Mystery Department, supporting countless performance indicators. Additionally, the Science Fiction Department and the Fairy Tale Department face similar situations. Now the Pure Literature Department of Silver Blue Books finally welcomes Chu Kuang. How could they not be thrilled? Chu Kuang equals bestseller. It's not just Silver Blue Books. The entire Blue Star book market rarely sees best-selling pure literature works. The pure literature departments of all major publishers on Blue Star are desperate to encounter a best-selling piece. Though Chu Kuang has never written pure literature, as long as he's willing to write, readers will buy his work no matter what genre it is. He directly stands in an invincible position. Amidst the collective excitement of the pure literature department at Silver Blue Books, the news that Chu Kuang's new book is a pure literature piece was officially announced the evening it was received. By the next day, Silver Blue had already launched a promotional campaign. Massive waves of advertisements swept across the digital billboards in various squares. The advertisement page prominently featured the cover image of Siege. The cover carried a line of introduction. Marriage is a besieged fortress, with people inside wanting out and people outside wanting in. Chu Kuang's first marriage-themed long pure literature work. Additionally, all major media, multiple forums, you could see ads for Siege everywhere. Lin Yuan also cooperated by having all three of his pen names repost the news, and even got Ian involved to repost and promote it. Instantly, a global sensation. It's only been just over a month since The Three-Body Problem was released, and although I've seen it many times, Chu Kuang's writing speed is still ridiculously fast. Pure literature. This old rascal Chu Kuang is reaching omnipotence mode, really aiming to cover all novel genres on Blue Star. I don't like pure literature, it feels too pretentious, but the old rascal's pure literature is still worth a look. The promotional intro is good. It compares marriage to a besieged fortress, with some wanting in and others wanting out. After all, it's the old rascal. Pure literature seems a bit melodramatic. Haha, you'd say that as if Chu Kuang's works aren't melodramatic even when they're not pure literature. That's true too. But how literary can the old rascal's pure literature really be? A work themed on marriage. Has the old rascal Chu Kuang gotten married? Can he write this kind of work well? This clearly seems to be for the sake of the author ranking. If Chu Kuang wants to continue rising in the author rankings, he must write literary works, because the higher you go in the rankings, the more emphasis is placed on literariness. Sales are no longer the most important factor. Is that so? Wouldn't that be a bit insincere? Creating literature for literature's sake. Are the works created this way truly heartfelt? This can't be speculated. Let's look at the actual content. The advertisement says it's releasing next week. I'm curious about the level of Chu Kuang's first attempt at pure literature. I'll definitely check it out. The fame of Chu Kuang. The power of advertising. The two combined resulted in Siege being a hit even before its release. A week later, when the novel titled Siege was released and went on sale, the major bookstores across the 8 continents of Blue Star were almost immediately flooded with enthusiastic readers, leading to a frenzy of purchases for Siege. Who said pure literature doesn't sell? The sales of pure literature written by Chu Kuang are mind-boggling, especially for those writers who focus on pure literature. The sales of Chu Kuang's pure literature work, Siege, seemed like a dimensional reduction. Of course, reputation is even more important than sales. Readers buy books primarily due to Chu Kuang's fame. Thus, the readers who bought Siege immediately started reading. The reputation of this book began to quietly brew as the readers delved into its pages. Chapter 1576, 1277, Promotion to 6th and Parachuting to 8th. Qing Continent. Lu Yang's residence. Master Lu is reading a book. The son-in-law made a cup of tea for Master Lu and couldn't help his curiosity. Are you reading Siege? Yes, this book is selling like crazy everywhere. I've read analyses online that say sales have nothing to do with quality. Siege is selling well purely because Chu Kuang is famous, has a large number of fans, and the promotion is aggressive. In terms of literary quality, your work is definitely superior to his. The son-in-law attempted to flatter. Chu Kuang had beaten Master Lu twice before. The son-in-law figured Master Lu probably didn't like Chu Kuang. Unexpectedly, Master Lu glanced up at the son-in-law blandly. For others, book sales may not match the quality, but not for Chu Kuang. Do you really think those who buy books are fools? The son-in-law was taken aback. Is this book really that good? This time, Master Lu didn't look at the son-in-law but turned his head towards the distance. This book holds great wisdom. Great wisdom. It certainly has the literary quality you speak of. I dare say it's not as good as yours. Better than mine. Master Lu's voice carried a touch of regret and melancholy, yet also a hint of consolation. Zhong Continent. 2 people are reading a book. If outsiders were present, they would instantly recognize these 2 elderly men. The 6th-ranked writer on Blue Star, Dian Jun. the fifth-ranked writer on Blue Star, Huang Huang. After a long time, Dian Jun put down the siege in his hand with a sense of wonder. This book is extraordinary. The man is extraordinary too. Huang Huang finished reading his copy of Siege as well. Dian Jun chuckled wryly. Many people say Chu Kuang's works lean heavily on commercialism over literature. This book serves as proof that he can write literary pieces. He just hadn't ventured down this path before. It's like my favorite painter, Shadow, who isn't unable to paint ink washes but chose to draw comics early on. It seems I have to step down and let someone else take the sixth spot. It's not just you. Huang Huang's expression was somewhat complicated. With such a remarkably talented writer emerging below us, my fifth place won't last long either. His appearance is like a literary whirlwind that might not only sweep you and me away. What do you mean? Didn't you mention Shadow? Shadow has proven that being in the top 3, even first, isn't invincible. There's always someone who can pull them down. Across the continents, countless readers are reading. The classic phrases in the book leave people amazed. At that time, she considered her love too precious to give away easily. Now, it's like having a fine piece of clothing she was unwilling to wear, locked in a box, and after a year or two, she suddenly finds the style and pattern out of fashion, and there's some regret and self-reproach. Marriage is the tomb of love. But without marriage, love will die with no place for burial. You are not mean, but entirely useless. If a person isn't arrogant at 20, he has no future. If he is still arrogant at 30, he has no future. The meaning in poetry is its misfortune. Shame is not cheap. Many people can't afford to uphold it. Finally, the reputation of Siege has fully exploded. Great read. Absolutely fantastic. For the first time, I feel that pure literature can be so thrilling. Truly worthy of Chu Kuang, the old rascal's first major pure literary work. Hey, classic. Every sentence speaks to the heart. The understanding of marriage and love is so transparent. It's as if life's wisdom is hidden within the words. Simply divine. I have a classmate full of superiority complex who always used to boast that Chu Kuang's works are too commercial and lack literary merit. I gave him a copy of Siege this morning, and just now he changed his signature to something about marriage being a city. TSK. Rankings. It's heading for another ranking surge. What does omnipotent mean? This is what omnipotent means. Whatever type you want, Chu Kuang can write it. Isn't the ranking about pure literature? Then here's a piece of pure literature for you. The old rascal is eternal. I really don't know how Chu Kuang, the old rascal, does it. A trisolaran. Among countless discussions, suddenly, someone was shocked to discover all the major lists on Blue Star suddenly disappeared. Huh, where's the list? Is it stuck? I can't see it suddenly. I thought it was my internet speed. Are you guys experiencing this too? What the hell? It seems like a technical adjustment. Look quickly. The Literature and Art Association issued a notice. The Literature and Art Association's official account indeed released a notice. The content of the notice was long, summarizing the idea that monthly updates were too infrequent. In the future, the updates for the major rankings on Blue Star would be more flexible, updating once every night at 8 p.m. In this way, everyone could feel the changes in data more intuitively. Besides the adjustments to the update frequency, few noticed the small but significant detail in the dense notice content about the writer's ranking. After long-term discussions by our team, we have finally found a proper and reasonable way to calculate the influence of poetry works. So from now on, the writer's ranking will also take the influence of poetry works into account, which will cause some changes in the list. Poetry. Previously, the writer's ranking didn't count the influence of poetry because poetry is too unique. Now, the Blue Star writer's ranking officially incorporates poetry, calculating its data, delineating its influence since it's indeed an important form of literature. Indeed, that evening, various Blue Star lists were successively released again. The first to be released was the music chart. The rank of the top celebrities hadn't changed much from before. The second was the painting chart. The rankings remained unchanged, with Shadow's top spot being as solid as a rock, likely to stay until the end of time. The third was the writer's chart. This was everyone's main concern, because everyone wanted to know the impact of Chu Kuang's first foray into pure literature. After all, The brilliance of Siege was evident to all. The reputation had already exploded. The result was that countless people focused their eyes, exclaiming in shock. Because, in the latest updated writer's chart, Chu Kuang, true to expectations, had moved up another position. Oh my goodness. He's 6th now, really 6th. Chu Kuang, the old rascal, his rank has been rising too fiercely recently. So this is pure literature? It's phenomenal. The old rascal should keep writing literary works. The Literature and Art Association buys into this set, so let's do more of it. I suddenly feel the old rascal has a chance at breaking into the top 5, because he can write any type of work, including the literary works the top 5 are best at. Wait, don't just look at the old rascal. Look at the name in the 8th spot. Are my eyes deceiving me? How did he get on this list? Who? Holy smokes, Chow Chow, it's him. Suddenly appeared? Why? On what grounds? I don't believe it. The shock of Chu Kuang moving up to 6th on the global writers chart was unexpectedly dwarfed by the even greater shock of the 8th place name. Because the 8th place on the writers chart was none other than Xian Yu. Xian Yu suddenly appeared in the 8th place on the Blue Star writers chart. Chapter 1577, 1278, the globally popular Xian Yu anthology. No one expected Xian Yu to suddenly leap to 8th place on the writer rankings. However, not everyone missed the update prompt from the Literature and Art Association's list. Amidst countless voices of disbelief and uncertainty, someone took a screenshot of the notice from the Literature and Art Association. Poetry. It's poetry. Poetry writers hadn't been included in the Blue Star writer rankings before, but we all know that poetry has always been a very important literary form throughout history, holding a highly esteemed place in literary history. Once poetry writers are included in the rankings, it's no surprise that Xian Yu, who has achieved astronomical success in classical poetry, ranking 1st globally, would enter 8th place. I even think this ranking is too low, given the quality of Xian Yu's poetry deserves a much higher position. Wait a minute, Xian Yu can write poetry? Xian Yu, who excels in singing, composing, screenwriting, and dancing, is also a literati who can write poetry, and made it to 8th in the writer rankings? Oh my, what kind of divine being is this? Top 10 in music rankings, top 10 in dance rankings, now top 10 in writer rankings too. What can't Xian Yu do? Fish Papa, take my knee. Once again, the awkward truth is right before us. After the grand merger of the Blue Star, we thought the whole world knew that Fish Papa could sing, dance, write poetry, compose, and such. However, the fact is, some continents that joined later knew nothing of this, especially the Wei continent and Zhong continent. Or perhaps they knew but didn't comprehend the transcendental level of Xian Yu's poetic talent. Here I strongly recommend that everyone in all continents go to the bookstore and buy a copy of the anthology of Xian Yu. You'll discover one of the most genius souls in global history. Is the book just called The Anthology of Xian Yu? I'm going to buy it now. This ranking is too absurd to be believable. Chu Kuang fought so hard over the years, and his ranking is only a bit higher than Xian Yu's. And this is just Xian Yu's initial ranking. I recall Chu Kuang's initial rank was only 13th. Absurd. Unbelievable. This was everyone's first reaction. Amidst all the doubt and shock, countless people rushed to buy the anthology of Xian Yu at the first opportunity, for reasons like, I want to see why his initial ranking is so high, or to see what poems Xian Yu has written, and so on. This phenomenon was most prevalent in the Wei continent and Zhong continent, because these two continents had the least understanding of Xian Yu's poetry. The so-called The Anthology of Xian Yu was published by Silver Blue Books several years ago. This book almost entirely collected all of Xian Yu's released poetry articles. However, since it was an old book published a few years ago, there naturally wasn't much stock in various bookstores. After all, no one could predict that the Literature and Art Association would suddenly include poetry in the writer rankings. Even if one did foresee it, few could have imagined Xian Yu's initial ranking would be 8th. Thus, major booksellers across the Blue Star soon faced that classic headache. There weren't enough books to sell. It used to be Chu Kuang's books not being enough to sell. Now it's Xian Yu's turn. So indeed this Xian Yu truly is Chu Kuang's good buddy, even giving us the same problem. Too crazy. It's as if overnight the whole world wants to buy the anthology of Xian Yu. All major bookstores sold out instantly. There's truly no stock left. My home bookshelf has a copy. If I didn't love it so much, I'd think about selling it. This book should have been popular long ago. There are many works in it that I've memorized. Quickly contact Silver Blue Books to restock. This matter is quite sudden, and Silver Blue Books will need time for reprinting, so the book market will face a drought in the coming days. That's for sure. I've been selling books for years, and if anyone asked me to recommend a few essential reads, the anthology of Xian Yu would definitely be one of them. Indeed, the crazy book-buying frenzy began as soon as the rankings updated. Even if some continents were still in their nighttime, they opened online bookstores the first chance they got to buy the anthology of Xian Yu, and then sat waiting for delivery. Those who bought the anthology of Xian Yu years ago were enjoying themselves. Some of them were Xian Yu fans. They bought it to read, of course. However, more people bought it back then because it was hyped up by the media, brought it home, and may not have opened it to read closely, just to fill their bookshelves. Many even forgot to unwrap the packaging. But on this day, many people opened this anthology of Xian Yu, which had been dust-covered for many years, to read it earnestly for the first time. Upon reading, many realized what kind of magnificent work they had missed all those years ago. Those immortal lines shine brightly regardless of how many years pass. In this book, there is the grandeur of a cascade descending 3,000 feet, suspected to be the Milky Way falling from the ninth heaven. The ease of heaven gave me talents must be put to good use. Wealth may be dispersed, yet it will return. The elegance of don't say you're not moved. The curtain sways in the west wind. People look more delicate than yellow flowers. The sadness of things are different. Everything is in repose. Wanting to speak, tears flow first. The arrogance of not hating the ancients that I never met, just hating the ancients never saw my wildness. The dominance of remembering the past, golden armor and iron horse, with a momentum as mighty as a tiger. And the solitude of 10 years apart and wistful, no thought brings but longing. As well as the beauty of wish people long-lasting, though thousands of miles apart, share the bright moon together. Chapter 1578, 1278, the globally popular Xian Yu anthology, _2. And even the boldness of, I shall climb to the pinnacle, too. View all the mountains small. And so on and so forth. Countless works are so well received. Writing people, scenes, and emotions to the deepest, can truly be said as every word a gem. People reading for the first time will fall instantly. But even readers who have read countless times, upon reopening these poems, still can't help but feel a vast and majestic stirring. And at this moment at home, Lin Yuan never expected Xian Yu would make such an entrance onto the Blue Star author rankings. But on second thought, with so many timeless poems on Earth, having transcribed more than 300, this effect isn't surprising. In fact, it's rather low. The reason for the low effect is nothing but the age. The influence hasn't fully spread. However, using this wave of author rankings buzz, I can make those poems I published years ago explode globally. Indeed, with the quality of those works, Lin Yuan thinks a global explosion is inevitable. Because Blue Star is a world where Eastern culture reigns, and classical poetry happens to be one of the significant crystals of Eastern culture. Its beauty can only be appreciated by those steeped in Eastern culture from a young age. At the same time, Lin Yuan suddenly thought, the Literature and Art Association must know that Xian Yu and Chu Kuang are the same person. Now both of Xian Yu and Chu Kuang's pen names are in the top 10 of the author rankings. It seems like the association intentionally regards the two pen names as two different people. If the cover is blown, and Xian Yu and Chu Kuang's pen names merge as one, what effect would it have on the rankings? Xian Yu's poetry, Chu Kuang's novels, directly reaching the top of the author rankings is possible, right? And would this affect Xian Yu's rankings on the other two lists? After all, influence is also one of the factors considered in the rankings. At that moment, Jean Mu suddenly called. Silver Blue Books wants to reprint Xian Yu anthology. Does the boss have any content to add or remove? Add or remove? Lin Yuan was momentarily stunned. Then his eyes lit up. How about I add a bit more weight to it? I happen to have some more poems and articles stored. Lin Yuan recalled there were over 300 poems in the Xianyu anthology. Now that Xianyu anthology is trending, the reprint edition can go even bigger. Add a massive amount of poetry. After all, the poems from the Mount Lu Poetry Conference, many were created under specific themes. And some poems, equally brilliant, weren't presented back then because they didn't fit the theme. Now, directly releasing an anthology means not having to consider themes. Just put whatever works you have into it. This is the time to scoop up the finest poems from Earth. Of course, the outside world knows nothing of Xianyu's plan. The future is long, not to mention what will happen if the cover is blown. But as global readers suddenly began purchasing Xianyu anthology en masse, there was a sudden shortage of paper in Luoyang. Major bookstores experienced a wave of stock shortages. Silver Blue Books received the news and contacted Xianyu immediately. After reaching some cooperative plans with Xianyu, they began working overtime printing this old book. On another front, readers who managed to purchase the book were utterly captivated by the poetry in Xianyu anthology. Continents started to fall. It's a bit funny to say, but as a Qin person, I actually read all of Fish Papa's poems for the first time. Even though many around me from peers to elders recommended this work, didn't expect to have missed it for so many years. As a fellow Qin person, I was stunned years ago. I'm from Qi continent, read Xianyu anthology back in elementary school a few years ago. My dad forced me to, had a mysterious resistance to Xianyu's poetry back then. Now I'm in middle school, reading these poems, I'm so drawn to them. As a Chu person, a mother, I made my son memorize some of the pieces inside Smile. Awu, Xianyu's poetry talent is unparalleled in the world. I did some calculations. The one upstairs must be a Yin continent elder brother. Actually, Xianyu anthology sales aren't that high in Han continent, but at least always bought by some people, though seems a bit niche compared to Chu Kuang Old Rascal's bestsellers. Now it's already mainstream. As a Zhao continent person, Xianyu anthology is considered the #1 masterpiece in the hearts of Zhao people, destined to dominate the Zhao literary world for 100 years. Many Zhao literati can't raise their heads. I won't say more. It's not a good thing anyway. As a middle state person, kneeling already. No wonder Chu Kuang fought for so many years and only reached 6th. Xianyu with so many talent overflowing works is only 8th. Wow, is it really as impressive as you all say? Don't bully me just because I didn't get the book, okay? You don't believe it? Then let me recite a few lines for you. How can I lower my head and bow for the powerful, making me unable to smile with joy? Stars hang low, wide plains vast. The moon surges as the great river flows. Floating, what does it resemble? A lone sandpiper in the world. If love can last forever, do we need to be together day after day? Shall climb to the pinnacle. I know this one. To view all the mountains small, right? It was Xianyu's original poem. There's much more. Continue. I'll write it down in my notebook. This marks the first time on Blue Star there's been such a wide range of manual piracy, with many who couldn't get the book relying on those who did or already had it to spill the beans about Xianyu anthology. This phenomenon is so bizarre that netizens find it amusing yet baffling. Interestingly, some people can even recite all the works in Xianyu anthology from memory. Yes, the entire content memorized. Hundreds of poems and articles, even including the piece Xianyu recited during the Mount Lu Poetry Conference, Teachers Talk. According to these people, Xianyu anthology has always been our treasure. Even when the global population hadn't recognized Xianyu anthology, some were already infatuated with Xianyu's poems, hopelessly smitten. You could say it wasn't as popular back then. Its sales surely couldn't match those bestsellers. But in many minds, it's not about popularity. It's a classic, essential reading in life. Something missing would be regrettable for a lifetime. And now, even not popular enough, has become a thing of the past. With the reprinting completed by Silver Blue Books, a vast amount of brand new Xianyu anthology is fresh out. Major bookstores are crazily restocking. Countless customers are buying fervently. This book-selling event even surpasses the time when Siege was launched. Of course, it doesn't mean Xianyu's book market appeal surpasses Chu Kuang. After all, it's Xianyu's first time ranking on the Blue Star author list, a rather peculiar situation. Who doesn't have dumplings at New Year's? But upon seeing the newly published CNU anthology, many fell into deep thought. Because the new CNU anthology consists of 3 volumes. One is the upper volume. One is the middle volume. One is the lower volume. Although each volume is slightly thinner compared to the old CNU anthology, the 3 volumes combined are much thicker than the original. This is different from the old version. At the time, someone asked the shop assistant about it. The shop assistant smiled slightly. Silver Blue Books announced today that the new CNU anthology not only has a higher price, but also more content than before, as it includes a lot of new poetry and articles by teacher Admirable Fish in recent years. Over 300 poems and articles weren't enough. CNU added even more works? For those who don't know, they'd think CNU is possessed by Chu Kuang, the old rascal. But regarding the new version's increased poetry and articles, readers aren't displeased. Instead, they're excited. In such cases, the more, the better. Those who bought the old version and thought they didn't need the new one are dumbfounded. The old version isn't complete. That goes without saying. Those with the old version can only rush back to bookstores to buy the latest set of the CNU anthology. Thus, CNU's more classic poetry and articles are out in the world. Chapter 1579, 1279. The complementary relationship between CNU and Chu Kuang. At this moment, Silver Blue Books. Calls from major booksellers kept ringing. Employees almost ran out, each busy to the point of confusion. Rising Dragon Bookstore wants to order another 50,000 copies. 4C's Bookstore wants to order 100,000 copies. Didn't they just order 100,000 copies? Why are they ordering again? They're selling out too quickly. All these calls are urging for more stock. This is too hot. Even more popular than Chu Kuang's previous novels. The situation is different. This is CNU's first time on the author rankings, all based purely on one CNU anthology. What a significant achievement. That's true. After all, Chu Kuang wrote so many novels to achieve this ranking. CNU's side is clearly concentrated into essence. The order volume from Silver Blue Books shows just how explosive the bookstore's sales of CNU anthology are. At a certain school, boys' dormitory, a student bursts into the room holding a pile of books, excitedly telling his roommates, "I got them. You rock, bro. Call me Daddy." The bookstore was packed. Daddy barely squeezed in. "Thanks, Daddy. Let's see how the writing is." Is there even a need to say? It's amazingly written. I read it. You've read it, yet you asked me to bring it? I only read the old edition, heard the new one added some works. That's what I'm most looking forward to. Then let's read it together. While chatting, everyone in the dormitory starts reading the CNU anthology. Suddenly, someone screams, "Oh my gosh, the guy who bought the book is even more impressed. What kind of divine poetry is this?" The guy who claimed to have read the old edition is so excited he's shaking. Masterpieces. Masterpieces. They're all masterpieces. From now on, CNU is my idol. Entertainment industry, including U Dynasty. Several celebrities suddenly posted updates. These updates mainly include pictures of them reading the CNU anthology. Of course, they are mostly staged shots. The sunlight is just right, perfect for reading CNU anthology. Fans, my little cuties, you've all read this book, right? In hand, the new edition of CNU anthology. I love teacher Admirable Fish's line. One must reach the peak to view all the little mountains. In the newly added works, there's more than one classical composition. Don't just focus on the poetry, folks. In the new classical compositions, there's a piece on horses, extremely brilliant. What's shabby about it? A great ode to my humble abode. I always thought I was teacher Admirable Fish's music fan. Today I realize I'm also his book fan. It's written so well. Singers, actors, all recommending it on social platforms. Lin Yuan didn't initiate anything. This is the entertainment industry spontaneously recommending CNU anthology. Writer Circle. Writers also fully read CNU anthology. The newly added articles left countless people in awe. CNU's literary style remains magnificent. A genius of world-shaking talent. A character like a poem immortal. A character like a maestro. Those articles are also perfectly crafted, deserving of being the man who wrote Song of Water. People say heroes come from youth. I always thought this was inspirational for young people. Now I realize this is our lament of the older generation. Just by this anthology alone, his literary talent could claim to be the best in the world today. Seems like the author rankings are still too low for him. See for yourself. This ranking will continue to rise soon. How can such a person exist in this world? CNU's ranking is about to rise. This is the first reaction of countless readers after reading the new CNU anthology. And before the rankings rise, the sensation brought by this book is far from over. After most of the entertainment industry recommended this CNU anthology to readers, many top-tier Blue Star tycoons are also recommending this book. Blue Star Rich List, several moguls spoke up. I think this is one of the must-read works in life, suitable for recommending to people of all ages. Prefer CNU's articles. Those classical compositions are charming, like Record of the Peach Blossom Spring. Favorite is Preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tongue. It doesn't contain business tips, but it does have realms of life. Not every book contains beauty like Jade and Houses of Gold, but CNU anthology truly does. The best literary work. A poetry realm with no predecessors, a lyrics realm with no successors. People across many continents are shocked. Lin Yuan merely brings a part of Earth's countless dazzling cultural treasures over thousands of years, and it's enough to shake this era. Following that, the Blue Star author rankings start to change, seeing CNU originally ranked 8th, charging forward forcefully. 7th, 6th. Upon reaching 6th, Lin Yuan himself seemed to find it amusing. Is this not stabbing oneself fiercely? However, this isn't the end. 5th, 4th, 3rd. Until the end of November, CNU's author ranking finally stabilized, staying at 3rd. Chu Kuang, consequently, fell to 7th. Faced with this scene, many netizens couldn't help but chuckle intriguingly amidst the shock. Oh well, Chu Kuang the old rascal worked so hard to reach 6th, and ends up being backstabbed by CNU, falling to 7th. Fish Papa is too fierce, only 3rd. I feel CNU's literary talent is already peerless worldwide. It truly is peerless literary talent. But the individuals on the author rankings are comprehensive, not just poetry. They've got to write novels too, and novels take the main factor. CNU being able to reach 3rd place solely with CNU anthology is already a very extravagant result. Indeed it is. That being said, if these poems were Chu Kuang's creations, then Chu Kuang the old rascal would be first now. Certainly, but that's impossible. Why don't you say combine Chu Kuang's novels with CNU's? Head. Then CNU could also climb to the top in an instant. At home, Lin Yuan looked at CNU's stable author ranking with a smile. CNU ranked 3rd globally. Chu Kuang ranked 7th globally. If the two pen names were combined, Lin Yuan would instantly be first. There's no suspense about this, because compared to the author's ranking ahead, what Chu Kuang lacks is only literary quality. The author rankings pay great attention to the influence of literary quality. CNU ranks ahead of Chu Kuang precisely because of the literary quality of his works. Of course, the rankings don't only consider literary quality. If the rankings only considered literary quality, CNU should be first now. Not being first, evidently, is because aside from literary quality, CNU's works are missing something. What's missing is novels. After all, it's an author ranking, and contemporary understanding of authors is primarily about writing books. No matter how strong the literary quality of poetry, it's an undeniable fact that CNU has never written novels. If CNU could write a few works like Siege, charging to first should be no difficulty now. What Chu Kuang lacks, CNU has. What CNU lacks, Chu Kuang has. No wonder netizens joke that combining CNU and Chu Kuang would instantly rank first. The two clearly have a relationship of complementing each other's strengths. It's precisely because of this subtle scene that Lin Yuan suddenly foresees. The day of Chu Kuang being exposed is drawing nearer. However, what's most needed to consider next isn't the exposure issue, because CNU's personal music concert is about to begin. On this day, the Golden Hall announced a message. December 12th, CNU's first symphony will be grandly performed. Welcome individuals from all sectors to attend and enjoy. Music industry shock. Global attention. The youngest maestro in Blue Star's history, CNU, ranked at the forefront in global music charts. is finally attempting a symphony. Chapter 1580, 1280, The Fate Symphony. Yes, Lin Yuan's concert will be held on December 12th. The venue chosen for this concert is the Golden Hall, one of the 5 major music halls on Blue Star. It will be held over 2 days. The first day will feature regular instrumental performances. The second day will be a solo symphony performance. This will be his first concert in life, and also his first time releasing a symphony. On this matter, all continents are buzzing with discussion. Looking forward to it. Fish Papa's first personal concert. The hot news made me laugh. The first headline is Xian Yu climbing to 3rd on the Blue Star writers list, followed by the news of him hosting a concert, as if 2 unrelated spheres are merging. Symphony. Really looking forward to what Xian Yu's first symphony performance will be like. If I have to guess, the name of this symphony must be First Symphony. You're quite the little genius. According to the notice, the concert seems to be held over 2 days. The symphony won't be heard until the second day. The instrumental section is also worth looking forward to. After all, Fish Papa is godlike in mastery of some instruments. Like the eru, like the pipa. Don't forget the swana. At the same time, concert invitations in the name of Xian Yu are also being sent to various maestros in the Blue Star music scene. With a combination of seats, standing tickets, and rare box seats, the Golden Hall can accommodate more than 2,000 spectators at the same time for live performances. Some people definitely need special invitations. This event was organized with help from multiple parties, including the Golden Hall, Starlight Entertainment, and Yang Zhoming. After all, it's Lin Yuan's first concert, and it needs a lot of promotion. The higher the status of the attendees, the greater the influence will be. Of course, the premise is that the quality of works presented at this concert must be substantial. Many maestros are exchanging opinions privately. Shall we go? Of course we have to go. Invitations have been sent. Besides, he's so young. It wouldn't be good not to give face. Who dares to say he won't reach the pinnacle in the future? Even if he doesn't reach the pinnacle, his popularity is already number 1 globally. From literature to music, the 2 biggest art circles, with the largest fan base, he draws global attention no matter what he does. Doing a little something big causes global sensation. On the surface, it looks like he invited us, but actually, we all need to borrow his popularity. More than that, I'm more curious about what work he will present. I've heard the concert will be held for 2 days. The symphony is on the second day, and the first day should be some small instrumental works. Seems like he has accumulated a lot of works. The first concert in his life is in a music hall. It will surely be grand. This is the best chance to elevate his music ranking. On the media front, news is everywhere. Xian Yu's personal concert is about to happen. Xian Yu's concert debut at the Golden Hall. Xian Yu's symphony selects the Golden Hall among the 5 major music halls for performance. Conductor for Xian Yu's symphony revealed. It turns out to be this maestro. The man in the top 10 of 3 lists finally remembers his main job. Musician Xian Yu is online. Industry maestros have expressed they will attend Xian Yu's concert. As many people have marveled, Xian Yu, who is in the top 10 of 3 lists, has terrifying popularity. From the literary world to the music world, and then to the dance world, his fans are everywhere. His influence spreads across the 3 major art fields, with followers virtually everywhere. In terms of fan numbers, Xian Yu always leads Chu Kuang and Shadow. Lin Yuan is unfazed by the fuss outside. Following his program, Lin Yuan did a final rehearsal. After rehearsing the first day's program, an old man appeared beside him. Wei Shujing, do you think we still need to rehearse? This renowned conductor from Qin continent and Blue Star asked with a smile. No need, Lin Yuan said. This symphony has been rehearsed countless times during its preparation. As the concert approaches, it's better not to rehearse more to preserve the orchestra's passion to the greatest extent. In Wei Shujing's opinion, though, this is a piece that remains full of high morale and passion no matter how many times it's performed. Wei Shujing is convinced. Anyone who hears this symphony will feel the same as he does. Like the sound of fate knocking on the door. Wei Shujing looked at the name of this symphony. It's called the Fate Symphony. Lin Yuan also looked at the sheet music for the Fate Symphony, feeling a bit unusually excited. It wasn't his first time using Beethoven's music. But this time was different because it's a symphony, and Beethoven is hailed as the king of symphony. This, the Fate Symphony, is precisely one of Beethoven's most famous works among his 9 symphonies. The legendary Symphony No. 5 in C minor. The Fifth Symphony Beethoven poured his heart and soul into. Though on Blue Star, this piece might be referred to by some as Symphony No. 1 in C minor. But it doesn't matter, because Lin Yuan still prefers the name, the Fate Symphony, and it will be used for promotion as such. Just like Beethoven's pinnacle Symphony No. 9 in D minor is also known as the Choral Symphony, yet Lin Yuan always prefers its unique name, Ode to Joy. Following the structure of most symphonies, the Fate Symphony also has 4 movements. The first movement portrays conflict and struggle, developing into the victory and joy of the final movement in C major. The ultimate movement is the climax of the entire piece. It is longer and more powerful than the first movement. If on Earth, as soon as the first passage of the first movement plays, many people's minds automatically conjure the melody. Additionally, there's a background story for this piece. Beethoven began to conceive and write the Fate Symphony in 1804 on Earth. By then, his hope for curing his deafness was completely gone. His beloved left him due to social status reasons, compounded by Germany being suffocatingly feudal at the time. A series of setbacks deeply hurt Beethoven, but this strong musical giant obviously didn't want to resign to fate or bow to its mockery. He aimed to prove to fate and everyone that even if he was deaf, he could still create music. For years later, the sound of fate was deafening. This is an epic-level music piece that refuses to yield to so-called fate. Lin Yuan made the decision long ago that his first symphony had to be this one. And now, the countdown silently begins. The sound of fate will soon resound on Blue Star. Chapter 1581, 1281 opening with Nightingale. What Lin Yuan didn't expect was that during the last days he quietly waited for the music concert to officially commence. Blue Star's dance chart suddenly updated unexpectedly. CNU's dance ranking is now 3rd. In fact, at the beginning of last month, CNU's dance ranking had already surged to 7th place. However, this sudden large leap still astonished many people, until everyone saw the 4 official notifications. The world's first tango competition will officially be held next year. The world's first robot dance competition will officially be held the year after next. The world's first pole dance competition will officially be held the year after next. The world's first waltz competition will officially be held the year after next. Well then, the tango, robot dance, and pole dance competitions that were meant to be held are really going to be professional competitions. The dates have already been set. Chapter 1582, 1281 opening with Nightingale _2. Many celebrities, upon seeing them, couldn't help but feel envious. Of course, they would be envious. Dynasty, right? Universe's #1 band. Yes, netizens now don't even call them Dynasty. They just jokingly dub them as the universe's #1 band. The hottest group in the entire universe. Although this hotness, 80% of it is composed by the leading figure, CNU. Of course, it's not just the celebrities. Amidst the entertainment world's dazzling show of talents, top-level tycoons appeared. Several figures from the Blue Star's wealth list even walked the red carpet and happened to bump into Dynasty. It's often said that celebrities in the wealthy circle are indistinguishable. Dynasty seems exceptionally extravagant. Sun Yaohua directly threw an arm around the shoulder of a top Blue Star tycoon, even patting the person's chubby belly, laughing so naturally. And yet, that tycoon didn't get angry but chatted casually with Sun Yaohua. Can you get me Teacher Admirable Fish's autograph today? Piece of cake. What about Teacher Shadows? I can ask for you. Outsiders didn't know what Sun Yaohua chatted about with that big shot. They just looked astonished. However, some were not surprised at all. King of singing in the Dynasty, Sun Yaohua, is a top genius in the business circle, ranked first among the world's top 10 young tycoons, and also the only one among them who truly built from scratch to reach this position. Although this news isn't widespread, those who should know are well aware. But it's obvious. After tonight's red carpet show, the whole world will know how extravagant the fortune of King of Singing, Sun Yaohua, from Dynasty, is. Is the red carpet show meant for boasting? Then tonight's red carpet show, Sun Yaohua is destined to be one of the kings of pretense. Yes, one of the kings of pretense, because the long red carpet show will last nearly an hour. Within this hour, some excellent new kings of pretense will emerge. For example, Tang, also recognized within the circle as one of Blue Star's top 10 young tycoons. Half of Tang's achievements rely on himself, the other half on his family, but his investment acumen is truly impressive. It's said that he multiplied his 5 million monthly allowance by dozens of times through business means back in high school. His personality is high profile. Stepping onto the red carpet, it's as if he became the world's focus. He indeed became the focus. So this is the eldest son of Tang family from Zhong continent. He actually came, probably because there are too many top tycoons here today. For people like this, attending a concert isn't the main point. Social networking is the main course. That's how social networking works in the tycoon circle. Not many are sincerely here to listen to music. Huh, no way. She actually came. Amidst waves of exclamations, a woman appeared as if bathed in a halo. Who is she? A celebrity? Too beautiful. But why don't I recognize her? It's normal you don't recognize her. Would a celebrity have such a presence? The princess from the family that holds the most shares in the Central State Financial Consortium, the Liu family. Liu Xin. There are many similar figures. Entertainment stars, top tycoons, nobles, all seem to be netted by this concert. As the media says, for some, this concert is merely a channel. A place for the upper class to discuss business. Isn't a bit of romance always part of it? The Golden Hall for business and making friends. Elegant. In other words, some big shots came not for the music, merely because Xian Yu and the Golden Hall matched their style and level, so they showed up. Lin Yuan certainly didn't know his concert was becoming a cynical stage. He wouldn't care even if he knew, no matter the purpose for coming today. Tonight, the Golden Hall is his musical kingdom. Anyone entering this kingdom has only one outcome, and that is to submit to those music. System, prepare to activate the immersive sound skill. This is a skill similar to paintfection. By using the paintfection skill, Lin Yuan created the Painting Soul series, capable of instantly captivating even those who don't understand paintings. This immersive sound skill is the same. Whether the audience likes music, understands music, they will enter the emotion expressed by the music itself, and so on. At least that's what the skill's description says. The actual effect, Lin Yuan wasn't sure either. After all, Lin Yuan hadn't used this skill even once since he acquired it. At this moment, Yang Zhongming approached and said, "When you get on stage later, speak if you want to, focus on the performance if you don't. Don't worry about any rules or procedures, bring forth an aura." What kind of aura? An aura of listen if you want to. Lin Yuan chuckled. As the concert was about to begin, Lin Yuan wasn't nervous, only filled with anticipation. By the way, for tonight's concert, his mom, sister, and younger sister were also in the audience. Lin Yuan felt inexplicably at ease. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the Golden Hall was packed. Countless pairs of eyes focused on the center stage. At this moment, Lin Yuan, ready and equipped, stepped onto the stage with the band. The next moment, Lin Yuan's voice resounded throughout the venue. "Thank you all for coming to my concert. Before the first piece is performed, please allow me to introduce it. This is a classical music performance inspired by a fairy tale from Chu Kuang's novel Fairy Tale Town. It is called Nightingale." The first piece Lin Yuan presented was an Oriental classical style composition. Chapter 1583, 1281 opening with Nightingale_3. This piece was selected as part of the Celestial Dynasty's 9th grade music textbook. Interestingly, however, the creator of this piece is not from the Celestial Dynasty. The creator is named Yanni, the first Western musician approved by the Chinese government to hold a concert inside the Forbidden City. In '97, that concert, Yanni used the piano to lead the band in performing Nightingale, touching countless people overnight. Lin Yuan personally likes this piece very much. The first concert of his life would naturally lean towards his own tastes, presenting his favorite piece. With Lin Yuan's introduction, the band had already settled in. The bamboo flute is key, as its sound represents the nightingale's voice. Additionally, The commonly seen violins and cellos in major bands are also present, considered standard equipment. Of course, the piano is indispensable as well. What's special is that this piece also utilizes an electric band, incorporating elements of electronic music. This is Yanni's musical style. After all, he is renowned as a world-class keyboard prodigy and one of the pioneers of electronic music, favoring the elegant fusion of classical symphonic music with dazzling modern electric music, interpreting classical music from a modern perspective. Therefore, it wouldn't be wrong to say this nightingale is symphonic music, as the instruments constitute the basic structure of a symphony, though it's not quite conventional, not in the most standard format. Yanni himself often says, "It's New Age music, New Age." This concert did not use a live broadcast format, so it cannot be seen online. From the outside, after experiencing the news bombardment of the Golden Hall's red carpet show, people were still discussing various news surrounding the red carpet show. Suddenly, someone said, "The concert should have started, right? I wonder what it's like inside. I really wish I could go. Didn't get a ticket, arg." All the tickets were bought by the big shots. Indeed. The most annoying thing is that some big shots don't even understand the music. They just go to pretend to be cultured. Haha, I bet they're already starting their business talks. Isn't the Golden Hall equipped with private rooms? They're just prepared for these people. We can only wait for the video to be released later. Not to mention, the netizens guessed right. At this moment, inside the private room of the Golden Hall, networking among the socialites had already begun. In different private rooms, discussions about cooperation were underway. Yet, in the midst of chatting, the graceful and melodious sound of the bamboo flute suddenly began. An inexplicable sentiment entwined around, resembling yearning and reminiscence, yet also comforting and settling, making the heart sway with the music suddenly, whether they understood or not. Many had no idea this sound came from the bamboo flute, as pairs of eyes instinctively looked towards the stage. And in those private rooms, people who had been talking suddenly quieted their voices. In the abrupt silence, ripples of emotion gradually appeared on their faces. A few were about to speak but were fiercely glared at by others, momentarily unable to utter a word, showing a bit of bewilderment, suddenly feeling sad, as if the music had cast some magic, exerting an influence over the human heart. What is this? Chapter 1584, 1282. The wonderful effect of immersive sound. This is a feeling of being embraced by surrounding notes, floating on clouds and mist, ascending to an ethereal state. It seems as if the world is left only with the sound of the bamboo flute. Crisp, melodious, like the broken jade of Mount Kuan, resounding to halt the moving clouds. Everyone's emotional valve was switched on in an instant. Joy, sorrow, melancholy, tranquility, warmth, and amid the myriad of emotions being stirred. On the stage, before the piano, Lin Yuan quietly touched the piano keys. The sound of interwoven black and white keys seemed to tease and tug at people's emotions, entangling with the bamboo flute, as if it were the wind in the mountain, as if it were the deep moon in the valley, or perhaps stealing a half-day leisure from life, even to the point of wearing a cape and slashing thorns and brambles. In the calmness of the clouds and light wind, there is a unique firmness and stubbornness, like a bird emitting a high-pitched sound. At this moment, not to mention professional musicians, even those who are completely indifferent to music are thoroughly intoxicated, and the clear piano joins in cautiously, with a hint of hesitation, like a friend visiting the forest late at night. After the piano, the music begins a violin solo segment. The melodious, crisp, lively violin, accompanied by the interwoven flute, feels like the air of a summer night, carrying a refreshing coolness. If the piano is a friend visiting late at